Chapter 1. The Runaway Noble. In the capital city, the political epicenter of the nation, a cacophony of voices filled the air, resonating with grandeur. Today, this vibrant city was set to witness the extravagant engagement ceremony of a pair of adolescents, merely 15 years of age, within the opulent estate of the distinguished Jun family. The ground was adorned with red decorations, and a myriad of colorful balloons danced in the sky. Over 100 colossal round tables were filled predominantly with military and political dignitaries, as well as influential figures from various sectors. The classical Chinese-style manner infused the engagement venue with an invigorating spirit. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed guests attending my grandson's engagement ceremony, and I wish everyone a splendid evening filled with delightful spirits, proclaimed Jun Haotian, the patriarch of the Jun family, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Among the banquet tables, one table stood out prominently, positioned at the very center of the front row. Seated there were several elderly gentlemen, each a figure of immense authority capable of shaking the world with a mere stamp of their foot. Among them, an elderly man clad in military garb was particularly conspicuous. With a countenance as unyielding as steel, his lips curling in derision at the engagement ceremony. I truly wonder what that old fox, the Marquis of Lanfeng, is thinking. He rebuffed my proposal, but insists on marrying off his prodigy to the Jun family's good for nothing. Old Lin, temper your ire. Though the Jun heir possesses no martial prowess, who can say he might not emerge as a late bloomer? I've heard that this young master of the Jun family, despite his apparent lack of talent, has a profound passion for sculpture. Perhaps he will someday become a master sculptor, suggested an elder known as Old Phoenix. Humph, Old Phoenix, you're merely indulging in fantasies. Our Lin Ao could easily vanquish that wastrel from the Jun family with a single hand. What a pity it is that old Jun's extraordinary martial skills have produced such a talentless offspring. It's not just his lack of ability that's concerning. His character is equally deplorable. The whole of Kyoto knows that the Jun heir lost his virginity at 13. Truly remarkable. Indeed. Ah, what a sorrowful tale for old Jun. A lifetime of heroism, only to bequeath such a talentless child. It is a true pity. And what of that boy's father? Old Phoenix trailed off, lost in memory. As the atmosphere around the table turned somber, the elders reluctant to revisit such uncomfortable pasts. Finally, Old Phoenix sighed. A tiger father begets a dog son. As merriment erupted from the podium, the host excitedly announced, "Let us welcome the soon-to be newlyweds to the stage to receive the guests' congratulations." Just as all eyes were fixed upon the podium, a figure rushed to the side of the Jun elders, breathless, exclaiming, "Master, there's trouble. Young Master Haotian has gone missing." Jun Haotian, what is the meaning of this? You must provide me with an explanation today. The first to lose composure was naturally the Marquis of Lanfeng, feeling as though he had been struck harshly across the face. The guests, initially sympathetic, began to mock the situation anew, a wave of hissing and laughter filling the air. They rose from their seats, their faces alight with schadenfreude, as the elder of the Lin family taunted, "Now, this is going to be entertaining." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kyoto, a youthful visage, clad in ordinary attire, turned back to gaze at the city. A handsome yet somewhat ethereal smile graced the boy's face as he exclaimed, "At last, I have escaped. I have finally broken free." Yet soon, a flicker of sorrow and self-doubt crossed his countenance. Clutching a blue wooden sculpture tightly in his hand, he whispered, "Farewell, Kyoto. Farewell, Xiaoxua. Haotian is unworthy of you. May you find happiness." Chapter 2. The priceless task in the coastal city of Binhai. As the sun descended in the west, a young man stood in a modest courtyard, his back to the glowing horizon. His silhouette was strikingly upright, tall, and imbued with vigor. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt, the ends of his jet-black hair gleamed under the sunlight. Before him lay a pristine expanse, an entire block of snow-white tofu. His resolute gaze fixated on the smooth surface of the tofu, and with a steady and composed motion, he raised his arm. Between his fingers was a slender silver carving knife, seemingly ordinary yet adorned with exquisite dragon patterns that spiraled around its handle. Taking a deep breath, he began to maneuver the knife swiftly over the tofu, the silver blade glinting as it danced in the air. In that moment, the world around him faded into a haze, and the harmonious fusion of momentum and artistry transformed the tofu into delicate flakes that cascaded down like freshly fallen snow. Should a master sculptor have witnessed this, they would surely exclaim in awe at the sheer skill on display. 10 minutes passed, then an hour, and 3 hours went by. The young man stood as if his feet were rooted to the ground, motionless save for his dexterous hands, which whirled ceaselessly. The intricate carvings on the tofu came alive, depicting a scene of 100 birds flocking to a phoenix. Glancing at his proud creation, he turned, wiped the sweat from his brow, and with a devilish grin, asked, "At last, it is complete. How do you find my masterpiece?" An elderly man behind him glanced over and scoffed, "Mediocre. Ah, the life of an artist is often solitary, with few to appreciate their beauty." The young man feigned disappointment, exaggerating his lament. The old man chuckled lightly, his flowing white robe fluttering in the evening breeze, holding a green bamboo staff in one hand and a compass in the other. He regarded the carving with disdain, saying, "Your stance is unsteady, your mindset unbalanced, your strength, direction, and speed all fall short. Haotian, it seems you require further training." Feeling a chill from the old man's mischievous smile, the youth recalled the grueling training sessions and, squirming in discomfort, said, "That old man. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave." The young man's name was Jun Haotian, which, in his own words, signified the sovereign of the world. However, every encounter with the old man left him feeling exasperated and helpless. With a grin, the elder beckoned him, "Young lad, I have a task at hand, one that promises considerable challenge. Would you care to give it a try?" "What kind of task?" Jun Haotian asked warily, sensing something amiss. "It's a task of astronomical value. Complete it, and you will never need to worry about sustenance again." The old man replied, still smiling. "How much?" Jun Haotian inquired, curiosity piqued. The elder raised a hand, his smile becoming increasingly enigmatic. 5 million. Jun Haotian gasped. With a sidelong glance, the old man retorted, "Is that all you aspire to? 5 million hardly qualifies as astronomical. That wouldn't even cover your dental bills. In the past 2 years, you've taken on tasks far exceeding that amount. Otherwise, how could you afford a BMW?" Jun Haotian laughed unabashedly. "No matter how much I earn, I remain a mere laborer. 50 million. The old man finally revealed a staggering figure, pausing for effect before adding dramatically, "In dollars. What does the client require?" Jun Haotian remained composed, undeterred by the astonishing sum, and asked earnestly, "Snow jade wood, and a guanine statue." "What?" Jun Haotian exclaimed. "The client demands snow jade wood?" "Indeed." The elder nodded. "Otherwise, why would they offer such a price? While others may not possess it, you have an abundance. This task is akin to giving you free money." He then cautioned, "However, your carving skills are quite subpar. The guanine statue demands advanced craftsmanship. Do not tarnish my reputation. I suggest you visit Guanine Sea for inspiration before you begin." Jun Haotian nodded solemnly, then with a cheeky grin, proposed, "How about a 70-30 split?" The elder chuckled lightly. 50-50? 40-60. Jun Haotian countered, teeth clenched. The elder shook his finger, 50-50. Resigned, Jun Haotian relented. "Fine, 50-50 it is." He spread his hands in exasperation, his deep-set eyes returning to the intricately carved tofu. But in an instant, a sharp pain shot through his head, as if it might explode. His tall figure vanished from the old man's sight. "Damn it, not again with this cursed affliction." Thankfully, I returned to the car this time. Had I ended up in the girls' bathhouse, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. This peculiar ailment had followed Jun Haotian for over a decade. His frail constitution had led to a diagnosis at 6 years old, declaring him devoid of meridians and unable to practice martial arts. Despite seeking numerous renowned physicians, his grandfather Jun Tianzhan found no remedy. Yet, since childhood, he had been plagued by a bizarre condition, vanishing at will, regardless of time or place, which rendered him too fearful to attend school, lest he be labeled a freak. This affliction cast a long shadow over his childhood, where he was mocked as a monster in his youth and dismissed as worthless in his adolescence. His years were not without their trials, filled with an abundance of bitterness. In the Hupeng district, the old man smiled faintly, watching the BMW fade into the distance, a surge of joy swelling within him. At that moment, a figure emerged from the rear courtyard, a dignified elder in a tailored suit, approaching the elder with utmost respect. "Master Yun, thank you for your care of young Tian over the past 2 years. Spatial displacement? Another prodigy from your family?" The elder's voice was soft yet commanding. "Spatial displacement? But Haotian lacks any meridians. How can he be a pure adept?" Jun Tianzhan responded incredulously. "Who told you that adeptness requires meridians? And who said Haotian lacks them?" The elder chuckled, his excitement unsettling Jun Tianzhan. "Does the master imply that Haotian is not incapable of martial training? He still has hope?" The elder did not directly answer Jun Tianzhan's query, but rather smiled enigmatically. "Young man, are you certain this is your grandson? The one reputed in Kyoto as utterly useless?" "He hardly seems so." With a chuckle, the elder continued, "The line between a wastrel and a genius is but a hair's breadth." After a moment of silence, he added, "Master, will young Tian encounter any extraordinary fortunes at Guanine Sea?" The elder nodded. There will be trials and tribulations, but this marks a turning point in his life. One must undergo various experiences to determine the course of their existence. He will have many choices ahead. I hope the master can guide him further, Jun Haotian implored. The elder sighed, seemingly lost in thought, and whispered, fate is predetermined, yet choices remain one's own. No one can decide for another. With that, the elder slowly turned, his figure gradually merging with the shadows cast by the setting sun, dissolving into the ether. Chapter 3, A Phoenix's Smile. Dancing across the nine heavens, the sleek black BMW X5 sliced through the streets like a bolt of lightning, stirring up a cloud of dust. Inside the car, Jun Haotian's handsome, fair visage was adorned with a devilish smile. Having evaded a marriage arrangement, Jun Haotian adhered to the principle of great concealment amidst the bustling populace. Arriving alone in Binhai, the economic epicenter of the nation. After 2 years in Binhai, his encounter with the old scholar, Yun, seemed to be a serendipitous twist of fate, yet it was anything but ordinary. To this day, Jun Haotian could scarcely believe that a man of such scholarly stature, distinguished and charming, would set up a stall at the city's temple. Under Yun's tutelage, Jun Haotian learned many esoteric arts that eluded the common man. With sculpture becoming his passion, the only skill he could truly claim as his own amidst his privileged upbringing. Nonetheless, the memories of Yun's grueling training sent chills down his spine. Wielding a blade 20,000 times a day was beyond human endurance. As dusk descended, the moon began its ascent in the night sky. Trees flanked the road, retreating into the distance. Guanyin Si, Guanyin Si, Jun Haotian murmured, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips, sensing an exhilarating challenge ahead. In no time, the BMW reached Guanyin Si, where the rhythmic crashing of waves echoed beneath the luminous full moon, stirring the heart. Legend had it that this stretch of water was the closest to Guanyin's place of enlightenment. Typically bustling with crowds, the area was now shrouded in darkness. Yet faint wisps of fire could still be glimpsed. Just as he parked the car, Jun Haotian's gaze had not yet taken in the beauty of the sea when an extraordinary event unfolded. Several figures glided in from the roaring waves, soaring through the air. Jun Haotian's mouth fell agape. Ancient warriors? Am I hallucinating? How dare they use their martial prowess so brazenly? Before he could voice his astonishment, the figures landed before him, standing on the beach as if oblivious to his presence. Yet, these individuals were clearly not the ancient warriors he was familiar with. They hailed from an altogether different realm. 3 figures descended from the sky. At the center stood a youthful maiden, her icy beauty radiating an ethereal allure. Dressed in flowing white garments, her dark, lustrous hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her crystalline eyes sparkled with an otherworldly grace, giving her an almost divine presence. Flanking her were 2 men, their faces concealed, exuding an air of menace. You have shadowed me for 3 days. Who are you? The maiden finally spoke, her voice as cold as her demeanor, devoid of any emotion, even anger. A phoenix's smile, dancing across the 9 heavens. I presume Miss Phoenix understands why we have followed you? One of the masked men smirked. Phoenix grass? Clever. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. The other chimed in. Inside the car, Jun Haotian heard their words clearly, his heart racing as he thought. Snow jade wood and phoenix grass are extraordinary treasures. Who are these people? Despite his growing anxiety, Jun Haotian found himself entranced by the girl named Phoenix. He murmured, so beautiful, as if she descended from the heavens, bathed in radiant silver light. She resembles a celestial being, unparalleled in grace and purity. Who would dare to claim such beauty for themselves, standing apart from the myriad of blossoms? His voice reached the ears of the masked men, one chuckling darkly, I didn't expect to find such an amusing little boy here. The other sneered, you little brat. Leave now, or you shall meet a dreadful fate. Jun Haotian, inherently fearless, retorted defiantly, is it not shameful for 2 grown men to bully a young girl? Mind your own business. One of the masked men hissed. As the words left his lips, he struck, a terrifying radiance emanating from his hand. A display of formidable power that instilled fear. Light-based abilities. Phoenix gasped, her form soaring in front of Jun Haotian, shielding him from the encroaching light. Flames erupted in her palm, golden and fervent, yet she was gradually forced back by the blinding energy. To his surprise, the Phoenix lady seemed to be smitten as well. Should word spread among their circle that the icy goddess would intervene for a mere boy, they would surely be met with ridicule. None of your concern. Phoenix retorted fiercely. I, Phoenix, will save whoever I choose. With that, she turned to Jun Haotian, urging him, hurry and leave. I refuse. Jun Haotian steadfastly exited the vehicle, positioning himself protectively before Phoenix, and mockingly addressed the 2 masked men. You 2 look like demons. It's utterly disgraceful. An artist cannot allow such ugliness in the world. You think you can play the hero? One of the masked men taunted. Leave now. Phoenix insisted urgently, beads of sweat glistening on her beautiful forehead. Yet, Jun Haotian, with a devilish charm etched on his face, shook his head resolutely, gazing deeply into her eyes. Fear not, my lady. I shall protect you. A flicker of surprise crossed Phoenix's icy countenance, mingled with an inexplicable thrill. The masked man sneered, if you choose not to flee, then may you both descend into the abyss. Chapter 4. Awakening of Bloodline. Two figures, one embodying darkness and the other light, appeared beside the phoenix, their expressions obscured. Two spheres of energy, one white and the other black, gradually emerged. The entire seaside fell into silence, as the overwhelming energy calmed both the sea and the air. Light Demon King. Miss Phoenix truly possesses keen insight. I have a fondness for intelligent individuals. You should comply and engage in this transaction with us. It would be beneficial for all, the Light Demon King remarked with a soft chuckle. The Dark Demon King scoffed, surrender the phoenix grass, or perish. What a couple of insufferable braggarts. Do you take me for a fool? Jun Haotian muttered, seemingly attempting to capture the attention of the beautiful woman. The Dark Demon King retorted angrily. You are quite bothersome, die. As his words fell, the dark sphere in the Dark Demon King's hand was hurled toward Jun Haotian. A cry of dark ghost night walk, echoing through the air. The atmosphere was filled with a cacophony of wailing spirits. And Jun Haotian felt as though countless souls were swirling in the darkness. In response, flames erupted from the phoenix, violet fire manifesting as a dragon flame. Fire Dragon Slash. The flames morphed into a blazing dragon that soared through the air, incinerating the spirits and sending them scattering in fear. Bold move, Dark Knight. The Reaper descends. I seal the world. Phoenix declared fiercely, her form radiating a chilling aura that began to freeze the very ground beneath them. While the Dark Demon King and Phoenix battled, an ominous presence enveloped the area. Simultaneously, the Light Demon King approached Jun Haotian, a sinister grin on his face. You truly are a nuisance. You could have survived, but alas, you have seen what you should not have, and thus you must die. The white sphere surged forward, aimed directly at Jun Haotian. Anxiety gripped him as cold sweat trickled down his brow, his eyes wide with terror. He sensed death drawing ever closer. He instinctively raised his hand to block the radiant light. In an astonishing turn of events, a divine light enveloped Jun Haotian, and without conscious thought, the silver carving knife in his grasp was unleashed. Perhaps it was the result of 2 years of training under Elder Yun, a reflex honed by countless repetitions. The angle and speed of his strike were remarkably precise. The Light Demon King observed Jun Haotian's actions with curiosity, but in his shock, he swatted at the silver knife. Terrified, holy. His words were cut short as he collapsed, the silver knife piercing his throat, a trickle of crimson appearing. In his final moments, he remained oblivious to the circumstances of his demise. Phoenix, engaged in her battle, caught a glimpse of the moment Jun Haotian struck, noting that the Light Demon King had prepared to deflect the knife. Yet, unexpectedly, she witnessed the silver knife pause mid-flight for a mere second, a moment that could spell disaster. Upon witnessing the Light Demon King's downfall, the Dark Demon King sneered, fool. A barrage of dark energy surged forth, overwhelming Phoenix. In an instant, the Dark Demon King, moving with incredible speed, stood before Jun Haotian. Brat, it's time to die. Jun Haotian's heart raced with apprehension. He thought, it seems there is no escaping this. They wielded powers beyond martial skills. What kind of force was this? As a scion of an ancient martial family, he could not comprehend this peculiar, almost magical strength. He raised his hands in an attempt to shield himself from the Dark Demon King's strike, but the dark energy enveloped him, seemingly without effect. The Dark Demon King gasped in horror. Holy Breaker, how is this possible? This cannot be. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Phoenix transformed into a blazing comet, declaring, Phoenix Dance, Nirvana Break. The Dark Demon King scoffed, seeking death. The clash of dark energy and fire erupted, beads of sweat cascading down their brows. Jun Haotian stood transfixed, watching the explosive confrontation, the entire coastline seeming to boil as sand and stones were hurled into the sea, splashing water everywhere. As he remained entranced by the spectacle, a sudden pain shot through his head, and he screamed, his form vanishing into thin air. The next moment, he reappeared behind the Dark Demon King, the silver knife flashing through the air with unparalleled speed and force, plunging directly into the Dark Demon King's spine. The Dark Demon King convulsed, and Phoenix seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Nirvana, break. Flames soared skyward, instantly reducing the Dark Demon King to ashes. Exhausted, Phoenix collapsed onto the ground. Jun Haotian stood in shock. Though he had often encountered death in stories, the reality filled him with an overwhelming dread. His hands trembled slightly, his lips dry, while he stood in a daze. A familiar white figure emerged, commanding, "Haotian, do not dwell on such thoughts, sit cross-legged and focus your mind." Jun Haotian felt an inexplicable trust toward the newcomer, who was none other than Yun Tianji. He settled into a lotus position on the sand, concentrating deeply. He sensed his blood beginning to boil, even visualizing the viscous liquid within him. Along with the veins he had been told were non-existent since he was 6 years old, transparent strands that seemed ready to vanish at any moment. His consciousness converged in his mind, and he experienced an excruciating tearing pain. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. The figure in white was indeed Yun Tianji. Wielding a green bamboo staff and a compass, his expression grave. Behind him, a sharply dressed elder asked, "Master, is Haotian about to awaken?" Yun Tianji nodded, suddenly smiling, "Yes. But I wonder what his innate ability index will be." He chuckled softly, glancing at the elder behind him. "Your Jun family is truly remarkable. This boy possesses 2 of the 5 sacred attributes, time and space. Moreover, he is a holy breaker. Unprecedented, truly unprecedented. Could the ancient legends of the ability realm be true? Do laws lead to divinity?" Jun Tianjian understood the significance of time, space, and the breaking of laws. These were the most enigmatic forces in the world. Thus, he too began to feel a sense of anticipation. However, the more abilities one awakens, the more the innate ability index would be diluted. Even the most talented might struggle. The elder appeared somewhat anxious. A series of roars erupted as the tide surged, the moon dimming considerably. The entire shoreline trembled. Yun Tianji activated his compass. Donning a peculiar pair of glasses, his demeanor serious. 10, 15, 20. Yun Tianji continued counting, while the elder behind him anxiously wiped sweat from his brow. More tense than when Jun Haotian faced the 2 demon kings. 90, 100, 180. Yun Tianji's astonishment grew, a sense of excitement washing over him. As if he had unearthed a treasure, he gasped while continuing to count. 207, 275, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284. Finally, Yun Tianji's count settled at 284. He exhaled in relief, turning to the elder behind him. Speechless, an innate ability index of 284. This is preposterous. How can anyone live with such power? Chapter 5, The Mysterious Investigation Bureau. The following day. In the slums of the coastal city, Jun Haotian slowly opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight made him feel uncomfortable, causing his entire body to tremble slightly as he gradually sat up. There was an acrid scent in the air. Beside him, Yun Tianji grinned mischievously. "Kid, you're finally awake." In an instant, Jun Haotian seemed to remember something, looking at Yun Tianji with an odd expression, and exclaimed, "Old man, I'm not dead." "Really not dead? Do you wish to be dead? But it seems you may be disappointed." Before Yun Tianji could finish, Jun Haotian impatiently interjected, "You saved me yesterday. You must know what truly happened. What were those strange powers?" "Absolutely not." Yun Tianji chuckled, patting his thigh, clearly pleased with himself. "Why not?" Yun Tianji gazed seriously at his disciple, murmuring, "I won't divulge anything until you've contemplated your future. You can continue to choose to be a wastrel, a pampered young master. Being a second-generation heir is quite a decent profession." "My future?" Jun Haotian was bewildered. "Indeed, your future." Yun Tianji nodded earnestly, his deep-set eyes fixed on Jun Haotian. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Haotian, you are not an ordinary person, nor am I. You belong to the Jun family. You should be aware of certain truths unknown to the common folk." Jun Haotian's expression began to grow tense, even tinged with fear and shock. As he withdrew his previously carefree smile, "You knew all along?" As he spoke, a sense of despondency washed over him. "I was deemed a waste with no meridians since I was 6. What achievements can I possibly hope for in this life? Lacking meridians does not equate to a lack of power. Moreover, who declared you devoid of meridians? It's merely that your meridians are rather unique." With that, Yun Tianji abruptly stood up, not allowing Jun Haotian a chance to respond, and added with a smile, "Before you resolve your answer, I shall tell you nothing. Your future is for you to choose." In the courtyard of the slums, Yun Tianji, holding a compass, watched the sun gradually set in the west, suddenly bursting into laughter. Behind him, Jun Haotian, still handsome yet weary, stood firm, his expression serious. "I've made up my mind." "Really? So soon?" Yun Tianji inquired. "I don't want to be a waste. I've faced death once already, I don't wish to confront it a second time. I also know the story of the innocent man suffering for his riches. Even if I choose a simple life now, I've already exposed myself yesterday. My days ahead are bound to be anything but peaceful. Yun Tianji nodded, surprised by how quickly Jun Haotian grasped so much. This was no ordinary wastrel. He was indeed a sage possessing a wisdom that belied his youth. Curiously eyeing Jun Haotian, Yun Tianji squinted and began to laugh, an eerie smile creeping onto his face. Your life is filled with choices. Whichever path you choose will lead to a broad avenue. Jun Haotian simply stated, I don't want to die. Even less do I wish to become a laughingstock. Momentarily taken aback, Yun Tianji nodded. Very well, then prepare yourself. First, let me ask you a question. Do you know what an ability user is? As a child of the Jun family, Jun Haotian naturally had some understanding of such extraordinary matters, being a scion of an ancient martial clan. However, having been labeled a waste since childhood, in consideration of his mental state, Jun Tianjian imposed a gag order, forbidding anyone from mentioning anything beyond natural powers in Jun Haotian's presence. Thus, his knowledge was merely superficial. However, before he could speak, Yun Tianji continued, an ability user is merely a term, perhaps not unlike how they are depicted in novels. It refers to anyone possessing abilities beyond those of ordinary people. What is an ability user? Yun Tianji went on, an ability user, by definition, is someone who is different from the norm. Different from the norm? Jun Haotian struggled to comprehend. The world holds many views on ability users, encompassing a plethora of different types. Western mages, swordsmen, knights, Eastern martial artists, Japanese onmyoji, and ninjas, all these individuals, distinct from the ordinary, are labeled as ability users. Your grandfather is also an ability user. Pausing for effect, Yun Tianji continued. Of course, being an ability user does not necessarily mean possessing immense power. Some ability users have unique attributes that ordinary people lack. For instance, the yin-yang eye, the ability to see through objects, or even endless life, akin to Pingzhu. What must I do to gain power? Jun Haotian inquired impatiently, as if the door to a long-sealed realm of mystery was gradually revealing itself to him. Hold on. Let me finish. Since there are ability users in this world, there must also be organizations that govern them. In fact, such organizations have existed for many years. Oh, I know, the Dragon Group and the Phoenix Group? Being a member of the Jun family, Jun Haotian was aware of these names. Correct, but not entirely. Almost every country has such organizations to protect, govern, or combat ability users. In our country, there are the top 3 groups, the Dragon Group, the Phoenix Group, and the Blade Group. Yun Tianji explained, to become an ability user, you must understand your peers and the environment of ability users. And if there are top 3 groups, what about the others? Jun Haotian asked curiously. Indeed, the top 3 groups are only mobilized during conflicts between nations or major incidents. Besides the top 3, there are also the bottom 6 groups, often referred to as the National Security 6, which handle domestic affairs. Jun Haotian seemed to ponder something and then grinned mischievously. Old man Yun, you wouldn't be telling me all this for no reason, would you? You're not hoping I'll become your laborer, are you? Yun Tianji chuckled. Among the National Security 6, there is one group that is the most mysterious and powerful, wielding the greatest authority. It is known as the 6th Division, also called the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. I am the head of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau here in the coastal city, overseeing all its projects. You? Just you, this old man? Jun Haotian laughed in disbelief. While he knew this old man was anything but ordinary, he still found it hard to accept. Yun Tianji squinted and replied, all right, I've said enough. What comes next is another choice. As it stands, you are indeed in a precarious position. You have 2 options. First, join the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, and I can be your direct contact. Second, return to Kyoto, where your family patriarch will protect you, and I will enjoy my leisure. The rest, you can consult him. He knows as much as I do. Originally, Jun Haotian had fled to avoid an arranged marriage. He did not wish to be a burden to his family or the subject of ridicule. With a new door opening before him, how could he choose to return? However, joining the Mysterious Investigation Bureau seemed. After much contemplation, Jun Haotian shamelessly inquired, are there benefits to joining the Mysterious Investigation Bureau? Yun Tianji tilted his head and laughed. You're just a fellow who won tea rise early without profit. Of course, there are benefits. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau does not impose rigid work requirements. For ability users, assisting the Bureau in completing tasks can yield substantial rewards. You will also enjoy benefits equivalent to those of Bureau-level officials, with authority surpassing that of local bureaucrats in the coastal city. There are no mandatory hours. You only need to complete missions. Hearing this, Jun Haotian felt it was quite appealing and immediately declared, "I accept this job." Chapter 6. The affluent beauty impulsiveness is a devil, and the subsequent days were undoubtedly torturous for Jun Haotian. Under the relentless urging of the old man Yun, Jun Haotian commenced an all-encompassing, devilish training regimen. The old man, under the guise of benevolence, proclaimed, "How can one become strong without diligent training?" It is undeniable that Yun Tianji was indeed a learned individual, and being in his company allowed Jun Haotian to absorb a vast array of knowledge. Astronomy, geography, cultural arts, nothing was beyond his grasp. Of course, Jun Haotian had already laid a solid foundation in these subjects 2 years prior. With weights strapped on, wielding a blade, and studying the body's acupoints, these 2 months of grueling training were essentially an integration of the systematic knowledge he had acquired over the past 2 years. Naturally, there were some novel experiences as well. In a dilapidated area, within a massive wooden tub, Jun Haotian found himself immersed in a black, herbal-scented hot bath, his skin itching. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. According to Yun Tianji, this herbal concoction could unlock one's potential, hasten the healing of wounds, and even render one impervious to blades and bullets. As he soaked in the medicinal bath, Jun Haotian meticulously carved a piece of snow-white jade with a silver engraving knife. His mind fully engrossed in the task, the visage of the statue began to emerge, deepening Jun Haotian's contemplative demeanor. Who but a phoenix could it be? In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and Jun Haotian's infernal training had yielded results. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge the old man's relentless verbal admonishments, every sparring session left him battered and bruised. With a body marked by scars, he could only submit to the rigors of training, persevering through the hardship. During these 2 months, he absorbed knowledge from Yun Tianji like a sponge, learning both the intricacies of combat and the art of killing. It was only now that he understood the truth behind Yun Tianji's assertion that killing is indeed an art form. Old man, who was that girl that night? Where did she go? Jun Haotian pondered, his gaze lost in the carving before him. Yun Tianji chuckled. After 2 months of silence, you finally asked. I thought you were indifferent. Jun Haotian's handsome face flushed. Well, that counts as one of today's 3 questions. The 3 questions were a unique reward devised by Yun Tianji. For the past 2 months, as long as Jun Haotian completed the training tasks assigned, he earned the opportunity to ask 3 questions regarding any topic. Over this period, he had gleaned much about the world of those with extraordinary abilities from Yun Tianji's insights. She belongs to the Feng family, and is named Feng Huang, reigning supreme. Among the 8 aristocratic families, your Jun family ranks first, while the Feng family is second. She should still be in Binhai, occupied with her own mission. Excitement illuminated Jun Haotian's face. Still in Binhai? That's wonderful. I can meet her again. Observing Jun Haotian's youthful exuberance, Yun Tianji cautioned, don't get too carried away. The head of the Feng family is an Emperor-level pure ability user. If you seek trouble, feel free to test your luck. Emperor level? Jun Haotian felt a twinge of fear. So what if it's Emperor level? Your grandfather is also an Emperor-level warrior. Yun Tianji retorted dismissively. Old man, what level are you at? Jun Haotian inquired curiously. Leaning over the tub, Yun Tianji squinted, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You lack the qualifications to ask. When you reach a certain level, I will divulge the truth. That's unfair. Jun Haotian protested. Yun Tianji stroked his beard, chuckling lightly. That doesn't count as one of today's questions. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Haotian asked again. Can you tell me how ability users enhance their powers? For 2 months, you've been training my body but never mentioned the use of abilities. Why? After a long pause, Yun Tianji replied, there is a distinction among ability users. Whether Eastern warriors or Western mages, they can enhance their strength through cultivation. They are referred to as practitioners. While this is related to innate talent, or the index of ability awakening, diligence is equally essential. However, pure ability users inherit their power through bloodlines. The strength of the bloodline determines their achievements. Some possess weak bloodlines, and no matter how hard they strive, they remain inept, unable to break through their limitations. You belong to the category of pure ability users. Old man, you aren't suggesting my bloodline is lacking, are you? I possess a distinguished lineage. Jun Haotian's anxiety grew. Your bloodline is excellent, truly remarkable. As Yun Tianji spoke, his body trembled with excitement. An innate awakening index of 284 is extraordinary. If that isn't exceptional, then nothing is. To put it in perspective, the maximum score for ability awakening is 100, with very few surpassing 90. Those with an index above 60 are considered highly gifted and can aspire to royal or even emperor-level prowess. Even though Jun Haotian possesses time, space, and holy destruction abilities, When averaged, it still equates to an innate talent above 90. It is said that even the godly Jun Haotian did not possess such formidable innate talent, making you truly unprecedented. The cultivation of pure ability bloodlines involves two paths: body training and spirit cultivation. Body training enables one to withstand the immense power of their bloodline, while spirit cultivation allows for better control of that power. Then why have you only focused on training my body without teaching me powerful ability techniques? Jun Haotian questioned, puzzled. Because abilities are inherently unique. Even ability users of the same attribute wield their powers differently, which requires personal exploration. Remember, what suits you best is what matters most. Jun Haotian advised. Feeling the changes within his body, Jun Haotian slowly emerged from the tub. His tall, slender frame, with soft lines glistening, revealed a complexion that was becoming increasingly radiant. Today marks your last day of training. Tomorrow, you shall commence your first mission. Let me see how much your strength has grown. With that, Jun Haotian donned a pair of optical glasses and instructed, let your bloodline surge and focus your thoughts. After some time, Jun Haotian, still in shock, murmured to himself, no wonder he possesses an innate ability index of 284. In just 2 months, his ability index has skyrocketed to 1,945. Achieving 2-star awakening level in merely 2 months is unprecedented. Regardless of Jun Haotian's astonishment, Jun Haotian donned his clothes, exuding an air of self-assuredness, and asked, what is my first mission, old man? Snapping out of his stupor, Jun Haotian replied, your first task is to protect someone. Bodyguard duty? Seriously? Jun Haotian chuckled mischievously. She's a beauty, mind you. I managed to secure this assignment with great effort. If you decline, I shall find someone else. There are plenty eager for this task. Wait, what's her name? Jun Haotian's excitement was palpable. Jun Haotian smiled enigmatically. You'll find out in due time. Is she a wealthy beauty? Jun Haotian shamelessly probed. Well, somewhat, Jun Haotian replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. All right, I accept this mission. Jun Haotian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Wealthy beauty, here I come. Chapter 7. The Enchantment of Jun Haotian. The Pyramid Group. A formidable commercial empire among the Fortune 500 engages in a myriad of lucrative industries. Wherever profit can be made globally, the presence of the Pyramid Group is unmistakable. Within the business realm, the leader of the Pyramid Group, Jin Shiming, is undoubtedly a legendary figure. Headquartered in the coastal city of Banhai, the Pyramid Group boasts an unimaginably opulent office building, aptly reflecting its name. Beneath its resplendent facade lies a structure reminiscent of a pyramid, comprising 33 floors, symbolizing the 33 heavens, and standing as an iconic edifice of the international metropolis of Banhai. For years, the pyramid building has been abuzz with activity. However, today, a sleek black convertible appears at its base. Inside the car sits a young man, exuding a flamboyant air, his eyes betraying a mischievous smile. Even beneath the enormous sunglasses, the curl of his lips reveals an unmistakable arrogance. With a resounding thud, the young man closes the car door, shielding himself from the sun, and playfully remarks, the Pyramid Group certainly seems affluent. This young man is none other than Jun Haotian. With his strikingly handsome visage, soft contours, and tall stature, he dons an expensive blue t-shirt paired with white casual trousers, all complemented by his devilishly charming smile, making him appear almost like a celebrity. A luxury car and a dashing young man are undeniably eye-catching, drawing the attention of numerous young women. Jun Haotian, however, does not rush inside but instead adopts a devil-may-care pose, leaning against his car door, seemingly at ease, while his hidden gaze scrutinizes the elegantly dressed women around him. He murmurs to himself, the Fortune 500 truly stands apart. Even their recruits possess such exquisite figures. Yet, Jun Haotian's arrival has incited a spectacle, with many girls casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Just moments ago, one even approached him to request his number. In this materialistic society, the allure of a luxury car combined with an attractive man is irresistible to many young women. Sir, this is the Pyramid Group building. How may I assist you? If you have no business here, I kindly ask you to leave, as you are disrupting our work, a security guard observes, somewhat irked by Jun Haotian's ostentation. Secretly, he thinks, with a little money, what is there to flaunt? Do you not realize this is the Pyramid Group? Our boss's car is worth more than you. Jun Haotian merely smiles, the enigmatic curve of his lips becoming even more elusive, emanating an aura of charm and mischief. This is precisely why people later referred to him as the Time-Space Demon Emperor. With a thinly veiled smirk, he declares, I am here to see someone. Banhai, the heart of the nation's economy, is home to many who are dubbed young masters, yet few like Jun Haotian, would so brazenly refer to themselves as such. This self-designation further diminishes the security guard's impression of this audacious youth. May I inquire whom you were seeking, sir? The guard's tone remains polite. Yet the underlying rudeness is palpable. Jun Haotian adjusts his sunglasses and replies, I am looking for someone named Jin Qiming. The guard pauses momentarily, inwardly scoffing. Do you really think you can meet our chairman just like that? May I ask if you have an appointment? Does one need an appointment to meet me? Jun Haotian tilts his head, grinning mischievously. I'm afraid we cannot announce you without an appointment. Please leave and do not disturb the normal operations of the pyramid group. The security guard, seemingly emboldened, retorts. The standoff between the guard and Jun Haotian has piqued the curiosity of onlookers. Many girls speculate whether he might be the fabled heir of the pyramid group, while most men regard him with disdain. Internally mocking, to act so arrogantly before the pyramid is to invite calamity. Ignoring the guard, Jun Haotian leans against his BMW, pulling out his phone to amuse himself. The guard, incensed, barks, Sir, are you even listening? You are disrupting our work. If you do not leave, I will not hesitate to take action. Suit yourself. Jun Haotian dismissively replies. How can you be so rude and ignorant of decorum? The guard, now agitated, exclaims. Jun Haotian remains unfazed, seemingly impervious to the altercation. At that moment, the grand doors of the pyramid suddenly swing open, and a group of individuals emerges, escorting a young man who bears an elegant smile. His gold-framed glasses glinting with intelligence. As Jun Haotian and the guard argue, this young man approaches, inquiring, Captain Zhang, what is happening here? The guard quickly shifts his demeanor. Responding respectfully, Manager Hua, this gentleman claims he wishes to see the chairman, but he lacks an appointment. I asked him to leave, yet he refuses to budge. Manager Hua sizes up Jun Haotian, his gaze steeped in condescension, emanating an air of superiority. He thinks to himself, I can go an entire year without seeing our chairman. How dare he think he can meet him? He mockingly addresses Jun Haotian. You really believe you can meet our chairman? Be gone. Exactly, Scram. This is not a place for a dandy like you to flirt. The security guard, emboldened by Manager Hua's presence, sneers at Jun Haotian. How dare a mere dog bark so brazenly before me? I will not let you off easily. Jun Haotian's eyes narrow, his enchanting gaze piercing through his sunglasses as if wielding a mysterious power. In an instant, the security guard's body begins to vanish into thin air, leaving only his upper half protruding from the steel and concrete of the pyramid group, unable to move, frantically shouting, Help! Help me! This peculiar ability is one of the spatial powers Jun Haotian has refined over the past 2 months. Manager Hua recoils in terror, taking 2 steps back. What? What have you done? What sorcery is this? Jun Haotian dismisses him, dialing a number. An elderly voice answers on the other end. Who is this? Is it Uncle Ren? This is Jun Haotian. The voice on the other end erupts with excitement. Ah, Master Jun. Where are you? The chairman is waiting for you. Uncle Ren. I have arrived at the pyramid group, but I seem to have encountered some trouble. It appears your security is not particularly welcoming. Please wait, Master Jun. I will come down immediately. The urgency in the elderly voice is palpable. Upon hearing this, Manager Hua is left dumbfounded, fully aware of Uncle Ren's stature within the organization. Internally, he marvels. This time, he has truly stepped into a hornet's nest. Chapter 8. The oncoming era. Before long, the entire pyramid group was abuzz with excitement. From the 33rd floor, urgent voices echoed. Make way! Make way! Soon, the resplendent doors of the pyramid swung open once more, and a middle-aged man emerged. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, his steps brisk and tinged with impatience. Upon seeing him, everyone was rendered speechless, particularly Manager Hua, who was utterly astonished. Why has the chairman come down personally? The middle-aged man was none other than Jin Qiming, the head of the pyramid group. It was evident that the chairman had come for the young man standing before him. Jun Haotian scrutinized Jin Qiming carefully. The man was clad in a designer suit, exuding an impressive aura. As a commercial legend, he was evidently well-preserved, possessing a physique that was neither too thin nor too stout. And his refined face still bore traces of the handsomeness he had in his youth. Extending his hand, Jin Qiming expressed his apologies. Master Jun, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Please, come inside. Master Jun? Jun Haotian found the title amusing. Jin Qiming laughed heartily. Master Jun, I am indeed a fan of your work. As a renowned sculptor, your title as master is well-deserved. Chairman? Manager Hua attempted to interject, but before he could finish, Jin Qiming's expression darkened as he declared, Huan, you have offended my most esteemed guest. Starting tomorrow, you need not come to work. Chairman, please let me explain. Manager Hua pleaded, but Jin Qiming ignored him, warmly ushering Jun Haotian into the depths of the pyramid group, leaving Hua and in despair, unsure of what to do. The pyramid group, being a Fortune 500 enterprise, had only one office above the 33rd floor, that of Jin Qiming. Although the space was not vast, it was lavishly adorned, embodying opulence. The pure white carpet, the small leaf rosewood furniture, and the crystal chandelier all radiated luxury. However, what astonished Jun Haotian the most was not just the expensive furnishings, but the numerous sculptures that adorned the room, each more lifelike than the last. Among them were 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, blood jade guanyin, and laughing Mithriya, sculptures that evoked a sense of familiarity and carried a fragrant allure. The most striking was a massive tea table intricately carved from gold and jade, depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea, a veritable pinnacle of artistry. Beside Jin Qiming, an elderly man chuckled. "Young Master Jun, does this feel familiar? Our chairman has been enamored with your sculptures for quite some time. Originally, Master Yun intended to auction your works at our pyramid auction house, but our chairman intercepted them all for his personal collection." As they spoke, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, the rich aroma of Wui Mountain's Dahong Pao tea. Jin Qiming's hearty laughter filled the room. "Master Jun, I have long admired you from afar." Seated on a white tiger-skin sofa, the two engaged in casual conversation. Though Jun Haotian felt a peculiar sense of unease under Jin Qiming's scrutinizing gaze, as if he were a thief caught in a den of rogues. "Please don't look at me like that," Jun Haotian instinctively exclaimed. "I assure you, I am not what you think." Laughter erupted throughout the office once more. "Master Jun," Jin Qiming responded, "who would have thought that your artistic accomplishments come with such a delightful sense of humor?" Standing behind Jin Qiming was an elderly man known as Uncle Ren, who regarded the two with a look of disdain. Uncle Ren was a veteran of the pyramid group and had an enigmatic relationship with Jin Qiming. Although not a formal member of the organization, he commanded respect, receiving a fixed annual dividend of 1% without fail. For the next 2 hours, Jin Qiming engaged in light-hearted banter with Jun Haotian. The young man experienced a strange sensation, as though the formidable leader of a Fortune 500 company before him was merely a leisurely individual, akin to someone conducting a household survey, almost as if a father-in-law were scrutinizing a prospective son-in-law. At last, after 2 hours and 35 minutes, Jun Haotian could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Jin," he inquired, "you didn't seek me out through Master Yun merely for tea and idle chatter, did you?" Jin Qiming chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Master Jun, I am aware that you are not an ordinary person, aside from your exceptional sculpting skills. Since I founded the Pyramid Group 2 decades ago, it has grown exponentially, and my wealth has increased as well. Yet, I have only one daughter. You see, with great wealth comes great attention, and over the years, there have been those who have sought to do my daughter harm. I would like to enlist your help in protecting her. In exchange, I am willing to offer half of the Pyramid Group's wealth." Jin Qiming's words struck Jun Haotian like a thunderbolt. Half of the Pyramid Group's wealth? What a staggering sum. Yet, it seemed there was a deeper implication hidden within his proposal. Noticing Jun Haotian's unperturbed demeanor, Jin Qiming nodded in acknowledgement, affirming his faith in the young man. Little did he know, Jun Haotian was already lost in thoughts of how wealthy he might become, his mind filled with visions of currency. "What do you think, Master Jun?" Jin Qiming inquired cautiously. "Deal. I shall accept this arrangement," Jun Haotian replied with remarkable decisiveness. "Excellent. How refreshing," Jin Qiming exclaimed, then snapped his fingers. Uncle Ren promptly produced a gold card and handed it to Jun Haotian. "This is a Swiss bank gold card, allowing an overdraft of $5 million. I will deposit $1 million each month for your daily expenses," Jin Qiming explained, watching as Jun Haotian accepted the card with a smile. Furthermore, Jin Qiming added, "I have already arranged for your school registration. You will be able to attend classes starting September 1st. School?" Jun Haotian jumped up in alarm. Due to traumatic childhood memories, he harbored a strong aversion to attending school. "I only agreed to protect your daughter. I never mentioned anything about going to school." Uncle Ren chuckled. "Young Master Jun, as the personal bodyguard of the young lady, you must accompany her everywhere. She is currently attending school, so naturally, you will as well." "Did Master Yun not inform you? Personal bodyguard? Accompany her everywhere?" Jun Haotian was flabbergasted, asking foolishly, "Does that mean I have to live with her?" Jin Qiming nodded with a smile. "In theory, yes. Or perhaps even closer." Though Jin Qiming's last words were spoken softly, they seemed to carry a hint of hope. However, Jun Haotian was oblivious. Already entranced by the idea of cohabitation, his mind swimming with tantalizing scenarios that nearly made him swoon. Yet, unbeknownst to Jun Haotian, This seemingly idyllic arrangement would soon transform into a veritable hell. Certain revelations that Jun Haotian had deliberately withheld, coupled with the enigmatic identity of Jin Shiming, would nearly lead him to ruin in his alluring career as a bodyguard. Chapter 9. Assassination. Binhai is an international metropolis, characterized by its bustling vibrancy and exorbitant real estate prices. To possess a respectable dwelling in Binhai is certainly beyond the means of an average individual. Owning a luxurious seaside residence in Binhai unequivocally indicates one's affluence. Spring River Garden, the most opulent seaside view estate in Binhai, features a villa nestled near the shore, adorned in a pristine white European style. A spacious bed under the skylight cradles a languid figure, whose elongated form reclines comfortably against the headboard. Dressed in immaculate white attire, he exudes an air of leisure. His long bangs obscure one eye, while the other glimmers with an otherworldly brilliance. To the unknowing observer, the villa's owner might well be mistaken for an ethereal being. Yet, this enigmatic youth is lost in visions of an idyllic cohabitation, filled with various enticing and exhilarating fantasies. Unbeknownst to him, a diminutive creature, entirely snowy white, approaches his fingertips, its delicate teeth gently gnawing at them. The little creature, resembling a teacup dog in size, bounces playfully. Its large eyes wide open, seemingly imbued with intelligence, gazing up at him. Its round, cubby form is utterly flawless, and its tiny paws tirelessly tug at his fingers, emitting curious sounds that seem to beckon for his attention. Yet, this infatuated master remains blissfully absorbed in his reverie, oblivious to the creature's efforts. In desperation, the little one leaps onto his chest, momentarily standing on its hind legs, waving its front paws animatedly, and pouting as if to express its discontent. With a hearty laugh, he extends his hand, and the creature excitedly hops onto his arm, licking affectionately and rolling about. But Bikyu, amused by its antics, he playfully teases it with his other hand, whispering, "Chio, we are about to move, living with a stunning beauty. Aren't you thrilled?" The creature, named Chio, clearly comprehends his words, its deep black-blue eyes filled with confusion as it places its tiny paws atop its head, emitting soft whines that suggest its displeasure. He pokes Chio's nose and chuckles. "Little one, it is futile to explain. You wouldn't understand. A true case of speaking to a cow." Unexpectedly, his words ignite the creature's ire. It turns its face away in anger while perched on his arm. He quickly reassures, "Dear one, your temper is quite fierce. Beware, or I shall withhold your treats." This, his ultimate weapon, prompts Chio to return, its expression now one of flattery as it nuzzles against his arm, emitting pitiable whines. For some time, he has been puzzled by Chio's true nature. Its pristine white fur and remarkable intellect set it apart from ordinary pets, resembling a sprite of the human realm. Since their fateful encounter in the forbidden snow jade forest at the age of 10, Chio has remained inseparable from him. Yet, despite the years, its size remains unchanged. What baffles him most is Chio's peculiar diet, consisting solely of the snow jade blossoms from the snow jade tree, which it was caught pilfering when they first met. Comfortably nestled on his arm, Chio relishes the grooming of its fur, seemingly in bliss. Bathed in golden light, the pair presents a strikingly harmonious image. Suddenly, Chio leaps up, its demeanor alert, emitting a roar that even he has never heard before. Though soft, it carries an undeniable authority. Momentarily taken aback, he muses aloud, "Is that a tiger's roar, Chio? Could it be that you are a teacup tiger?" Chuckling to himself, he mutters, "This is too amusing." However, noticing Chio's anxious reaction, he becomes curious. Before long, he is met with surprise as three identical figures materialize at his bedside. Chio, now visibly agitated, growls at them, its soft roar echoing a stern warning to vacate its territory. The trio gazes at Chio with intrigue, simultaneously exclaiming, "What an adorable little creature." With an enigmatic smile still gracing his lips, he remains unperturbed, wielding a silver carving knife and a block of mahogany, adopting a demeanor of silent stoicism. Without lifting his gaze, he inquires, "Who are you?" It is said that the young master of the Jun family is a passionate sculptor, a waste of potential with no meridian. The trio reiterates in unison, striking a nerve within him. The corners of his mysterious smile twitch slightly, yet he remains steadfast. Employing the psychological strategy imparted by old Yun, remain motionless while the enemy does the same. Any movement could reveal a vulnerability, allowing for a devastating counterattack when least expected. Surprisingly, your patience as a waste is commendable. Don't you wish to know why we are here? They taunt. You shall divulge it to me. He replies, his tone nonchalant. Return to the capital and annul the engagement. Immediately, his expression shifts, eyebrows knitting together. Did my little Shui send you? Silence. You are unworthy to utter Our Lady's name. You disgrace the Lan family. You have but two choices, annul the engagement or face death. The moment the word death escapes their lips, a silver carving knife is propelled from his wrist. Child's play. The trio scoffs in unison. Yet, underestimating him comes at a price, as the unexpected unfolds before their astonished eyes. Chapter 10. The mysterious orb in a magnificent European manner. The air was suffused with the delicate fragrance of gardenias. This estate, with a history spanning a century, exuded opulence that unmistakably reflected the extraordinary status of its owner. Within the rear garden, a young lady adorned in a flowing azure gown sat gracefully upon an ivory chair. Her aura was chillingly serene. Her eyes as clear as spring water, devoid of any ripples. Behind her stood a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, his face obscured. Miss, we have gathered intelligence on that individual. He is in Binhai. Binhai? The girl let out a cold, amused laugh. A hint of mischief dancing at the corners of her lips. Jun Haotian, I wonder how long you can hide. Miss, that insufferable brat dares to elope? He should reflect on his own worth, merely a good-for-nothing, a debauched heir, the man continued. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to call off the engagement. He is utterly unworthy of you, with a reputation in Kyoto that is simply abominable. Silence. The girl chastised, her voice still frosty. He is my fiancé. I may scold him and teach him a lesson, but I will not permit others to speak ill of him, not even you. But miss, he truly does not deserve you. Moreover, the underworld assassins have already gone to Binhai. The man dared not meet her gaze, his eyes wavering. As expected, the girl's voice turned even colder. She abruptly rose. Who authorized you to make decisions on your own? You have audacious nerve. It is the master's wish. The man stammered, trembling. Grandfather. The girl sighed, retracting the murderous aura that had enveloped her, her heart calming instantly. She spoke softly. Prepare a ticket. I must go to Binhai. Miss, regarding the master, the man hesitated. The girl's demeanor stiffened, and she replied coolly, I will speak with him myself. With that, she turned, her eyes resolute, though her heart raced with anxiety. You must not come to harm. You mustn't tea. You promised to pick me peaches and watch the sunrise with me. You must keep your word. In Binhai. At the moment Jun Haotian wielded the intricately crafted silver knife, time within the villa seemed to freeze. Though it lasted merely 2 seconds, it was perilously significant. In the lull of time, Jun Haotian's figure vanished, reappearing in an instant to seize the suspended knife, plunging it into the throat of one of the men. Without a drop of blood spilling forth. The entire sequence was seamless, executed with astonishing speed, completed in mere fractions of a second, rendering observers utterly bewildered. This was the essence of the lethal skills imparted to Jun Haotian by Yun Tianji. In a certain sense, Yun Tianji was indeed a commendable assassin. With a thud, the figure collapsed at Jun Haotian's feet. The remaining two stared at him in astonishment, exclaiming, a time-space dual ability user? This is impossible. You have no meridians? Retreat. One shouted, and both transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing from the villa. Jun Haotian, reveling in his triumph, laughed boastfully. What a farce. They fled like frightened rabbits, cowed by my overwhelming presence. However, the orb's reaction was starkly contrary to Jun Haotian's bravado. It continued to roar anxiously, seemingly warning him from behind. By the time Jun Haotian reacted, it was too late. A glint of cold steel, accompanied by a dark figure, had already approached from behind. As he turned, the blade struck his chest. A sharp pain surged through him, and he distinctly heard the sound of blood splattering, akin to wind chimes. Roar. The orb cried out fiercely. Its pristine white form now stained with blood, its eyes transformed into a crimson hue. A tremendous force surged from the heavens, howling with fury. Chapter 11. The legendary love between human and beast. The three individuals who unexpectedly descended upon Jun Haotian's home were all professional assassins. In a sudden twist of fate, Jun Haotian managed to eliminate one of them, a feat that can be attributed to both his prowess and luck. Although he had awakened his bloodline as a dual elemental ability user, he was still inexperienced in combat. A mere deception led him to let down his guard. And he fell victim to a blade, collapsing into a pool of blood. Why did you kill him? One assassin questioned another. I had no intention of killing him. He brought this upon himself by eliminating the third one. The two assassins continued their conversation, oblivious to a grave issue unfolding nearby. The petite, snow-white creature, Qiuqiu, was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Infused with Jun Haotian's essence, Qiuqiu grew rapidly, its crimson eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. In an instant, it morphed into a colossal beast, its pristine body now adorned with azure and silver patterns, and most astonishingly, a pair of wings sprouted from its back. Shaking its head vigorously, it became evident that this was no ordinary creature. It resembled a majestic tiger, albeit with an air of the uncanny. The heavy sounds of its breaths grew closer to the two assassins. With their keen senses, the assassins quickly realized the imminent danger and darted in opposite directions to flee. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing through the air. The dragon descends from the clouds, the tiger emerges from the wind. No matter how swift their escape, they could not outpace the white tiger. With wings unfurled, Haotian's eyes blazed with ferocity as it lunged forward. Its powerful paw struck one assassin squarely in the back, crushing him effortlessly into a lifeless mass. In the blink of an eye, Haotian was upon the second assassin, its gaping maw ready to devour. With a sickening crunch, the assassin was consumed whole, reduced to a mere meal for the beast. Yet, even after this, Haotian seemed unsatisfied. It gazed at the two fallen bodies, relentlessly striking them with its massive claws, as if intent on obliterating them completely. Time passed, and Haotian appeared to exhaust its strength. Its immense form began to shrink gradually, transforming back into a chibi teacup dog. Sorrowfully, Haotian approached Jun Haotian, leaping onto his face and licking him incessantly, emitting soft whimpers in a desperate attempt to rouse him. It continued this mournful display until it, too, collapsed in exhaustion upon Jun Haotian's cheek, a single tear of cool blue cascading from its eye. Meanwhile, in a coastal shantytown, Yun Tianji, clad in a white robe, stood beneath the setting sun, consulting his compass. He gazed at the sky in disbelief, muttering, "The white tiger, one of the four sacred beasts. I cannot fathom what meritorious deeds Haotian must have performed in his past life to earn the loyalty of such a creature." Pausing for a moment, Yun Tianji's expression shifted to one of unease as he pondered. It is said that white tigers are always female. Surely, there cannot be no. It should not lead to a romantic entanglement between human and beast. The phrase human-beast romance echoed in the air, reflecting Master Yun's profound disquietude. Chapter 12. No tears in this life. As the sun rises and sets, and the moon ascends and descends, life adheres to its own laws. Yun Tianji is not at all concerned that his disciple might meet a tragic end in such a trivial situation. To him, life is not so fragile. The Breakers are among the most formidable beings to kill in the realm of the extraordinary, and a Saint Breaker even more so. When the sunlight once again illuminated Jun Haotian's seaside villa the following day, after a night of recuperation, Jun Haotian's formidable bloodline was visibly healing his wounds at an astonishing rate. Fortunately, the assassination attempt was executed with the standards of an ordinary person in mind. The assassin clearly underestimated Jun Haotian, whose body had been infused with mysterious herbs, and the bloodline of a Saint Breaker. Thus, the heart was not penetrated. What was once a grievous wound had now transformed into a dark, blood-colored scar. With a grunt, Jun Haotian reluctantly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "This pain is unbearable. These wretches are utterly despicable. I shall not let you escape my wrath." Clutching his chest, Jun Haotian's enchanting brows furrowed slightly as he remarked, "It is fortunate that my fortune and fate are robust. Otherwise, I might have perished here today. I am still young. Yet to experience the bliss of cohabitation, how could I possibly die? It seems heaven is indeed fair." He burst into a wild laugh, only to be reminded of his injuries, which sent a jolt of pain through him. Raising his hand, he gently caressed the little creature resting on his face. Although Jun Haotian was oblivious to the events that had transpired, the sight of the little one, Haotian, whose weary eyes could barely lift, inexplicably tugged at his heart. This small creature seemed to evoke the softest sentiments buried beneath Jun Haotian's roguish exterior. "Haotian, you are the best. You will never abandon me or wish me harm." He spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. The formerly enchanting gaze of his eyes glistened with unshed tears as the corners of his mouth trembled in disbelief. "Haotian, she actually wanted to kill me? She truly wished to end my life. 10 years ago, beneath the maple trees." Jun Haotian vividly recalled the porcelain doll-like girl who had skipped joyfully behind him, sweetly calling, "Haotian Gidge, wait for me." He had plucked a vibrant red maple leaf and placed it atop the little girl's head, grinning as he asked, "Xiao Xue, is this for you? Do you like it?" The girl had replied with a childish lilt, "I like it. Then will you marry me in the future?" Of course, those childhood companions, those cherished memories. That innocent bond of youth had transformed into a brutal reality. After growing up, Jun Haotian had not seen Lan Muxue again. The little girl, once a porcelain doll, had blossomed into a formidable young woman, while he remained a mere waste, devoid of any potential. Haunted by the nightmares of his childhood and the stigma of being a failure, Jun Haotian spiraled into a life of indulgence. wasting his days and nights in the capital. Reckless and aimless, trying desperately to tarnish his reputation. He endeavored to thwart the trivial jest of childhood, perhaps believing she had not taken it seriously. Yet he clung to her playful words of "Will you marry me?" as a lifelong promise. However, fate once again played a cruel trick on Jun Haotian, as a political marriage unfolded before him. For this reason, he fled Kyoto on the very day of the engagement ceremony. His actions were not for any other purpose than to prevent this political union from shattering a girl's happiness. Yet, forsaking his reputation, suppressing his sorrow, and forcing a smile. The benevolence hidden behind his roguish facade yielded only bloodshed and chilling desolation, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Jun Haotian's otherworldly gaze ignited with a newfound brilliance as he vowed, "Lan Mushiwe, I shall not shed another tear for you in this lifetime. Never again. I am determined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, to never again be weak, to never again cry." Meanwhile, far away in Europe, Lan Mushiwe remained unaware that a mere misunderstanding had exacted an unimaginably heavy toll on her heart, one that she could scarcely bear. Chapter 13. Arrival at Dreamy Pavilion. There exists no greater sorrow than that of a heart grown numb. Despite Jun Haotian's seemingly carefree and frivolous demeanor, he is, after all, merely a boy of 16 or 17. Though his childhood was filled with luxury, his spirit was far from at ease. In his youth, he was mercilessly labeled a failure, rendering his rebellious pride exceedingly sensitive under such immense pressure. For Lan Mushiwe, Jun Haotian harbors cherished memories, an innocent yearning, and earnest intentions. Yet these have culminated in nothing more than an ephemeral illusion, almost costing him his life. As the sun set once again over the coastal horizon, Jun Haotian meticulously erased every trace of his presence from the villa, leaving no signs of anything amiss. The dark scar on his chest began to flake away, yet it still marred his otherwise luminous skin with a grotesque wound. While physical injuries may eventually heal, the wounds within his heart continue to bleed. Clad in a fresh ensemble and donning a charmingly wicked smile, his enchanting visage seemed untouched by recent events, yet his eyes inadvertently betrayed a hint of sorrow and weariness. Upon opening the grand door of the villa, he was greeted by Uncle Ren, who wore a beaming smile as he addressed him. "Young Master Jun, are you prepared?" Casting a glance at the opulent seaside villa, Uncle Ren couldn't help but sigh. It is truly a pity to leave such a splendid home unoccupied. After a moment of silence, Jun Haotian replied, "Uncle Ren, if possible, please assist me in renting out this villa." Uncle Ren paused, sensing a profound shift in the young man, as if he had undergone a dramatic transformation overnight. Jun Haotian too felt this change, and with a devilish grin, he quipped, "Don't misunderstand. This young master cannot bear to see such a fine villa fall into disrepair, gathering cobwebs while I remain here. Rest assured, young Master Jun, I shall ensure it is well taken care of." Uncle Ren responded, "Do you have any particular requirements for the tenants?" With a mischievous smile, Jun Haotian replied, "Uncle Ren, simply state in the rental listing, luxurious seaside villa for rent, female tenants only. Beautiful ladies can enjoy a half-price discount upon verification by the owner." Uncle Ren's expression turned comically flat, yet he nodded in agreement, taking a lingering glance at his cherished abode. He affectionately tapped the little creature named Chio perched on his shoulder. With that, Jun Haotian embarked on a journey he had not anticipated. The Pyramid Blue Maple Garden, a lavish estate constructed with significant investment by the Pyramid Group, welcomed them as Uncle Ren's extended Rolls-Royce came to a halt in the central area. The villa before them was a 3-story mansion, an impressive sight indeed. Spanning 500 to 600 square meters, it was entirely encased in tempered glass, with a crystal-clear entrance leading directly to a grand swimming pool. The backyard featured a modest garden, neither too large nor too small. "We have arrived, young master. This is the ladies' quarters, known as Dreamy Pavilion." Jun Haotian was not intimidated by the grandeur of such a residence, for it seemed but a trifle compared to the Jun family estate. However, he was curious about the architectural layout, which appeared to adhere to principles of yin and yang. Having been influenced by the eccentric Yun Tianji, he maintained a certain sensitivity towards matters of feng shui. With a sly chuckle, Jun Haotian and Uncle Ren stepped inside. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating mix of excitement and trepidation, silently hoping, let it not be filled with anything monstrous. If it is, this young master shall take his leave immediately. Chapter 14. The adorable Shangwan Shiner. The Dreamy Pavilion, a name of exquisite elegance, mirrors the beauty of its owner. As anticipated by Jun Haotian, Jin Mingjie, the sole daughter of Jin Shiming and the only heiress of the Pyramid Group, is indeed a stunning beauty despite her youthful age. Dressed in a kawaii Pikachu-themed nightgown, she retains an air of propriety. With long lashes, fair skin, and a typical oval face, she embodies grace. Miss Jean, I am your father's appointed bodyguard, Jun Haotian boldly proclaimed. We shall share the same roof from now on, so I look forward to your kind consideration. Without waiting for Uncle Ren to introduce him, he took the initiative. Uncle Ren was momentarily speechless, pondering the audacity of such familiarity. Jean Mingjie lifted her coffee cup and took a sip before asserting, I do not require a bodyguard. After scrutinizing Jun Haotian, she continued, moreover, I do not appreciate your type. Leaning nonchalantly against the sofa, Jun Haotian lit a cigarette, offering no rebuttal, his gaze shifting towards Uncle Ren. Stepping forward, Uncle Ren hastily interjected, Miss, this was personally arranged by the chairman, who went to great lengths for this decision. I do not care. I dislike him. And there is no way I will allow him to reside here. Uncle Ren, I will discuss this with father. Well, Miss, the chairman is currently abroad, negotiating business with the Mitsubishi Group. He is likely on a plane now. Jean Mingjie furrowed her delicate brows, exclaiming, Humph, he did this on purpose. Uncle Ren hesitated, sensing her ire. Pointing an accusatory finger at Jun Haotian, she declared with pride, regardless, I refuse to allow him to stay here. Uncle Ren, you handle this. As she prepared to ascend the stairs, Uncle Ren felt helpless. He thought to himself, Miss, do you realize how many desire to be associated with the Jun family? To have such a gem before you, and to dismiss him would surely lead to regret. Master Jun, I apologize. Miss has this temperament. Please be understanding and do not take offense, Uncle Ren cautiously apologized. Jun Haotian, however, displayed no signs of displeasure, crossing his legs with a charming smile. A touch of personality is delightful. Otherwise, there would be no challenge. I have transformed the temperaments of numerous young ladies in Kyoto. I hardly find interest in docile lambs. Rising slowly, Jun Haotian inquired, Uncle Ren, which room shall I occupy? Seeing that Jun Haotian had no intention of leaving and audaciously inquired about his accommodations. Jean Mingjie was taken aback, exclaiming, How shameless can you be? I have told you to leave, yet you wish to linger here? Just as Jean Mingjie was about to unleash her fury, a youthful, adorable voice echoed, Oh no, Jie, please help me see if I have gained weight or if my chi pao has shrunk. From the backyard, a figure rushed out, long, dark hair cascading down. Her face resembling that of a cartoon character, innocent yet tinged with a rosy hue. With large, glistening eyes that seemed on the verge of tears, she appeared exquisitely crafted. Like a porcelain doll. Were it not for her mature physique, Jun Haotian might have mistaken her for a child. Yet, this porcelain-like girl wore an incongruous outfit, an alluringly short chi pao adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns, revealing her delicate, fair thighs. Standing before Jean Mingjie, she unabashedly caressed her ample bosom, exclaiming, Jie, look, it feels so tight. Is it because I've been eating too many papayas lately? With a youthful, charming face, a voluptuous figure, and a sinuous waist, she was indeed the stuff of dreams for many men. Especially with her unintentional displays of adorableness, Jun Haotian's eyes widened in awe. Thinking to himself, a true masterpiece. Noticing Jun Haotian's lascivious gaze, Jean Mingjie admonished the girl, Shiner, there are guests present. Be mindful of your image. Oh, are there guests? Shangguan Shiner turned her head, glancing at Uncle Ren and then at Jun Haotian, whose alluring smile captivated her. She paused, before exclaiming, So handsome, so cool. I want to touch him. Chapter 15. Qiu versus Qi Lung. Jean Mingjie was utterly defeated by the infatuated persona of Shangguan Xiner. Left speechless to the point of exasperation as she exclaimed, Xiner. However, it seemed that Shangguan Xiner was oblivious to her call, steadily advancing towards Jun Haotian. Both Jean Mingjie and Uncle Ren were left dumbfounded, with Uncle Ren's heart racing uneasily as he pondered. Could this young master from the Jun family possess some enchanting sorcery that has captivated Xiner so thoroughly? Shangguan Xiner, with a figure reminiscent of a siren, approached Jun Haotian inch by inch, her gaze fixating on his shoulder where a plump, snow-white creature lay in slumber, its tiny paw rubbing at its eyes in sheer adorableness. How delightful! May I touch him? Shangguan Xiner implored with her soulful, sparkling eyes directed at Jun Haotian. In the dreaming pavilion, Jun Haotian, Jean Mingjie, and Uncle Ren were nearly overwhelmed, nearly choking on their breath. Jun Haotian wore a mischievous smile and shrugged, saying, If this little one has no objections, then neither do I. Splendid. He is so adorable, just like my Qilong. I adore him. As Shangguan Xiner's delicate arm reached out, nearly brushing against the little creature, Qiu's eyes suddenly snapped open, filled with ire as he glared at her, yet he still affectionately pawed at his own face, appearing drowsy. He nuzzled into Jun Haotian's embrace, radiating satisfaction. This little one is shy. Jun Haotian chuckled. Shangwan Xian'er pouted, her youthful voice declaring, "No way. I must hold him today. It must feel incredibly cozy. I simply adore him." With that, she thrust her arm into Jun Haotian's embrace. "Xian'er, what are you doing? You can't just hug a stranger." Jin Mingjie exclaimed urgently. Shangwan Xian'er turned back and made a playful face, retorting, "But this big brother is so handsome." Jun Haotian felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He realized he had encountered a seemingly innocent girl with a cunning heart. "Xian'er, you are not allowed to hug him," Jin Mingjie commanded, a hint of anger in her tone. Shangwan Xian'er giggled. "What's wrong, Jie? Are you jealous?" Jun Haotian cast a wicked glance at Jin Mingjie and then at Shangwan Xian'er, feigning shock. "Could it be that you two are the legendary pair of lilies?" "You are the one who is a lily," Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Xian'er retorted simultaneously, one voice filled with indignation and the other with an endearing playfulness. Just as Shangwan Xian'er's hand delved deep into Jun Haotian's embrace, ready to lift the little creature Chio, he suddenly transformed into a flash of white light. Leaping onto Jun Haotian's shoulder and beginning to growl softly, his innocent eyes brimming with vigilance as he gazed into the distance. Jun Haotian had witnessed Chio's alertness before, and his mischievous countenance tightened with concern. Shangwan Xian'er, mistaking Chio's actions for intentional rejection, placed her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. "You naughty thing. How can you be so disobedient?" "Humph." With that, she called out, Qilong, come here." Shortly after, a small, fiery red puppy resembling a flickering flame ambled in, adorably clumsy. However, before this creature, named Qilong, could reach Shangwan Xian'er, it stood on end, its crimson fur bristling, its deep black eyes fixed menacingly on Chio, clearly asserting, "This is my territory, get lost." At this moment, atop the pinnacle of the pyramid group, Yun Tianji, clad in white, was intently studying a compass. Jin Qiming remarked, "Master, do you think this operation will proceed smoothly?" Yet, Yun Tianji seemed somewhat distracted, murmuring to himself, "What is happening here? The white tiger against the Qilin, how intriguing. I never expected the Shangwan family to produce a sorceress. I wonder what delightful events will unfold next. How eagerly I anticipate it." Chapter 16. Jin Mingjie's prank plan: the Eastern Azure Dragon, the Western White Tiger, the Southern Vermilion Bird, and the Northern Black Tortoise. These are the four great sacred beasts of ancient times. In that mythological era, there existed another creature that stood alongside these formidable beings, the Qilin. Renowned as the foremost among terrestrial creatures, the Qilin's status was somewhat overshadowed by the White Tiger, the king of all beasts. However, while the Qilin was plentiful in that mythical age, the White Tiger was unique. The rivalry between the Qilin and the White Tiger has endured since ancient times. It was evident that the little creature, named Qilong, much like Chio, was no ordinary pet. The confrontation between Qilong and Chio seemed to capture everyone's attention. Uncle Ren chuckled softly, commenting, "Qilong is still as adorable as ever. Animals, after all, possess a strong territorial instinct." Jin Mingjie shot a displeased glance at Uncle Ren and retorted, "Are you indirectly criticizing me?" A look of embarrassment crossed Uncle Ren's face as he thought to himself, "It's troublesome when girls are too clever." Indeed, Uncle Ren's remarks about Qilong served as a critique of Jin Mingjie's attitude toward Jun Haotian, albeit one that she had discerned. Clearing his throat, Uncle Ren quickly insisted, "That was not my intention." As Qilong continued to growl softly, Chio did not back down, waving its little paws defiantly. Meanwhile, Shangwan Xian'er observed in astonishment, soon breaking into a fit of giggles, exclaiming, "Jie, look at how adorable he is." Being a young girl, Jin Mingjie was also charmed by Chio's cuteness, her beautiful eyes beginning to sparkle with excitement. Jun Haotian, with a faint smile, seemed to attract Qilong's attention from a distance. Qilong lifted its gaze, sniffing the air with an eager bounce, as if drawn to Jun Haotian. It appeared that something pure within Jun Haotian was enticing Qilong. However, held back by Chio's presence, Qilong could only circle around the sofa where Jun Haotian sat, hesitant to approach. Sighing, Jin Mingjie turned to Jun Haotian. He tilted his head and asked, "Are you speaking to me, Miss Jin?" "Of course. Who else would I be referring to?" Jin Mingjie retorted, her temper flaring, yet she moved closer to Jun Haotian. Pointing at Chio, "Would you be willing to sell him to me? I can offer a handsome price." The playful demeanor on Jun Haotian's face abruptly turned cold, an ominous aura enveloping him. Uncle Ren's first instinct was to intervene, sensing the brewing storm. He quickly interjected, "Young Master Jun." Before he could finish, Jun Haotian darkly declared, "This place is not suitable for me. Uncle Ren, inform Mr. Jin that this deal is concluded. I shall return to speak with old man Yun." Is it really necessary to be so angry over a mere pet? Jin Mingjie pouted, feeling unfairly treated. However, witnessing Jun Haotian's wrath stirred something within her, revealing a facet of his character that contrasted sharply with his outward demeanor. Shangwan Shiner tugged at Jin Mingjie's sleeve, whispering, "Jia Jia, you're mistaken. Just like Qiling, to me, he is not merely a pet, he is family. A true owner would never part with their companion, otherwise they are not deserving of the title. Miss Jin, it seems you lack the understanding that your younger sister possesses," Jun Haotian stated, preparing to take his leave. Jin Mingjie, stamping her foot in frustration, contemplated, "No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner." Quick-witted, she called out to Jun Haotian, "You are my bodyguard now. Where do you think you're going?" Turning to Uncle Run, she added, "Uncle Run, I want this bodyguard." Uncle Rin was taken aback by the sudden shift in Jin Mingjie's demeanor, though he understood it might not bode well. He looked at Jun Haotian with a hint of sympathy, but his task was accomplished, and he could not concern himself with the tribulations that awaited Jun Haotian. Grabbing Jun Haotian by the arm, Uncle Rin cheerfully stated, "Young Master Jun, you will be residing here from now on. Allow me to show you to your room." "Right this way." Jun Haotian hesitated for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Mingjie. "I am magnanimous and will not hold this against you. However, I expect this matter to remain a singular occurrence." With that, Jun Haotian was led away by Uncle Rin. Chiu perched on Jun Haotian's shoulder, cheekily making a face at Jin Mingjie, which was utterly adorable, leaving her both exasperated and amused, speechless. At that moment, Shangwan Shiner finally snapped out of her daze, looking at Jin Mingjie and asking, "Jia Jia, who is that handsome guy? Is he going to live here?" Jin Mingjie was left utterly speechless, thinking, "Didn't you just say you were familiar with him?" However, before she could respond, Shangwan Shiner leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Yay! I can finally see the handsome guy every day. He was so cool." Unaware of the dark clouds gathering over Jin Mingjie's head, she gazed at Jun Haotian's disappearing figure, muttering to herself, "You insolent brat, you've crossed me. From this day forth, my prank plan commences. Just you wait. You will pay for this." Yet, while both Shangwan Shiner and Jin Mingjie plotted their schemes, they remained oblivious to Qi Long, who had stealthily approached Jun Haotian's door, peering in with curiosity, tilting its head and pawing at the door, producing soft squeaking sounds. Chapter 17, The Mysterious War God Painting Young Master Jun. The Dreaming Pavilion consists of 3 levels. The first floor features a spacious living room and a comparatively large guest room, which I have already tidied up for you. You may reside here in the future. The second floor houses the boudoirs of the young lady and Miss Shangwan, while the third floor is a library. If you find yourself with ample leisure time, do visit. It boasts an extensive collection of books, all rare editions from the chairman's private library, Mr. Rin explained. Jun Haotian surveyed the room, which indeed was quite sizable, occupying roughly half of the first floor. The room was adorned with wooden flooring, and a grand bed faced the window. It also featured a private bathroom and lavatory, epitomizing luxury. Moreover, the room appeared to have undergone meticulous decoration, with a crystal chandelier and lifelike carvings adorning the bookshelves, while calligraphy and paintings hung elegantly on the walls, giving the space an artistic and scholarly ambience. "I am quite satisfied, Mr. Rin. Thank you," Jun Haotian remarked with a smile. "Please, young Master Jun, there is no need for formality. Your satisfaction is what matters." Mr. Rin chuckled, adding an explanation for Jin Mingjie. "Young Master Jun, the young lady has her temperament. I hope you won't mind. I am not one to lack refinement. I would not quibble with a young girl." Jun Haotian replied with pride. "Then I shall entrust the young lady's safety to you." Mr. Rin suddenly recalled another matter. Although the chairman oversees the pyramid group, he holds high expectations for the young lady. Apart from a fixed allowance of 30,000 yuan each month, she will receive no additional spending money. Jun Haotian looked at Mr. Rin with confusion. "Mr. Rin, why are you telling me this?" "Well, young master, you should understand. A man must take the initiative. When out with a girl, one ought to spend a little. If funds are insufficient, a mere phone call will suffice. The pyramid group has an abundance of money, if nothing else. A generous young man is sure to win a girl's favor," Mr. Rin remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Jun Haotian. "I sincerely hope to one day refer to you as my son-in-law." With that, Mr. Rin respectfully exited Jun Haotian's room. Jun Haotian stood momentarily stunned. Recalling Jin Qiming's ambiguous demeanor, his inquiries reminiscent of a census, and the immense wealth of the pyramid group, he suddenly chuckled to himself, murmuring, "Old Yun, you have truly found me a splendid job. They say I'm a bodyguard, yet it feels more like a son-in-law selection process. Plus, I get to indulge freely. How delightful." After savoring this pleasant thought, Jun Haotian prepared to commence his daily training. However, a classical painting in his room captured his attention. It depicted a formidable general clad in armor, standing majestically upon the battlefield, a golden spear in hand, surveying the chaos below. Where 1,000,000 soldiers clashed in a river of blood. Had it merely been an image, Jun Haotian might not have sensed anything amiss. Yet, the general emanated a faint red glow. As he focused intently, he discerned that beneath the crimson light, numerous scarlet dots were densely distributed around the general's form, intricately intertwined with golden lines. This was unmistakably a diagram of the human meridians and acupoints, with the scarlet dots pulsating rhythmically. The human body possesses 720 acupoints and 108 death points. Entering the death points before the life points can unlock the realm of immortality. Jun Haotian murmured, seemingly able to perceive the concealed text within the painting. The characters were orchestrated by the movements of the vast army on the battlefield, almost imperceptible at a cursory glance. Just as Jun Haotian was lost in thought, the red dots pulsating from the general's divine acupoint surged forth from the painting, striking directly at Jun Haotian's own divine acupoint. Instantly, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Meanwhile, Chio observed Jun Haotian with a peculiar gaze, offering no alarm, perhaps even a hint of excitement. Chapter 18. The god of war on the battlefield swaying gently, Jun Haotian experienced an ethereal sensation, as if his soul were adrift. He stood suspended in midair, feeling as though he had entered the mystical realm of the god of war's illustration. Below him, the battlefield teemed with life. 1,000,000 soldiers moved in a chaotic dance, the air thick with the scent of blood and the tumult of war. Concentrating his spirit, he filled his divine court with energy, directing his internal strength into the myriad acupoints within. The god of war's illustrations revealed that by rotating through 108 death points, one could master a complete sword technique capable of vanquishing foes from all directions. By traversing 365 primary points, one could acquire a blade technique that rendered them invincible. Furthermore, by circulating through 720 vital points, one could attain a spear technique that promised immortality and omnipotence. Pondering deeply, he discerned that the voice emanated from a figure clad in golden armor, the god of war himself. At that moment, the deity gazed upon Jun Haotian, and the surging murderous aura of the battlefield instilled a sense of dread within him. The golden-armored warrior's 720 acupoints simultaneously illuminated, releasing crimson glimmers that burst forth like tadpoles, penetrating Jun Haotian's very being. Gritting his teeth, Jun Haotian found himself rendered speechless, yet he could feel a languid energy emanating from his own acupoints. This was a realm of slaughter. The god of war could only unlock his most formidable powers in the face of life and death. Go forth, child, engage in battle, embrace slaughter. I wish you success in opening all 720 acupoints, achieving immortality. With those words, the golden god of war vanished, leaving Jun Haotian alone on the vast battlefield. Initially, Jun Haotian believed he was dreaming, yet the battlefield's vividness was utterly astonishing. As he stood in a daze, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and he felt a sharp, agonizing pain. Blood gushed from his arm, and Jun Haotian gasped. What in the world is this place? Am I dreaming, or is this reality? At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with such questions. Instinctively, he drew forth a silver carving knife, declaring, "Whether this is a dream or reality, I shall not concede. Come at me, I will slay you all." His laughter echoed through the chaos. The silver knife began to dance through the air. Yet how could a two-star ability wielder hope to withstand the onslaught of 1,000,000 soldiers? Nonetheless, driven by the will to survive, Jun Haotian pushed all considerations aside, determined to fight as fiercely as he could, even as his consciousness began to blur. Once more, the golden god of war's voice resonated in the sky, bursting forth with hearty laughter, unrestrained and unyielding. This state of lawlessness is remarkable. To enter the battlefield of slaughter and integrate into such a mysterious state on the first attempt, truly a prodigy. Alas, alas, it is a pity I cannot guide him personally. Otherwise, he would surely become the next god of war. Meanwhile, in the coastal region, Yintianji gazed intently at his compass, deeply inhaling before murmuring to himself. How could the aura of that lad Haotian simply vanish without a trace? Chapter 19. The opening of the divine aperture. A sound, both painful and magnetic, emanated from within the room. Jun Haotian instinctively slapped his forehead, finding himself seated on the floor, surveying his surroundings as he grumbled. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Otherwise, my precious life would have been lost on that damned battlefield of the war god. Bye-bye Chio, bye-bye Chio. The little creature, Chio, was bouncing with excitement. waving its tiny paws, the white appendages incessantly pointing at Jun Haotian's divine aperture. Tilting his head in confusion, Jun Haotian asked, "Little one, are you trying to tell me that it was all real?" Qiuqiu vigorously nodded, its round, sparkling eyes brimming with envy, continuing to chant, "Bye-bye Qiu, bye-bye Qiu." Following the assassination attempt, Jun Haotian increasingly felt that this little creature was shrouded in mystery, far beyond merely understanding human speech. He glanced at Qiuqiu, then instinctively cast his gaze upon the war god painting hanging on the wall. "Good heavens! This cannot be true," Jun Haotian exclaimed, rendered speechless. Terror striking him as he attempted to leap to his feet, only to be thwarted by the real aches in his body, causing him to plop back onto the floor. After some time, he finally managed to rise, the previous nonchalance replaced by a solemn expression. Could it be that the battlefield of the war god was indeed real? He rubbed his aching arms, recalling the countless lives he had taken the night before. Before him, the eerie painting of the war god now appeared as a blank canvas, its whiteness nearly blinding him. Hesitantly extending his hand to touch the pure white depiction, Jun Haotian's astonishment did not cease. Turning inward, he remembered the technique Yun Tianji had once taught him for introspection, a method for an ability user to observe their own power index. However, what filled him with dread was the realization that all 720 of his apertures had expanded to double their size, now manifesting as dark red dots. Vividly apparent, his divine aperture, however, shone a dark golden hue. Astonishingly, his power index had surged from 1,950 to 5,500, reaching the rank of a 5-star general. "I've struck it rich. To think there would be such a benefit," Jun Haotian mused to himself, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face, though it trembled slightly. As he calmed his racing thoughts, he noticed the dawn breaking outside. Leaning against the bed, he lit a cigarette and murmured, "It seems last night's events were indeed real. The battlefield of the war god codex. What kind of martial art is this?" Observing his own body, he pondered, "The war god codex is evidently a profound martial art, yet I possess no meridians. Why was I able to cultivate it?" If Yun Tianji were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly berate Jun Haotian mercilessly. The war god codex, a relic from ancient deities, was perhaps a rare coincidence. It might be the sole miraculous technique in existence that does not require the circulation of inner energy through meridians. Jun Haotian reminisced about the battlefield, where he had perished amidst a sea of soldiers, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh and leaped up, startling Qiuqiu perched on his shoulder. "I understand now. It is as such. One can exit the battlefield of the war god simply by dying. The longer one remains there, the more powerful they become. So that's how it is." In just one night, his power index had surged by over 3,000. This extraordinary enhancement sparked a glimmer of hope within Jun Haotian for a shortcut to power. With a silly grin, he thought, "Could it be that my luck is this fortuitous, aligning me with the likes of Naruto and his leveling skills?" While Jun Haotian was lost in his thoughts, he remained unaware that a dark golden stream of energy was circulating throughout his body, seemingly formless yet remarkably orderly, emanating from his divine aperture and eventually returning to it. "Help! Fire! Fire!" A shrill voice from outside, belonging to Shangguan Shiner, pierced through, snapping Jun Haotian back to reality. Instantly, he sprang into action, transforming into a shadow as he dashed out of the room. Chapter 20. The Falcon, the White Rabbit, and the Big Bad Wolf. Jun Haotian, in a state of urgency regarding the situation outside, was utterly oblivious to the astonishing speed he exhibited without employing his spatial abilities. Remarkably, his body, previously fraught with discomfort from the battlefield, now felt entirely at ease. The dreamy pavilion, despite its modest name, was a magnificent mansion. The first floor housed not only Jun Haotian's room, but also a spacious living room and a fully equipped kitchen, essential for daily life. When Jun Haotian burst out, he was utterly astonished. "Goodness, is this even possible? My eyes have truly been opened." He stroked his chin, a mix of amusement and mockery dancing in his expression as he observed the adorable Shangguan Xiner precariously adding water to a hot oil pan. Indeed, flames erupted within the exquisite kitchen. Shangguan Xiner, in a flurry, was at a loss for what to do, her anxious little face exuding an undeniable charm that compelled Jun Haotian to steal a few more glances. Qi Lung circled around her, calling out incessantly, mirroring her distress. "Come help me," Shangguan Xiner pleaded. Jun Haotian tilted his head, arms crossed with a mischievous grin. "Miss Xiner, are you addressing me?" "Of course, handsome. Hurry and lend a hand," Shangguan Xiner urged, her tone tinged with desperation. Feigning contemplation, Jun Haotian responded, "Miss Xiner, requesting assistance requires a certain decorum." I am Jun Haotian. Surely you must address me properly. How else would I know you were calling for me? If you were to utter a more melodious name, perhaps I would bestow upon you an unexpected surprise. Seemingly born with an innate charm, Shangwan Xiner scampered to Jun Haotian's side, her eyes blinking rapidly as she tugged at his arm. Brother Tian, please help me, I beg you. Her sugary voice sent a wave of comfort through Jun Haotian. Yet, seeing him remain unmoved, she added, would you please? I can't manage this on my own. With an air of cool bravado, Jun Haotian declared, very well, watch and learn. In an instant, he dashed into the kitchen, swiftly extinguishing the flames from the gas stove and pouring water into the pan, producing a loud, sizzling sound. Is that it? Shangwan Xiner exclaimed, her disbelief palpable as she gazed at Jun Haotian as if he were a marvel. To someone like her, unaccustomed to any form of culinary endeavor, he seemed nothing short of extraordinary. Jun Haotian, tilting his head with a smile, replied, all done. Shangwan Xiner pouted, inwardly lamenting, Jia, it's not that I wouldn't help you. Jun Haotian, with a sly grin, teased, Miss Xing, you don't know how to cook, do you? Jia usually does all the cooking. She's unwell today, and I'm quite hungry, so. Shangwan Xiner pouted, rubbing her belly, a look of distress threatening tears. She leaned closer to Jun Haotian, batting her eyelashes adorably. Brother Tian, can you cook? I'm really hungry. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, his mischievous smile deepening. What would you like to eat? Excitedly, Shangwan Xiner replied, Italian bacon, snow peas with fries, and Swiss red tea with 2 royal toasts, please. As she spoke, she watched Jun Haotian, thinking, now you're in a predicament. A flicker of determination crossed Jun Haotian's depths. No problem, just wait. My culinary skills are top-notch. Brother Tian. You're wonderful. Shangwan Xiner exclaimed, leaping up and planting a quick kiss on his cheek before darting away. Once Jun Haotian was in the kitchen, Shangwan Xiner cautiously retrieved a miniature walkie-talkie. Falcon, this is the White Rabbit, the White Rabbit. Plan 1 has failed. Plan 2 is in motion. The big bad wolf has fallen into the trap. Over. Received. The walkie-talkie crackled with the excited voice of Jean Mingjia. Chapter 21. The twilight snow confronted with 2 young ladies who were utterly inept in basic household tasks. Jun Haotian finally realized what was conspicuously absent in this dream pavilion, a caretaker. It was unfathomable to him how these 2 ladies had managed to survive without one. In the refined kitchen, Jun Haotian began to immerse himself in culinary pursuits. As the eldest son of the Jun family, his passions extended beyond mere carving to the art of gastronomy. He was quite particular about his food, having sought tutelage from various masters in the Jun household early on. In Jun Haotian's own words, an artist's essence lies in their taste. Before long, the delightful aroma of cooking wafted through the kitchen. Shangwan Xiner inhaled deeply, her cherubic face tinged with a blush, exclaiming, it smells divine. As she spoke, her mouth watered, her sparkling eyes blinking in anticipation, seemingly oblivious to any lurking dangers. Qilong reacted even more swiftly than Shangwan Xiner, dashing into the kitchen with eager, watery eyes fixed on Jun Haotian, wagging its tail. Entirely unfazed by the low growls emanating from the ball of fluff on Jun Haotian's shoulder. It whined softly. With hands on her hips, Shangwan Xiner huffed. You little traitor. You ran faster than I did. I must hurry in, or you'll devour everything. Nodding vigorously, she resembled a whirlwind as she charged into the kitchen. Upon arrival, she was astounded by the lavish spread of breakfast laid out before her. Not only were there crispy bacon and toasted bread, but also an array of exquisite pastries and freshly brewed, aromatic coffee. Oh my, it feels as though I've stepped into an English palace. How splendid. Before Jun Haotian could register her reaction, Shangwan Xiner's greedy gaze zeroed in on a plate of delicate cakes, and with remarkable agility, she lunged forward, indulging herself. This is so delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite cheesecake, she exclaimed between mouthfuls. Jun Haotian observed her with surprise and teased, Miss Xiner, how long has it been since you last ate? At that moment, lost in the pleasure of her meal, Shangwan Xiner paid him no mind. However, Jun Haotian, reveling in her enthusiasm, smiled proudly, proclaiming, indeed, my culinary skills are unmatched in the world. With that, he carried a beautifully arranged platter into the dining area. Enough breakfast for a banquet. Qilong promptly leaped onto Jun Haotian's lap, begging for a morsel. Meanwhile, Qiuqiu seemed to have forgotten Qilong's presence, boldly jumping onto the dining table. Its big, watery eyes fixed on Jun Haotian, emitting soft whines. Its tiny white paws pointed eagerly at the plate of Italian bacon, drooling in anticipation. Jun Haotian quipped, Do you wish to partake? Aren't you supposed to be a flower eater? Qiao protested with more soft whines, waving its little paws in indignation. Jun Haotian affectionately patted Qiao's head. All right, I understand. Here you go. He speared a piece of Italian bacon and presented it to Qiao, who excitedly grabbed it along with a silver fork. Despite the comical effort it took to do so, Qilong, larger than Qiao, looked at Jun Haotian with a mischievous grin. Though you are not my pet, I shall treat you equally, he teased. Qilong seemed to understand, affectionately nuzzling Jun Haotian's belly and barking joyfully. Just then, Shangwan Shiner emerged from the kitchen, unceremoniously taking a seat at the dining table. She glared at Qilong. You little traitor. Humph. I shall ignore you from now on. Qilong whimpered apologetically, lowering its head. Then cast a reluctant glance back at Jun Haotian before leaping into Shangwan Shiner's lap. Brother Tian, did you truly make all this? Shangwan Shiner fluttered her eyelashes. Of course. I am capable of anything. However, when Jun Haotian regained his focus, he found that the once admiring gaze of Shangwan Shiner was now fixated on devouring the food once more. Leave some for me. You are insatiable, he exclaimed, astonished. What of it? I am a foodie, after all, Shangwan Shiner unabashedly declared, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum as she began to grab food with her hands. The table, laden with exquisite breakfast, soon descended into a frenzy as they both dove into their meal with abandon. The battleground beneath the dream pavilion transformed into a scene of disarray. With Shangwan Shiner contentedly patting her belly, burping, I am so full, Jun Haotian lit a cigarette, grinning wickedly. Qiao also patted its round belly, squinting its eyes as it nestled on Jun Haotian's shoulder, dozing off. Qilong hummed contentedly, and the room was filled with the satisfaction of little foodies. Suddenly, Shangwan Shiner gasped in alarm. What is it now? Jun Haotian asked, puzzled. With glimmering, watery eyes, Shangwan Shiner leaned closer, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brother Tian, your culinary skills are extraordinary. What if I cannot enjoy such delights in the future? What are you implying? Jun Haotian's guard went up instantly. Shangwan Shiner quickly leaned in, playfully resting against him. Brother Tian, could you prepare delicious meals for me every day? Well, Jun Haotian hesitated. With perfect execution of her adorable charm, she shook his arm. Please. If I cannot have such delectable treats, my appetite will dwindle, and I will lose weight. Brother Tian, can you bear that? Jun Haotian smirked. Girls are better off a bit slimmer. Brother Tian, she protested. Please, just twice a week, all right? But Miss Shiner, isn't Miss Jean known for her culinary skills? I do not serve just anyone. Jun Haotian retorted haughtily. Shangwan Shiner pouted, but Jia only knows how to make noodle soup. I do not wish to eat that. Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to flick on in her mind. She licked her lips and whispered, if you agree, I can reveal many secrets about Jia. What do you think? What secrets? Jun Haotian feigned disinterest. However, his smile grew increasingly mischievous. If you tell me Miss Jin's measurements, I might just consider it. All right. Shangwan Shiner, the little foodie, was willing to sacrifice anything for her meal. Jia's measurements are 86, 60, 84. Jun Haotian rolled his eyes, clicking his tongue. Indeed, quite standard. Perfectly to my taste. As he spoke, he raised his enchanting gaze, leering at Shangwan Shiner, who immediately gasped, covering herself and jumping back in shock, her face flushed. Brother Tian, could we perhaps refrain from discussing measurements? It makes me shy. Jun Haotian tilted his head, squinting with a grin. Very well, Miss Shiner. How about this? You give me a kiss, and I'll whip up something delicious for you. Yes. Shangwan Shiner was beyond excited, nodding enthusiastically, her adorable foodie expression utterly captivating. With the delightful prospect of both engaging with handsome men and indulging in delectable food, Shangwan Xiner was more than willing to seize the moment. Without a hint of hesitation, she leapt into Jun Haotian's embrace and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. What are you doing, Xiner? Jin Mingjia's voice unexpectedly pierced the air, laced with fury. In her heart, she had already scolded Shangwan Xiner 180 times. Little traitor, you little traitor. Jin Mingjie had waited long in her chamber, only to receive no word from Xiner, who had even turned off the intercom. Naturally, she did not believe Jun Haotian would dare to harm Shangwan Xiner in any way. Eventually, her own hunger drove her downstairs. However, upon descending, she was met with a scandalous sight. Shangwan Xin's adorably flushed face was fervently nuzzling against that insufferable man. The prominent curves of her figure brushed against his arm through the delicate fabric of her qipao, leaving Jin Mingjie feeling overwhelmed. Unfazed, Shangwan Xiner seemed to relish the moment. Glancing at Jin Mingjie standing in the hallway, and playfully sticking out her tongue at Jun Haotian with a mischievous grin. "Oh no, I've been caught. Exiner, come here," Jin Mingjie commanded sternly. With a fleeting glance at the still smirking Jun Haotian, Shangwan Exiner replied, "Brother Tian, consider this a compensation for breakfast today. Hiki, I'm coming." With that, she scampered over to Jin Mingjie, who promptly pulled her behind herself, confronting Jun Haotian with a fierce glare. "You lecher, leave this place immediately. How dare you bully Exiner?" I. Jie, it's not like that," Shangwan Exiner interjected. "I kissed him of my own volition." Jin Mingjie was momentarily taken aback, her anger boiling over. "Shangwan Exiner, whose side are you on?" With a soft whimper, Shangwan Exiner fell silent, while Jun Haotian, with a squint and a smile, remarked, "Miss Jin, why so angry? Is it because this young master has tea-kissed you, causing you to feel jealous?" "You conceited fool," Jin Mingjie retorted fiercely. In contrast, Shangwan Exiner, seemingly fearless, chuckled, "Jie, Brother Tian smells so good, and his cooking is exquisite." Jin Mingjie's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked from Shangwan Exiner to Jun Haotian. At that moment, Jun Haotian was unabashedly appraising Jin Mingjie, his roguish gaze resting on her curves. "No wonder you have an 86 centimeters bust, while it cannot compare to Xiner's. It still has its charm. Who says I cannot compete with Xiner? She is merely a tad larger than I am." Jin Mingjie protested defiantly. But as she spoke, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. She shot Jun Haotian a fierce glare, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. This marked the inaugural clash between the hawk and the wolf, yet the wolf emerged victorious. Observing Jun Haotian's smug expression, Jin Mingjie felt a surge of frustration. Her competitive spirit ignited once more. She resolved silently, "I refuse to believe I cannot best you. Just wait and see how I will triumph." Chapter 22. The October assassins grasping Shangwan Shiner's hand, Jin Mingjie said, "Shiner, come up here with me." Shangwan Shiner pouted helplessly, glancing at Jun Haotian, and waved her hand with an unwilling expression. Jun Haotian finally extinguished the cigarette in his hand, chuckling, "A cute little foodie and a proud young lady. It seems that my task of educating girls has taken on some new challenges." As Jun Haotian embarked on his passionate cohabitation life within the Dreaming Pavilion. At the Bihai International Airport, a young girl dressed in a sea blue gown, her expression icy yet stunningly beautiful, stepped into a stretched Rolls-Royce, accompanied by a group of men in black. "Miss, we have tracked the whereabouts of the Jun family's young master," the driver said respectfully. The girl's cold gaze grew even more frigid as she commanded, "You must address him as my fiancé." The driver hesitated momentarily, not daring to refute, and replied, "Yes, miss." "Where is he now?" The girl inquired again, her voice tinged with concern. "What about the assassins?" The driver hesitated before responding, "The assassins have all been eliminated." The girl's icy demeanor seemed to soften, but not with rage, rather with excitement. She opened the car window and gazed at the bustling traffic of Binhai, thinking, "Brother Haotian, I never expected you to bring me such a delightful surprise. I truly look forward to our reunion. How dare you call me small? I could just strangle you." In her room, Jin Mingjie clutched a large teddy bear tightly, her pretty face brimming with indignation. "Jie," Shangwan Shiner pouted, looking at the unfortunate teddy bear with sympathy. "And you, Shangwan Shiner, the little traitor. You've infuriated me." Jin Mingjie pointed an accusatory finger at Shangwan Shiner. "Which side are you on? Didn't we agree to outsmart the big bad wolf? How could you go and kiss him and even eat the food he made?" "But," Shangwan Shiner mimicked an anime character, her fingers tapping together. "But Brother Tian's breakfast is truly delicious. And you still dare to say that?" Jin Mingjie retorted indignantly. "Is his cooking really better than mine? Can I say the truth?" Shangwan Shiner timidly looked at Jin Mingjie. Jin Mingjie shot her a glance and pouted. "Don't try to play the victim. It won't work." Shangwan Shiner pursed her lips, putting on a show. "Jie, your breakfast is also quite flavorful. Though a bit monotonous and lacking in variety, one could say it has its shortcomings. Speak plainly." Jin Mingjie gritted her teeth in frustration. "Honestly, you can't compare to Brother Tian's cooking," Shangwan Shiner declared directly. However, in her heart, she was murmuring, "Compared to Brother Tian's breakfast, yours is simply inedible." "Indeed." Jin Mingjie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Shangwan Shiner, you little traitor." Not long after, Jin Mingjie's voice rang out again from within the Dreaming Pavilion, "Jun Haotian, I formally challenge you." At that moment, Jun Haotian, who was leisurely sipping coffee in his room, was taken aback, only to hear a loud crash as the door was kicked open. He looked at Jin Mingjie, who stood defiantly, hands on her hips, wearing an apron. Tilting his head, the sunlight illuminated his face, revealing an irresistibly charming aura. "Miss, this is a gentleman's room. Couldn't you have knocked before entering?" Jin Mingjie huffed. "Only men need to knock when entering a girl's room. Girls can enter a man's space freely." As she spoke, she brandished a spatula and declared, "I am challenging you." Jun Haotian, baffled, smirked. "Miss, are you really challenging me to a cooking contest with that attire?" "Indeed, I challenge you to a culinary duel." At that moment, Shangguan Shiner covered her adorable face but peeked through her fingers, intrigued and excited. Meanwhile, the little creature, Chio, lazily stretched on Jun Haotian's shoulder, mockingly raising its paw. "Damn it, this is infuriating. Even you dare to mock me." Jin Mingjie glared at Jun Haotian defiantly. "Do you dare to compete?" "Compete in what?" Jun Haotian asked. Curiosity piqued. "Soup noodles," Jin Mingjie proclaimed seriously. Shangguan Shiner rolled her eyes, almost collapsing from disbelief. "Oh my goodness. Soup noodles, a traditional delicacy." Yet Jun Haotian suspected that Jin Mingjie only chose this dish because it was the simplest one she could make. In the kitchen of the Dreaming Pavilion, both Jin Mingjie and Jun Haotian prepared their dishes, with Shangguan Shiner reluctantly serving as the judge. Jin Mingjie, sweating profusely, was busy thickening the soup, and soon a bowl of noodles was ready. However, it was so ordinary that Jun Haotian couldn't even be bothered to glance at it. Just a basic bowl of soy sauce soup with some noodles. "I'm done," Jin Mingjie proclaimed proudly, looking at Jun Haotian. Jun Haotian disdainfully replied, "Miss, you are simply wasting good ingredients." "Humph, you're just jealous," Jin Mingjie shot back. On the dining table, the 2 bowls of noodle soup were presented, but it was evident that they were not of the same caliber. Even Jin Mingjie felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing the seafood noodle soup that Jun Haotian had prepared. Compared to her soy sauce soup, it was far more appetizing, making Jin Mingjie's fingers itch with desire. Shangguan Shiner, the little foodie, eyed the bowl of seafood noodle soup with gluttonous anticipation, the succulent shrimp and vibrant greens. Paired with rich mushrooms, this was not just soup, it was a work of art. Though reluctant to admit defeat, Jin Mingjie's heart began to waver as she observed the visual disparity, yet she maintained her tough facade. "It's just a bit prettier. It's no big deal." As she spoke, her gaze kept darting toward Shangguan Shiner, clearly implying, "If you don't say mine is better, you're done for." Shangguan Shiner wore a look of grievance, thinking, "You're the one competing. How can you act like this now?" Reluctantly, Shangguan Shiner picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of Jin Mingjie's noodle soup. She had tasted this flavor for years and paused after the first bite, her greedy gaze returning to Jun Haotian's seafood noodle soup. After glancing around, she dove in, and soon the sound of slurping filled the air as Shangguan Shiner stuffed her tiny mouth to the brim, exclaiming in delight, "Delicious. So delicious. It's simply divine." Jin Mingjie looked at Shangguan Shiner in confusion, wondering, is it really that good? Before long, Shangguan Shiner had devoured the entire bowl of seafood noodle soup. Jin Mingjie coughed twice, seemingly wanting to remind her, but it was futile. Jun Haotian, smugly observing, declared, "It's useless. She has splendidly capitulated to my culinary skills." Jin Mingjie pouted, "I refuse to believe it's that good." Without hesitation, she snatched the bowl from Shangguan Shiner's hands and took a sip. Instantly, the exquisite flavor overwhelmed her palate. "This is incredible. Is this really noodle soup?" With great enthusiasm, Jin Mingjie began to drink from the bowl, while Shangguan Shiner looked on discontentedly. "Jie, how could you do this?" But Jin Mingjie paid no heed, disregarding her image as a young lady. Contentedly wiping her mouth and smiling at Jun Haotian, "I have made my decision." After a brief pause, Jin Mingjie looked at Jun Haotian with a mischievous grin and declared, "From now on, you shall be the chef for our Dreaming Pavilion's daily meals." Jun Haotian shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "Cooking is merely a means to soothe my own temperament. My responsibility lies solely in ensuring your safety. I have no interest in culinary pursuits. I suggest you seek someone more capable for that task." It was absurd. Jun Haotian, the illustrious heir, had never even tasted the food prepared by Jun Tianzhan. How could he possibly take on the role of a personal chef for 2 young ladies? How can you say that?" Jin Mingjie exclaimed, her tone fierce. "Did my father invite you here solely for your enjoyment?" Despite her seemingly righteous indignation, her argument lacked substance. Jun Haotian stood up, narrowing his eyes with a devilish smile. "Say what you will. I simply do not take to the kitchen lightly. Now, if there is nothing else, I shall retire." "Then how will you prepare delicious meals for Xiner?" Jin Mingjie watched him turn away, feeling a pang of resentment. "Am I not as beautiful as Xiner? He seems lecherous. Surely, he would relish such an opportunity. Is he attempting to garner my attention with his cool demeanor?" Jun Haotian glanced back, the breeze tousling his bangs. his smile growing even more devilish. Cooking for Xiner comes at a cost. A cost? What cost? Jin Mingjie turned abruptly, looking at Shangwan Xiner with confusion. Shangwan Xiner giggled and replied, Jie, if Brother Tian makes me a delicious meal, I will give him a kiss. That is the price. Go to hell. Jin Mingjie shot an exasperated glare at Jun Haotian, but at that moment, he had already vanished from the living room. Jin Mingjie fumed, muttering, Lecher. A great lecher. Dream on if you think I'll kiss you. In the Pyramid Group's office building, Jin Qiming sat before his computer. A bemused expression on his face as he observed the screen displaying the happenings at Dreaming Pavilion. It seemed that nothing occurring within the pavilion escaped his notice. Sipping his coffee, Jin Qiming appeared quite entertained by his daughter's misadventures in front of Jun Haotian. Tilting his head, he asked, Uncle Ren, what do you think? Uncle Ren, with a restrained smile, nodded in approval, very well matched. I never imagined there could be someone capable of taming that arrogant young lady. I am increasingly curious about how events will unfold. Jin Qiming chuckled. Meanwhile, in a dark room elsewhere in Binhai, a girl clad in blue sat with an icy demeanor, flanked by a row of men in black. Miss, he has gone too far. You traveled all this way to Binhai, and he dares to associate with those two girls. This is simply unforgivable. Chapter 23. The opening of the sun acupoint. The young girl raised her arms, and the entire room fell silent. A rare smile graced the corners of her eyes as she remarked, Dreaming Pavilion, such an elegant name. She instinctively caressed the skull ring in her hand, causing those present to become acutely aware. Those familiar with the young lady knew that when she fiddled with her skull ring, it signified an ominous portent. Someone was destined to meet their demise. The young lady was enraged. October Assassin, make a trip to the Dreaming Pavilion. I demand to see Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Shiner tonight. I wish to uncover the audacity that allows them to claim my fiancé, Lan Mushue. Yes, miss. In a room on the upper floor, Jun Haotian was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his heart heavy with perplexity. The dark golden Shinting acupoint seemed to be expanding, growing from the size of a sesame seed to that of a soybean. Dark golden streams of energy emanated from the Shun Ting acupoint, reminiscent of the legendary internal force, yet distinctly different. It circulated irregularly around his body before returning to the various acupoints. Suddenly, dark golden streams surged forth again from the Shun Ting acupoint, racing towards the temples, one of the 9 lethal acupoints on the human head. Unbeknownst to Jun Haotian, he was engaging in an extremely perilous act. Striking at the head's fatal acupoints could lead to catastrophic consequences if not controlled properly. However, ignorance breeds fearlessness. With a thunderous roar, the dark golden light seemed to attempt to clear the blocked temples, but ultimately returned feebly to the Shun Ting acupoint, settling down once more. It seems this won't suffice. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, a serious smile gracing his lips. I truly wonder what would transpire should I succeed in opening all these acupoints to dark gold. I eagerly await my return to the battlefield. As he licked his lips, brimming with pride, his gaze abruptly shifted. Since awakening his extraordinary abilities, Jun Haotian's perception had dramatically heightened. He could sense every movement within the vicinity of the Dreaming Pavilion. Narrowing his eyes and wearing a playful smile, he mused. It appears those two girls are in peril. Throughout the day, Jin Mingjie struggled to regain her composure. As the heiress of the Jin Pyramid Group, she was unaccustomed to such indignity. Since Jun Haotian's arrival, however, she had experienced nothing but frustration, relentlessly pounding her delicate fists against a poor teddy bear. I must drive him away. I absolutely must. Don't, Jie. Shangwan Shiner pouted. If you drive Brother Tian away, who will make us delicious food? True, Jin Mingjie pondered, still vexed. But that insufferable brat actually dares to take liberties with me. It's an honor for him to cook for me. Suddenly, Shangwan Shiner's eyes sparkled with mischief. Jie, why not give him a kiss? Jin Mingjie exploded with anger. In his dreams, that lecher? I would never kiss him. Brother Tian is quite handsome, and he's cool in a mischievous way, exactly my type. Shangwan Shiner gushed dreamily. Humph. If you like him, why not go find him tonight? That lecher is probably waiting for you to throw yourself at him. Shangwan Shiner giggled. Sure, sleeping with a handsome guy must be delightful. You dare. Jin Mingjie huffed. Jie, why don't we go together? Shangwan Shiner proposed playfully. What a pair of shameless girls. Not only are they vying for another's fiancé, but they are also contemplating a three-way. A disdainful voice echoed in the room. Who are you? Jin Mingjie immediately became alert. Shangwan Shiner, fearless, placed her hands on her hips. You're the one without shame. Your whole family is shameless. It must be said, Shangwan Shiner's audacity was remarkable. Her reaction to the intruders was both amusing and bewildering. Jin Mingjie, however, responded more appropriately by pulling Shang Wanxiner close, her eyes now vigilant. Protecting Jin Mingjie was Jun Haotian's mission. Yet, he was unaware that the ambush he faced was instigated by his own presence. Clad in black stealth attire, blending seamlessly with the darkness, the two individuals were none other than the October assassins stationed at the seaside among the 15 guards of the Lan family. This time, only 2 assassins had been dispatched, indicating a lack of seriousness regarding the situation, while also wishing to observe Jun Haotian's reaction. You shameless girls, seducing another's fiancé. I truly wonder how you have the gall to live in this world. Today, I shall mar your beauty and see if Jun Haotian will still care for you. A sinister glint flashed as sharp knives appeared in the hands of the 2 assassins, who approached Jin Mingjie and Shang Wanxiner with malicious grins. Jin Mingjie cursed Jun Haotian in her heart. That wretched man is truly a harbinger of disaster. As the knife drew closer to her pale face, Jin Mingjie finally succumbed to fear. For a beautiful girl, disfigurement was far more agonizing than death itself. Woo-woo. Long Qi fiercely stood in front of the assassins, barking incessantly. Die. The cold blade was aimed directly at Long Qi, prompting Shang Wanxiner to shout in alarm. No. Long Qi, run. In a moment of desperation, Shang Wanxiner lunged toward the assassins, seeking to save Long Qi. The assassin chuckled darkly. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Brother Tian, help. In her final moments of despair, Shang Wanxiner thought of Jun Haotian. As the cold blade neared her delicate neck, a ripple in space occurred, and a charming smile appeared before her. Bye-bye Chio, bye-bye Chio. The little creature emitted excited sounds, waving its tiny paws in eager anticipation. The cold blade did not cease its advance due to Jun Haotian's arrival. However, he tilted his head, focusing intently, and uttered a chilling command. Time stop. The bodies of the 2 assassins froze mid-motion, and even Jin Mingjie and Shang Wanxiner were rendered immobile, seemingly unable to move. Jin Mingjie's gaze was transfixed on Jun Haotian's tall figure, her beautiful eyes unable to look away. She felt her heart race like a fawn, thumping wildly. Observing Jun Haotian, who stood resolutely before her, Shang Wanxiner nearly screamed. Brother Tian is so handsome, absolutely breathtaking. The one being unaffected by Jun Haotian's time manipulation was none other than Xiao Chio, who swiftly leaped before the assassins, striking them across the face with its tiny paws, emitting sounds of delight. Who are you? Jun Haotian's voice was cold, imbued with a hint of murderous intent drawn from the battlefield. The battlefield truly is a crucible for the human spirit. Jun Haotian, unaware, exuded a chilling aura that even seasoned assassins would find terrifying. The eeriness of his presence was palpable, and he himself was oblivious to the number of lives he had taken in the past. With frost-like eyes, Jun Haotian observed the 2 assassins struggling against the constraints of time. Don't waste your energy. You cannot escape my time stop. Although Jun Haotian had awakened as a dual-powered time and space ability user, Yan Tianji had never imparted to him the intricacies of wielding his powers. All development of his abilities had been self-taught. For 2 months, he practiced the suspension of time, initially managing to halt small objects for merely a second, gradually expanding his capabilities. Before entering the battlefield, he had honed his skills to freeze a space the size of a room for approximately 3 seconds. However, upon emerging from the battlefield, his powers surged dramatically, allowing him to immobilize Jin Mingjie's chamber for 10 seconds without any strain. Yet, such a standoff could not persist indefinitely, as Jun Haotian's abilities possessed inherent limitations. Time could not be suspended indefinitely. If you want to speak, don't blame me for being ruthless. With tremendous force, Jun Haotian's fingertips struck the abdomen of a guard. With a resounding crash, the guard was propelled backward by the sheer physical force. The energy center within his abdomen was obliterated by Jun Haotian's blow. A dark golden energy surged from Jun Haotian's fingertips and entered the guard's body, resulting in a shocking spectacle, even beyond Jun Haotian's expectations. The impacted guard initially flailed anxiously around the room, but the golden light within him erupted uncontrollably. Ultimately, amidst immense agony, all 720 acupoints in his body exploded with a series of thunderous sounds. Miraculously, he survived, however. He was left in a state akin to that of a vegetable, conscious yet devoid of any functional capability. The other guards stood frozen in disbelief, paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling at the gruesome scene before him. You are not human, you are not human? He stammered, questioning whether this was truly the legendary wasteful young master. The terror he felt was palpable, as if confronting a demon. Jun Haotian's heart stirred only slightly. After all, the young master who had emerged from the battlefield was no longer the mere frivolous heir he once was. He had witnessed the brutality of war, emerging from the carnage of countless foes without flinching at such horrors. "Who sent you?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes, a cold, piercing light emanating from his gaze. "You will not die easily, you treacherous scoundrel. The young lady will not let you go." Despite his trembling, the guard retained his ironclad spirit. Jun Haotian felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention of his daughter's name, murmuring, "Lan Mushua. Is it you again?" As his beloved daughter faced an assassination attempt, Jin Qiming was the first to spring into action, rushing to Mingxing Pavilion with Ren Shu. He hurried directly to Jin Mingjie's chamber, where the two young women appeared still dazed from the shock. Chapter 24, The God of Killing, by Qi. At this moment, Jun Haotian stood in silence, his once playful demeanor and captivating charm now replaced by a somber expression, leaning against the window and smoking. His elegant bangs danced in the breeze, giving him an air of inexplicable despondency. His strikingly handsome eyes became profoundly deep, observing the two figures lying on the ground. Jin Qiming rushed to Jun Haotian's side, urgency evident in his voice. "Master Jun, who exactly came to assassinate?" Ren Shu lowered his gaze, fixated on the two assassins, a sense of inexplicable dread gnawing at him. His fear did not stem from the vast organization behind the assassins, but rather from the brutal methods employed by Jun Haotian, which had reached a level of cruelty beyond comprehension. Jun Haotian squinted, taking a deep breath before addressing Jin Qiming. "Mr. Jin, these two individuals are now in your hands. This incident was not aimed at the young lady. They were targeting me. I apologize for the trouble caused. You may terminate this collaboration early. I have no objections." Jin Qiming was momentarily taken aback, sensing the unspoken gravity in Jun Haotian's tone and demeanor. He exchanged glances with Ren Shu before hastily responding, "What Master Jun says is unwarranted. Today's events only reinforce my belief that Master Jun can protect the young lady. Henceforth, I entrust her safety to you. Since Mr. Jin places his trust in me, we shall proceed with this matter," Jun Haotian replied, pausing briefly before continuing. "I am somewhat fatigued and shall retire to rest now. Please comfort the young lady. She has endured quite a shock this evening." "Understood. Master Jun, please take your leave," Jin Qiming replied promptly. As Jun Haotian exited Jin Mingjie's room, he stumbled slightly, the exertion from manipulating time having exceeded his limits. Furthermore, his heart felt as though it had been stabbed anew. "Xiaoxua, how have you transformed? Tamara girl's beauty, how could you become so ruthless?" At this moment, Jun Haotian's sentiment could only be described as heart-wrenching. He could tolerate Lan Mushue's misunderstanding of him, even her attempts on his life. But he could not abide the transformation of the innocent girl beneath the maple tree into someone so malevolent. Staggering back to his own chamber, Jun Haotian sat cross-legged, overwhelmed by sorrow, anguish, and rage surging within him. The dark golden energy emanated once more from the Shun Ting acupoint, slowly coursing through his temples. As negative emotions coalesced, they morphed into an immense, inexplicable agitation and a thirst for bloodshed. The dark golden energy intensified under the influence of these emotions, surging violently towards the temples, striking once, twice, and relentlessly, until at last, the terrifying force shattered the threshold to his temples, plunging Jun Haotian into a mysterious realm once more. In Jin Mingjie's boudoir, Jin Qiming stared blankly at Ren Shu, asking, "What do you make of this, Ren Shu?" "Terrifying, brutal," Ren Shu replied, furrowing his brow. "I cannot discern what method was employed to harm the enemy. Perhaps it was Master Yun's exquisite skill. Jijia, could you please tell me what transpired just now?" Jin Mingjie snapped out of her stupor, her eyes wide. "Those two villains suddenly barged in, accusing us of seducing someone else's fiancée and threatening to ruin our appearances. Then, Master Jun appeared, shouting for time to halt, and those two ruffians froze in place, rendering even Xian'er and me immobile." "Time halted?" Jin Qiming frowned. "A master of the time attribute?" Ren Shu offered a wry smile. "Chairman, it seems there is more to it than that. Young Master Jun's sudden appearance in the young lady's boudoir is not something any mere martial prowess could achieve." Jin Qiming's face lit up with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Are you suggesting spatial abilities?" "Indeed, young Master Jun must be endowed with both time and space attribute abilities." Ren Shu paused before shaking his head again. "Yet, it appears there is even more to it. I cannot ascertain the nature of young Master Jun's powers. It is all too mysterious." "You can't discern it either?" Jin Qiming replied incredulously. Ren Shu nodded solemnly. "It seems we must consult Master Yun." Jin Qiming agreed, smiling. "Regardless, the more extraordinary Master Jun's powers become, the stronger our position." As he spoke, he turned to his bewildered daughter, saying, "Jijia, You and Haotian are both young. Make an effort to grow closer. Who would want to get close to that arrogant fellow? Jin Mingjie pouted defiantly. Rinshu chuckled. My lady, this is an unparalleled opportunity. A young man like young Master Jun will surely attract many admirers. If you do not seize this chance, you may come to regret it. Rinshu, how could you act so unseemly? Jin Mingjie retorted, stomping her foot, her cheeks flushed. Jin Qiming and Rinshu erupted into hearty laughter, sharing a knowing glance. Observing his daughter's bashful expression, Jin Qiming hesitated to speak. Shangwan Xianer chimed in, echoing Jin Qiming's sentiments. Jejia, I believe Uncle Jin is right. Brother Tian is incredibly handsome, an excellent cook, and remarkably skilled. I find myself rather smitten. Narrowing her eyes, Shangwan Xianer teased, Jejia, girls must dare to love and hate. I have yet to fully comprehend my feelings for Brother Tian, but if it is indeed love, I will not yield. Who cares? If you're so infatuated, go ahead and throw yourself at that wretched man. Jin Mingjie feigned indifference, though her heart was incessantly haunted by the image of Jun Haotian's tall figure. Her cheeks reddening once more. How could I be thinking of that scoundrel? No way. It must be the lingering fear from earlier. So what if he saved me once? It's nothing significant. Right, Jin Mingjie? This is no big deal. She constantly reassured herself, yet the memory of Jun Haotian remained vividly clear, growing ever sharper. Noticing the rosy hue creeping onto Jin Mingjie's cheeks, Shangwan Xianer playfully remarked, Jie, you seem to be feeling drowsy. Not at all. I do not think of that scoundrel, I do not. Jin Qiming, as a father, could not help but chuckle at his daughter's demeanor. Jie, no one has accused you of thinking of Haotian. You are simply revealing your own guilt. You all are too much. Jin Mingjie huffed. I am tired now and need to rest. Jin Qiming tilted his head, laughing heartily. All right, I will refrain from teasing you. Rest well. That night, Jin Mingjie was completely unaware of whether she was awake or dreaming. If it was a dream, it felt far too real. She could vividly envision Jun Haotian's charming visage, which gradually receded from her view. Meanwhile, within Jun Haotian's dream, he found himself once more exhilarated. Returning to the battlefield of the god of war. The battlefield, filled with clashing metal and the scent of blood, was thick with the presence of 1,000,000 soldiers. Yet, upon his second arrival, Jun Haotian's mindset had transformed. He no longer felt the same terror and confusion as before, perhaps influenced by his own turmoil. His enchanting eyes now bore a crimson hue. With a flicker of motion, he activated his spatial powers, plunging into the throng of soldiers. An incessant rain of arrows fell from the sky, while cavalry surged back and forth in fierce combat. Time halt! Jun Haotian roared, his need for release overwhelming him as rage and sorrow enveloped his very being. The battlefield of the god of war was indeed a wondrous place. Even within this virtual realm, his abilities remained potent. However, the vastness of the battlefield, capable of accommodating 1,000,000 warriors, was undeniably immense. Centered around Jun Haotian, time within a 30-square-meter radius came to a standstill. The silver carving knife in Jun Haotian's hand danced with a swift elegance, reaping the lives of these warriors. So rapid was his movement that he felt almost ethereal, as if he were no longer present. The edges of the dark golden light were enveloped by a deep crimson aura, and wherever his power reached, a sanguine hue prevailed. Within 10 paces, a palpable aura of death loomed. For 15 seconds, time was frozen, and then the armored cavalry stirred once more, ignoring the burdens upon his body. Jun Haotian forcefully concentrated his spirit, commanding, Time, halt. Time once again ceased, albeit within a smaller scope and for a shorter duration. The dark red aura gradually transformed into a vibrant scarlet, and after an indeterminate period, the voice of the god of war sighed from the heavens. What a terrifying young man. Within 10 paces, a sea of scarlet. Remarkably, upon his second entrance to the battlefield, he has grasped the essence of killing intent. Alas, no matter how formidable one may be individually, it is utterly impossible to contend against a 1,000,000-strong army. Jun Haotian was oblivious to the toll he had exacted, but it was certain that he had claimed no fewer than 800 lives. His entire being was nearly drenched in blood, and by the end, even his own arms felt too heavy to lift, yet he continued to move mechanically. Stop it, stop it. The voice of the god of war resonated once more. Upon the battlefield, all else had vanished, leaving only the blood-soaked Jun Haotian and the god of war. The god of war, clad in snow-white garments, stood before Jun Haotian, raising a finger as a dark golden light enveloped him completely. At that moment, there was not a single unscathed part of Jun Haotian's body. Every muscle felt as though it had rusted, rendering him immobile. You have many questions, young man? The god of war inquired with a slight smile. Jun Haotian, gasping for breath, finally asked, Who exactly are you? I. The breeze lifted the god of war's white attire as a faint smile graced his face. I have long forgotten my name, having been here for countless years. Yet, I believe many once referred to me as Bai Qi. Jun Haotian nearly spat blood in shock, exclaiming, The white-clad god of killing, Bai Qi? You are the renowned general of the Qin, the god of killing, Bai Qi? How did you come to be here? How did I come to be here? Bai Qi erupted in wild laughter, his voice echoing so thunderously that it made the already exhausted Jun Haotian tremble. The white-clad god of killing, Bai Qi, a legendary general of the pre-Qin era, had slaughtered 400,000 Zhao troops in the Battle of Chongping, earning his fearsome reputation. Historical records state that he was ultimately killed by the king of Qin due to his overwhelming accomplishments. Yet, there are also mythical tales suggesting that Bai Qi, insatiable in his thirst for blood, was deceived by the immortal Su Fu into entering the realm of Enhua, where he was imprisoned within the landscapes of her sacred map. The legends surrounding Bai Qi, both in folklore and history, are nothing short of divine. Chapter 25. The Guardian of Flowers. Are you truly the god of death, Bai Qi? Jun Haotian asked in disbelief. Yes, and what of it? No, and what of that? Bai Qi, clad in immaculate garments and wearing a clean smile, had shed the imposing aura of golden armor, resembling a fragile scholar instead. Why are you here? Jun Haotian inquired once more. Bai Qi replied with a mocking smile. Those who are deemed gods of war seldom meet a favorable end, do they not? Are you even human? Yes and no. Bai Qi gazed into the battlefield sky, which seemed to morph into a blood-red hue in accordance with his expression. The war god diagram is an ancient technique for refining the body, a method that defies the heavens. It contradicts the fundamental principles of this world. Pausing momentarily, Bai Qi continued, there has never existed a technique that acquires power merely through stimulating the acupoints. The human body harbors immense potential, with countless powerful unknowns embedded within its 720 acupoints. It is laughable that the mundane only recognize meridians. They are but blind to the great mountain before them. Jun Haotian scoffed. They are not ignorant. They simply choose not to know. If such a miraculous technique were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to internal martial arts. Those with congenital blockages or weaknesses in their meridians would gain immense power, stripping away any superiority they once held. Indeed. Bai Qi nodded approvingly at Jun Haotian. A teachable child. But is the war god diagram truly that formidable? Can it truly unlock all 720 acupoints? Jun Haotian questioned again. Has anyone succeeded in mastering it? Yes. Bai Qi affirmed. I have mastered it, and you shall be the second. Should I rejoice or lament? Jun Haotian mocked with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by the god of death. If such immense power exists post-mastery, why are you still trapped here? Once one breaks through the 720 acupoints, one can indeed attain a state of physical immortality, requiring no internal energy, with physical strength capable of obliterating the heavens. However, it is merely flesh. Bai Qi lamented, by the time I realized this, it was too late. Jun Haotian pondered. What then are those dark golden rays within my body? Qi, or you may refer to it as spiritual energy. Bai Qi chuckled. Why does this spiritual energy cause a martial artist's acupoints to explode when I channel it into their dantian? Bai Qi regarded Jun Haotian as if he were a simpleton. It is quite simple, because they have not practiced the war god diagram. The spiritual energy circulates through the 720 acupoints, and if none can accommodate it, they shall burst. Is it truly that simple? Indeed. Bai Qi laughed. What is the war god battlefield? Jun Haotian then inquired. The war god battlefield is a simulated arena within my designated space, a parallel realm where I reign supreme. Can I enter at will? Not so. While practicing the war god diagram, you may establish a mental connection with this space. Only upon breaking through a primary acupoint may you enter the war god battlefield. When can I come and go freely? When all your acupoints are opened. Time slipped away, and Jun Haotian lost track of how long he had conversed with Bai Qi. From their discussion, he comprehended the mysteries of the war god diagram. It differed from martial arts. It was an ancient secret technique for body refinement. In essence, mastering this ancient method could lead to an indestructible physical state. Bai Qi explained that once the 108 deadly acupoints were opened, no one in this world could hope to kill your body. If all primary acupoints were opened, even the mightiest force could only inflict minor wounds upon you. With all 700 acupoints unlocked, injury would become exceedingly difficult. Aside from the war god diagram's transformation of the body, the sheer power generated through unblocking acupoints felt like an extraordinary cheat. This revelation filled Jun Haotian with exhilaration. Furthermore, for a dual-element pure ability user, body refinement was the unequivocal path to enhancing their bloodline strength. Since neither endeavor interfered with the other, why not embrace both? Within mere days, he had unlocked 2 deadly acupoints, illuminating Jun Haotian's path ahead with promise. Upon opening his eyes, he swiftly examined his own body. Indeed, the acupoints on either side had transformed into a dark golden hue, with spiritual energy surging forth, flowing throughout his body before returning to the acupoints. Jun Haotian stretched lazily, letting out a contented sigh. As his acupoints opened, he was astonished to discover a qualitative leap in his ability index, soaring from over 5,000 to nearly 9,000. The surge of joy eclipsed any lingering unpleasantness. Yun Tianji had once remarked that an ability index exceeding 100 indicated a low-tier ability user, the soldier rank. An index surpassing 1,000 denoted the commander rank, one exceeding 10,000 indicated the general rank, and one crossing 100,000 signified the king rank, while an index above 1 million represented the emperor rank. Within these tiers, there were 10 levels, each designated with a star name. Thus, Jun Haotian's index of over 9,000, yet unbroken through 10,000, categorized him as a 9-star commander. Unexpectedly, this young master was indeed a genius among geniuses, poised to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the general rank within mere days. What a delightful prospect. The War God battlefield truly was an extraordinary cheat. In truth, the War God battlefield merely provided Jun Haotian with an RPG experience of life and death, as it was only through constant trials of survival that one could gradually grow stronger. Strolling out of the room with a swagger, Jun Haotian's gaze fell first upon Shangguan Shiner. At that moment, she was patting her belly in a pitiful manner, and upon spotting Jun Haotian, she leaped with excitement, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on him. Then, with a look of innocent longing, she gazed up at him. "Brother Tian, I'm so hungry." Jun Haotian stared at Shangguan Shiner, seemingly transfixed, as if he had seen a ghost. At the sight of her adorable eyes, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, with countless specks of light converging in his mind. Images flickered like slides in his memory, ultimately freezing on a moment. A yellow beetle sent flying, a pool of blood and flames on the road, and Shangguan Shiner's charming head peeking out of the beetle, her lips stained with crimson. The scene in his mind crystallized, and Jun Haotian distinctly noted the time. 5:30 p.m. on September 1st. Seeing Jun Haotian lost in thought, Shangguan Shiner waved her delicate hand before his eyes. "Brother Tian, what's wrong?" Startled, Jun Haotian exclaimed, "Shiner, what day is it today?" "September 1st. She replied. A bitter sensation crept into the corners of Jun Haotian's mouth, his lips twitching as he cautiously asked, "Shiner, do you own a yellow beetle? The license plate is XXXX? Shangguan Shiner looked at him in bewilderment. Yes, how did Brother Tian know? At that moment, Jun Haotian felt utterly dazed, his mind a void. Echoing Yun Tianji's words, time abilities, no matter how utilized, remain fundamentally the same. You merely need to grasp 3 points: the past, the present, and the future. The future. The future. Jun Haotian murmured to himself, is this what the old man Yun referred to as prophetic ability? Prophetic ability is an evolution of time powers, said to allow one to glimpse everyone's future. As Jun Haotian's ability index ascended, he was astonished to find that the first power he unlocked was indeed prophecy. Had Yun Tianji not taught him, he would scarcely believe that what he envisioned was merely the near future. "Dear Brother Tian," exclaimed Shangguan Xiner, cradling a rich cup of milk tea in her hands. "Today marks the registration for the new semester." Jun Haotian, seemingly lost in thought, merely nodded in response. As the sumptuous breakfast spread was nearly devoured, Jean Mingjie, sporting dark circles beneath her eyes, descended the stairs, clearly having had a restless night. Shangguan Xiner, curious, inquired, Jie, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare?" Jean Mingjie, momentarily dazed, glanced at Jun Haotian and instinctively nodded in affirmation. Whether it was the shocking events of the previous day that had unsettled her, or the palpable transformation in Jun Haotian's demeanor overnight, the usual banter between Jean Mingjie and Jun Haotian was conspicuously absent during breakfast, with Jean Mingjie instead lavishing praise on the food he had prepared. Binhai International School, the largest elite institution in Binhai, was bustling with activity. A yellow beetle and a black BMW had already parked in the lot. Before Jun Haotian could alight from the vehicle, several figures approached, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles directed at Jean Mingjie. "Mingjie, you've arrived," they chimed. Jun Haotian sensed a chill in Jean Mingjie's gaze as she regarded the young men who greeted her with such familiarity. "Wang Ziwen," he said coldly, "I am not acquainted with you. Please address me by my full name. Shangguan Xiner, with her adorably fierce demeanor, added, Wang Ziwen, you are obstructing my path. A good dog knows not to block the way. Do you not understand? Ah, it's little sister Shangguan. Good morning. Wang Ziwen, unfazed, responded with an awkward grin. The young man, with fair skin and an air of refinement, was flanked by two sycophants who nodded and bowed, saying, Jean classmate. Our young master Wang has been waiting for you. Jie, I wonder if you are free tonight. I would like to. Jean Mingjie interjected sharply. I am not free. Unbeknownst to them, Jun Haotian had already positioned himself beside Jean Mingjie and Shangguan Xiner. Shangguan Xiner affectionately linked her arm with his, saying, Brother Tian, this person is quite bothersome, always pestering Jie. Could you teach him a lesson for us? Kid, this is none of your business. Scram, Wang Ziwen retorted, eyeing Jun Haotian warily, as the latter's striking looks posed a threat to his standing. With a devilish smile that never faltered, Jun Haotian remained silent. His movements swift as he delivered a sharp slap to Wang Ziwen's face, rendering him momentarily dazed. How rude. Is kid what you call me? You dare hit me. Wang Ziwen exclaimed, covering his cheek and waving his hand. Brocade, Big Bear, go. Teach this brat a lesson. Brocade and Big Bear, Wang Ziwen's lackeys, rushed forward, but Jun Haotian was no longer the same. He easily overpowered them. With one hand, he lifted the towering Big Bear and, with a deft kick, sent Brocade flying. Turning to Wang Ziwen, he warned, from now on, do not harass Jie, and should you encounter me in the future, best to avoid me, lest I ensure you regret it. Chapter 26 Provocation. In a state of panic, Wang Ziwen shouted as he fled, You wait, kid. I will make you aware of my power. Observing the two clumsy individuals struggling to rise from the ground, Jun Haotian smirked, brushing his lips with a finger, and remarked, I never expected to play the role of a gallant protector. How vain. Jean Mingjie scoffed, yet she felt an undeniable thrill, her gaze toward Jun Haotian gradually shifting. However, Shangguan Xiner cautioned softly, Brother Tian, you must be careful, that Wang Ziwen is the son of the police chief in Binhai. Oh, so he is somewhat of a princeling. Jun Haotian mocked with a smile. The first day of school was devoid of classes. Jun Haotian did not join Jean Mingjie and the others, but first visited the office of the academic director to officially register. Since Jean Qiming had facilitated his admission, the director treated him with courtesy, observing his demeanor typical of a young master. After wandering around the school, Jun Haotian's thoughts were consumed by his grand prophecy skills and that yellow beetle. Lighting a cigarette on the playground, he stared blankly at the sky and eventually sighed. Well, I will just wait and see. Worrying about events that have yet to occur is futile. At that moment, a crisp, cold voice interrupted. Student. Smoking is prohibited on school grounds. Jun Haotian turned to find their eyes locked, and he was momentarily stunned. It's you. With long hair flowing and clad in a fiery red dress, the newcomer's icy demeanor remained unaltered. The girl froze upon recognizing Jun Haotian, yet her gaze remained frigid, as if she were looking at a stranger rather than a savior. Who else could this red-clad maiden be but Phoenix? However, the flame of hope in Jun Haotian's heart was extinguished when the enigmatic girl ignored him and continued walking. Phoenix, before he could utter another word. Her chilling telepathic warning pierced his ears. If you dare to follow me or expose my identity, I will end you. Instantly, a chill coursed through Jun Haotian's body. He shook his head, a bitter smile creeping across his lips. In truth, he and Phoenix had merely exchanged one fleeting encounter. Yet her ethereal beauty had left a profound impression on him. Nevertheless, she was currently indifferent to him, and he was not one to pursue relentlessly. Extinguishing his cigarette, Jun Haotian sauntered into his designated classroom. The homeroom teacher regarded him, asking, Are you the new student? Standing before the blackboard, Jun Haotian introduced himself succinctly. Hello everyone. I'm Jun Haotian. I look forward to your guidance. It was a straightforward introduction, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. However, Wang Ziwen, seated below, felt his teeth grind in irritation. Thinking, you little brat, how dare you be in the same class as me? Just wait, I will show you. With that, Wang Ziwen signaled to his lackeys. Bao Kai and De Xiong immediately understood their master's intent. They exchanged mischievous grins and proceeded to tie a nearly invisible string across the path Jun Haotian would take to his seat. Jun Haotian shook his head internally, thinking, Damn it, this is just leftover mischief from my past. You two fools, very well, I shall indulge you. Nonchalantly strolling past, he approached the string. And with a resounding thud, he stepped directly onto it. The force was considerable, yet the string did not break. Instead, it caused the two desks it was tied to topple over with a loud crash. while Bao Kai and Xiong were still smirking. They suddenly found themselves on the floor in an embarrassing heap. Jun Haotian had returned to his desk, his devilish smile even more pronounced. What is happening? The homeroom teacher glared at Xiong and Bao Kai. The duo, rubbing their faces, replied simultaneously, Teacher, we are fine. We just didn't sit properly. Seeing the plan thwarted, Wang Ziwen huffed, useless fools. In a nearby office building, not far from the pyramid group in Beihai, a striking young man with flowing hair and a statuesque figure resembled a character from an anime. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, seemingly a butler, standing attentively. How is the investigation progressing? The young man inquired. Leader, the Darklight Demon King is indeed dead. My subordinates examined the wounds of both individuals, and their fatal injuries were inflicted by a small knife, suggesting that the assassin group was involved. Assassin group? The young man snorted. Which assassin group dares to strike against my alliance? Perhaps it is the Lan family. Lan Fengjue? The young man suddenly chuckled, with the world at my feet. And the phoenix dancing in Lanzhou, the 8 great families are inherently connected. As long as the Jun family does not intervene, I have nothing to fear. Recalling the Jun family and the young master of the Jun family residing in Europe, he shuddered slightly. After a brief pause to regain his composure, he continued. What about the little girl from the Feng family? Any news? She is still in Beihai, likely given an important task by the Feng group, currently. She's at Beihai International High School. Keep a close watch on her. Do not let her slip from your sight. Our research has reached a critical stage. And phoenix grass is indispensable. If the king successfully develops that drug, the entire realm of abilities will undergo a transformation. The world shall tremble in our grasp. Yes, leader. I too eagerly await that day. The middle-aged man replied excitedly. As if recalling something, the young man narrowed his eyes and grinned wickedly, by the way. What news from Jin Qiming? That fellow still refuses to support our alliance. What a stubborn fool. The funding for the Ability Alliance is almost entirely sourced from the Pyramid Group. If they develop a countermeasure against us, we shall be at a disadvantage. My subordinate understands and will handle it properly. You better hurry. The Darklight Demon King's demise is inconsequential. Now we can set our sights on Jin Qiming's precious daughter. I refuse to believe he will not comply. The young man cackled ominously. What does the leader mean? Have Feng Xian take action. Tonight, I want a severed arm from Jin Qiming's office. The young man sipped from his glass and added, and do not relax your vigilance regarding the little girl from the Feng family. Leader, the Ghost King has arrived in Beihai. Oh, the young man appeared intrigued. Let him roam freely. Having been at headquarters for too long, the Ghost King may be starved for fresh blood. Narrowing his eyes, he continued with a sinister tone. But keep a close watch on the Ghost King. Let us see what mission he has come for this time. The middle-aged man nodded slowly and retreated. The young man gazed distantly at the Pyramid Group, smiling. If only Jin Qiming were to support us financially, our alliance would ascend to unprecedented heights. Jin Qiming. I hope you make a wise choice. Otherwise, September 1st of the second year of high school was not particularly busy. Jun Haotian spent the entire day in a state of reverie. Bored, the young master attempted to practice his new skill, the prophecy technique, yet regrettably, apart from Jin Mingjia and Shangwan Xiner, he discerned nothing amiss. Could it be that the prophecy technique is influenced by interpersonal relationships? Why is it that he can only see the futures of others? Jun Haotian murmured to himself. After several attempts yielded no results, the young master decided to abandon his efforts. As a novice newly initiated into the realm of supernatural abilities, the novelty was exhilarating. However, for someone like him, who had been mentored by the peculiar Yunyanji, a state of tranquility seemed far more paramount. Yet, he did make some intriguing discoveries regarding the 2 dark golden acupoints within him, as the dark golden spiritual energy flowed continuously through them. Presently, Jun Haotian had learned to control this spiritual energy, guiding it to circulate within his acupoints in a rhythmic manner. Remarkably, he discovered that after the energy completed a full circuit around his body, it would become noticeably more robust. This revelation filled him with immense excitement. The circulation of spiritual energy and the dilation of his pores appeared to create a wondrous cycle, while the blood within him gradually thickened. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away swiftly. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, Jun Haotian felt enveloped in a profound sense of serenity. At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly surrounded him, rapping loudly upon his desk, disrupting his exploration of power. Slowly opening his enigmatic eyes, he gazed at the intruders. Propping himself against the desk, a beguiling smile gracing his face, though it was tinged with a hint of darkness. Before him stood none other than Wang Ziwen and his 2 lackeys, accompanied by several towering senior students. With a tone brimming with confidence, Wang Ziwen sneered at Jun Haotian, proclaiming, "You think highly of yourself today? Huh? Let me warn you, anyone who dares to challenge me, Wang Ziwen, will certainly pay the price." Jun Haotian responded with a mocking grin, "You've disturbed my meditation. Apologize at once, or I shall not be merciful." "Oh, you've got quite the tongue, huh? How about we settle this on the rooftop?" One of the arrogant seniors pointed at Jun Haotian. Taken aback, Jun Haotian's contemptuous smile deepened. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Not in the least. I fear no one," Jun Haotian retorted defiantly. Wang Ziwen wagged his finger at him, warning, "Just remember, this is our affair. Anyone who informs the teachers is a coward." Jun Haotian found it amusing, thinking to himself, "Is this what a prince says? In the capital, no prince has ever feared the teachers." In truth, Wang Ziwen was not afraid of the teachers but rather of his own father. After all, he came from a family of police officers, and domestic violence was not uncommon. If word of the upperclassman bullying a newcomer got back home, even if he were justified, it would become unjustifiable. "Come on, let's go." The senior students sneered, tilting their heads. Jun Haotian, with an air of disdain, followed them upstairs. Meanwhile, Shangwan Shiner looked at Jin Mingjie with curiosity, whispering, "Jie, do you think Brother Tian will be all right?" Chapter 27. Ambiguous postures. Jin Mingjie scoffed, saying, "Will he have matters to attend to? Have you forgotten what happened last night?" Instantly, Shangwan Xiner broke into a cold sweat, hesitating to speak. After a long pause, she finally said, Jie, what shall we do then? Let us return home." Jin Mingjie declared without hesitation. "We're not waiting for Brother Tian anymore." Shangwan Xiner pouted. "Do you wish for the entire school to know that he stays with us?" Jin Mingjie shot her a disapproving glance. "Oh, fine then," Shangwan Xiner replied timidly. However, Jin Mingjie was unaware that her decision today would nearly bring her to peril. On the rooftop of Binhai International School, Wang Ziwen wore a sinister smile as he pulled out a cigarette, and a lackey hurriedly bent down to ignite it. He truly exemplified a gold star sycophant. Wang Ziwen glared down at Jun Haotian and said, "Kid, since you're new here, I'll let this slide today, but only if you bow and apologize, promising to keep your distance from Mingjie. What do you say?" Jun Haotian loathed this condescending attitude and the domineering tone. Seeing Jun Haotian's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Ziwen seethed. "You are utterly ungrateful. To be frank, these fellows are all from the school's taekwondo club. You might as well prepare for some broken bones today. I wonder what it would feel like to toss you worthless scoundrels off this rooftop," Jun Haotian mused, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "What are you mumbling about? Wang, don't waste time with this kid. Just take him out." A tall member of the group seemed impatient. Wang Ziwen feigned nonchalance, tilting his head and waving his hand. "Then I'll leave it to you." "All right. I've long had a grudge against this brat." The group encircled Jun Haotian, who teasingly remarked, "Are you all ready?" The group paused momentarily as Jun Haotian swiftly appeared before the tallest member. His combat skills, honed on the battlefield, felt like overkill against these so-called taekwondo experts. How can this guy be so fast? Before the thought could fully form, Jun Haotian had already seized the tall one's collar, lifting him effortlessly overhead. To everyone's astonishment, he floated to the edge of the rooftop, casually perching on the railing. This seemingly carefree balance was precarious. A slip could mean a disastrous fall from the 7th floor. More terrifying was the fact that Jun Haotian still held a taekwondo expert weighing over 170 pounds with one hand, seemingly unfazed. A playful smile danced on his lips as he inquired, "What do you think would happen if I were to toss him down from here? Would it cause quite a stir at school?" "No." The other taekwondo seniors cried out, utterly stunned alongside Wang Ziwen. Jun Haotian tilted his head and grinned devilishly. "Should I throw you down?" "Please, big brother, I beg you, don't." With one hand lifting the tall fellow and the other playfully touching his nose, Jun Haotian continued. "I believe I just heard someone suggest I should bow and apologize. Is that true?" Everyone was almost in a trance, stammering, No, your voices are too soft." "I didn't catch that," Jun Haotian teased, feigning innocence. "No, big brother, please spare us. We were misled by a villain. We know we were wrong. Please don't be upset." The tall one was so terrified he nearly called for his grandfather. Jun Haotian chuckled, appearing harmless as he glanced down at the chaos below. Though it was dismissal time, the commotion on the rooftop had stirred a crowd of students gathering below. What on earth is happening up there? A superhero? Shangwan Xiner and Jin Mingjie were among the onlookers. Xiner stared up at the rooftop, dumbfounded, her hands raised in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Tian is so handsome." Jin Mingjie, however, wore a look of anxiety. He won't get into trouble, will he?" Jun Haotian, known for his wild antics, was exhilarated by the support from so many classmates below. He boldly addressed the Taekwondo members. I believe I mentioned that you interrupted my piece. What do you propose we do about it? Big brother, we were blind to your greatness. Do as you please. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes and smiled. My conditions are simple. You and your so-called Wang Xiao must stand with me and shout 100 times for everyone below. I was wrong. If I'm in a good mood, I might just let him go. Otherwise, he is going down. Do I have to shout too? Wang Ziwen, trembling, stammered, unaware of Jun Haotian's madness. As Jun Haotian loosened his grip, the tall one felt himself teetering and cried, Damn it, hurry up and shout. Do you want me to fall to my death? Under the pressure of the Taekwondo members, Wang Ziwen reluctantly approached the railing. And the entire school heard him proclaim, I was wrong. Speak louder, I didn't tee here. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Wang Ziwen's reluctant performance left a profound impression on his classmates. Laughter erupted below as the 100 shouts of I was wrong were spat out through gritted teeth, filled with far more resentment than remorse. Yet, this was of little concern to Jun Haotian, as he departed the rooftop with an air of nonchalance. His reckless demeanor instilled an intense psychological shock in Wang Ziwen and the Taekwondo experts. Upon reaching the parking lot, Jun Haotian froze. The familiar yellow beetle was nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he sprinted to his BMW, cursing under his breath, Damn it. They've gone too far. Those two reckless girls dared to leave without me. Glancing at his watch, an ominous feeling surged within him. 5 o'clock. Only a few minutes remained. With a press of the accelerator, Jun Haotian sped off like a bullet, muttering, Nothing must happen. As he recalled the tragic events of a previous prophecy, he accelerated further, weaving through traffic and inciting the ire of many drivers. The cacophony of honking horns filled the air, and Jun Haotian's brow furrowed deeper. Damn it, damn it. He saw the traffic ahead was congested and shouted in frustration. Time. Stop. Jun Haotian roared. The traffic lights ahead froze in place, and within 100 meters, all commotion ceased. Seeing his effort yielded results, he focused again, declaring spatial displacement. These two abilities had become Jun Haotian's most frequently used powers. The black BMW and Jun Haotian vanished from the busy road. When they reappeared, Jun Haotian slumped over the steering wheel, gasping for breath. Using such powers consecutively was taxing, even for someone nearing the pinnacle of his capabilities. He still struggled to control such extensive temporal and spatial powers. With a swift press of the accelerator, time becomes a crucial factor as she races toward her destination. The Golden Eagle Mall, an essential passage from Binhai International High School to the Mengxin Loft. At the pinnacle of the mall, a captivating young woman stands atop the building. Her eyes narrowed as she seems intently focused on the bustling traffic below. Ultimately, her gaze fixates on a yellow beetle, and with a sheepish smile, she addresses two young girls, saying, My dear sisters, I must apologize. The ambitions of men often demand sacrifices from women, a true failure of society. As she speaks, her hands rise into the air, declaring, Psychic storm. In the wake of her utterance, the world appears largely unchanged. Yet, if Jun Haotian were present, he would surely perceive an electromagnetic wave-like aura enveloping the Golden Eagle Tower, swirling incessantly. The woman, with a beguiling smile, proclaims, Little sisters, the show is about to commence. Just wait and see. Refusing to collaborate with the organization will lead to a most dismal outcome. You can only blame yourselves for associating with someone like Jean Shiming. Pausing momentarily, she sighs. I find myself feeling pity for the world once again. The psychic storm, a mysterious mental ability, second only to the 5 sacred elemental powers, once unleashed, could render many uncontrollable. Inside the yellow beetle, the driver is none other than Shangan Shiner, who gazes at Jean Mingjie with a puzzled expression, asking, Jia. Aren't you the least bit concerned about Brother Tian? Jean Mingjie, looking out the window with an air of casualness that belies her underlying anxiety, responds, Only you would care about that arrogant fellow. If you're worried about him, why not go find him? Pouting in protest, Shangan Shiner's adorable face soon breaks into a smile as she exclaims, But Brother Tian looks so handsome up there. I'm almost enchanted by him. Jean Mingjie, dissatisfied with her friend's infatuation, mutters, I truly don't understand what's so special about that lecher. Brother Tian is wonderful, at least far superior to Wang Ziwen. Shangan Shiner suddenly interjects, recalling something. Jia, you wouldn't have a crush on that scoundrel Wang Ziwen, would you? That's simply one do. He doesn't even compare to Brother Tian. Only a fool would like him. Please be careful while driving. Jean Mingjie replies, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Shangan Shiner's questioning. I knew it. How could you possibly like that scoundrel Wang Ziwen? Shangan Shiner triumphantly asserts. Shangan Shiner's innocence is unblemished, while Jin Mingjie conceals her true thoughts deep within. Her initial impression of Jun Haotian was profoundly negative, and despite the staggering events of the previous night, she still does not regard him as a good person. This sentiment appears deeply ingrained. Yet, sometimes, rational understanding cannot withstand the allure of emotion. And Jin Mingjie finds herself unwittingly conjuring images of Jun Haotian in her mind. That scoundrel. Her cheeks flush involuntarily as she lets out a soft sigh. Chapter 28. A new mission. At a moment when both girls were momentarily lost in thought, a bizarre occurrence transpired. A vehicle that was previously in motion suddenly began to reverse at an alarming speed. Jin Mingjie, taken by surprise, exclaimed, "Xiner, quickly move aside, move aside." However, Shangguan Xiner seemed momentarily dazed, as if under a spell. During that fleeting moment of distraction, the entire street began to transform in a most uncanny manner. Behind the yellow beetle, a large truck surged forward, accelerating with reckless abandon. Faced with the imminent danger of a formidable foe in front and an aggressive pursuer behind, the two young women appeared utterly bewildered, their eyes glazed in confusion. As the truck barreled toward them at over 100 miles per hour, Jun Haotian, seated in a distant black BMW, scoffed, "These two little fools don't even think to escape through the door." In the next instant, within the confines of the yellow beetle, as Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Xiner remained entranced, two hands inexplicably grasped their shoulders, as if tearing through the fabric of space. In an instant, they vanished from the beetle. The truck collided with the vehicle with a resounding crash, scattering debris across the street, while the beetle was sent flying, igniting a fiery blaze. "You two little fools. You didn't wait for me. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have met your demise." Jun Haotian fumed. Shangguan Xiner blinked in surprise, her excitement bubbling over. "Brother Tian, how did we end up in your car? How did you do that? It's incredible. Can you teach me?" Jun Haotian quickly patted his head, but soon wore a wicked grin. "I must admit, this feels rather good. Though the ability to manipulate time and space is among the most enigmatic of powers, it is not limitless. One cannot exceed their boundaries." Jun Haotian had first torn the space to pull a BMW into another realm, and then, with great effort, had brought Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Xiner into his vehicle. Having nearly reached his limits, despite his mischievous smile, it was evident that Jun Haotian was at his most vulnerable, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his pale cheek. His complexion alarmingly unhealthy. However, in the heat of the moment, Jin Mingjie remained oblivious to his condition, writhing in her seat, desperately seeking to find a less sensitive area to press against him. Yet, the more she squirmed, the more disconcerted she became. Shangguan Xiner observed the two with a playful expression, her curiosity piqued. "Brother Tian, Jia, what is wrong with you? One of you looks as red as a boiled crab, and the other as pale as snow. What is going on?" Jin Mingjie stammered, her embarrassment rendering her speechless. Jun Haotian coughed weakly. "Xiner, could you refrain from such vivid descriptions?" Shangguan Xiner pouted. "Did I say something wrong again? Drive." Jin Mingjie twisted in her seat once more, her tone a mix of annoyance and urgency. She seemed unable to endure the discomfort any longer. Taking a deep breath, Jun Haotian pressed the accelerator, and with a roar, the car surged forward. From a distance atop the Golden Eagle Plaza, a woman squinted, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixating on Jun Haotian's black BMW. A spatial attribute ability user? How could a spatial manipulator appear here? Perplexed yet unfazed, she caressed her flowing hair and declared, "No matter what Fengxian desires, no one can obstruct." With a melodic laugh, she plunged from the top of the building. Below, chaos reigned as a traffic accident unfolded, and no one noticed her peculiar descent. Extraordinary events soon unfolded as the woman seemed to defy gravity, soaring through the air with remarkable speed, heading straight for Jun Haotian's BMW. If anyone had claimed that a person could catch up to a BMW traveling at full speed, they would have been met with disbelief. Yet, this enigmatic woman achieved just that. Unperturbed by the astonished gazes of onlookers, she matched the speed of Jun Haotian's car effortlessly. What was that? Jun Haotian glanced at the rearview mirror, a flicker of terror crossing his features. At that moment, Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Xiner also caught sight of the woman, her long hair billowing as she flew in tandem with the speeding car. What was terrifying was that she was indeed flying. With a sudden burst of speed, Jun Haotian attempted to shake her off, yet she remained steadfastly at his side, seemingly a haunting shadow. No matter how many turns he took or how hard he accelerated or braked, she followed him like a ghost, her captivating visage fixed upon him, sending chills down his spine. "Brother Tian, what is that thing?" Is a human? How can she fly? Shangwan Xner gazed out the window, her expression innocent and curious. However, Jean Mingjia was less amused, her experiences weighing heavily upon her. Her mind raced, understanding that the recent car crash was no mere accident. Now, confronted with this bizarre woman, she could piece together the puzzle. What should they do now? The thrill of the chase was swiftly replaced by a chilling fear of death. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Though I am a gentleman, this woman is insufferable. She must be dealt with. This madwoman was recklessly flying down the street. Yet Jun Haotian was acutely aware of the consequences of such actions. The abilities of manipulators are not to be flaunted in broad daylight. Otherwise, they risk attracting the attention of the higher authorities. Even if he was on friendly terms with them, they would show no mercy. The black BMW eventually came to a halt in the coastal suburbs, while Fengxian remained suspended in midair, seemingly floating. Jun Haotian, irked, opened the car door, leaned against the window, lit a cigarette, and exhaled 2 smoke rings, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he gazed at the mesmerizing woman before him. Beautiful lady. I know I'm quite the catch, but you needn't pursue me so relentlessly. Suspended in the air, clad in an intricate outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, she was the epitome of temptation. Her pale blue eyes sparkled mischievously, a bewitching allure radiating from her. Such beauty was not easily resisted by any man. How do you know I like you, handsome? The enchanting woman drifted closer, her alluring eyes glimmering with mischief. Though captivating, her attire left much to the imagination. Embodying the essence of desire, visible yet unattainable, she grasped Jun Haotian's hand, attempting to guide it to her heart, all the while teasing, the moment I saw you, my spirit left my body, my knees grew weak, and my heart raced. Feel for yourself. Shameless. Jean Mingjie seethed from within the car, her indignation boiling over as she pounded her fists against the back seat, muttering, what a brazen woman. How could she so boldly seduce a man? Lacking any sense of shame. In truth, Jean Mingjie's fury stemmed from jealousy, mingled with an irrational fear and anxiety, as if her possession were being snatched away. Meanwhile, Shangwan Xiner, ever the enthusiastic observer, eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, chuckling, Jie, what do you think will happen next? Who knows? Jean Mingjie retorted sharply. Outside the vehicle, those enchanting eyes seemed to radiate an extraordinary brilliance, fixated intently on Jun Haotian's gaze. His hand was forcefully pressed against the woman's heart. Jun Haotian's eyes began to lose their luster, consumed by the woman's fervent and frenzied stare. Handsome boy, am I beautiful? The bewitching woman seductively extended her tongue, caressing Jun Haotian's cheek. Beautiful. You are the most beautiful I have ever seen. Sweetheart, you are truly wonderful. After a brief pause, she continued, then, dear boy, would you be willing to be my man? Yes, yes. You are my queen, my mistress, Jun Haotian eagerly proclaimed, grasping the woman's hand and pressing kisses upon it. Since you wish to be my man, you must not look at other women. How about you bring the 2 women inside the car to me for my disposal? The woman purred enticingly. Jun Haotian instinctively hesitated for a moment, but the woman playfully coaxed him. Is that all right? All right. With those words, Jun Haotian mechanically turned away. Suddenly, the woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she laughed. What nonsense about being a holy attribute ability user. Under my mental allure, he is just another fool. I now have another dog of a holy attribute ability user. How delightful. In that moment of her unrestrained laughter and relaxed demeanor, Jun Haotian abruptly glanced back, his own eyes glinting coldly. Transforming his finger into a sword, a dark golden light enveloped it, striking directly at the woman's wrennying acupoint. Jun Haotian's movements were astonishingly swift, his strength overwhelming, and the wrennying acupoint is one of the 9 vital death points in the human body. The force of his strike sent the woman reeling, as the dark golden spiritual energy surged into her body, causing her inner energy to spiral into chaos. Whether it was due to Jun Haotian's overexertion of his abilities, leaving him fatigued, or the fact that the woman was a powerful mental ability user, she, remarkably, did not lose consciousness after being struck at her vital point. Instead, she struggled to maintain her composure, her eyes filled with fear. This is impossible. How can this be? My mental allure has actually failed? Who are you? Chapter 29. The Convergence of the 5 Sacred Attributes. Jun Haotian squinted his eyes, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he remarked, did you not desire to be a queen? Is this the consequence of your ambitions? As he spoke, the dark golden spiritual energy surged into the woman's energy center, resulting in a thunderous explosion as her dantian shattered. Clutching her abdomen in agony, the woman gasped, what have you done to me? Although I am not fond of striking women, I will never show mercy to one who poses a threat to me. Beautiful lady, Savor the dread that accompanies your demise. He declared. You think your organization will let you off the hook? The woman retorted through gritted teeth. Jun Haotian, without a moment's hesitation, directed his fingertip to her biwei acupoint, a certain mark of death. With a single strike, she collapsed, rendered unconscious before she could even scream. Mission accomplished. Jun Haotian clapped his hands, a smirk spreading across his handsome yet devilish face. Upon returning to the vehicle, Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Shiner gazed at him with terror. Brother Tian, what have you done to that woman? I killed her. Jun Haotian inhaled deeply before uttering those two words, recalling the events of the previous night. Both Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Shiner turned pale, unable to voice their thoughts. Jun Haotian coldly remarked, if you do not eliminate her, she will eliminate you. Jin Mingjie instinctively nodded and inquired, where are we headed now? Back. Jun Haotian's expression turned serious, though his pallor was alarming. Just as he was about to start the engine, a call came through. Seeing the caller ID, he chuckled softly before answering. Old Yun, what brings you to call me? Kid, I don't have time for your nonsense. There has been a situation and a new mission awaits. Yun Tianji's voice was laced with urgency. Jun Haotian replied, slightly disgruntled, Old Yun, do you see me as mere labor? My bodyguard assignment isn't complete yet. Why am I being assigned another task? Do you think I possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Stop the chatter and come over quickly. If you wish to know who the woman you just killed was, you'd better hurry, Yun Tianji said earnestly. Jun Haotian paused, then responded, wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Jin Mingjie stared intensely at him, anxiety evident in her eyes. What has happened? You two drive back first. I need to deal with a matter. He declared. No, Brother Tian, it's dangerous outside. We should stay with you for safety. Shangwan Shiner pouted, visibly reluctant. Jun Haotian turned to Jin Mingjie, silently seeking her opinion. She nodded, we cannot return alone. We will accompany you. Jun Haotian agreed, his demeanor devoid of the usual playful charm. He was eager to clarify certain matters in front of old Yun. As a novice in this extraordinary realm, he had numerous questions that only Yun Tianji could answer. What could this new mission entail? Pressing the accelerator. The sleek black BMW sped away. In the coastal shantytown, the BMW drifted effortlessly before coming to a halt in the courtyard. Stepping out of the car, Jun Haotian wore an expression of displeasure, followed closely by Shangwan Shiner and Jin Mingjie, who gazed curiously at their surroundings as if they were in a different world. Brother Tian, where are we? It looks fascinating. Shangwan Shiner exclaimed, particularly captivated by the grape trellis in the yard, as if she had never seen anything like it. With a mischievous grin, Jun Haotian replied, this is an old man's home. Yun Tianji, donned in a white yin-yang robe, sat with a smile on a stone bench, holding a compass and a green bamboo staff. To his side sat 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, both seemingly around 20. The man exuded a cold aloofness, while the woman radiated an icy elegance. This striking duo truly resembled a pair of celestial beings. Shangwan Shiner, a little smitten, exclaimed, wow, look at that handsome guy. So charming. She nibbled on her finger, seemingly comparing the cold-faced young man to Jun Haotian, only to soon declare, he is handsome, but too cold and old. Not as youthful as Brother Tian. Hearing her innocent remarks, Yun Tianji laughed heartily, while the handsome young man's expression darkened slightly. The girl beside him stifled a laugh. Jin Mingjie, sensing the situation, pulled Shangwan Shiner aside. Shiner, be respectful. Having met Yun Tianji before, Jin Mingjie understood the complexity of his relationship with Jin Qiming, who held Yun Tianji in high regard. Master Yun, I apologize. Shiner is still a child. Please don't mind her. Jin Mingjie expressed contritely. Yun Tianji chuckled. Jin girl. No need to be so formal. My relationship with your father and Shangwan's elder is quite close. There is no need for such restraint in my presence. Turning to Jun Haotian with a grin, he remarked, Haotian, it seems you've grown more formidable in my absence. The playful tone carried an underlying implication. You've managed to win over the princess of the pyramid group. That's quite an accomplishment. Unfazed by old Yun's teasing, Jun Haotian maintained his thick-skinned demeanor. Lighting a cigarette, he purred, old man, will you not introduce these two? Yun Tianji nodded. Haotian, from now on, you will be teamed up with them to complete missions together. This one is Cold Heart, a 3-star king-level ability wielder, and this one is Cold Proud Snow, a 2-star elite ability wielder. Are they siblings? Jun Haotian inquired, eyeing Cold Proud Snow with interest, as if assessing prey. Cold Proud Snow, clearly disliking his unabashed gaze, coldly retorted, keep staring, and I shall gouge your eyes out. How fierce. Jun Haotian feigned a frightened expression. Yun Tianji chuckled, Proud Snow, that is just how he is. He may seem a bit reckless at times, but he is a decent person. You youngsters will understand each other better with time. Old Yun, what is this new mission all about? Jun Haotian pressed. Yun Tianji stood, addressing Jin Mingjie and Shengwan Shiner. Since you both are here, I'll take you to have some tea. Perceptive, Jin Mingjie realized that the ensuing discussion was not meant for them, and nodded in agreement. Shengwan Shiner, however, jumped in front of Yun Tianji. Grandpa, do you really know my grandfather? Of course. As the voices of the trio faded, Cold Heart finally spoke. Recently, several brides have gone missing in the coastal area. What does that have to do with us? Jun Haotian queried, perplexed. Cold Proud Snow shot him a frosty glare. Stop wasting time and listen. Be careful, or you might find yourself unmarried. Jun Haotian retorted. Say another word, and I shall sever your tongue. Cold Heart interjected, her tone brisk. Enough of the bickering. It is said that the Ghost King has arrived in the coastal area. Cold Proud Snow gasped, nearly springing to her feet. The Ghost King is here to abduct brides? Who is the Ghost King? Jun Haotian asked, bewildered. Both Cold Heart and Cold Proud Snow gave him an incredulous look, wondering, is this fellow truly an ability wielder? The name Demon King is not unfamiliar to those endowed with supernatural abilities. However, for Jun Haotian, a novice in the realm of abilities, the title appears dim and powerless. This stems from his lack of understanding of the structure of the supernatural world. Long Xian does not cast blame. Instead, she gently elucidates. Although the global supernatural system is comprised of various factions, it can be broadly categorized into several segments. One segment is the Western Church, a congregation of magicians and warriors, while another is the Dark Church, which stands in opposition to the Light Church, sharing a similar nature. This constitutes a significant portion of the landscape. Next, there are the 8 great families. As she speaks, Long Xian gazes at Jun Haotian and states, you hail from the Jun family, so you should possess some knowledge of the 8 great family system. Jun Lin Tian Xia, Feng Wu Lan Zhou. However, the term 8 great families is merely a collective designation. In truth, there exist numerous families with supernatural abilities across the world, and the 8 great families are undoubtedly the most representative, as their patriarchs are nearly all of imperial caliber. Jun Haotian refrains from interjecting, choosing instead to listen intently. Beyond these factions lies the national supernatural agencies of various countries, including our own upper 3 groups and 6 offices, the Black Dragon Society and Shrines of the Island Nation, as well as the Sadas in Europe and the mutants in America, fall under this category. Pausing for effect, Long Xian appears to adopt a more serious tone. In addition to these forces, there are 3 other powerful entities whose trajectories are pivotal in determining the direction of the supernatural world. Unlike the former, which merely represent formidable military deterrents, their existence signifies the path and evolution of supernatural beings. These 3 forces are the Alliance of Supernatural Beings, the Convergent Society of Supernatural Powers, and the Lawbreakers. Lawbreakers? Jun Haotian blinks, seemingly recalling something, yet a fleeting distraction renders him tranquil once more. The Alliance of Supernatural Beings and the Convergent Society have existed in this world for an indeterminate number of years, serving as barometers for pure supernatural beings and cultivators. They are immensely powerful, truly formidable. No one has ever discerned the identities of the leaders of these 2 alliances, but legends suggest they have lived for centuries and are both 10-star sovereigns. 10 stars. Sovereigns. Jun Haotian exclaims in astonishment. Lung Aoshue regards him with disdain and retorts, there is no need to be so surprised. This is hardly a secret in the realm of abilities. Long Xian nods at Jun Haotian, affirming, indeed, they are 10-star sovereigns, the pinnacle of existence in the entire world. However, this is not what is truly terrifying. What is truly frightening is that these are 2 formidable war organizations, each structured with 3 sovereigns, 8 kings, and 24 generals. What do 3 sovereigns, 8 kings, and 24 generals signify? She explains, each organization boasts 3 sovereign-level experts. Across the globe, there are fewer than 20 individuals of sovereign caliber, yet these 2 organizations alone account for 6 of those positions. Their power is thus evident. And the Demon King is one of the 8 king-level experts of the Convergent Society, holding the rank of 8-star king. Lung Xian lets out a wry smile and continues. Legend has it that the Demon King suffered emotional trauma in his youth. In a fit of rage, he pursued the path of the demonic arts. Upon mastering this path, he exterminated all of his kin, becoming utterly devoid of affection or love. Chapter 30. The drawbacks of the 5 sacred attributes. Is it really that impressive? Jun Haotian expressed his disbelief. Long Xian nodded and replied, indeed. Moreover, The Ghost King possesses a rather unfortunate habit. He cannot stand seeing others in love. Thus, should he encounter anyone getting married, the bride is invariably snatched away, subjected to brutal violation. What should we do now? Lang Aoshue seemed both excited and agitated. Lang Xian hesitated for a moment before continuing. In a few days, the daughter of the municipal secretary of Binhai will be getting married. The higher-ups have instructed us to seize this opportunity to apprehend the Ghost King. I have already accepted this mission. We shall confront this Ghost King then. Wonderful. I am eager to see what this Ghost King is truly capable of. Lang Aoshue exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Jun Haotian wore a look of disdain, remarking, "What a combative woman. What did you say? Repeat that." Lang Aoshue glared at Jun Haotian with her piercing eyes. Jun Haotian merely scoffed in response. Lang Xian, however, smiled faintly and said, "All right, let us not bicker. Currently, our organization has limited teams in Binhai, only 2, and the other team is engaged in a different mission. Thus, the responsibility of capturing the Ghost King rests upon us. From now on, we are teammates. To facilitate better cooperation in the future, let us introduce ourselves formally." It was evident that Lang Xian and Lang Aoshue were siblings, sharing no secrets between them, with Jun Haotian being the only outsider. "I am Lang Xian, the third child of the Lung family, a 3-star king-level ability user with the power of matter. I am Lang Aoshue, a 2-star commander-level ability user, wielding the powers of light and darkness." Lang Aoshue cast a haughty glance at Jun Haotian, seemingly challenging him. As Lang Xian and Lang Aoshue turned their gazes toward Jun Haotian, his expression was one of astonishment, even shock. "I am Jun Haotian, a 9-star commander-level ability user, with powers over time and space." Upon hearing time and space, the expressions of Lang Xian and Lang Aoshue mirrored that of Jun Haotian. Matter, time, space, light, darkness, the 5 sacred attributes had converged. What manner of team was this? It could only be described as extraordinary, perhaps due to their shared status as sacred attribute users. Lang Xian, Lang Aoshue, and Jun Haotian soon formed a triangle, exchanging smiles of understanding. The gathering of the 5 sacred attributes seemed to be a deliberate arrangement. This small team in the 6th sector would undoubtedly become the most formidable in history. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Jun Haotian, the 3 exchanged phone numbers, and then Lang Xian and Lang Aoshue respectfully bid farewell to Yun Tianji. Before departing, Lang Xian cast a meaningful glance at Jun Haotian, then at Lang Aoshue, a rare smile gracing his features, imbued with an inexplicable mystery. Once Lang Xian and Lang Aoshue had left, the courtyard was left with only Yun Tianji and Jun Haotian. Jin Mingjie and Shang Guanxiner remained in Yun Tianji's room, admiring the masterful works of this sculptor. "Haotian, it seems your conversation with Lang Xian has imparted quite a bit of knowledge," Yun Tianji remarked with a smile. Jun Haotian lit a cigarette, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "I have just realized that I am merely a novice. I must reacquaint myself with the structure of this world." The fact that Jun Haotian refrained from referring to himself as this young master was indicative of his shifting mindset. "Young man, recognizing what you need to learn and what is most essential is a significant step. Now that you have a goal, you shall no longer flounder aimlessly like a headless chicken." Yun Tianji chuckled, sipping his tea. Jun Haotian regarded Yun Tianji earnestly. "Old Yun, have I been too naive in the past?" "Indeed, somewhat." Yun Tianji squinted, chuckling. "A white crane can never transform into a crow, regardless of how much it tries to disguise itself. While naivety is present, it is commendable that you possess a sincere heart." Jun Haotian smiled faintly. "After wearing a mask for so long, it becomes difficult to discern what my true self is." Yun Tianji nodded, suddenly regarding Jun Haotian with an odd expression. "Young Haotian, your sculpting skills seem to have dulled recently." Jun Haotian gazed at Yun Tianji with curiosity and confusion. "Young Haotian, I once taught you that pure-blood ability users cannot enhance their skills through typical cultivation. Their innate ability index is crucial, determining their potential to grow strong. Pure-blood users must first strengthen their bodies, then their spirit. The stronger the body, the higher the bloodline concentration, thus allowing them to bear greater power. In ancient times, such individuals were called innate divine beings, possessing innate magical abilities without the need for training. Your body has made remarkable progress, yet your spirit seems to lag behind. You never taught me how to cultivate my spirit." Jun Haotian pouted, displeased. "Is that so?" Yun Tianji replied with a gentle smile. "I have already provided you with the methods. You simply did not take them seriously. What is spirit? It is your mental power, also referred to as the divine essence. The reason your spirit once surpassed your physical prowess was due to your sculpting." "Sculpting?" Jun Haotian questioned, puzzled. Indeed, sculpting. Aside from ancient Taoist secrets, art can yield unexpected results. Calligraphy, music, and sculpture are interconnected. When immersed, free from external distractions, your spirit will surge, reaching heights that are unattainable. Continuous practice can elevate you to an unimaginable level. Although you are now a 9-star commander, your spirit's development has not kept pace, impeding your ability to wield your powers. Possessing strength without understanding its application renders one ineffective. Jun Haotian appeared to gain clarity, nodding in understanding. I see. Yun Tianji chuckled, patting his thighs. Enough of this idle talk. I summoned you today for 2 reasons. To provide you with a brief overview of the world's structure, and to inform you of something important. An important matter? Jun Haotian inquired, perplexed. In the realm of ability users, aside from physical and spiritual cultivation, there exists a third vital aspect. Often referred to as the 3 essentials of ability, Yun Tianji stated earnestly. The 3 essentials? What are they? Jun Haotian asked with curiosity. It must be said that Yun Tianji was indeed a scholarly figure. If Jun Haotian could remain by his side for 3 to 5 years, his future achievements would indeed be boundless. The 3 essentials of ability. First, physical cultivation, which is fundamental. Second, spiritual cultivation, which is application. And third, techniques. Yun Tianji gazed intently at Jun Haotian. Techniques? Precisely, techniques. Yun Tianji squinted, smiling gently. Young Haotian, have you not always complained that I never share my ability techniques with you? Ability techniques are, in fact, the techniques. Each individual's abilities are unique. Their physiques and innate ability indices differ, resulting in diverse techniques. This is why the world is filled with a myriad of extraordinary abilities. Each ability user possesses their own unique technique. So how does one? Before Jun Haotian could finish, Yun Tianji interrupted. Techniques cannot be replicated. They must be explored and created by oneself. This requires understanding certain principles and a wealth of imagination. Yun Tianji grinned mischievously. As long as you dare to imagine, you can create techniques that suit your physical attributes. With that, Yun Tianji stood up, turning away from Jun Haotian, and said, Young Haotian, have you not always wanted to know what type of ability I possess? Old Yun, are you finally willing to share? Jun Haotian asked, intrigued by Yun Tianji's back. My ability is time. Yun Tianji said with a wry smile. Time. Jun Haotian never anticipated that Yun Tianji's extraordinary ability would be akin to his own. He couldn't help but inquire, so do you? Understanding the question lingering in Jun Haotian's mind, Yun Tianji continued, my ability pertains solely to time, whereas yours encompasses both time and space. Do not perceive the powers within you as separate entities. Doing so will lead to your detriment. At times, their effects can be far more terrifying than the principle of 11 being greater than 2. Yun Tianji chuckled to himself before elaborating. Time ranks second among the 5 sacred attributes. Yet in its solitary form, it is nearly useless in the early stages. Even in the later phases, it cannot be wielded indiscriminately. Why is that? Jun Haotian, perplexed, inquired further. Yun Tianji looked at him and explained. Time and space are inherently intertwined, much like the X and Y axes on a number line. Young Haotian, no matter how formidable your power may be, can you halt the passage of time for the entire world? Jun Haotian shook his head. No, I cannot. In the early stages, time lacks any offensive capabilities. It cannot vanquish foes. In the later stages, without the spatial constraints for your temporal abilities to expand infinitely, it would instigate chaos throughout an entire city. Furthermore, the strain on your body would be immense, rendering it a futile endeavor. Jun Haotian, possessing keen insight, grasped the concept immediately. Time applies universally, but without the accompaniment of space, one cannot accurately target time. The dual integration of time and space is essential for determining coordinates. Do you comprehend this? Yun Tianji inquired, revealing his reluctance to impart his techniques to Jun Haotian. Techniques are indeed a wondrous phenomenon, and I shall now elucidate their principles. Although you cannot utilize my techniques, you may still listen. With your intellect and spatial coordinates, you can refine my techniques to suit your own application. Jun Haotian nodded vigorously. And Yun Tianji, with a smile, continued, techniques are fundamentally a manifestation of imagination, created through personal interpretation while adhering to the principles of extraordinary abilities. The principles of these abilities are quite simple. The 9 ordinary types primarily involve offense and defense, serving as the foundation for technique creation. The principles of sacred attribute abilities are not only stronger but also more diverse, hence their esteemed classification. The foremost sacred attribute is matter, which governs the manipulation of all substances in the world, partitioning, obliterating, altering, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of material creation. Yet, akin to time. The limitation of matter lies in its lack of spatial coordinates. Thus, while matter manipulators may be formidable, they can only execute singular attacks and cannot annihilate the matter of a spatial continuum. Time ranks second, as I previously mentioned, embodying the concepts of past, present, and future. Space holds the third rank, embodying principles of fixation, relocation, severance, creation, and annihilation. When spatial abilities reach their zenith, the destruction of space can obliterate entire realms. Isn't it true that spatial abilities surpass those of matter? Why, then, do they rank below matter and time? Jun Haotian questioned, bewildered. Because spatial abilities also harbor fatal flaws. Nothing in this world is flawless. Jun Haotian replied. What is this fatal flaw? Jun Haotian pressed. It pertains to the body. While spatial abilities are domineering, the toll they exact on one's physical form is dreadful. Even if you could master spatial annihilation, you would be unable to wield it. Jun Haotian. Do you not feel that with each rending of space, your body weakens significantly, requiring a prolonged recovery period? If the cost of merely tearing space is so exorbitant, how much more so would it be for spatial annihilation? Once invoked, your body must endure the pressures resulting from spatial destruction. It would be an act of self-sabotage. Chapter 31. The Demon King strikes, so that's how it is. No wonder. Jun Haotian suddenly smirked and said, Old Yun, since matter, space, and time all have their flaws, does it not follow that light and darkness also possess fatal deficiencies? Indeed, as their names suggest. The powers of light are rendered nearly useless at night without sunlight, while the powers of darkness are significantly diminished in the presence of sunlight. It appears that even the 5 sacred elemental powers have such shortcomings. Jun Haotian chuckled, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Suddenly, Jun Haotian seemed to recall something, his expression turning serious as he asked, Old Yun, what is a lawbreaker? This term was not new to him. He had first encountered it on the night he met the Phoenix, when he had lethally struck the light and darkness Demon King with a flying knife. Though his mind was in a haze, he could still distinctly recall the words holy lawbreaker. Today, hearing the term once more from Lung Xin ignited a sense of curiosity within him, leading him to believe that this lawbreaker must surely relate to him. You've noticed it after all. I hadn't intended to disclose this to you. Yun Tianji sighed with a wry smile. Lawbreakers are a coalition. One of the 3 major supernatural alliances in the world. They can be considered a type of supernatural being, a unique group that maintains the balance among supernatural entities. This group possesses no supernatural abilities whatsoever. No abilities at all. Jun Haotian remained noncommittal. Of course, with some exceptional individuals as exceptions, such as yourself. Yun Tianji chuckled to himself. Lawbreakers are also an awakening of the supernatural bloodline, but they possess no offensive powers. Heaven has granted them the most mysterious constitution. At the same level, lawbreakers can negate the abilities of any supernatural entity. What? Jun Haotian began to feel apprehensive. If such a group existed, wouldn't it be disastrous for him? Do not worry. In fact, you are a lawbreaker yourself, the most advanced among them, Yun Tianji reassured. Lawbreakers, like pure-blood supernatural beings, can level up and take on 2 forms. The ordinary lawbreaker and the holy lawbreaker, which corresponds to the sacred elemental powers. I am a holy lawbreaker? Jun Haotian exclaimed with excitement. Do not rejoice too soon, Yun Tianji cautioned. While you have awakened your supernatural abilities, your holy lawbreaker bloodline has yet to fully activate. It currently exists in a state of half-awakening and half-sealing. The only benefit it provides is that ordinary supernatural damage cannot affect you. Though passively, you cannot actively use it to negate others' abilities. Lawbreakers are indeed the last group pure-blood supernatural beings wish to encounter, as even at the same level, or even a level higher, it is challenging to harm a lawbreaker with pure blood powers, Western martial arts, or magic. Just as you are a holy lawbreaker, you can nearly ignore attacks from ordinary 9-element supernatural beings unless the opponent is a master of imperial rank. Otherwise, they cannot harm you. As for sacred elemental powers, only those a level above you have a chance of injuring you. Currently, you are at the level of a novice. The power of holy lawbreaking can render you invincible among novices at 10 stars. I'm going to strike it rich. If that's the case, once I reach the king level, I will be invincible. This skill is quite extraordinary. Humph, you young one, always dreaming of good fortune. Yun Tianji scoffed. I have mentioned that nothing in this world is perfect. Even holy lawbreakers cannot attack, and the power of lawbreakers only applies to pure-blood supernatural beings, or, more accurately, to magical attacks. This state renders physical attacks from martial artists ineffective. A sword can still kill you. Hearing Yun Tianji's words, Jun Haotian felt somewhat disheartened but quickly regained his spirits. But I possess supernatural abilities. I am a holy lawbreaker with abilities. Yun Tianji shot him a disapproving glance. True. Lawbreakers may not be inept, but you are undoubtedly a massive fool. Observing the excited expression on Jun Haotian's face, Yun Tianji swallowed the words he had almost uttered. He thought to himself, if you realize that although lawbreakers cannot attack, they can summon magical beasts to fight and forge blood contracts with them, you would surely be elated. One of the 4 sacred beasts, the heavenly killing star white tiger, combined with the time holy lawbreaker, would make this young man an incredible anomaly. Once he matures, the entire supernatural system will undoubtedly change because of him. In the coastal slums, an old man and a young man stood beneath the setting sun. Yun Tianji wore a satisfied smile, having observed that within just over an hour, Jun Haotian, through his extensive knowledge, had grasped the basics of supernatural techniques and even learned the principles of his time abilities. Jun Haotian lifted his head, gazing at the crimson sun sinking in the west, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet ultimately refraining. He swallowed his words, pondering the nature of the war god diagram, a secret he yearned to uncover. However, even in the presence of Yun Tianji, he did not wish to lay all his cards on the table. For revealing his final secret would mean he had no retreat left. Let it be a small secret of his own, Jun Haotian thought. Upon entering the car, he found Jin Mingjie and Shang Wanxiner already seated in the back of the sleek black BMW, waiting. However, as Jin Mingjie looked at Jun Haotian, her face flushed with embarrassment, seemingly recalling something that made her feel shy. In contrast, Shang Wanxiner laughed unabashedly, her innocence shining through as she said, Brother Tian, I'm hungry. Will you make something delicious for me when we get back? She widened her eyes, looking at Jun Haotian with a pitiful expression. The corners of Jun Haotian's mouth curled into a sly smile as he replied, Sure, but Shiner, you promised me you wouldn't go back on your word, right? Absolutely, Shang Wanxiner exclaimed excitedly. With a whoosh, the black BMW sped away, leaving Yun Tianji's line of sight. Gradually, Yun Tianji's gaze became distant, as if lost in profound memories. Until he murmured, Little Haotian, I hope you do not disappoint me. Your rise will surely shock those 2 arrogant individuals. That would be splendid, truly splendid. In the outskirts of the coastal city, a young man with long hair and a stern expression stood, his features as striking as if he had stepped out of a comic book. Behind him trailed a middle-aged man and several peculiar individuals who seemed to be scrutinizing something intently. Can someone tell me how all of this transpired? The young man crossed his arms, his cold visage growing even more frigid, his anger palpable. Chief, we are powerless. We cannot discern how Feng Xian was defeated, nor can we ascertain what means were employed by the assailant. The young man glanced back at the middle-aged man and asked, What do you think? Chief, if my observations are correct, it appears that a powerful martial artist's inner strength ruptured the meridians. This martial artist must be of king level, otherwise such formidable inner strength would not be possible. Continue. I suspect that Jin Qiming has hired a formidable king-level master to protect his daughter. No wonder he is so brazen. As long as we investigate Jin Qiming's daughter, I believe we will easily uncover this person's whereabouts. A king-level master is definitely an ally we can recruit. The young man nodded. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Proceed with caution. A martial artist of royal stature cannot be compared to an ordinary being with merely a pure bloodline of extraordinary abilities. Pausing momentarily, the young man continued. If we can persuade him to surrender, let us do so. If not, seek out the Ghost King and have him deal with him. A royal warrior facing another royal warrior is indeed a worthy challenge. The middle-aged man chuckled mischievously. Understood, my lord. As they spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The heavens darkened ominously, and eerie laughter echoed through the air. Huyan Julo, you are becoming increasingly cunning, daring to plot against me. A shadowy figure moved with astonishing speed, rendering all actions imperceptible. Yet, the overwhelming aura it emitted was palpable. Huyan Julo felt an oppressive weight descend upon him, causing his subordinates to instinctively retreat, unwilling to confront the threat head-on. In a flash, the ghostly figure lunged at Huyan Julo, resembling a dagger aimed directly at his heart. This ethereal presence was so elusive and enigmatic that it felt intangible, almost as if it could not be grasped. Huyan Julo scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Ghost King, you remain as you always were, resorting to violence upon our first meeting. Truly a brutish fellow. With that, he lowered his hands and declared, Thunder Shield. His body began to shimmer with radiant light, and a bolt of lightning crackled down from the heavens, purple fire swirling above his head. A faint halo enveloped him, accompanied by the sizzling sounds reminiscent of sparks igniting between electrical poles. The dark apparition halted abruptly before Huyen, cloaked entirely in black, exuding an aura of mystery. Beneath that immense black cloak, no semblance of an expression could be discerned, obscured by shadows. Humph, the Thunder King is indeed deserving of his title. I never anticipated you would perfect this technique. Huyen boasted with arrogant laughter. Old ghost, I have paid a heavy price for mastering this art. Your current speed cannot breach my thunder shield, so you might as well concede. The Ghost King's voice, laced with a gravelly tone, responded ominously. One day, I will shatter you from the front. Yet, Huyen retracted his thunder shield, a rare smile gracing his face as he stood beside the Ghost King, gently patting his shoulder. Old ghost, why the struggle? We all serve the organization. Vying for superiority is ultimately futile. Humph, do not attempt to console me. I am well aware of how your cohort speaks of me behind closed doors. They claim I am merely a figurehead, while each of you reigns as a sovereign, leaving me isolated and ranked lowest among the 8 kings. Ah, the fears of public opinion. Old ghost, with your mastery of ghostly arts, you could eliminate any of the 8 kings if you desired. None would escape your grasp. I seek not such trivial pursuits. I desire a fair confrontation to vanquish you all, the Ghost King declared with haughty pride. Chapter 32. The playful Ghost King Huyen chuckled mischievously and said, There is a martial arts master of royal caliber around. Shall we test our skills against him? I believe it might suit your taste. Get lost. Do not take advantage of me, you brat. The Ghost King retorted without hesitation. Come on, old ghost, just lend a hand. After all, you're idle anyway. How about I offer you some benefits? Name your price. Huyen replied with a grin. Money? The Ghost King scoffed. I am not in need of money. After a moment's contemplation, the Ghost King suddenly smirked. How about this? 3 bottles of cultivation liquid, and I will assist you in eliminating the individual you mentioned. Huyen, feeling a pinch in his pocket, raised a finger. 1 bottle. 3 bottles, not a single one less. The Ghost King was determined to negotiate. With a sigh of resignation, Huyen conceded. Fine, 3 bottles it is. However, I require him alive. He may still be of use. The Ghost King paused, somewhat displeased, but eventually nodded. After all, there is a significant difference between the living and the dead. The Ghost King was a man of his word and would not renege on such matters. The dark figure swayed slightly before vanishing into the shadows, saying, Huyen, wait for my news. The moonlight over Benhai gradually enchanted the onlookers, enveloping the Spring River Garden in a serene ambience. Within Mingxin Pavilion, Shangguan Xin paced excitedly in the living room, her adorable little nose twitching as she anticipated the kitchen. It smells so good. Brother Tian, is it ready yet? In the cozy living room, Qiao sat atop the cold red figure, continuously chirping. The 2 little ones had grown accustomed to each other's presence over time. Meanwhile, Jin Mingjie quietly sat at the dining table, her delicate hands supporting her chin, lost in thought. Occasionally, her gaze would drift towards the busy figure in the kitchen. A faint smile gracing her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed before she quickly composed herself again. Jie, are you lovesick? Shangguan Xin, clad in a blue and white porcelain qipao, had approached Jin Mingjie from behind, shaking her playfully. Jin Mingjie snapped back to reality, huffing. Xin, dare to say that again, and I'll have to teach you a lesson. Hee. Xin giggled. You wouldn't. Go see if your brother Tian's meal is ready. Yes, ma'am. Shangguan Xin stood on tiptoe and saluted cutely. Whether she had learned much from the old man Yun or had begun to understand the world as structure, Jun Haotian was in high spirits today, utilizing nearly all the ingredients in the kitchen. Before long, Jun Haotian peeked his head out, a charming smile illuminating his face. Ladies, could you do this young master a favor? Shangguan Xin dashed over, bending curiously to observe the sweating Jun Haotian. Her eyes sparkled mischievously, and before he realized it, she playfully embraced his neck, planting a quick kiss. Jin Mingjie watched with discomfort. Success! Shangguan Xin exclaimed, holding up 2 fingers triumphantly. Jun Haotian sighed. Xin that was an unwanted kiss. Well, what of it? Shangguan Xin placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Enough. Xin stop fooling around. I'm hungry. Let us see if the food is ready. Jin Mingjie interrupted, her expression serious. Ladies, please bring out the delicious food. Tonight's feast promises to be splendid. Jun Haotian grinned devilishly. I'll go. Shangguan Xin dove into the kitchen, but after a while, a loud exclamation echoed. Oh, my Lady Gaga. Is this a full banquet? Sweet and sour yellow river carp, 3-color steamed eggs, auspicious dragon in flight, 8 treasure wild rabbit, shredded chicken with silver ear mushrooms. Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Xin gazed in astonishment, discovering some dishes they had never even known. Over 20 exquisite dishes appeared at once, a dazzling array. Shangguan Xian leaned over the table, eager. Let us dig in. Even Jin Mingjie seemed tempted. Both of them looked expectantly at Jun Haotian. But he wore a mysterious smile, glancing around. Wait. Shangguan Xian pouted, seemingly displeased. Brother Tian, are we waiting for someone else? Ignoring her, Jun Haotian declared. Since you're here, show yourself. I am a civilized man. Even if I must draw blades, I should eat first. Noticing the silence in the living room, Jun Haotian let out a cold laugh, taunting. I never imagined that the illustrious Ghost King would be so timid as to lack the courage to share a meal with me. The atmosphere in Mingxing Pavilion grew tense. Shangguan Xian kept glancing around, seemingly unfazed, and curiously asked, Brother Tian, who is coming? However, Jin Mingjie understood the implication of Jun Haotian's words. Undoubtedly, an unwelcome guest was approaching. She anxiously pulled Shangguan Xian behind Jun Haotian. Even Xiao and the cold red figure sensed something amiss and began to roar. Jun Haotian remained calm and amused, sitting at the dining table, lighting a cigarette. His enchanting eyes narrowed, seemingly challenging. The Ghost King, one of the 8 royal masters of the Alliance, a martial arts expert, would likely find it challenging to match Jun Haotian's composure. Meanwhile, the Ghost King, lurking in the shadows, felt perplexed and pondered, could this young lad genuinely be a royal master? If not, how did he discern my presence? His self-assured demeanor suggests he is well prepared. It must be noted that time manipulation is an exceptionally formidable ability. Jun Haotian's cultivation level might not enable him to sense the Ghost King's arrival, but his prophetic abilities indicated that the mysterious figure cloaked in black would pose a threat to him. Every sign clearly identified this person as the Ghost King, aligning perfectly with the descriptions given by Lang Xian and Yun Tianji. At this moment, Jun Haotian himself felt somewhat unsettled, feigning calmness. However, to maintain such composure when confronting a royal master for the first time was indeed a rare occurrence. Sure enough, after a silence that felt like an eternity, a dark silhouette appeared before Jun Haotian like a gust of wind. Tilting its head curiously, it regarded Jun Haotian with a raspy voice filled with disbelief. Kid, I never expected you to truly be a royal master. Did Fengxian perish at your hands? Jun Haotian smiled and shrugged. I didn't kill her. I merely injured her meridians. Ha ha ha, splendid. You are indeed a talent. If you pledge allegiance to our organization, I may spare your life. The Ghost King boasted arrogantly. Feigning calmness, Jun Haotian scoffed. You think you can intimidate me? Kid, while you may also be a royal master, do not let it go to your head. I could eliminate you with just one hand. The Ghost King declared confidently. Is that so? I beg to differ. Jun Haotian replied disdainfully, eyeing the Ghost King. The Ghost King snorted coldly, gliding effortlessly to Jun Haotian's side, his fingertip poised to strike at Jun Haotian's vital point. Yet, Jun Haotian remained motionless, his smile growing increasingly sinister. In a confrontation between 2 royal masters, the opponent's unwavering stance only heightened the Ghost King's unease, as if a cunning trap awaited him. Suddenly, the Ghost King halted and inquired, Why do you not evade, young man? With a playful expression, Jun Haotian retorted, You have yet to strike. Why should I take cover? If you wish to attack, do so swiftly, for I have a meal awaiting me. The Ghost King, both amused and perplexed, gazed at Jun Haotian. Having never encountered such a situation before. Are you hungry as well? Jun Haotian teased, adding, Why not join me for a bite? After all, I have prepared a feast. It is far more delightful to share joy than to relish it alone. The Ghost King regarded him with suspicion, prompting Jun Haotian to mock further. I never imagined that the formidable Ghost King would be a coward. Are you afraid I might tamper with the food? With that, Jun Haotian began to eat, seemingly oblivious to the presence of his formidable opponent, exuding an air of complete tranquility, as if he were unconcerned by the threat at hand. Had Yun Tianji been present, he would undoubtedly have given a thumbs up, exclaiming, You truly are an Oscar-worthy actor. Though the Ghost King was a master of royal caliber, he ranked lowest within the Abilities Alliance. Under the fundamental structure of the 3 emperors and 8 kings, the Ghost King occupied the lowest tier. Moreover, his solitary nature, devoid of any dominion, rendered him a figure of little influence within the alliance, with even some of the more prominent figures looking down upon him. As a master of royal caliber, the Ghost King was acutely aware that if this situation persisted, he would undoubtedly lose his standing in the organization. Thus, he endeavored to gather his own faction, partly incited by Jun Haotian's disdain, and partly viewing him as a rival of royal caliber whom he wished to recruit. The Ghost King let out a dismissive hum and took a seat opposite Jun Haotian. He warned, "Young man, do not attempt any tricks as a fellow master. You should know that martial artists are impervious to poison." Jun Haotian appeared wholly uninterested in the Ghost King's warnings, elegantly indulging in his meal with apparent concentration. This only served to bolster the Ghost King's respect for him, as he believed that one's character could be discerned through their dining habits. With graceful movements and a captivating smile, the youth exhibited the poise of someone from a distinguished family. "You seem to be of noble lineage. I wonder which family has managed to cultivate such a young master of royal caliber?" The Ghost King, his voice still raspy, began to savor the delectable dishes laid before them, nodding in appreciation. Yet, despite the tantalizing array of culinary delights, he remained vigilant, resolutely avoiding anything that Jun Haotian had not touched. However, it wasn't long before the Ghost King realized he was underestimating the young man's character. Jun Haotian had sampled nearly every dish, his appetite reminiscent of a scion from an imperial lineage. Chapter 33. The affair is exposed. Sipping a glass of red wine, Jun Haotian elegantly wiped the corner of his lips and narrowed his eyes with a mischievous smile, declaring, "I am well satiated. It is time to take action." Meanwhile, the Ghost King was entirely captivated by the sumptuous feast before him. It is often said that food is an irresistible adversary to all. This holds true for both men and women alike. Although the Ghost King's lips were obscured, his actions and the fervor with which he stuffed delicious morsels into his mouth revealed his delight, as he mumbled, "Kid, you truly are a talent. I never expected that at such a young age, you would not only be a king-level master, but also a connoisseur of fine cuisine. Stick with me, and I, the Ghost King, shall protect you." Observing the Ghost King devour the food with such abandon, Jun Haotian felt a wave of amusement wash over him. He mused, "So, Old Man Yun was aware of tonight's scene all along, which is why he revealed the Ghost King's three weaknesses: alcohol, women, and food. Who would have thought they would come in handy?" With this thought, Jun Haotian grew even more impressed with Yun Tianji's mastery of prophetic arts. In contrast, Shangwan Shiner pouted and murmured, "How can you be so selfish? Brother Tian kindly invited you to dinner, and you've devoured all the delicious food. What are we supposed to eat tonight?" Jin Mingjie suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Sure enough, the Ghost King's gaze was drawn towards Jin Mingjie and the fuming Shangwan Shiner. He clicked his tongue and grinned wickedly. "Kid, it seems you have quite the fortune with the ladies." "What a pity, what a pity." "What do you mean by what a pity?" Jun Haotian retorted, taking another sip of wine. "It is a pity that both of them know too much tonight. They must die. However, before they meet their end, I shall ensure they enjoy themselves thoroughly." The Ghost King chuckled darkly, his voice still raspy. Gradually rising to his feet, he donned his black robe and approached Shangwan Shiner and Jin Mingjie, tilting his head as if to admire them. A splendid figure, a slim waist, and an adorable face, truly exquisite. "Don't come any closer. My brother Tian is formidable. You mustn't approach." Shangwan Shiner feigned bravado, though fear gripped her heart as she and Jin Mingjie began to retreat. The Ghost King laughed, "Fear not, little sisters. I shall be ever so gentle." Despite being a king-level master, even the Ghost King, driven by lust, could not harbor lecherous intentions in the face of impending combat. His actions were solely aimed at provoking Jun Haotian, for he believed these two women to be the young man's Achilles heel. However, the Ghost King was perplexed and disappointed to find Jun Haotian calmly sipping his wine, seemingly unfazed by the terrified beauty before him, as though he were devoid of any anger. What a frightening young man, so composed, the Ghost King thought, unaware that Jun Haotian was merely enjoying the spectacle, silently counting. 1, 2, 3, commence. As anticipated, just 3 steps forward, the Ghost King sensed something amiss. Instinctively clutching his stomach, he felt a sharp pang akin to a knife twisting within. Swiftly, he turned to Jun Haotian, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You poisoned the food! How despicable!" Seeing the tables turned, Shangwan Shiner clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Serves you right! You villain! You deserve to be poisoned." At this moment, Chiu had leaped onto Jun Haotian's shoulder, waving its tiny paws in mockery. Even Qilong began to dance animatedly, exhibiting a distinctly human-like demeanor. Jun Haotian, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, replied with a sly grin, "Dear uncle, one can indulge in food recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. I assure you, I did not poison it." "Impossible!" the Ghost King croaked, his voice growing increasingly hoarse as he clutched his abdomen with one hand while pointing accusingly at Jun Haotian with the other. Jun Haotian chuckled softly, "Uncle, as a martial artist, you should understand that poison is ineffective against king-level masters. My stomach has been acting up lately, so I merely added some purgative seed for digestive health." The Ghost King found it hard to believe Jun Haotian's words, as he suspected the latter had indeed used the purgative seeds as ingredients in the meal. As he spoke, Jun Haotian raised his wine glass once more. With a devilish smile, "Uncle, it appears you have quite a bit of internal waste. You should thank me for helping to cleanse your system. You despicable little man. You dare to disregard the dignity of a king-level master with such vile tactics. This is shameful. I will not let you off easily." Although martial arts masters are impervious to most poisons, facing a purgative like the one Jun Haotian used left the Ghost King with no choice but to endure. While Jun Haotian could not discern the Ghost King's expression, he was certain that the latter was suffering immensely. With a loud expulsion of gas, the trio, Shangwan Shiner, Jin Mingjie, and Jun Haotian, quickly covered their noses, with Shangwan Shiner wrinkling her face in disgust. "It stinks. It stinks. Huh. Who would have thought that the mighty Ghost King also passes gas? How rare, how rare." Jun Haotian teased. With a huff, the Ghost King realized that any intentions he had of confronting Jun Haotian were now futile. Resolved to depart, he transformed into a shadow and attempted to flee. Jun Haotian's expression darkened, a sinister glint in his eyes as he declared, "You think escaping will be so easy?" Without resorting to spatial abilities, Jun Haotian relied on the enhancements from the war god diagram and his training on the battlefield, managing to keep pace with the elusive Ghost King. His speed seemingly capable of tearing through space itself. Concentrating his energy at his fingertips, he unleashed a surge of dark golden light towards the Ghost King. Typically, martial artists release their inner strength through their meridians, which possess a fixed capacity. Even Emperor-level fighters cannot unleash a vast amount of inner energy instantaneously, as it is governed by the size of their meridians. However, Jun Haotian was an anomaly. His energy was stored within his acupoints, allowing for a brief yet immensely powerful release. Yet, should he fail to achieve a decisive blow, he would be left vulnerable. Turning back, the Ghost King was taken aback to see his hands turning a vibrant green as Jun Haotian's fingertip struck the center of his palm. The dark golden energy erupted, clashing with the Ghost King's own force. The two were locked in confrontation for mere seconds, their forms flickering. The Ghost King felt his vital energy roiling within him, disturbed by the force of Jun Haotian's energy. "Kid, I will remember you. Prepare for my relentless assassinations." The Ghost King seethed. As Jun Haotian landed, he staggered backward, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. Even with the element of surprise, he was still no match for the king-level master in combat. Had the Ghost King not been preoccupied, Jun Haotian would have found himself in dire straits. A king-level martial artist possesses such formidable inner strength. Jun Haotian clenched his fists. Determined, "I must grow stronger. I must." Fortunately, Jun Haotian's body had undergone a unique purification by the old man Yun, or else the Ghost King's final strike would have overwhelmed him. Even so, he still coughed up blood. The unexpected appearance of the Ghost King heightened Jun Haotian's sense of crisis, reinforcing his resolve to become stronger. Standing unsteadily in the courtyard, blood still staining his lips, Jun Haotian forced himself to walk toward the living room, step by step. Brother Tian, Shangwan Shiner, and Jin Mingjie followed him out, their eyes widening in alarm at the sight of Jun Haotian's pallid complexion and bloodied lips. They cried out in distress. "Shiner, quickly help him inside," Jin Mingjie urged. Jun Haotian's body swayed precariously, clearly indicating his weakness. Although a charming smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, it was evident to all that the young master was gravely injured. He coughed twice, expelling a mouthful of blood. Shangwan Xiner hurriedly supported Jun Haotian, while Jin Mingjie furrowed her brows, her pale complexion causing an inexplicable pang of pain in her heart. With Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Xiner supporting him on either side, Jun Haotian maintained a facade of levity, exclaiming, "What a pity, I had prepared such a feast. At a time like this, you still have the heart to jest." Jin Mingjie rebuked him. "Are you worried about me?" Jun Haotian teased with a mischievous grin. "Humph, who's worried about a lecher like you? If you dare take advantage of me again, I shall ignore you," Jin Mingjie retorted. Yet, her demeanor bore little resemblance to anger. It resembled more a playful reproach from a girlfriend to her boyfriend. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, grinning slyly, but this smile seemed to aggravate his wounds. Suddenly, darkness clouded his vision, and he felt a wave of dizziness, causing his body to tilt dangerously. Caught off guard, Jin Mingjie found herself toppled as Jun Haotian fell, his weight overwhelming her. He collapsed straight to the ground, bringing Jin Mingjie down with him. "You rascal," pretending to faint. Aye, Jin Mingjie gasped. However, the position they found themselves in was rather compromising. Jun Haotian's blood-stained lips had inadvertently pressed against Jin Mingjie's, and his hands seemed to rest upon her bosom with a hint of intention. "Rogue, lecher, Get up quickly, Jin Mingjie exclaimed loudly. Yet, Shangguan Exiner looked on with curiosity, giggling. Jia, you and Brother Tian are quite intimate now. I truly envy you. Shut up, Exiner. Hurry and help lift him, Jin Mingjie demanded. No way. You seem to be enjoying it, so let us just keep it like this for a while longer. After all, one can get used to it over time, right? Shangguan Exiner teased. Jia, do you realize you look just like a bashful maiden right now? Hehe. Exiner, if you dare say another word, I will kill you, Jin Mingjie shouted in anger, but her flushed cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. At that moment, she inwardly lamented. My first kiss. My first kiss. Yet, as she pondered further, she found it rather pleasant. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Jin Mingjie, what are you thinking? Could it be that, as Exino suggested, you are developing feelings? But how could the object of such affections possibly be this lecher? As the sun once again bathed the earth in light, our young master Jun Haotian slowly opened his eyes. With a soft groan, he emerged from his slumber. Undeniably, Jun Haotian possessed an extraordinary physique. The recovery abilities of a holy breaker, combined with the continuous flow of spiritual energy, rendered his body remarkably resilient. Chapter 34. Responsibility. Upon the sudden awakening, Jun Haotian was startled. He gazed in bewilderment at the charming figure perched atop him, her lips pouting adorably, her large, curious eyes darting about. At that moment, Shangguan Shiner, propping herself on Jun Haotian's chest, radiated a playful innocence, her exquisite legs revealed beneath a blue and white porcelain qipao. The posture was undeniably provocative. Jun Haotian mused inwardly, could it be that this seemingly innocent girl harbors a mischievous heart? Brother Tian, you're awake, Shangguan Shiner exclaimed with a giggle, showing no intention of dismounting. Shiner, what are you doing in my room? Jun Haotian inquired, perplexed. With a mischievous grin, Shangguan Shiner replied. You were injured yesterday, so I came to take care of you. But don't tell Jia, I sneaked in during the night. Her expression was one of secret delight, akin to a child caught with forbidden candy. Were you here all night? Jun Haotian asked, his tone tinged with anxiety. Yes. What is wrong with that? Does Brother Tian not like Shiner? She pouted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Of course I do. How could I not like someone as adorable as you? He hurriedly reassured her. Hehe, I knew it. I, Shangguan Shiner, am the cutest in the world, she declared proudly. Did anything happen last night? Jun Haotian asked awkwardly, his heart racing at the thought. Shangguan Shiner looked at him with innocent confusion. What could possibly have happened? Jun Haotian exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, it seems I worried unnecessarily. This girl appears utterly oblivious. Yet, as Shangguan Shiner continued to fidget against him, her cheeks flushed. She nervously pondered, what if Brother Tian discovers that I stealthily touched him and slept on his chest last night? Shiner, are you alright? Jun Haotian felt a tightening in his chest, uncertain of how to respond. Brother Tian, I need to use the bathroom. I can't hold it any longer, Shangguan Shiner stammered. Jun Haotian sighed inwardly, thinking, this is what comes from your reckless fidgeting. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride that even through his trousers, he could provoke such a reaction. Just as they were about to move, a voice rang out from the living room. Shiner, where have you gone? Panic washed over Shangguan Shiner. Oh no. I can't let Jia find out I'm here, or I'll be in big trouble. But it was too late. Jin Mingjie barged into Jun Haotian's room. After a brief silence, her sharp exclamation shattered the air. What are you two doing? Shameless, lewd. The scene before Jin Mingjie was indeed too provocative, leaving little to the imagination. Jun Haotian could only look at the blushing Shangguan Shiner helplessly and jest. Well, we've been caught red-handed. That's it. Both Jun Haotian and Shangguan Shiner lamented simultaneously. Fuming, Jin Mingjie stormed upstairs, her face a mix of anger and embarrassment. Once in her room, she flung herself onto the bed, seizing her unfortunate teddy bear, delivering a flurry of frustrated punches. Pervert, wolf, bad guy. Despite her well-bred upbringing, she found herself unable to utter any truly vulgar words, her thoughts spiraling into a deeper sense of injustice and impending tears. Meanwhile, in Jun Haotian's room, Jin Mingjie's reaction was one of shock and distress, causing her to cry out loudly. Jun Haotian found himself in a rather amusing predicament, thinking, this girl is far too easy to frighten, and yet here she is, in such a state. Years later, when Shangguan Shiner had grown wiser, she would look back on this incident with burning cheeks. But at that moment, she remained blissfully unaware, simply believing she was frightened into an accident. Now what do we do? You've soaked my clothes. Jun Haotian glared at Shangguan Shiner. She touched her head, pouting in feigned innocence before breaking into a cheeky grin. Her limp body leaning against him. Drawing closer, she pecked him on the lips and giggled. "I'll make it up to you." Jun Haotian was taken aback, thinking, this girl is surprisingly bold. What should I do now? "Brother Tian, I want to take a shower, but I can't move," she pouted. Her face nestled against his chest. Jun Haotian thought, "You're not worried about what others might say. Should we wash here?" "Yes." Shangwan Shiner nodded eagerly, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Do you have a change of clothes?" he asked again. Could you help me get them from upstairs?" she suggested. Jun Haotian was taken aback, but felt powerless against her charms. He scooped her up, her damp, pink undergarments very much in view, as she wrapped her arms around his neck, blissfully content. This is quite the temptation, he thought. Isn't it comfortable being close to Brother Tian? She giggled. Jun Haotian tried not to focus on the sensations overwhelming him as he mechanically carried her into the bathroom, making a swift exit afterward, while she teased, "Coward." Once outside the bathroom, Jun Haotian clasped his hands together in a mock prayer. Forgive me, forgive me." Despite his reputation as a playboy in Kyoto, he had never truly crossed any lines. He was experienced in social situations, yet faced with Shangwan Shiner's blatant allure, he found himself quite overwhelmed. Shaking his head, he touched his nose and smirked. Perhaps choosing this little girl for my first time is not such a bad idea after all. In a flash, Jun Haotian vanished from his room, utilizing his spatial abilities to mischievously procure some of her undergarments. After all, the second floor of the Dream Shinga was a haven for young women, and following the awkward encounter with Jin Mingjia, it would be quite scandalous for him to brazenly enter Shangwan Shiner's room. Such was the charm of this adorable girl. Jun Haotian chuckled as he surveyed her room. Awash in shades of pink, adorned with cute trinkets and plush toys, including several scattered Alice. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. I forgot to ask where she keeps her clothes. Like a thief, he began rummaging through her drawers. On opening the third drawer of her wardrobe, he finally found what he sought. However, the sight that met his eyes was blinding. A collection of undergarments in pastel shades. Pink Hello Kitty, light blue Doraemon, yellow Pikachu, all adorned with lace. The sheer cuteness of it left him speechless, a comical expression forming on his face. But soon, an even more bewildering thought crossed his mind, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Nanny?" Immediately, his gaze swept over a neatly stacked pile of clothing, with a black and white ensemble atop, accompanied by a headband and a matching purple thong. Jun Deshao picked it up and scrutinized it for a considerable time before exclaiming, "How wicked, how wicked." A seductive maid outfit? Driven by curiosity, he continued to inspect the items, but instantly regretted his decision. A pink bunny costume, its fluffy tail perched on top of the garments, caught his eye, followed by an exceedingly short sailor uniform adorned with pink cat ears and paws. Drawing a heavy breath, Jun Deshao mused, such a peculiar taste. Thankfully, I did not encounter a whip. Casually grasping a piece of lingerie, Jun Deshao was instantaneously transported back to his own room. The sound of flowing water resonated continuously and through the fogged glass of the bathroom. The alluring silhouette of Shangwan Shiner could be discerned, even if the details remained obscured. The sight of her gracefully twisting form within the steamy confines of the bathroom elicited a strong reaction from Jun Deshao, compelling him to stifle an urge to swoon. What rendered him even more flustered was the realization that this young lady had carelessly tossed her chi pao and damp lingerie outside, provoking unwarranted thoughts. She must have done this on purpose, he thought maliciously. Just as Jun Haotian was about to discard the lingerie and step out, Shangwan Shiner's sweet voice wafted through. "Brother Tian, are you back? Could you bring my clothes in?" A bead of sweat trickled down Jun Haotian's forehead, however. Adhering to the principle that one should seize an opportunity when it presents itself, he mustered the courage to approach the bathroom, where the sound of water had quieted considerably. Shangwan Shiner giggled, extending a delicate white arm to fumble about, ultimately seizing Jun Haotian's arm with a sudden, forceful tug. Instinctively, he pulled back, but the next moment, both he and Shangwan Shiner froze. Initially, it was merely a playful prank conceived by Shangwan Shiner to tease Jun Haotian. However, given that Jun Haotian possessed unique spatial abilities, the thrill and tension of the moment caused his blood pressure to spike dramatically, propelling him to disregard the sliding door of the bathroom and pull Shangwan Shiner out. Thus, her bare, exquisite form emerged from the confines of the bathroom, leaving Jun Deshao's eyes wide with desire, akin to a ravenous wolf. Although he had shared numerous intimate moments with Shangwan Shiner, this particular side of her was unprecedented, showcasing beauty unmarred by any imperfection. Chapter 35 The Secret of the Keyhole Exiner. Your figure is truly remarkable, exclaimed young Master Jun, his words tumbling out in a fluster. Shangwan Exiner smiled adorably and replied, Brother Tian, do you think I'm beautiful? Absolutely. Most definitely. Young Master Jun nodded vigorously. Pouting slightly, Shangwan Exiner teased, If I'm beautiful, then you must look for a while longer. But remember, you must take responsibility. The innocent and charming Shangwan Exiner was not devoid of shyness or modesty. She possessed a keen awareness of certain matters. However, her heart was pure and straightforward, unafraid to express love or hatred. Once she fell in love, it would be an inescapable bond. She approached everything with a naive candor, which is why she could stand unabashedly before Jun Haotian, playfully demanding his responsibility. Faced with Shangwan Exin's beautiful form, young Master Jun nearly succumbed to embarrassment, but fortunately, the alluring scene did not linger for too long. Perhaps Exina felt shy. Or perhaps young Master Jun sensed that the jest had gone too far. Either way, they shared an unspoken understanding. One turned away, while the other hastily donned their clothing. At the dining table in the living room, Cho and Qi Long had been waiting. Upon seeing Shangwan Exiner and Jun Haotian emerge from the room, the two little creatures giggled mischievously. Cho even pouted, indicating dissatisfaction. In a flash, Cho leaped down from the table and bounded to Jun Haotian's side, climbing up his pant leg until he securely perched on his shoulder. Little fellow, what's the matter? Are you hungry? Jun Haotian chuckled. Babikyu, Cho squeaked, baring its tiny teeth. You greedy little thing. Jun Haotian affectionately tapped Cho's small head. Meanwhile, Shangwan Exiner glanced around curiously, asking, Where's Jia? Cho and Qi Long seemed to comprehend her words, persistently nudging towards the door. Young Master Jun's brow furrowed lightly. Has she left already? Jia must be angry. She is definitely upset with me. Shangwan Exiner lamented, plopping down onto a chair while stealing glances at Jun Haotian. What should we do now, Brother Tian? She asked, somewhat at a loss. Miss Jean must have gone to school. We should hurry and catch up to her to avoid any mishaps. Yes, let's go, Shangwan Exiner declared, grabbing Jun Haotian's hand and dashing outside. Cho, still perched on Jun Haotian's shoulder, chirped and jumped, while poor Qi Long could only watch with sorrowful eyes as his owner gradually receded from view, ultimately lying down at the door, emitting soft whimpers. At Binhai International School, Jean Mingjia's yellow beetle had been wrecked, forcing her to take a taxi. As she stepped out, the morning bell rang, yet she did not enter the classroom. Instead, she wandered aimlessly around the playground, nervously fiddling with her skirt, her face a mask of confusion and anger. Perverted scoundrel, clueless idiot. How can he be so ignorant? Humph. Lecherous wolf. Jean Minjia muttered under her breath, unable to discern whether her feelings toward Jun Haotian were rooted in disdain or something deeper. Memories of Shangwan Exiner straddling Jun Haotian flooded her mind, causing her heart to ache. Oh, is that not the esteemed Miss Jean? Isn't she always priding herself on being a model student? What is she doing skipping class and loitering on the playground? Look at her delicate face, so charming. Longing for a man. Should I find you a strong one, dear? A sharp, mocking voice drifted over from a distance. On the parallel bars, a girl with flowing burgundy hair and a striking figure stood out in her leather attire, her long fingers adorned with colorful nails, puffing on a cigarette that clashed starkly with the school environment. The girl appeared slightly older than Jean Mingjia, surrounded by a cadre of boys who clearly did not fit the mold of good students. All eyes were on Jean Mingjia, filled with mockery and lewd implications, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a schoolyard version of the infamous Hongxing 13 Sisters. Despite her beauty, the girl's attire diminished her allure, presenting a garish, almost sinister appearance. It was evident she was not from a respectable background. Good girls would never dress like a delinquent. Red hair, green hair, blue hair, a motley crew surrounded the girl. Hey, boss lady, should we have some fun with this little beauty? She is not bad looking. Red hair grinned at Jean Mingjia. The girl scoffed lightly. Her father is Jean Qiming of the Pyramid Group. Do you dare to touch her? Red hair was momentarily taken aback, and the gang of misfits stepped back, clearly intimidated by the formidable reputation of the Pyramid Group in Binhai. With a disdainful laugh, the girl addressed the wannabe thugs. A bunch of useless fools. If anyone can steal a kiss from Miss Jean, I'll introduce him to my brother. And if anyone dares to assault her, I'll make him the leader of the Green Gang. You need some guts to join the Green Gang. With the promise of reward, these outcasts, desperate to make a name for themselves, were eager for the opportunity. Damn, boss lady, I'll do it. Not only will I have the chance to be the leader, but I could also be with Jean Qiming's daughter. It's worth it, Green Hair declared, preparing to charge forward. At that moment, The girl gracefully descended from the bars, her knee-high black leather boots exuding an air of coolness, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she glanced at her companions. What about you? Red hair and blue hair echoed her sentiments. If boss lady commands, then we'll go all out. Jin Mingjie, already in a foul mood, attempted to turn and leave upon seeing people she disliked. However, just as she turned, green hair blocked her path, grinning. Miss Jean, don't rush off. Come have some fun with your older brother. Get away. Jin Mingjie glared coldly at the girl on the bars. Du Shanshan, what do you want? This is school. Oh, has Miss Jean grown angry? You're quite a sight to behold. Du Shanshan continued her taunts. Ignoring green hair, Jin Mingjie attempted to exit from another direction. Yet green hair persistently blocked her way. What do you want? Jin Mingjie fumed. Brother said to let you accompany him for some fun. Shameless. Jin Mingjie retorted angrily. At that moment, a group of thugs surged forward, including the girl who resembled the infamous Hongxing 13 sisters, surrounding Jin Mingjie. With a mocking smile, the girl taunted. Oh, Sister Mingjie, it seems you're still a virgin. I knew it. How could brother be interested in a fledgling like you? TSK, at 17 or 18. Never having tasted a man, no wonder no one wants you. How pitiful. Today, I'll introduce you to some strong ones. What do you say? Du Shanshan. You're despicable and vile. Get away from me, or my father will not let you off easily. Green hair provocatively grinned. Not only is this girl as beautiful as a celestial being, but she has also got quite the fiery temper. I like you just the way you are. With that, green hair made an inappropriate move toward Jin Mingjie's bosom, while Du Shanshan watched with a cold smirk. Don't come over, don't touch me. Jin Mingjie felt a surge of anxiety, wanting to retreat, yet found herself trapped between a wolf and a tiger. At that moment, all she wished for was for Jun Haotian to suddenly appear before her, as if this yearning had become a habitual reliance. Go ahead, scream your lungs out. No one will come to your rescue. The green-haired figure sneered, swallowing hard as he gazed at Jin Mingjie like a predator eyeing its tender prey. Remove your filthy hands, or else I shall not be courteous. A cold voice, accompanied by a wicked grin and an otherworldly visage, Jun Haotian appeared as if descended from the heavens. His presence so oppressive it left others gasping for breath. Upon witnessing the seemingly ethereal youth who had materialized out of nowhere, the green-haired man instinctively retreated 2 steps, almost convinced he had encountered a ghost, had he not confirmed that Jun Haotian was indeed human. Who are you, kid? This is a matter between me and Jin Mingjie. Do not meddle. Du Shanshan huffed, irked that her plans were so rudely interrupted by this unexpected intruder. Jun Haotian tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Du Shanshan. Lighting a cigarette, he scoffed. I have no interest in dealing with creatures like you. Begone. Clad in black leather, are you attempting to play the gangster? Pausing for effect, Jun Haotian suddenly mocked. Such ignorance is truly alarming. Are you not aware that women who wear black leather abroad are of a certain ilk? Du Shanshan's lips quivered in rage. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner throughout her life. In Benhai, those with power and influence always afforded her, Miss Du, a modicum of respect. Today, however, she found herself chastised by an inconsequential youth, igniting a firestorm within her. You brat, you seek death. Du Shanshan declared vehemently, launching a powerful punch toward him. The force behind her strike was formidable, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Jun Haotian's keen eyes discerned the technique. It was the explosive punch of the Baji Quan, a martial art rooted in a family tradition. Although he had not trained in it, his understanding surpassed that of the average person. However, it was evident that Du Shanshan's execution of the Baji Quan was lacking. A punch barreled toward Jun Haotian's temple, not particularly powerful, yet for an ordinary individual, a strike to that area could result in unconsciousness or worse. Fortunately for Jun Haotian, he was no ordinary person. After evaluating the situation, Jun Haotian remained poised, seemingly devoid of any intention to evade, confident that the blow would not harm him. He was instead curious about the reactions that would ensue upon impact with the temple. With a thud, the fist connected squarely with Jun Haotian's pressure point. At that moment, he turned inward, and simultaneously, a dark golden aura erupted from the point of impact, releasing a terrifying energy as the pressure point burst open, unleashing a torrent of dark golden spiritual essence that surged forth, escalating to a formidable level, akin to a luminous flower blooming in a flash of brilliance, continuously replenished with spiritual energy. Chapter 36. A million for you. Now leave. Oh my God. The rate at which this spiritual energy is increasing is utterly terrifying. Is the God of War diagram a form of self-torturing training method? Does the intensity of the attacks on the acupoints correlate with a rapid increase in spiritual energy? Jun Haotian pondered in fear. In an instant, a powerful gust of air erupted, sending Du Shanshan flying, her body floating in the air. The dark golden flower petals bloomed. A fleeting moment, and then slowly faded away. To the disappointment of young Master Kuan, this terrifying spiritual energy soon dissipated. Although there was a slight increase in the spiritual energy within his body, it paled in comparison to the explosive force unleashed by that punch. Could there be a secret to this? I must uncover it next time. Nevertheless, the defense of the activated acupoint was extraordinarily robust, Jun Haotian murmured in confusion. What Jun Haotian did not realize was that for someone like Du Shanshan, who lacked internal strength, the situation would be drastically different if it were an individual with internal energy attacking the acupoints he had activated. The outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Internal energy acts as a key. The more formidable it is, the more terrifying the explosion of spiritual energy released from those activated acupoints. It can even absorb and dissolve the opponent's internal energy, reaching an almost divine level of power. Street fights are starkly pragmatic, attacking the nose, temples, eyes, or abdomen, which are among the human body's weakest points, is a surefire way to bring an opponent down. Yet today, the invincible queen unexpectedly found herself flying backward after striking someone's temple. This was undeniably alarming. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Jun Haotian, too intimidated to utter a word. Young Master Kuan nonchalantly tossed his cigarette but to the ground and scoffed. Aren't you all leaving? Do you intend for me to deal with each of you personally? With that admonition, the group of ruffians finally regained their composure and hurriedly exclaimed, We're leaving. We're leaving. In their haste, they scrambled away in panic. Little fool, don't run off alone in the future. You are like a prized delicacy now. Many eyes are on you, Jun Haotian said, narrowing his eyes at Jin Mingjie. Jin Mingjie seemed still entranced by Jun Haotian's devilishly charming smile, but instinctively retorted, Humph. Mind your own business. Just take care of your ex-INR. Jun Haotian felt a wave of embarrassment, but quickly broke into a mischievous grin. Little fool, are you jealous? Get lost. Who would be jealous of you? Jin Mingjie pouted, appearing quite displeased. Jun Haotian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and walked towards Du Shanshan. Jin Mingjie hesitated, asking, What are you going to do? I am quite compassionate. I can't just leave her lying here, Jun Haotian replied. You want to save her? Jin Mingjie asked incredulously. At this moment, Jun Haotian stood before Du Shanshan. Despite the impact, she had not lost consciousness but felt as if her body was falling apart, unable to rise. How are you? Can you move? Jun Haotian inquired. Du Shanshan gritted her teeth and spat. Get lost. I don't need your help. If you have the guts, leave your name. I want to let you off the hook. Jun Haotian pouted. You truly lack femininity. After a pause, he suddenly smirked. Could it be that you are a lesbian? You are the lesbian. Your whole family is. Du Shanshan retorted. Seeing you so spirited, you must be fine, Jun Haotian remarked. Standing up, narrowing his eyes, and revealing his devilish smile once more, preparing to turn away. You can't just leave like this. Du Shanshan urged anxiously. What do you expect me to do? Although I am a notorious playboy, I have no interest in someone like you. Besides, you are a lesbian. Jun Haotian laughed, continually teasing Du Shanshan. I am not a lesbian. How many times must I say it? If you dare to say it again, I will. All right, let us assume you are not a lesbian, but that has nothing to do with me. Jun Haotian clapped his sleeves and turned back, swaggering over to Jin Mingjie, declaring, Little fool, let us go. She should be fine. Jin Mingjie shot Jun Haotian a fierce glare and turned to leave, watching Jun Haotian and Jin Mingjie depart. Du Shanshan struggled to rise, muttering, Jin Mingjie, why do you have everything better than me? You even stole my brother's heart. I want to let you off. Humph. That man is your boyfriend. I'll take whatever belongs to you, Jin Mingjie. I refuse to believe I will never surpass you. Just wait. You all wait. Accompanying the princess for her studies should be a delightful endeavor, yet young Master Kuan felt otherwise, as protecting a treasure like Jin Mingjie was undoubtedly a perilous task. In the quiet classroom, Shangguan Xin'er looked at Jin Mingjie with a distressed expression, seemingly wanting to explain something, but Jin Mingjie consistently denied her the opportunity. Perhaps Jin Mingjie knew that once the adorable creature spoke, she would choose to forgive her. After several fruitless attempts, Shangguan Xin'er could only cast a pleading glance towards Jun Haotian. However, young Master Kuan was currently engrossed in light-hearted banter with the girl in front of him, oblivious to Shangguan Xin'er's plight. His devilishly handsome visage and enchanting aura rendered the girls in a frenzy. Yet, the high school curriculum was undeniably dull. Young Master Kuan was simultaneously engaging with the girls while observing the flow of spiritual energy within himself and honing his divination skills. The little creature, Chichio, rested languidly on Jun Haotian's shoulder, blowing bubbles. It was simply adorable. Seizing the teacher's distraction, the girls turned back, beaming smiles at this handsome young man's pet. Cute creatures are the most potent weapon for girls of this age. I concur, Jun Haotian said with a graceful smile, affectionately tapping Chi-Chio's head. Little one, say hello to the ladies. Chi-Chio lazily rose, clearly reluctant, and raised its tiny paw, eliciting giggles from the girls at the front. Their soft laughter standing out in the otherwise silent classroom. White Fei, please stand and answer the teacher's question. The instructor could no longer tolerate the disruption. The girl before young Master Jun, with an ordinary appearance yet an innocent demeanor, stood up awkwardly, her eyes darting around the blackboard, seemingly searching for the answer to the question posed. However, after a long search, she found nothing. The teacher, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Pay more attention in class. Sit down." Then turning to Jun Haotian, would you like to answer? With a bright smile, Jun Haotian stood up. Certainly, teacher. Regarding the analysis of Li Qingzhao's poetry, her life can be summarized as follows. In her early years, she was in love with her husband Zhao Mingqing. Coming from a wealthy family, leading to a relatively happy life, which her poetry reflects. In her later years, however, she faced her husband's death and a decline in her family's fortune. The teacher had initially intended to challenge this transfer student. Yet Jun Haotian spoke eloquently, covering Li Qingzhao's life from historical, poetic, and emotional perspectives without a single flaw, nearly restoring the truth of history. Although young Master Jun had not attended school since childhood, his education was undoubtedly world-class. By the age of 10, he had already memorized the high school curriculum. The absence of meridians, at times, proved beneficial. While others practiced, he dedicated his time to learning. Eventually, Jun Haotian discovered that this knowledge was remarkably effective in charming girls, further igniting his enthusiasm for learning. In a casual manner, one might casually utter a few obscure or seemingly profound statements, which undoubtedly adds to one's prestige. As the conversation unfolded, Jun Haotian spoke for over 10 minutes, leaving the language teacher momentarily speechless, staring at him in a daze before finally nodding and saying, "Take a seat." At that moment, Jun Haotian had undoubtedly captured the attention of numerous peers. After all, it was remarkable that a transfer student could remain composed while delivering such an elaborate discourse after being called out in class. "You are truly impressive," Bai Fei boldly remarked, turning her head back towards him. However, Jun Haotian's smile took on a mischievous quality as he responded, "By classmate, have you brought your sanitary supplies today?" "What did you say?" Bai Fei was momentarily taken aback. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, his devilish grin growing more pronounced as he reiterated, "I mean, do you have any seventh space or comfortable protection with you today?" Bai Fei's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, "How rude. Do you intend to use them?" Jun Haotian raised a finger and replied, "It's not that I want to use them, but rather that you will need them shortly, as your relatives will be coming to see you." You. Bai Fei's cheeks became even more crimson, and she quickly turned away, declaring, "I won't talk to you anymore." Feeling a surge of frustration, Bai Fei thought to herself, "I initially believed he was a decent person, but he is far more shameless than expected." Suddenly, it dawned on her that it was indeed her menstrual period these past few days. Jun Haotian, on the other hand, wore a self-satisfied expression. Through his recent experiments and application of prophetic abilities, he had elevated his control over this skill to a new level. Nevertheless, utilizing time prophecy to discern a girl's menstrual cycle marked a novel and unconventional application of his powers. As time progressed, Jun Haotian increasingly perceived the brilliance embedded in Elder Yun's teachings regarding supernatural abilities. Time manipulation encompasses the past, present, and future, with foresight being a fundamental aspect of future-related techniques. When Jun Haotian emerged from the battlefield for the second time, he recognized that his understanding of the future and the grand prophecy was merely a form of early warning. Should any danger arise concerning himself or those closely connected to him, he would be able to issue timely alerts. However, as he delved deeper into this skill, complemented by his imaginative thoughts, Jun Haotian's mental prowess had vastly improved since earlier times. Whenever he extended his mental energy, he could glimpse the futures of those he wished to see. Nonetheless, this foresight was limited, typically extending only half an hour into the future, and exerting such mental control demanded considerable effort. If one day, Jun Haotian could reach the extraordinary level of Yun Tianji, he would be able to observe whatever he desired without restraint. Yet, he still had much to learn. Indeed, shortly after the class bell rang, Bai Fei sprang from her seat as if propelled by wings, rushing out of the classroom. Her relatives had arrived, and girls were always so enthusiastic in such instances. It appears that my prophetic abilities have sharpened considerably. I could certainly use this to sneak a peek into the lives of girls. Jun Haotian mused with a subtle smile. However, his smile soon faltered, replaced by a sense of distaste, even aversion. Chapter 37. Is he Jun Haotian? Suddenly turning around, Jun Haotian discovered a pair of eyes fixated upon him. The owner of those eyes exuded an air of pride and indifference, seemingly dismissive of everything in this world. During their leisure time, the lives of first-year high school students were always vibrant, with numerous girls inexplicably drawn to Jun Haotian, as if under a magical spell. Some were enamored with him, while others were enchanted by the adorable creature on his shoulder. How cute. Can I pet it? The nurturing instincts of the girls made them particularly attentive to such delightful beings. Is it a puppy? How can it be so small? The little creature seemed to understand. Suddenly standing up and waving its paws, babikyu, babikyu. It appeared to be asserting its worth, as if questioning whether such a creature could ever be compared to someone as noble as itself. The anthropomorphic expression provoked peals of laughter from many girls. Shangguan Xiner looked helplessly at Jin Mingjie and remarked, Jia Jia, it seems that Brother Tian is quite popular. Humph, that fickle-hearted rogue. Xiner, you still have time to regret. Jin Mingjie warned. Regret what? Shangguan Xiner inquired, puzzled, scratching her head. Just as the men cast disdainful glances and the girls gazed in awe, a cold voice suddenly rang out amidst the crowd. Return to your seats. It is mine. Instantly, all the girls, sensing the tension, reluctantly returned to their seats. Only one girl remained beside Jun Haotian, her long hair cascading down her back, her oval face strikingly beautiful, despite being clad in a school uniform. Her figure was impossible to conceal. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty, but her frosty, domineering demeanor left Jun Haotian unimpressed. Shangguan Xina cast a tragic look at Jun Haotian, thinking, when did Brother Tian offend her? This is bad, really bad. The girl coldly declared, I want that pet of yours. Name your price. Jun Haotian, particularly averse to such tactics, retorted frostily, not for sale. Please leave. Everything has its price. 1 million. I offer you 10 million. Now scram. Jun Haotian replied without hesitation. The entire class fell silent, the girls staring at Jun Haotian in disbelief. Even Shangguan Xiner felt a pang of concern. Whispers circulated. Oh my. Did he really just speak to Lin Shuang like that? Am I hearing things? All incredulous gazes converged upon Jun Haotian, who remained unfazed, teasing the little creature as if he didn't care at all. In the face of this self-assured wealthy heiress, he felt a tinge of disdain. Lin Shuang, however, smiled coldly and said, You are the first to speak to me, Lin Shuang, in such a manner. Just wait, as long as you are in Binhai, I will find a way to make you beg me to accept your pet. With a disdainful huff, Lin Shuang arrogantly returned to her seat, her eyes smoldering with indignation. The humiliation of being ignored stinging her pride. Jun Haotian continued to play with the creature, a derisive smile curling on his lips as he thought, Jun, ruler of the world? The Lin family? No wonder she speaks with such confidence. Most of the Lin family's power resided in the military, and the major military district of Binhai was under their influence. However, while others feared the Lin family, Jun Haotian felt no such trepidation. He shook his head in disdain, a dismissive snort escaping his lips. At some point, Bai Feifei returned unexpectedly. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Jun Haotian. Are you interested in me? Jun Haotian looked up in confusion, utterly bewildered. If you weren't interested, how would you know about my cycle? You must have been sneaking around. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I guessed. Who would believe that? You can't possibly just guess. Bai Feifei bit her lip, her thoughts scolding him internally. You fool, this is your chance. Why can't you be more attentive? Jun Haotian was well aware of her intentions. Yet Bai Feifei wasn't his type, making ignorance seem a prudent choice. After a while, Bai Feifei felt as if she were talking to a wall, despite her numerous hints. The charming boy before her showed no response, igniting her frustration. Meanwhile, Shangguan Xiner, from a distance, wore a mischievous smile and remarked to Jin Mingjie, Jie, did you see? Brother Tian's charm is truly unstoppable. Jin Mingjie observed Bai Feifei's behavior, though she feigned indifference. A pang of jealousy stirred within her. Humph. Your brother Tian is nothing but a fickle scoundrel. I advise you to keep your distance. Suddenly, Jin Mingjie seemed to recall something and asked, Xiner. He didn't take advantage of you this morning, did he? Shangguan Xiner chuckled. Take advantage? What do you mean? You know that. Jin Mingjie hesitated, feeling embarrassed. That what? Shangguan Xiner continued to feign ignorance, recalling her naked encounter with Jun Haotian, her face flushing crimson. Seeing this, Jin Mingjie thought, it's over. Jun Haotian was engaged in a light conversation with Bai Fei when his expression suddenly froze, his enchanting eyes gleaming with a golden light as a frown creased his brow. Instinctively, he muttered, danger. Who could it be? From his perspective, the playground seemed to be engulfed in a terrifying battle of ice and fire. Yet he could not discern the identity of the individual. However, the ominous warning from his foresight indicated that this person was somehow connected to him. After contemplating for a moment, Jun Haotian finally exhaled a heavy sigh. Could it be her? In this school, few individuals came to mind, and the juxtaposition of ice and fire instinctively reminded him of the proud and icy girl, Phoenix. Yes, it was undoubtedly her. Jun Haotian affirmed once more. Bai Fei, however, looked at him quizzically. What are you mumbling about? How strange. Jun Haotian pinched the bridge of his nose and chuckled mockingly. Nothing. Nothing at all. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the window, his sharp eyes emanating an aura of chilling resolve, his devilish smile growing increasingly beguiling. The daylight gradually dimmed amidst the tedium of the lessons, and finally, the school day drew to a close. Just as Jun Haotian prepared to rise and dash out, the imposing Lin Shuang approached him, a cold smile gracing her features. You are Jun Haotian, correct? I will remember you. Just wait. I, Lin Shuang, always fulfill my promises. Let us hope so. Jun Haotian retorted with a mocking smile, swiftly exiting the classroom. Jia, what is Brother Tian planning to do? Let us follow him. Shangwan Xiner exclaimed, pulling Jin Mingjie as they dashed out of the classroom. However, by the time they emerged, Jun Haotian's figure had vanished. Shangwan Xiner scanned the surroundings, pouting and murmuring, where did Brother Tian go? How strange, he vanished in the blink of an eye. If he doesn't he want you to see him? You want to find him at all? Jin Mingjie scoffed. What should we do now? Shangwan Xiner asked. Let us go home. But Shangwan Xiner hesitated, ultimately biting her lip and nodding in agreement. Jun Haotian was perplexed as to why the prophetic arts warning could extend to the Phoenix. At this moment, the young master was leaning against the branch of a tree, his visage a blend of confusion and wry amusement. He pondered that his feelings towards the Phoenix seemed to diverge from those of an ordinary person. This inexplicable sensation appeared to have taken root the very first time he laid eyes on her. The chilling aura surrounding her seemed to conceal myriad untold stories. Hidden among the leaves, Jun Haotian had unknowingly dozed off, unaware of how much time had passed, until the cold voices of conversation abruptly shattered his reverie. Miss Phoenix, we have been watching you for quite some time. Hand over the item, spoke a middle-aged man, flanked by two young men. The delicate blue-clad Phoenix maintained her composure, her demeanor as serene as a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. That is impossible. Tell Hu Yanjulo that if he desires the Phoenix grass, he must venture to Phoenix Mountain Manor himself. Why do you cling to this stubbornness, Miss Phoenix? Our need for the Phoenix grass is solely to save a life. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. For you, it would merely be a trifling effort. Why must you be so obstinate? The Phoenix retorted with unyielding pride. I care not what you intend to do with it. The Phoenix grass shall not be offered to your anomaly union. Stubborn and unyielding. One of the young men behind the middle-aged man scoffed angrily. If that is the case, I must apologize, Miss Phoenix. The middle-aged man chuckled bitterly and waved his hand, causing the two young men to encircle the Phoenix. How delightful. Might I join in the revelry? A mocking voice interjected, laced with irreverence. Young Master Jun descended from the tree with an elegant smile, his well-tailored school uniform lending an air of nonchalance. He landed gracefully, his feet barely touching the ground yet exhibiting a poise surpassing that of an accomplished gymnast. His slender fingers brushed aside the bangs that obscured his eyes as he tilted his head, curiously observing the gathering. The Phoenix gazed at Jun Haotian, momentarily taken aback before inquiring, what brings you here? I sensed your peril and came to investigate, Jun Haotian replied with a gentle smile, as if they were two intimately familiar souls. However, his teasing tone inadvertently stirred something within the Phoenix's heart once more. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you, she warned, closing her eyes, though a faint bitterness and mockery flickered across her brow. This insincere indifference pained the Phoenix, yet she felt powerless to alter it. Jun Haotian offered a rueful smile, pinching the bridge of his nose as he maintained a soft tone. It is dangerous here. If you truly wish to avoid me, then depart quickly. I shall handle these ruffians. You? The Phoenix gazed at Jun Haotian incredulously, a mix of amusement and disbelief gracing her features. Is it so hard to believe that I could manage? Jun Haotian jested, eyeing the phoenix with a playful glint. At that moment, the phoenix's expression was a tapestry of emotions, skepticism, fear, yet tinged with a flicker of hope. The last time she had seen Jun Haotian, he was merely a novice, his abilities yet to awaken, while she felt gratitude for his previous act of salvation. Her family's obligations compelled her to bury any inexplicable sentiments deep within her heart. Chapter 38. The Hidden Dragon Technique of the Jun family. Perhaps, with the passage of time, I could gradually forget this incident and that individual. This was the thought lingering in Phoenix's heart. However, it seemed that fate had other plans. As the boy, whom she had only met once, reappeared before her eyes. The same act of redemption, yet the mindset was entirely different. Lighting a cigarette, Jun Haotian gazed at the middle-aged man across from him with a devilish charm, inquiring, "Are you members of the Ability Alliance?" The middle-aged man squinted, his voice icy as he replied, "Indeed, and you are?" With an enigmatic smile, Jun Haotian retorted, "Did the Ghost King not mention this young master to you upon his return? If the Ghost King cannot withstand me, do you think you can?" The middle-aged man staggered back in fear, exclaiming, "You are the one who killed Xian." Indeed, the Ghost King's defeat at the hands of a youth, returning battered and bruised, was something Huyan Ju Luo was aware of. However, the intricacies of the matter were likely kept secret by the Ghost King. For revealing such would be a significant loss of face, and Jun Haotian was exploiting this point without restraint. "Who exactly are you? And why are you meddling in this affair?" The middle-aged man asked cautiously. "Jun family, Haotian," Jun Haotian replied coldly, exuding an aura of lethal intent honed on the battlefield. The middle-aged man hesitated, retreating 2 steps. "So, you are the young master of the Jun family. No wonder. I admit my ignorance. However, I must ask you not to interfere in this matter. The Alliance will surely repay you. Spare me. Today, you forcibly took Phoenix Grass. Who can guarantee that you won't one day turn your ambitions towards me?" Jun Haotian stated, "It would be better to resolve this matter in one go." With that, Jun Haotian's speed was astonishing as he gathered his physical prowess, unleashing a surge of energy. This explosive power had deceived the Ghost King before, and now he aimed to replicate that success with a decisive strike. Unbeknownst to him, Phoenix was fixated on his retreating figure, her heart stirring as she thought, "He is Jun Haotian, so he is indeed Jun Haotian." Her gaze was filled with confusion, sorrow, and even an inexplicable sense of loss, tinged with a hint of disdain. Although Jun Haotian's name was not as radiant as that of a star, within the 8 great families, he was infamously notorious. At 13, he was a debauched young master in Kyoto, fleeing on the day of his engagement. This series of events did not leave a favorable impression of him among the 8 families. Phoenix had naturally heard of him, holding both disdain and pity for such a man. Yet, the boy before her was a stark contrast to the notorious image of the Kyoto playboy. Not to mention, the awakening of his time ability proved that he was no ordinary individual. Curiosity piqued, Phoenix watched intently as Jun Haotian made his move, eager to discern whether he was truly the frivolous young master she had dismissed. If so, why was there such a vast disparity between the 2 personas? Jun Haotian appeared enigmatic in Phoenix's eyes, sufficient to pique her curiosity. However, she was unaware that a girl's curiosity towards a boy could be perilous, as it might lead her to unwittingly succumb to her own longing. Jun Haotian moved with a speed that seemed to tear through space itself. This young man was undeniably a prodigy. Possessing spatial abilities, he had transformed them into a martial art form, blending rigidity with a ghostly fluidity. In less than a second, he had reached the middle-aged man, his palm descending with lethal intent, channeling all the energy from his temples into a single strike, manifesting an unparalleled force. A king-level warrior? How could this be? Phoenix thought, disbelief washing over her, for she knew Jun Haotian had only recently awakened his abilities. How could he have transformed from a novice to such a formidable master in such a brief period? Ultimately, she could only conclude that Jun Haotian must have been a martial arts expert long before his ability manifested. One must understand that in this world, pure-blooded ability users were exceedingly rare, and those who were martial arts masters with abilities were even fewer. A king-level martial artist wielding time abilities posed a threat comparable to an emperor-level master. The combination of martial prowess and ability certainly exceeded the simple arithmetic of 1 plus 1. Is he truly Jun Haotian? Phoenix murmured, struggling to believe it. As she spoke, Jun Haotian's iron palm had already descended, devoid of any pretense, solely aimed at annihilation. On the battlefield, countless lives had perished beneath his hands, precise and ruthless. Striking directly at the middle-aged man's Baihui point, a lethal spot on the human body. Fire escape, 9 dragons envelop. The middle-aged man shouted. Instantly, 9 fiery dragons erupted from around him, roaring as they intertwined to shield him, their dark red flames dazzling. A dark golden light cleaved through one of the fire dragons, unleashing a tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 resounding explosions, the middle-aged man's flames extinguished, as if swallowed by a tidal wave, vanishing gradually into the dark golden light. The middle-aged man, engulfed by the immense shockwave, found himself buried in a pit beneath a tree, unable to move, submerged up to his knees. Jun Haotian, with a nonchalant expression, tilted his head and coldly instructed, "Take your people and leave. Do not let me see you again." Resigned, the middle-aged man acknowledged, "Indeed. You possess remarkable skills. No wonder the Ghost King." He paused, scoffing. "What you have done today, the Ability Alliance will surely repay in kind." Phoenix fixed her gaze on Jun Haotian, asking, "Are you truly Jun Haotian? Is there any doubt about that?" Jun Haotian replied with a smile. "And what is your relationship with that notorious young master from Kyoto?" Phoenix pressed, unwilling to relent. "That would be me." Jun Haotian's eyes narrowed, a devilish smile gracing his lips. Phoenix stared at Jun Haotian for a long moment before slowly lifting her gaze to meet his, murmuring, "You deceived everyone." "Who would have thought you could deceive everyone?" "Perhaps it is better to say it was a benevolent lie," Jun Haotian mused. He truly was a waste without any meridians. And even now, the elder of the Jun family, Jun Tianzhan, could not comprehend what had transpired to transform a void of potential into a powerful dual ability wielder overnight. In the seaside campus, 2 silhouettes strolled beneath the setting sun, appearing remarkably well-matched, Phoenix and Jun Haotian. Phoenix was unsure of her own feelings as she walked alongside him, engaging in light conversation. Her expression remained icy, yet curiosity lingered. "Thank you for saving me last time. I'm glad you're well," Jun Haotian replied casually. For some reason, when faced with Phoenix, his usual nonchalance seemed to dissipate, revealing a hint of melancholy in his enchanting gaze. "Are you a martial artist?" Phoenix inquired again. Jun Haotian rubbed his nose, offering a wry smile and nodding, "Sort of." "What do you mean by sort of?" Phoenix's brows lifted in surprise. "I am not merely a martial artist," Jun Haotian said, narrowing his eyes as he pulled out a cigarette. Suddenly, Phoenix slapped his hand down, admonishing, "Don't smoke so often. Even if you are an ability user, it can still harm your body." Leaning against a large tree, Jun Haotian tilted his head and grinned. "Are you worried about me?" Phoenix narrowed her eyes and coldly remarked, "If you wish to engage in a slow form of self-destruction, I shall not impede you. However, do not conspire to take my life, for I find that most displeasing." Jun Haotian, undeterred, lit a cigarette and leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke that floated gracefully into the air. "Do you find this amusing, charming even? How shallow." Phoenix suddenly scoffed. Yet, the mere utterance of such words from a woman typically known for her icy demeanor indicated that her emotions were anything but natural. Jun Haotian squinted at Phoenix and stated, "I merely intend to convey to Miss Phoenix that perhaps some matters do not unfold as you envision. I take pleasure in being myself and pursuing that which I cherish. Having spent over a decade as the foremost dandy of the capital, the opinions of others hold little significance for me." "Is Master Jun attempting to clarify something?" Phoenix inquired. Or was he subtly suggesting that she should not regard herself as overly important, merely a passerby in his eyes? The corners of Phoenix's mouth curled in a hint of amusement, yet her predominant sentiment was one of anger. "You are free to think as you wish. I have no authority to interfere," he responded with a devilish smile laced with mockery. "Does Miss Phoenix not see me as anything more than a mere passerby?" Attention gripped Phoenix's heart momentarily, but she quickly revealed a long-forgotten smile, saying, "I never anticipated that a master of such caliber as yourself could possess such a petty spirit." Phoenix, ever astute, soon grasped the underlying implications. Their last encounter at the campus, her aloofness, and her decisive intervention today had evidently left an impression on him. It is not about pettiness. As the saying goes, he who gifts roses retains the fragrance. This is a notion you should comprehend, Miss Phoenix. In this world, affection does not arise without reason, nor does generosity occur without purpose. It is simply that, Jun Haotian declared, extinguishing his cigarette with a flourish, his beguiling smile returning. "Well then, I shall say no more. Until we meet again." With that he turned, his tall figure gradually silhouetted against the setting sun. Phoenix gazed at his retreating form, tracing her fingers thoughtfully, and mused inwardly. What a miserly man. Despite this reflection, she found herself ruminating on Jun Haotian's words, her lips curving into a slight smile as she pondered. Is he truly the foremost dandy of the capital? How intriguing. I must unveil the true visage behind this man's facade. A chaotic rescue, a chilling encounter, a forceful reprieve. and a conversation devoid of fervor. Phoenix had encountered this enigmatic young man thrice, yet she remained unaware that her subtly uplifted lips had betrayed her, planting a seed of intrigue within her heart. In time, this seed would germinate and flourish as the days passed. At the coastal headquarters of the Abilities Union, atop a 13-story building, a young man with cascading long hair cradled a carefully curated bottle of red wine, sipping delicately. His expression was peculiar, embodying an indefinable sentiment, a blend of neither anger nor fear, leaving his emotions shrouded in mystery. Chapter 39. The Hidden Dragon Technique of the Jun Family. 2. Did you hear correctly? That youth truly claims to be Jun Haotian? Huyen-ju Luo suddenly spoke. Indeed, I heard it very clearly. The middle-aged man trembled, his legs still shaking not from fear of Jun Haotian, but from prolonged inactivity buried in the earth, causing a slight numbness. Is it credible? It should be credible. The 8 great families are interconnected. Although not all members grew up as childhood companions, their relationships run deep. It is quite normal for them to lend a helping hand. Furthermore, if it were not for the Jun family, it would be hard for me to believe that any other family could cultivate such a young royal-level expert. Everything seems quite reasonable. Interesting. I did not expect the Jun family to be involved as well. Huyen-ju Luo took a deep breath, his expression far from relaxed. Chief, what should we do now? The middle-aged man asked with evident trepidation. Let us set aside Jin Qiming's matter for now. Even if we confront him, it must be when that young lad from the Jun family is absent. Remember, we must ensure nothing goes awry with him. After a pause, Huyen-ju Luo continued. As for the phoenix grass, we shall exert our utmost efforts. However, all actions must cease in the presence of Jun family members. Understood, Chief. The middle-aged man was acutely aware that with Jun Haotian's formidable strike, he was likely on the verge of breaking through the royal-level bottleneck. Unless the Thunder King intervened, they had no chance of victory. Clearly, the young man's decision was sagacious. Chief, what about the Ghost King? The middle-aged man inquired, his gaze tense. The young man smiled enigmatically. The Ghost King has his own agenda. We need not concern ourselves with it. If he is untroubled by Jun Tianzhan, let him deal with this nail in the coffin. Yes, I understand. As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned to leave, but was called back by Huyen-ju Luo. Do not rush off. Describe in detail the course of your battle. I am quite curious about what manner of youth could so easily defeat the Ghost King. Yes, Chief. I am incompetent. I was defeated in a single move. The opponent is a martial artist, but not an ordinary one. Oh, Huyen-ju Luo was taken aback. Speak slowly. Do not rush. Firstly, his speed is astonishing. He is not a ghost cultivator, yet his swiftness rivals that of the Ghost King. Secondly, his strength is immense. He could single-handedly push me into the earth, a feat beyond human capability. Thirdly, his internal energy is exceedingly peculiar. Internal energy? Yes. The internal energy of ordinary people is imperceptible, yet I distinctly saw his internal energy, which was dark golden in color, exhibiting tremendous explosive power. Dark golden internal energy? Huyen-ju Luo gasped. How can such a strange internal energy exist in this world? The middle-aged man nodded, hesitating briefly before ultimately saying nothing. Could it truly be the Jun family's hidden dragon technique? It is said that the hidden dragon technique is remarkably mysterious, capable of revealing the true dragon form upon mastery, harnessing the power of the dragon god. The more Huyen-ju Luo pondered, the more alarmed he became, stepping back in trepidation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In Europe, a remote expanse of grassland with an exceedingly complex and eerie terrain, towering mountains loomed around the prairie, shrouded in mist, appearing almost artificially constructed. Through the clouds, a moderately sized city came into view, boasting modern architecture with skyscrapers resembling office buildings. Within, a luxurious metropolis thrived, replete with all necessities of life, illuminated by flickering neon lights and filled with the sounds of laughter. At the heart of the city stood an ornate Eastern pavilion, a mansion-like structure occupying 1/5 of the urban area, surrounded by lush vineyards. The exterior was fortified by classical walls, with rounded boulders blocking the city gates, which resembled a natural mountain. Above the gates, intricate calligraphy adorned a golden stone plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Fengdu City. To see these characters in the east is akin to encountering a ghost. Within the mansion, lavishly decorated, a middle-aged man clad in snow-white attire basked in the sun on a verdant lawn. His handsome visage bore no trace of time's passage, though subtle gestures revealed his age, characteristic of someone at that stage of life. Lounging languidly on an ivory chair, the table was immaculate, adorned only with a few platters of Western and Eastern delicacies, a cup of coffee, and a conspicuous dossier. The middle-aged man perused the documents briefly, a smile illuminating his eyes. His handsome features reminiscent of the sun god from Greek mythology. Xiaozhua, do you have any recent news? The middle-aged man finally inquired, his voice smooth and gentle. Master. There have been reports from Benhai that the Ghost King and Huyan Ju Luo have approached him, but he managed to defuse the situation. The Ghost King? Huyan Ju Luo? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before realization dawned. Ah, so they are mere lackeys of the United Association. No wonder I could not recall them. Lightly tapping the table, he maintained a rhythmic tempo. His growth has completely exceeded my expectations. This is excellent, truly excellent. Master, should we advance our plans? Not yet. Not yet. I wish to observe further, to see what surprises he can bring forth. Rigidly arranging pieces on a chessboard would only hinder his unique path of growth. Even he is not exempt from this rule. The middle-aged man paused, then chuckled, rather than this plan. I am more concerned about how his relationship with those young ladies is developing. Jin Qiming is quite the strategist, indirectly securing his little girl through old Ghost Yun's influence. The young lady from the Shangguan family is intriguing as well. She is a lawbreaker yet to awaken her bloodline. As for the two young ladies from the Lan and Feng families, I remain uncertain. This situation is becoming increasingly interesting. If a child could be conceived ahead of time, I would be most pleased. Master, should I arrange something? Xiaozhua inquired cautiously. The middle-aged man nodded, twirling the ring on his finger, squinting with a smile, and waved his hand. You may attempt it, but do not take it too seriously. If it succeeds, splendid. If not, so be it. Do not provoke that young man. His temperament is rather peculiar, and I cannot decipher it myself. Yes, I will convey your orders. Xiaozhua promptly turned to leave. The middle-aged man suddenly squinted, coldly snorting. Play as you will, Zi Lao Gue and Shura Lao Gue. Do not overstep. If anything happens to him, I shall uproot your alliance of abilities in the United Association of Abilities. In Mingxing Pavilion, the moonlight had become hazy, and Jun Deshao swayed back home. Thoughts of the phoenix lingered in his mind, an unquenchable feeling for that ethereal woman, distinct from ordinary girls. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, Jun Haotian glanced around. The living room was empty. Shangwan Shiner and Jin Mingjia must have already gone upstairs. He made his way directly to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. After several encounters, Jun Haotian had grown increasingly enamored with the spiritual energy within him, tirelessly exploring the battle god diagram, internally visualizing his body. From the divine court to the temples, the energy, as fine as an infant's finger, flowed continuously. Jun Haotian summoned all his spiritual energy to converge at his Baihui point. Squinting as cold sweat began to bead on his back, unbeknownst to how long it had been brewing. A resounding thud echoed as two streams of spiritual energy fiercely struck his Baihui point. However, this time, it did not culminate in victory. The two dark golden energies, thwarted in their attempt, retreated once more into the realm of divinity and the solar aperture. Jun Dashao wiped the sweat from his brow, a bitter smile playing on his lips as he mused. Perhaps it is best to let nature take its course. It seems that forcing matters is futile. Embracing a carefree acceptance of fate, Jun Dashao embodies this philosophy. He procured a piece of unfinished snow jade wood from his possession. The visage was already discernible. Unlike any earthly creation, the silver carving knife whirled gracefully in Jun Haotian's hand. Pure white, jade-like shavings fell gently to the ground. With unwavering focus, Jun Haotian's fingers moved with utmost caution, as if each stroke of the blade encapsulated his emotions. The corners of his mouth, slightly raised, displayed no tremor. His entire being was absorbed in the act of carving. Before long, the fierce blade brought forth the lifelike visage of the phoenix upon the surface. With a soft sigh, Jun Haotian found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just as he succumbed to a fleeting reverie, a spark ignited in his eyes, and with a disdainful smile, he declared, Ghost King, you dare to return? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. On the second floor of the Dream Pavilion, in the chamber of Jin Mingjia, Shangguan Xiner pouted, her face downcast as she lamented, Why has Brother Tian returned yet? I'm about to starve. Jin Mingjia scoffed. That lecher is probably toying with someone again. Shangguan Xiner's lips pressed together, her eyes darting about, lost in thought. Jin Mingjia rose, declaring, I can't be bothered. I'm going to take a shower. This dreadful heat is unbearable. Shangguan Xiner quickly replied, Jie, why don't we shower together? Jin Mingjia nodded, casting a glance at Shangguan Xiner before beginning to disrobe. Observing Jin Mingjia's flawless form, Shangguan Xiner teased, Jie, I didn't expect you to be quite the catch. Everything is just in the right place. I wonder if Brother Tian will have a nosebleed upon seeing you like this. Jin Mingjie shot her a fierce glare. I am not as precocious as you. Shangguan Xian'er looked down at her own chest, a mischievous smile creeping across her face. Before long, the two young maidens were left with but a single piece of undergarment. Giggling as they entered the bathroom, the sound of rushing water soon filling the air. At that moment, Jun Haotian emerged from the corner of the room. His expression one of shock. Tiptoeing, he patted his chest, relieved. Fortunately, I did not burst in unexpectedly. Otherwise, my illustrious reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Jun Haotian had intended to warn the two girls to hide, as the Ghost King was not to be trifled with. However, upon entering, he was met with an unexpectedly alluring sight. Swallowing hard, he gazed at the writhing figures within the bathroom, momentarily entranced. Just as he was captivated, the bathroom door swung open, and Jin Mingjie called out, Xian'er, I only have one bath towel here. I'll step out to get another. You go ahead and start washing. Chapter 40. The Hidden Dragon Technique of the Jun Family. 3. Come on, Jie, hurry up. However, when Jin Mingjie emerged from the bath, completely bare and damp, she unexpectedly encountered Jun Haotian, who was utterly captivated by her beauty. A vision of a beauty emerging from the water, with long, graceful legs, a slender waist, and skin as pure as snow, rendered him powerless to look away. Jin Mingjie froze for a moment, quickly seizing a cushion to cover herself, exclaiming, Ah, you lecher. How shameless. Who allowed you to come in? Get out this instant. Jun Haotian, with a resigned touch to his nose, chuckled, I never imagined I would play the part of a lecher for even a moment. Tilting his head, he appeared to appreciate Jin Mingjie's alluring form, lighting a cigarette as he remarked, Nevertheless, Jie, your figure is quite appealing. It certainly pleases my taste. Jin Mingjie, filled with dread, took 2 steps back. What do you intend to do? Don't get any ideas. I warn you. Her shriek was nothing short of hysterical, prompting Shangguan Xian'er to rush out from the bathroom, her hair equally drenched and her stunning figure fully exposed. She waved her hands, asking, Jie, what's wrong? What happened? Where's the lecher? Seeing Shangguan Xian'er's appearance only fueled Jin Mingjie's anger. Are you here to catch a lecher? You're clearly leading a sheep to the wolves. The two young women stood before him, unabashedly exposed. And any normal man would have a reaction, especially for someone as youthful and vigorous as Jun Haotian. However, upon seeing Jun Haotian, Shangguan Xian'er sighed in relief, disregarding her own state of undress as she hurried to him, affectionately grasping his arm. With a pouting expression, she complained, Brother Tian, you're finally back. I'm starving. Let us eat something delicious. Xian'er, Jin Mingjie nearly shouted in exasperation, quickly put on some clothes. Don't let this lecher take advantage of you. Shangguan Xian'er giggled, seemingly unperturbed. Well, Brother Tian has seen me this morning. He has seen everything, so what is the harm in a little more? Xian'er, you. Jin Mingjie was left speechless with frustration, realizing that Xian'er had indeed been taken advantage of by this scoundrel. As a refined lady, she could not tolerate such behavior and quickly retrieved a bathrobe to don. Although it did little to hide her allure, it at least covered some sensitive areas. With her composure somewhat regained, she huffed, Who let you in? Didn't we agree that you're not supposed to come up to the second floor? Jun Haotian shrugged with a wry smile. I didn't intend to, but if you continue to delay, there might be more than just me who comes to admire your exquisite bodies. What do you mean? Jin Mingjie asked in a panic. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, grinning mischievously. All right, ladies, hurry up and get ready to leave with me. It's just the 3 of us here. Who else would come up? Shangguan Xian'er, scratching her head in confusion, replied, How would anyone else come? Jun Haotian's smile took on a sinister edge as he replied, You'll soon find out. The night was enchanting, yet concealed peril. Not far from the back of Mengxin Pavilion, 3 figures lurked in the grass, carefully observing the garden. Humph. Where are the people you mentioned? I see nothing but excuses. Jin Mingjie scoffed, her frosty demeanor radiating anger. Patience, patience. Jun Haotian replied with a devilish grin, his lips curling in a beguiling manner. You'd best provide us with an explanation today, or I will inform my father and have you dismissed. Jin Mingjie, still unsatisfied, reiterated her threat. Shangguan Xian'er giggled, seemingly unfazed by Jin Mingjie's warning. Jin Mingjie shot her a furious glare, muttering, You traitorous fiend, how dare you laugh? Shangguan Xian'er feigned innocence, resting her chin on her hands. I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, Brother Tian is not an outsider. Isn't that right? Jie, you. Jin Mingjie was about to rise, ready to confront Shangguan Xian'er. At that moment, a powerful arm suddenly pulled Jin Mingjie down, commanding, Get down. Jin Mingjie stumbled, falling into Jun Haotian's embrace, lying across his chest, inhaling his intoxicating scent. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Let go of me. Let go," she protested, struggling. Jun Haotian swiftly gestured for silence, and for reasons unknown, Jin Mingjie instinctively quieted, resting comfortably against his chest, tilting her neck. In the darkness, a figure dashed swiftly from the front yard to the back, cloaked in black, concealing its face. It was none other than the Ghost King. Having suffered a setback at Jun Haotian's hands before, the Ghost King was now vigilant. In the realm of ghostly cultivation, true power lay not in martial prowess, but in assassination. Thus, the Ghost King chose to infiltrate Mingxin Pavilion through the back, aiming to silently eliminate Jun Haotian in his sleep, seeking vengeance. This time, the Ghost King was cautious, scanning his surroundings before entering Mingxin Pavilion. "It's him again," Shangwan Xin exclaimed. "Brother Tian, why don't you go teach him a lesson?" Jun Haotian sighed in resignation, thinking, if I could defeat him, why would I hide? Jin Mingjie, curious, gazed at Jun Haotian, seemingly accustomed to their position. Her face reddened as memories of the earlier incident in the bathroom flooded her mind. And the young girl began to fantasize. Observing Jun Haotian's chiseled jawline, she mused, perhaps this fellow is rather handsome after all. Before long, the ghostly figure returned to the courtyard, its raspy voice calling out, "Kid, I know you're nearby. Come out. I want to settle this once and for all." Jun Haotian signaled for Shangwan Xin and Jin Mingjie to be silent once more, his gaze fixated on the Ghost King in the distance. Space split. Instantly, the ground beneath the Ghost King cracked open. However, the Ghost King reacted swiftly, leaping as if riding the clouds, a streak of black light hurtling toward Jun Haotian. Jun Haotian exclaimed, "Not good," initially believing he could catch the Ghost King off guard using his spatial abilities. He was surprised by the Ghost King's sharp reflexes and keen senses, which allowed him to pinpoint Jun Haotian at the moment he activated his power. Jun Haotian gently set Jin Mingjie down, shielding her behind him. But the Ghost King was too fast. By the time Jun Haotian looked up again, 2 fingers were already poised at his forehead, radiating dark energy. "Run," Jun Haotian urged in fear. "No," Jin Mingjie cried out in alarm. The Ghost King's fingertips pressed firmly against Jun Haotian's brow, unleashing a surge of potent energy. The Ghost King sneered, Die, kid." As the sharp wind approached Jun Haotian, Jin Mingjie felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she could hardly believe she was crying for a man. All she wished was to protect Jun Haotian, fearing she might never again see his enchanting smile or savor his culinary creations. In the face of life and death, this may be the most profound parting of all. "I'll fight you." Jin Mingjie's eyes glistened with defiance as she lunged at the Ghost King. The Ghost King chuckled coldly, seeking death. The aura emanating from him forcefully propelled Jin Mingjie away, her delicate form soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. With a gaze filled with weakness, she cast a fleeting glance at Jun Haotian, murmuring softly, "You wicked one, you cannot die. You." In an instant, Jin Mingjie fainted, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. "Jijia." Shangwan Shiner inexplicably began to feel a surge of fear, her body trembling. The Ghost King chuckled coldly, intending to retract his finger, sneering, "You too shall belong to me today." However, in the next moment, the Ghost King was taken aback. For no matter what he did, he could not withdraw his finger. His internal energy seemed to be involuntarily flowing into Jun Haotian's body in a ceaseless stream. Fear gripped the Ghost King. What on earth is happening? Could this young man possibly possess sorcery? The Ghost King aimed to deliver a fatal blow, yet by misfortune, he struck Jun Haotian's divine acupoint. The abundant internal energy continuously surged into Jun Haotian's body, where it was swiftly assimilated by the spiritual energy. The divine acupoint and the solar acupoint were activated, erupting with power. Jun Haotian clearly perceived a golden lotus blooming within his divine acupoint. As the Ghost King's internal energy relentlessly assaulted him, the golden lotus expanded further, 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals, 4 petals. It was only upon reaching 4 petals that the lotus gradually ceased its unfurling. In the next moment, the golden lotus unleashed formidable power. A dark golden light flashing across Jun Haotian's forehead, propelling the Ghost King backward. With a resounding explosion, the Ghost King's body sank deep into the earth, stirring up a colossal cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the golden lotus within Jun Haotian's divine acupoint burst forth, transforming like raindrops into myriad tiny particles that returned to the spiritual energy. The previously slender spiritual energy, akin to a baby's finger, now thickened to the size of an adult's pinky. The abundant spiritual energy revolved incessantly within Jun Haotian's body, while the dark golden light flowed throughout him. Shangwan Shiner stood in astonishment. Jun Haotian remained motionless, as if 3 flowers were converging atop his head. After 2 cycles of operation, the majestic spiritual energy surged into the Baihui acupoint. When Jun Deshao woke once more, he found himself before a middle-aged man clad in white, whose smile radiated warmth like the rising sun. "Young man, we meet again. I did not anticipate you would so swiftly unlock the Baihui acupoint." The divine acupoint is one of the 72 deadly points, while the Baihui acupoint is vital to the body. Unlocking it is akin to crossing a threshold. Henceforth, your cultivation as a battle god will proceed on the right path. Confusion enveloped Jun Haotian, brimming with questions. What had transpired? Why had the deadly acupoint, upon receiving an attack, reacted in such a manner? He felt compelled to seek answers from the man before him. The atmosphere in the battlefield grew tense, a palpable pressure swirling around them. Chapter 41. Ascending 6 levels. Haha. In response to Jun Haotian's bewilderment, Bai Qi suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This anomaly may seem defiant to others, but it is precisely the tyranny of the war god's chart that led the martial world to deem it a forbidden tome." Pausing for a moment, Bai Qi continued, "The war god's chart unlocks various acupoints, granting immortality. But how can one achieve immortality? The energy cultivated through the war god's chart is the purest in existence, capable of assimilating all internal forces, even absorbing the energy that harms you to bolster your own. Thus, the more one attacks your activated acupoints, the stronger you become, while your opponent grows weaker. So that's how it is, an absorption technique akin to the star absorption method." Stunned, Jun Haotian asked again, "But what is that golden lotus that has been activated?" "The golden lotus? You actually saw the golden lotus?" Bai Qi gazed at Jun Haotian in horror, his typically wise countenance suddenly revealing incredulity and shock. "You know what it is, don't you?" Bai Qi then broke into a mischievous smile, saying, "I know, but I cannot reveal it to you just yet." With a serious tone, he shifted the conversation. "Kid, are you prepared to face a challenge?" "A challenge?" Jun Haotian was perplexed. Bai Qi waved his hand, and the ironclad cavalry appeared above the war god's battlefield, marching in perfect formation with an imposing presence. However, unlike the previous 2 encounters, these cavalry members were few in number, perhaps only a few hundred rather than a million. Yet, their aura exuded a dominance that suggested they could face thousands. Do not underestimate them. They are the elite armored cavalry of the Qin dynasty, capable of taking on 100 foes each. This is your 3rd time here, and I believe it is time to get serious. The first 2 times were merely warm-ups. This time, your task is to eliminate all these cavalrymen. Only by doing so can you leave. Otherwise, you will remain trapped here forever. What? I thought I could leave automatically if I was defeated? Jun Haotian looked anxiously at Bai Qi. Bai Qi spread his arms wide and laughed. "The war god's battlefield is a parallel space that exists because of me. I am its sovereign. I do not wish for your demise. So within this realm, you cannot die. However, you will certainly be injured. Aside from death, everything else in this space mirrors the outside world. So, are you ready?" "Why?" Jun Haotian questioned, confused. "Why?" Bai Qi replied with a faint smile. "Why the sudden change in rules?" Bai Qi laughed heartily. "Because this is my domain, and I make the rules. While a million warriors charging can allow you to experience the bloodlust of battle, as you might imagine, if you die, you can leave. Such a mindset wastes the opportunity the war god's battlefield offers you. So I must apply some pressure for you to grow." With a gentle laugh, Bai Qi continued, "This time, there are 500 elite cavalry. Next time, there will be 1,000. And the time after that, 3,000. You truly are a monster." Jun Haotian shot Bai Qi an exasperated glance before tearing through the air and plunging into the ranks of the iron cavalry. The shining armor of the cavalry. Their curved sabers and lances radiated a menacing aura, their battle cries ripping through the heavens. "Kill, kill, kill." Bai Qi stood above, observing Jun Haotian with an impassive expression, a smile creeping onto his face, inwardly contemplating, the golden lotus, the golden lotus. Who would have thought he would embody it? Perhaps he truly can. The Qin cavalry had swept across the 6 kingdoms, their armored warriors representing the mightiest force of the Qin dynasty. Though these cavalrymen had not cultivated any internal energy, the battle aura they had amassed on the battlefield was terrifying. Even a cold snort from them could shake the earth. No matter how formidable, Jun Haotian was still but one man. Opposing 500 cavalrymen and defeating them were vastly different concepts. Within the war god's battlefield, Jun Haotian was honing not only his physical prowess and killing techniques, but also observing the military strategies of the formidable Qin cavalry. These 500 Qin cavalry were divided into 5 squads, each led by a commander. With simple gestures, the commanders directed their troops to charge. Two squads confronted Jun Haotian directly, while one squad flanked him from the rear, and the remaining two served as the left and right wings, continuously attacking. In an instant, Jun Haotian found himself encircled in the heart of their formation. Time paused. Space shifted. The very fabric of reality tore. Jun Haotian's fierce gaze locked onto the cavalry commander blocking his path. In a ghostly manner, he appeared atop a black steed. And a mere second of hesitation was all he needed. The silver dagger swiftly severed the throat of a cavalry commander. Instantly, one squad of cavalrymen became like ants on a hot pan, bewildered and unsure of what to do. In the sky, Bai Qi remarked with a faint smile. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Good. Yet, contrary to Jun Haotian's expectations, the cavalrymen were not as mechanical as he thought. After the death of a commander, they swiftly reformed their ranks to protect their leader at the center. Their initial assault formation transformed into a charging phalanx, 10 cavalrymen per squad, preparing to advance. With their squared formation and heavy armor, Jun Haotian found himself retreating, seeking an opportunity to break through. Just then, Bai Qi roared, "Incompetent? Tell me, what is a war god?" Jun Haotian's spirit jolted, momentarily lost. A war god embodies the courage to slay the world and the determination to press forward. A war god never retreats a single step. Remember, as the enemy grows stronger, so must you. In the war god's battlefield, you must adhere to one principle: advance boldly, regardless of the obstacles before you. Those who stand in your way must perish. Only in death can they not hinder your progress. Jun Haotian's furrowed brow transformed as his sinister gaze shifted to a blood-red hue. Confronting the 500 lances, he unexpectedly did not advance but retreated, his blood-red eyes emanating a fierce, killing intent as he murmured, "Those who block my path shall die. Those who block my path shall die." The silver dagger surged forward like a streak of light, accompanied by Jun Haotian's formidable physique as he charged into the ranks of cavalry. The sharp blade carved a gash through their orderly formation. The artist's dagger was forever exquisite, even in the act of killing. With two sharp sounds, Jun Haotian's shoulders were pierced by two lances. And he bellowed in fury, "Die!" His fist struck the iron shaft of a lance, shattering it to pieces, and he wrenched the lances from his shoulders. At that moment, Jun Haotian stood amidst heaven and earth like a true god of slaughter. His bloodied hands swung tirelessly, and with a thunderous crash, a black warhorse was struck down by his palms, blood gushing from its mouth. With whirlwind-like speed, it seemed that Jun Haotian had reached his limit. And while he rampaged through the ranks, he muttered, 103, 104, 200. Time passed in obscurity, and the battlefield fell silent as Jun Haotian's dagger pierced the throat of the last cavalryman, staining the ground with blood. Though his body was battered and bruised, he still clung to consciousness, swaying precariously as blood gushed forth like a fountain. With the strength of one against 500 of the Qin cavalry, what ferocity and power it demonstrated. Breathing heavily, Jun Haotian gazed up at Bai Qi in the sky, his squinted eyes seemingly vowing, "I did it." In the backyard of Mingxin Pavilion, Yun Tianji, Jin Qiming, and Uncle Ren stood side by side, somewhat bewildered, curiously observing Jun Haotian, who stood motionless with his feet sunk into the earth. Uncle Ren furrowed his brow, glancing at Yun Tianji and inquiring, "Master Yun, what on earth is happening?" Yun Tianji took a deep breath, for although he could deduce that something strange was occurring with Jun Haotian, he could never quite pinpoint what was amiss. Is this a form of martial arts? Jin Qiming gazed curiously at Jun Haotian, increasingly captivated by the sight, even feeling a sense of joy. Yun Tianji nodded slightly, yet shook his head as he remarked, "This appears to be a peculiar form of martial arts. Is there something amiss?" Ren Shu, observing Yun Tianji's head shake, could not help but inquire, "If it pertains to martial arts, then that would be entirely incorrect. To my knowledge, the most exquisite martial technique under heaven should be the hidden dragon technique of the Jun family. However, the meridians of Haotian differ from those of ordinary individuals. He cannot possibly cultivate any profound martial arts. Even the Jun family could not resolve this issue in their time. This is indeed perplexing. The path of martial arts demands exceedingly high aptitude. If what Master Yin states is true, then young Master Jun should be incapable of mastering martial arts. Yet now, Ren Shu too found himself in a state of confusion. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked, "Master Yun, have you ever encountered a martial art that allows internal energy to permeate another's body, resulting in the complete destruction of the opponent's acupoints? Although the opponent may not die, they would be left utterly incapacitated, a fate far worse than merely losing their martial prowess." Yun Tianji suddenly became tense and asked, "Why do you inquire about this?" Young Master Jun once employed such a technique. At the time, I felt no discomfort. However, upon reflection, it seems there may indeed be an issue. After pondering for a considerable time, Yun Tianji shook his head and replied, I have never heard of such a technique. Jin Qiming chuckled and interjected, All right, Master Yun. Rinshu, why not wait for Haotian to awaken and clarify this matter? There is no need to overthink it. That is true. Yun Tianji mused while stroking his beard with a smile. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the ground beneath Jun Haotian, and the atmosphere darkened ominously. A dark golden energy emanated from Jun Haotian's body, and a golden lotus flower blossomed in the air above his forehead, rendering him akin to a divine being. Yun Tianji shouted, Quickly retreat. This lad is about to break through. Yun Tianji soared away, while Rinshu and Jin Qiming leaped to a safe distance. All three gazing in horror at Jun Haotian. Yun Tianji, too, donned a peculiar pair of glasses, astonished beyond belief, as if he were no longer a normal person. 10,000, 13,000, 15,000, 15,005. My heavens, this lad has leaped directly from the 9-star general level to the 5-star commander level, skipping 6 ranks. This has never occurred in the history of extraordinary abilities. Wait, it is not merely extraordinary abilities. Rinshu seemed to discern something. Focusing intently as he asserted, if my observations are correct, young Master Jun's martial prowess is also surging alongside his extraordinary abilities. The golden essence must be his internal energy. It is radiating outward. This is nearly at the king level. A 5-star commander with the extraordinary abilities of a king-level martial artist. Jin Qiming was left speechless, filled with trepidation. However, Yun Tianji shook his head and stated, he has not yet reached the king level. He remains at the peak of the commander level. In the realm of martial arts, cultivating internal energy signifies the general level. Unblocking the Ren and Du meridians denotes the commander level, refining bones to steel signifies the king level, and transforming blood into mercury is for the emperor level. Only those who can unblock all 72 meridians and 720 acupoints truly attain immortality. Chapter 42. Father will support you after inhaling the essence of heaven and earth. A dark golden gas flowed back into Jun Haotian's body. The 4-petaled golden lotus merged into his Baihui acupoint. Suddenly, Jun Haotian opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light flickering, emanating an aura of endless killing intent, terrifying beyond measure. Standing for an entire night, Jun Haotian felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. As he attempted to move, his entire form emitted creaking sounds, reminiscent of frying soybeans. With a wicked smile, he gazed at the 3 individuals before him. Old man Yun. What brings you here? Yun Tianji shot a glance at Jun Haotian and remarked, You found yourself in trouble. How could I possibly stand by idly? Jun Haotian chuckled softly, but as he tried to lift his legs, he realized his feet were deeply embedded in the ground. Unperturbed, he attempted to step out. But the ground trembled once more. With a resounding rumble, when his feet landed again, they left behind 2 enormous footprints. What is this? Jun Haotian looked down at his feet in confusion. Yun Tianji scoffed. You've just broken through and haven't yet mastered your strength. Simply focus on controlling your body. Oh, Jun Haotian nodded foolishly in response to Yun Tianji. Closing his eyes, he silently circulated his energy. Suddenly, his expression shifted. The 3 vital acupoints, Shinting, Taiyang, and Baihui, burst open. And a murky gas gushed forth from them, producing a fierce white mist accompanied by a sizzling sound. What is this? Uncle Ren finally felt a twinge of fear. Internal energy. Yun Tianji exhaled sharply. What a waste. Although at ISNT pure internal energy, its weight is at least 1/3 of that of a king-level expert. And this brat has expelled it like garbage. Though Yun Tianji was unaware of what had transpired within Jun Haotian, his keen eye could discern that Jun Haotian was engaged in something significant. The murky internal energy was a remnant of the Ghost King's strike, with its essence transformed into spiritual energy by Jun Haotian, while some impurities remained within his body. Now, expelling all this foul gas, Jun Haotian felt invigorated. When Jun Haotian opened his eyes again, the 3 individuals sensed an undeniable change in him. His tall frame seemed to have elongated, his fair skin appearing even smoother. And his strikingly handsome face seemed to possess an even more devilish allure. Haotian, I never expected you to advance so swiftly, Yun Tianji remarked with a smile. Jun Haotian chuckled, It is all thanks to your guidance, old man. Enough flattery. Can you enlighten me on the techniques you've been practicing? Your bloodline now reveals you to be not just an ability user, but also a martial artist. Why is that? Yun Tianji inquired earnestly. Well, the weather today is quite lovely. Uncle Jin, how are Jie and Xian Air? Jun Haotian deliberately changed the subject. Jin Qiming replied with a slight smile. They are fine. Jia was merely startled and should still be resting. However, Ms. Shangguan cried for an entire night over you. I'll go check on them. As he spoke, Jun Haotian averted his gaze from Yun Tianji and vanished from sight with a flicker. Yun Tianji scoffed. He runs away swiftly. Jin Qiming chuckled. Master Yun. Let him be. Youngsters often have their secrets they prefer not to share. You're quite open-minded. Yun Tianji teased before lowering his voice. This lad is betrothed. Do you truly wish for your daughter to follow him? That depends on whether Jia has the fortune for it. Jin Qiming shook his head helplessly. Then added with a smile, however, given the current situation, it seems she has a decent chance. Yun Tianji suddenly turned serious. Jin, are your intentions for Fengdu City genuine? Or have you truly taken a liking to Haotian? If it's merely for Fengdu City, I advise you to reconsider. You and he are not of the same caliber. Attempting to gain an advantage over him may lead to regret. Jin Qiming paused, then became serious. I dare not deceive you. Initially, it was for Fengdu City, but now I find myself increasingly fond of Haotian. The old man of the Lan family fails to recognize treasure. Everyone calls him the foremost wastrel in the capital. Yet I, Jin Qiming, intend to make him my son-in-law. While others may be intoxicated, I remain clear-headed. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiry. However, I have once foreseen this lad's fate. You would do well to remember it. Yun Tianji spoke with a tone of admonition. Please, master, enlighten me. Jin Qiming replied respectfully. Just 4 words, a lifetime of romantic entanglements. He is much like his father. If you desire such matters, you best be aware of this to avoid a misstep. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. On the 2nd floor of Mengxin Pavilion, Jun Haotian tiptoed in, not to eavesdrop, but rather to enter openly, wary of waking the 2 sleeping girls. Inside Jin Mingjia's room, she lay pale on her bed, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Though she had been struck by the Ghost King, she appeared to be relatively unharmed. Little Shangguan Xian Air, on the other hand, had cried herself to exhaustion. Resting her head on the bedside, her tear-streaked face still glistening. For reasons unknown, upon seeing these 2 innocent girls, Jun Haotian felt a sudden pang in his heart. His enchanting eyes narrowed, radiating an unusual light. Having lived in the shadow of being a wastrel for years, this was the first time Jun Haotian felt an intense urge to kill. Gently approaching the 2, he tenderly caressed Shangguan Xian Air's little head, letting out a sigh. 2 little fools, so foolish. Bad guy, wolf. You cannot be harmed. I want to allow it. Jin Mingjie continued to murmur in her sleep. Every time Jun Haotian recalled Jin Mingjie rushing forth to confront the Ghost King, a sense of guilt and sorrow welled up within him. His fingers glided over her pale cheek, and his lips twitched slightly, his mesmerizing gaze seemingly lost in thought. Don't kill him, please. A fit of violent coughing jolted Jin Mingjie awake, cold sweat beading on her forehead as tears streamed down her face once again. Jin Mingjie stared blankly at the youth beside her, hesitantly asking, You're all right? That is wonderful. Her face lit up with pure, radiant joy as she threw her arms around Jun Haotian's neck, the slight pressure of her body against him allowing him to clearly hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. At that moment, Jin Qiming and Yun Tianji entered the room nonchalantly. Though Jun Haotian heard their footsteps, he did not turn to see their faces. Jin Mingjie, on the other hand, hastily released her embrace, her expression transforming dramatically. With a hint of grievance, a touch of shyness, and a hint of unspoken reproach, she retorted, Dad, did you come in at an inconvenient time? If so, we can continue, and you can leave. Jin Mingjie huffed in embarrassment. It's not what you think. Jin Qiming, unfazed, chuckled. What is wrong with that? After all, as the saying goes, when a man grows up, he must marry. When a woman matures, she must wed. There is nothing to be shy about. Father will support you all the way. Go for it. Yun Tianji, unimpressed by Jin Qiming's dubious encouragement, smiled lightly. Little Jin, your daughter is injured. You should keep her company. I have some matters to discuss with young Haotian. Yes, master. Jin Qiming seemed reluctant to defy Yun Tianji's request and nodded in agreement. Yun Tianji's gaze shifted to Jun Haotian. Haotian, come with me. Jun Haotian could only brace himself and follow along. However, it wasn't long before the wicked smile reappeared at the corner of his mouth as he inquired, Old Yun, what is it that you wish to discuss? If it pertains to martial arts, you might as well refrain from asking, for I shall not divulge anything. Yun Tianji chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Jun Haotian. You, my young friend, are quite evasive. The old man hasn't even asked yet. And you're already sidestepping the issue. Jun Haotian pouted dismissively. Everyone must harbor some secrets of their own. Besides, I certainly do not wish to lay all my cards on the table at once. Do you, Old Yun? Not have any secrets concealed from me? Yun Tianji nodded. I am quite open-minded. If you choose not to speak, I shan't press you. Jun Haotian, perplexed, asked, then why did you hastily summon me? Suddenly, Yun Tianji's gaze turned piercing, and with a huff, he warned, Haotian, do you not realize that you are in great danger? Jun Haotian was taken aback by Yun Tianji's words, fear etched across his face. Dangerous? What do you mean? I feel quite well. Your meridians are blocked. And forcibly practicing martial arts is inherently perilous. The chance of you going astray is significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. Are you not aware of this? Yun Tianji regarded Jun Haotian earnestly, as if addressing a grave matter. Jun Haotian merely chuckled. Old Yun, you frighten me. I thought we were discussing something serious. Rest assured. The divine skill I practice does not require meridians. Does not require meridians? Yun Tianji expressed disbelief. What kind of martial art is that? Jun Haotian paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. Old Yun, you are quite cunning, attempting to extract information from me. Yun Tianji smiled faintly. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Well, this young master absolutely cannot divulge that. Jun Haotian huffed, seemingly dissatisfied. Very well, since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press you further. However, I must remind you that you are no longer merely an extraordinary abilities user. You are also a cultivator. At the pinnacle of the handsome class, your physical prowess has surpassed your mental strength. I hope you recognize this. Without the control of mental power, no matter how formidable your techniques, you cannot unleash their full potential. Calm down, I understand. Jun Haotian replied with a playful grin. That is the best news. If you can judiciously combine martial arts and extraordinary abilities, your current strength could certainly rival that of a king-level master. Such strength? Jun Haotian exclaimed in astonishment. That is only natural. Challenging beyond one's rank is not impossible, yet your current state is somewhat lacking. Do not forget to diligently practice. Otherwise, even a handsome class extraordinary abilities user could easily defeat you. Yun Tianji cautioned. Jun Haotian fell silent for a moment, then vigorously nodded. I understand. Suddenly, he recalled something and lamented. It is truly regrettable that I could not capture the Ghost King this time. Chapter 43, The Transfer Student. Lan Muxiwei Yun Tianji smiled faintly and shook his head slightly, saying, there is no need for regret. To have injured a king-level opponent with your own strength is something to be proud of. It was merely luck. Recalling that ghostly power, Jun Haotian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Had that finger not struck his Shinting acupoint, he would undoubtedly have already succumbed to death. Observing Jun Haotian's contemplative demeanor, Yun Tianji patted his shoulder and remarked, it is commendable that you can think this way. I fear that should you remain oblivious to the dangers around you, it will fall upon me to clean up the mess. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Jun Haotian replied earnestly, nodding. In the room, Jin Qiming wore a curious smile as he looked at the still blushing Jin Mingjie and asked, Jedra, have you developed feelings for Haotian? Jin Mingjie quickly retorted, Daddy, of course not. Pouting her lips, she added petulantly, that narcissistic guy is both fickle and lecherous. How could I possibly like him? As a man of experience, Jin Qiming could discern from his daughter's expression that her words were more reflective of a lover's quarrel than true disdain. However, he chose not to press the matter and simply smiled, saying, Jiedria, it is essential to make your own decisions regarding your feelings. Whatever you choose, your father will support you. Daddy, what are you talking about? Jin Mingjie felt her youthful heart flutter and blushed. Jin Qiming, wearing a mysterious smile, shook his head and said, your happiness is something you must strive for yourself. Now, since you are injured, take the day to rest. I have already informed the school, so you need not attend. Let Haotian stay and keep you company. That annoying guy, I do not want him around. Jin Mingjie pouted. By the way, your cousin is getting married in a few days. I will be busy, so you should choose a tasteful set of jewelry at the store as a wedding gift. All right. But Daddy, my allowance is running low, Jin Mingjie complained, playfully shaking her father's arm. Jin Qiming laughed heartily and said, just ask Haotian for some. Ask him. Why? Jin Mingjie inquired, puzzled. Jin Qiming smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation. Meanwhile, Jun Haotian and Yun Tianji entered the room, with Uncle Ren wearing a mischievous grin as he looked at Jun Haotian. Jun Haotian, however, remained oblivious to any underlying tension. Jin Qiming smiled at Jun Haotian and said, Haotian, I appreciate your efforts these past 2 times. Had it not been for you, Jie might have. He paused, then continued, I may not have much left, but I do have money. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask. With that, he winked at Jin Mingjie. On the other hand, Yun Tianji, seemed to observe the unfolding events with a certain disdain. Yet, as he thought of the formidable Fengdu city far away in Europe, a shadow passed over his features, revealing his inner turmoil. At an unexpected moment, a delicate sound of complaint broke the tension as Shangwan Xener, the adorable girl, finally awoke. Rubbing her eyes, she fluttered her long lashes and, upon seeing Jin Mingjie, exclaimed, "Jie, you're awake. How wonderful." She dashed to the bed, tightly embracing Jin Mingjie while starting to sob. "Jie, brother Tian. Jin Mingjie, feeling exasperated, reassured her, "Xiner, do not worry. Brother Tian is fine. Jie, please do not lie to me." I. Shangwan Xiner cried out, her tears spilling over. Jun Haotian, sensing their distress, shrugged helplessly but felt a flicker of emotion as he spoke gently. "Xiner, I am perfectly all right." Upon hearing his voice, Shangwan Xiner quickly turned, her tear-filled eyes searching for him. "I did not miss here, did I, Brother Tian?" Stumbling off the bed, she leaped in front of Jun Haotian, saying, "You scared me. I thought something terrible had happened, and I cried for so long. You must make it up to me with lots of delicious food today." Everyone exchanged glances, suppressing their amusement at Shangwan Xiner's apparent gluttony. Jun Haotian, still serious, brushed away her tears and nodded earnestly. "All right, tell me what you wish to eat, and I will prepare it for you." Jin Mingjie felt a twinge of jealousy but laughed. "Looks like you're in for a treat today." Jun Haotian turned to Yun Tianji, Jin Shiming, and Uncle Run and asked, "Elder Yun, Uncle Jin, Uncle Run, might you be interested in joining us for a meal?" Jin Shiming replied cheerfully, "I would not want to miss it. This shall be a family feast." Jun Haotian, smiling, nodded in agreement. Yet, Yun Tianji's expression suddenly sharpened as he remarked, "Family feast, indeed. With everyone gathered, how could it not be?" Sensing something amiss, Jin Shiming grew alert and asked, "Master Yun, what troubles you?" For the first time, Jun Haotian witnessed Yun Tianji in action. The old man moved like a shooting star to a corner of the room, his gaze intense. "Reveal yourself," he commanded. Feeling the immense power emanating from Yun Tianji, Jun Haotian realized that this was not merely a time manipulation ability. It felt akin to a mental force. "After eavesdropping for so long, why do you not show yourself?" Yun Tianji demanded. An eerie occurrence unfolded as a figure slowly emerged in the mirror of the wardrobe, its face adorned with a forced smile and a hoarse voice saying, "Master Yun, it is no surprise that a being of your caliber would notice me. I hold you in high regard." "What is this?" Jun Haotian felt a surge of fear. Mirrors reflected only what was in front of them. Yet now, a figure cloaked in black and wearing a golden mask appeared within, defying all logic. It is said that the Fengdu Emperor has 4 great emissaries, the left and right protectors, and the agents of wine, lust, and wealth. "May I inquire which one you are?" Yun Tianji responded coldly. The figure replied, "You speak true. I am indeed the right protector under the master, the only mental-based emperor-level powerhouse in the world, Shenyong." Yun Tianji narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, that is I." Yun Tianji took a deep breath and said, "I must ask you to leave. You are not welcome here. While I may not know your true form, I am well aware of where Fengdu City resides. Do not force my hand to seek you there. The master has instructed us to avoid places where you are present." "But—" "Silence!" Yun Tianji interrupted Shenyong sharply. "There are matters you are not yet privy to." Shenyong nodded. "Very well, I shall take my leave. My duty is to protect him, and I assure you, I mean no harm." As he spoke, the phantasm reflected in the mirror gradually dissolved into nothingness. Naturally, Jin Shiming and the others did not catch the conversation between Yun Tianji and the divine protector, for Yun Tianji's time suspension had reached a terrifying intensity, capable of sealing a person's 5 senses. However, Jun Deshao intermittently heard snippets of their exchange. Squinting his eyes, he inquired, "Old Yun, who exactly is that divine protector?" Yun Tianji chuckled mischievously. "You are not yet entitled to know. In due course, the truth shall be revealed to you. Can't you divulge even a smidgen of information?" Jun Haotian retorted with a cheeky grin. "Absolutely not." Yun Tianji replied with unwavering determination. "Why not?" Jun Haotian asked, perplexed. Yun Tianji, with a mocking smile, responded, "Didn't someone just say that everyone harbors their own secrets? Have you forgotten so soon?" Jun Haotian inhaled deeply, frustrated to find Yun Tianji blocking him in this manner, and muttered indignantly, "Old Yun, you're really something. I'll give you that." Yun Tianji laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased with himself. "What is this, young Haotian? Do you also have moments of ire? I thought your flippant demeanor would spare you such sentiments." As the two engaged in their playful banter, Jin Shiming emerged from his reverie. The mention of the divine protector caused him to take a step back. a flicker of fear crossing his mind. He is one of his people. He is one of his people. Within the depths of Binhai International School, Jun Haotian wandered alone, his enigmatic smile rendering him inscrutable, while the piece of snow jade wood in his hand danced through the air. The silver carving knife incessantly sculpted a visage that seemed both illusory and real. After an unknown passage of time, a voice interrupted his thoughts, remarking, "You truly are, as the legends say, fond of carving." Jun Haotian did not turn around. He recognized who stood behind him. That seemingly indifferent voice had a distinct resonance. Who else could it be but Phoenix? Since the events of their last encounter, this aloof young lady had seemingly taken a keen interest in Jun Haotian, her presence evident throughout the school. "Are you harboring a secret affection for me?" Phoenix remarked, gazing at her reflection in the snow jade wood, her tone neutral, betraying neither joy nor anger. "And if I am, what of it? If not, what then?" Jun Haotian finally replied, "Would a proud lady like you ever take an interest in a rogue?" Pausing momentarily, Phoenix suddenly burst into laughter. "In truth, you are not unappealing. And your strength is commendable. Why not give it a try? Perhaps I might be swayed." This cold jest lacked humor. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, positioning the snow jade wood beneath the sun, where the sunlight permeated it, unleashing a spectrum of colors. "How beautiful! Might you gift this to me?" Phoenix, after a prolonged silence, could no longer restrain herself. Jun Haotian, with a devilish smile, replied, "As a member of one of the 8 great families, you must understand what it signifies when a Jun family snow jade wood is bestowed upon a lady." Phoenix hesitated for a moment, her irritation evident. How stingy. Chapter 44. The Mad Prince leaning languidly against the tree, Jun Haotian smiled as he handed the snow jade wood to the Phoenix, gently saying, "You may borrow this for safekeeping. Whether or not you return, it is entirely your decision." The Phoenix cautiously extended her hands, her heart racing tumultuously. She understood the significance of the snow jade wood. What had begun as a mere jest now held profound meaning. Her beautiful eyes were transfixed by the radiant, multicolored glow of the snow jade wood, and her hands trembled slightly. Cradling the snow jade wood, the Phoenix felt as though she had acquired a treasure. As she gazed at Jun Haotian's receding figure, a tinge of melancholy washed over her. Sighing while contemplating the snow jade wood, she seemed both reluctant and resigned, pondering, "Why must it be me? Why?" No one could comprehend the depth of her words, and the Phoenix merely shook her head in bitter solitude. Upon returning to class, Jun Haotian settled quietly into his seat. Shangguan Xner leaned against her desk, casting furtive glances at him, eager to engage in conversation, yet hesitant to speak. The classroom buzzed with noise during the break, several unfriendly gazes directed at Jun Haotian, Lin Shuang, and Wang Ziwen, their expressions radiating barely contained frustration at his nonchalance. At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered with a girl, a strikingly beautiful newcomer. Clad in a blue dress, her figure was not merely alluring but exquisitely delicate. With fair skin, long black hair, and finely sculpted features, she embodied the essence of a campus belle. "Wow, she's stunning. Simply perfect. My goddess, you have finally arrived," exclaimed voices of admiration that erupted in the classroom. The homeroom teacher addressed the students, "Please settle down. This is our new transfer student. I trust you will all look after her." The girl's icy demeanor scanned the room before her gaze landed on Jun Haotian, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to her, that smile ensnared many hearts. The snow goddess's smile was irresistibly enchanting. "Classmate Lan, please introduce yourself," the teacher prompted. The girl quickly composed herself, and soon, elegant characters appeared on the blackboard. Lan Mushiwe. These 3 characters, inscribed in delicate handwriting, captivated Jun Haotian's attention, causing a flicker of surprise in his mesmerizing eyes. He thought, what a peculiar coincidence. Although the names Lan Mushiwe and Lan Mushiwe differed by just a character, an inexplicable fury simmered within Jun Haotian, setting a negative tone regardless of whether she was indeed the same person. "Classmate Lan, please find a seat," the homeroom teacher gently instructed. Lan Mushiwe nodded, surveying the room, prompting several boys to eagerly offer her their seats. At that moment, Wang Ziwen, ever the gentleman, rose to his feet, while his loyal companion, De Xiong, swiftly cleared his desk, glaring menacingly at the classmates nearby. "You have no objections to me sitting here, do you?" "And no objections," stammered the frightened voice, nodding vigorously. Wang Ziwen approached the podium, his charming smile coupled with good looks giving him an air of sophistication. "Classmate Lan, I am Wang Ziwen. It is a pleasure to become your future deskmate." Lan Mushiwe merely glanced at Wang Ziwen, remaining silent as she walked toward Jun Haotian, who sat nearby. Standing before him, she suppressed her emotions and inquired, "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Wang Ziwen glared at Jun Haotian, his anger palpable. feeling as though he had been slapped in the face. Jun Haotian did not lift his gaze, his bangs concealing his expression, but soon his voice emerged, eliciting ire from the boys in the class. Sorry, I prefer to sit alone. Lan Muxue paused, her expression shifting, but quickly she smiled and disregarded his refusal, taking a seat beside him. Jin Mingjie scoffed inwardly, thinking, how shameless can this girl be? He clearly doesn't want to sit with her, yet she insists on doing so. Shangguan Xiner, noticing Jin Mingjie's displeasure, laughed lightly. Jie, are you upset? Me? Upset? I think you should be the one feeling that way, Jin Mingjie retorted, turning her back on Shangguan Xiner, though she harbored a simmering frustration. Wang Ziwen, unwilling to concede, approached Jun Haotian and addressed Lan Muxue. Classmate Lan, are you free tonight? We could have dinner together to get to know each other better. Would you honor me with your presence? Lan Muxue remained silent, while Jun Haotian let out a mocking laugh. Wang Xiao, I never knew you could be so generous. Classmate Lan is a new student, and to get acquainted, shouldn't we all, as a class, celebrate together tonight? Pausing for effect, Jun Haotian continued to taunt. I believe Wang Xiao's generosity will be unparalleled. It would not disappoint the entire class, would it? Wang Ziwen stood there awkwardly, cornered by Jun Haotian's words. Yet, as a person of status, he could not afford to lose face. Of course, that was my intention. How about this, tonight? I will treat everyone to dinner at Caesar Palace. He raised his voice deliberately, as if to boast. Instantly, the classroom erupted in excitement, with students eagerly discussing the plan. Even Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Xiner showing interest. The only two unaffected were Lan Muxue and Jun Haotian, though Lan Muxue's gaze occasionally drifted toward him. Jun Haotian's defense of her moments ago left her feeling a delightful warmth within. Meanwhile, Wang Ziwen could only seethe silently, casting Jun Haotian a piercing glance. Plotting his next move. Unfazed, Jun Haotian continued to manipulate the snow jade wood and the silver carving knife in his hands, deeply focused. With a cold smirk in his heart, to have a bamboo pole and not strike is akin to foolishness. Caesar Palace, one of the most renowned hotels along the coast, was no ordinary establishment. Mere wealth did not guarantee entry. The patrons here were typically the elite of the city. Yet today, a group of high school students graced its halls. The waiter greeted Wang Ziwen with a sycophantic smile. Young Master Wang, everything is prepared as per your instructions. Wang Ziwen grinned mischievously, patting the waiter's shoulder. Rest assured, I will reward you well. As he spoke, a wicked plan brewed in his mind. Jun Haotian, I will show you just how your arrogance will lead to your downfall. In the lavish banquet hall above, Wang Ziwen had reserved the entire space. His philosophy was to maintain an impressive facade in public, even if it meant enduring pain later. As the sumptuous feast of delicacies laid before them, everyone's appetites were whetted, but Shangguan Xiner, the little foodie, cautiously sampled a dish, her brows furrowing in disappointment. This is nowhere near as delicious as what Brother Tian makes. It's simply dreadful. Jin Mingjie, however, exhibited little engagement, merely moving her chopsticks occasionally. In stark contrast, Lan Muxue sat with an icy demeanor, as if her aloof beauty was an innate trait. She harbored a disdain for such boisterous gatherings. Had it not been for Jun Haotian, she would not have deigned to attend. Shortly after the feast commenced, Wang Ziwen finally ascended from downstairs. Clad in a dapper suit and sporting a radiant smile, embodying the essence of a gracious host. Dear classmates, today I, Wang Ziwen, am treating everyone to celebrate the enduring bonds of our friendship, he proclaimed. Let me raise a toast to express my gratitude for the heavens that have allowed us to reunite. With that, he downed his drink in one swift motion. His exuberance was palpable, and once he wiped his mouth, his loyal companion, Deshiong, promptly refilled his glass. Wang Ziwen continued, for this second toast, I thank you all for coming to support me, Wang Ziwen. He downed another glass. This third toast is dedicated to our new classmates, Jun Haotian and Lan Muxue. I hope that in the coming 3 years, we can foster a harmonious relationship. As he spoke, Wang Ziwen approached Jun Haotian and stated, Jun, if I have erred in any way in the past, I implore your understanding. May we become as close as brothers moving forward. If you can forgive me, please drink this cup to the bottom. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, a devilish smile playing on his lips, tinged with a hint of mischief. He was far from believing Wang Ziwen's sudden benevolence. Thus, he suspected foul play with the drink. Yet, with the eyes of so many classmates upon him, declining the cup would appear petty. Even Lan Muxue observed the interaction with curiosity. Noticing Jun Haotian's hesitation, Wang Ziwen pressed, What, Jun? Are you unwilling to grant me this favor? With a slight smile, Jun Haotian stood, his gaze fixed upon the liquid in the cup. How could that be? Since Wang has shown such sincerity, I shall not be rude. And with that, he consumed the drink in one go. A wicked grin spread across Wang Ziwen's face as he thought, Jun Haotian, prepare for your demise. This is the most potent aphrodisiac. You shall be left utterly spent. Jun Haotian, too, bore a grin that hinted at mischief. Engaging in such antics in the presence of a space manipulator was akin to courting death. The drink had likely been switched long before. Unbeknownst to Wang Ziwen, he remained blissfully ignorant of the game being played. As Jun Haotian downed the drink, Wang Ziwen's heart swelled with delight, rendering him at a loss for words. In his eyes, Jun Haotian was a thorn, a constant source of discomfort. Particularly when recalling the 100 times he had uttered, I was wrong atop the building, a humiliation that lingered. Yet, Jun Haotian appeared thoroughly amused, eagerly anticipating Wang Ziwen's ensuing performance. Chapter 45. Do not provoke my anger. Wang Ziwen's sycophant once again poured a glass of wine, and Wang Ziwen, cradling the glass, approached Lan Mushue's side. For a goddess of Lan Mushue's caliber, Wang Ziwen was undoubtedly eager to impress. In his eyes, beauty was the sole criterion for truth. Classmate Lan, I toast to you, and I hope we can enjoy a pleasant learning environment over the next 3 years. However, Lan Mushue fixed Wang Ziwen with a cold gaze, her expression devoid of warmth. I do not drink. Realizing his oversight, Wang Ziwen quickly exclaimed, I completely forgot. Classmate Lan, being a lady, how could you drink? A soft drink will suffice. Lan Mushue took a delicate sip, while Wang Ziwen downed his drink in one go. Yet, this particular beverage was unlikely to be palatable. As the host, Wang Ziwen circulated amongst several tables, continually toasting, all the while casting furtive glances at Jun Haotian and Lan Mushue. He seemed eager to witness when the effects of the drug would take hold of the oblivious young man, while harboring ulterior motives for Lan Mushue. To his dismay, Jun Haotian displayed no reaction, remaining quietly seated, seemingly engrossed in his sculpting amidst the chaotic atmosphere. Wang Ziwen silently scoffed. I'm curious to see how long you can hold out. As Wang Ziwen reveled in his malicious thoughts, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation in his lower body. His face flushing crimson, and a painful pressure building in his abdomen. A wave of heat surged through him, and he was at a loss for what was occurring. Clutching his stomach, Wang Ziwen's expression morphed into one of sheer horror, his eyes reddening with bloodshot intensity. Jun Deshao smiled slightly. It's happening. As the drug's effects manifested, onlookers began to express their concern. Wang, are you all right? What's wrong? Under the drug's influence, Wang Ziwen was oblivious to their urgent voices, lost in a haze of confusion. I want women, he muttered, tearing at his clothes. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the girls. Pervert. Shameless. In the next instant, Wang Ziwen, now completely undraped, staggered towards Jun Haotian's table, seizing a girl and fervently kissing her. Let go. Unhand me, you shameless rogue. Lan Mushue, observing the scene, revealed a small knife in her hand, the blade slicing through the air with a swift, silent precision. In a nearly imperceptible motion, the tip grazed Wang Ziwen's skin without endangering his life. Instinctively, Wang Ziwen felt a sharp pain in his back and touched it, finding his hand smeared with blood. In the next heartbeat, the flying knife had returned to Lan Mushue's grasp, while the girl Wang Ziwen had forcefully pinned to the table seized the opportunity to flee. The hall erupted into chaos and panic, as cries of I want women echoed throughout, with timid girls slipping away unnoticed. In that moment, Wang Ziwen's persona was irrevocably transformed into that of a demon, a lecherous demon that repelled all. The mere thought sent shivers down one's spine. I want women. Wang Ziwen seemed utterly unfazed by the wound on his back, lunging once more at a terrified girl, desperately tugging at her clothing. Her delicate skin almost exposed to the air. The girl pleaded helplessly, stay away. Help? Help me. At that moment, the boys from the class converged around Wang Ziwen, declaring, Wang Ziwen, I thought you had good intentions, but you've merely invited us to a feast for this. Even if your father is the police chief. I am not afraid of you. As they spoke, 7 or 8 boys charged towards Wang Ziwen, attempting to restrain him. However, under the overwhelming influence of the drug, Wang Ziwen exhibited extraordinary vigor, his eyes wild and drooling as he laughed maniacally. With a swift motion, he shoved one of the boys aside. Yet, another group quickly surged forward, pinning Wang Ziwen down. Let go of me. Let go. He howled, resembling a beast driven by primal urges. Meanwhile, his lackeys, Bao Kai and Daxiong, frantically shouted, What should we do? Stop it. Don't fight. Please, stop. Unbeknownst to them, Jun Deshao had positioned himself behind Bao Kai and Daxiong. Clad in a casual t-shirt, his small companion flailing its paws in an angry manner, as if ready to join the fray. What to do? What to do? Daxiang paced nervously, rubbing his head. Call the police, you fools. Jun Haotian smirked. Daxiang abruptly turned, astonished as if awakened from a dream, exclaiming, Yes, call the police. He fumbled for his phone, but Baokai halted him, exclaiming, Are you trying to get Wang Xiao killed? We can't listen to him. If the police come, how will Wang Xiao fare? Realizing his error, Daxiang glared at Jun Haotian. You little rascal, I nearly fell into your trap. I will not call the police. Then just wait and watch him get beaten to death. Tomorrow's headlines will be splendid. Son of the police chief hosts classmates. Loses control and is beaten to death at the banquet. Jun Haotian's smile grew increasingly sinister. Daxiang and Baokai exchanged terrified glances, cold sweat trickling down their brows. If such a scenario were to unfold, their fates would be dire. You seem quite pleased. I am curious. When did you switch that drink? A cold voice interrupted Jun Haotian's thoughts. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at the coldly beautiful figure, letting out a faint, disdainful chuckle. An ear-piercing siren shattered the stillness, drawing ever closer. Moments later, the screech of tires broke the uneasy calm, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. What is happening? The police demanded sharply, but they soon froze at the sight of a naked boy, thrashing wildly towards a disheveled girl amidst the crowd's attempts to restrain him. Wang Xiao? Our beloved police officers have finally arrived. Jun Haotian's face radiated an eerie smile, laced with mockery. Who in the Binhai Police Department did not know the son of the police chief? The officers bore a mix of flattery, disdain, sympathy, and scorn for Wang Ziwen. They had cleaned up his mess countless times before, yet now they stood astonished at the unfolding scene. Uncle Zhang, you're here. Thank goodness. Hurry, Wang Xiao has been drugged. Baokai's quick thinking shifted the blame to the notion of drugging. The lead officer stepped forward, urgency etched on his face. Baokai, what on earth happened? Why is Wang Xiao in this state? Baokai hastily explained, Uncle Zhang, it was a class reunion today. Wang Xiao was in high spirits and drank a little too much, only to discover someone had drugged his drink. Then he became like this. Captain, what should we do now? Captain Zhang pondered for a moment before decisively stating, Everyone, take them back. But they are all students. The emphasis on students was palpable, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The police are well aware that students constitute a unique demographic. While anyone may be subjected to scrutiny, students must not be easily disturbed. This is due to their fervor, intellect, and understanding of the law. Should matters escalate, it would undoubtedly result in a scandal. Captain Zhang pondered briefly before addressing Baokai. Who administered the drug? Is there a suspect? Baokai was eagerly awaiting this inquiry and promptly directed suspicion towards Jun Haotian, stating, Uncle Zhang, I suspect him. For he is the only one with a grudge against Wang Xiao, and after Wang Xiao toasted him, he seemed quite unwell. Captain Zhang, with his extensive experience, was already aware of Wang Ziwen's character and could discern the truth without hesitation. Nevertheless, he waved his hand decisively. Take him away, and the rest shall provide statements on the spot. Notify Director Wang. With a single command. 2 officers approached Jun Haotian. We are from the Binhai Police Department and suspect your involvement in this drugging incident. Please accompany us. Jun Haotian lounged in his chair, the silver engraving knife in his hand glistening, seemingly oblivious to the officer's words. Hey, are you even listening to us? Don't bite the hand that feeds you. One officer admonished. Jun Haotian smirked, his lips curling in mockery. Those in power possess such authority, yet you presume to accuse me without evidence? His words rendered the officers' faces a tapestry of colors, green and red with indignation. However, they were seasoned professionals and retorted, Of course, we have evidence. You are a suspect, and someone has already implicated you. Enough chatter. If we say you're guilty, then you are guilty. If you persist in your nonsense, be wary of the consequences. Oh, is that so? You think you can take me away? I doubt you possess the qualifications. Jun Haotian replied defiantly. The officers, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, lunged at him. Lan Muxue observed Jun Haotian curiously, eager to comprehend how the boy once derided as worthless managed to vanquish the celestial guards. Jun Haotian remained unmoved, the snow jadewood in his grasp quivering not even slightly. Each officer seized one of Jun Haotian's arms but found themselves utterly unable to lift him. You are woefully outmatched. Summon your captain, he declared disdainfully. At that moment, Captain Zhang had noticed the commotion and regarded Jun Haotian with intrigue, his heart racing. A practitioner? This young man is indeed a practitioner. Jun Haotian, without raising his head, spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. Captain Zhang, do not provoke me. If I unleash my wrath, your rank will be insufficient to contend with it. Chapter 46. The inevitable arrival. It was evident that Captain Zhang was also a practitioner. Yet young Master Jun disowned that he was merely an entry-level adept, possibly destined to remain at this stage. As a practitioner of external martial arts, Captain Zhang possessed formidable physical strength. However, this power was ultimately superficial. Perplexed, Captain Zhang pondered how such a young practitioner could emerge in Binhai. Just as Captain Zhang prepared to approach Jun Haotian, several figures obstructed his path, their icy gazes intensifying. You cannot take him away. 3 young women stood defiantly before Captain Zhang. Lan Muxue exuded an air of frostiness, while Shangwan Shiner fervently asserted, "We can all testify to the innocence of Jun." Furthermore, this gathering was organized by Wang Ziwen. "On what grounds can you take him away?" Jin Mingjie added, in a calm tone. "My father is Jin Shiming of the Pyramid Group. You cannot take him." Captain Zhang felt overwhelmed, particularly by Jin Mingjie's words. Jin Shiming was a prominent figure not only in Binhai, but throughout the nation, a member of the National People's Congress. If he intervened, resolving this matter would be exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on this, Captain Zhang forced a bitter smile. "Students, please do not misunderstand. We are merely conducting an investigation. If Jun is innocent, we will uphold justice. Please trust us at the Binhai Police Department." "Uphold justice?" Young Master Jun smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. "It would be a rarity for your department to act justly. Allow me to enlighten you. I am from Kyoto, and even the officers there would divert their paths to avoid me. Do you truly believe you can act against me? That is rather amusing." With a flick of his brow, young Master Jun coldly commanded, "Leave at once while you still can. Disrupt my mood, and I assure you, you shall never depart from this place." "Kid, you think you're something special?" One officer seethed, reaching for his firearm. Captain Zhang acted swiftly, restraining the officer's hand as he sensed the intense murderous intent emanating from him. The silver dagger appeared poised to claim his subordinate's life at any moment. "Fool!" Captain Zhang struck the officer sharply across the face, knocking out 2 bloodied teeth. "Who gave you the authority to draw your weapon? Return and reflect on your actions. You are confined for a month." The officer trembled, too intimidated to resist. "Yes, sir." Young Master Jun's smile became increasingly devilish. Being a police officer is a perilous job. Do not provoke those whom you cannot afford to challenge, lest you meet a grim fate. His arrogance remained unabated as he brazenly declared, "You dare to decide my fate? Do you have evidence to back your claims? If mere accusations suffice, I could just as easily accuse you, Captain Zhang, of embezzling millions today. Would your subordinates dare to arrest you?" Captain Zhang was momentarily at a loss, taken aback by the audacity of this young man. Young Master Jun rose slowly, and Captain Zhang remained vigilant. "Do not be alarmed," Jun chuckled. "I am quite reasonable. If you lack evidence, I shall take my leave." "Oh, and do inform Director Wang that his son's performance was quite successful. I have it recorded." With that, young Master Jun strode out of the hall, leaving behind a bewildered Captain Zhang and a group of astonished students. "Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Are we simply to let him go?" Captain Zhang hesitated, then ordered, "Assemble the team. We must take Wang Xiao for treatment. We shall await Director Wang's decision regarding this matter." Inside Binhai's largest Sino-foreign joint venture hospital, the air was filled with bustling activity and the acrid scent of antiseptics. In the hospital's renowned luxurious ward, a middle-aged man in uniform paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. Beside the hospital bed, a distressed middle-aged woman wept, seemingly in prayer. "Professor Liu, how is my son? Will there be any issues?" The man, who was none other than Wang Ziwen's father, Deputy Director Wang Hui of the Binhai Police Department, inquired urgently, his expression tense. The elderly figure referred to as Professor Liu, donned in a doctor's white coat, pinched his brow and sighed, "Director Wang, we are familiar with one another, so I shall speak candidly. Your son's life is not in danger." But regarding his future, Wang Hui's countenance fell as he gasped, "Professor Liu, does this mean he may be unable to father children?" Upon hearing Wang Hui's inquiry, the middle-aged woman stumbled forward, imploring, "Professor Liu, please. Our Ziwen is our only child. We beg you, find a solution." Professor Liu offered a bittersweet smile and shook his head. "Director Wang, Madam Wang, rest assured, the fertility issue should not be significant. However, the child may be affected by the potent medication, potentially facing some congenital complications." Moreover, at this juncture, Wang Hui exhaled in relief, for the possibility of fatherhood remained. "And what else?" "Professor Liu, please speak plainly. I can handle it. Furthermore, due to the potency of the medication and the lack of timely treatment, future marital relations may be severely impacted." "What?" Wang Hui was taken aback. the implication striking him like a thunderbolt. The psychological and emotional toll on a man's dignity was immeasurable. Stumbling back, his face paled further, darkening with despair as he glanced at his son in the bed. "Professor Liu, is there truly no remedy?" After considering, Professor Liu replied, "There are methods. Rehabilitation through exercise is possible. However, the extent of recovery remains uncertain. If all else fails, one might resort to artificial aids." "Very well. Thank you, Professor Liu." Wang Hui bowed slightly before exiting. Outside the hospital room, Captain Zhang awaited. Having witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand and needing to report back, lighting a cigarette, Wang Hui inhaled deeply. Captain Zhang, observing the deputy director's expression, sensed the gravity of the situation but still inquired, "Director, is Ziwen all right? Please tell me what transpired." After a prolonged silence, Wang Hui finally demanded, "Speak plainly. Who is responsible for my son's condition? I will not let them go unpunished." "Director Wang," the situation unfolded as follows. Captain Zhang recounted the events, ensuring to relay young Master Jun's final threats verbatim. Wang Hui's brow remained furrowed for an indeterminate duration, until a resounding thud resonated as his massive fist struck the hospital wall, leaving a faint impression. "How audacious to threaten me! What of Jin Shiming? I refuse to believe he would dare oppose me." After a brief pause, Wang Hui commanded, "Zhang Rinxiang, tomorrow, you shall personally go to Binhai International School and bring him back. Whoever harms my son will face dire consequences." "Yes, Director." Captain Zhang dared not oppose and merely nodded. News within the campus spread with astonishing swiftness, as if carried by invisible wings. The events at Caesar Palace had almost instantaneously become the talk of the school. The students had long held disdain for Wang Ziwen's misdeeds, and with the female victims' accounts circulating, Wang Ziwen's reputation was now synonymous with that of a lecher and a demon. Conversely, Jun Haotian's demeanor was placed on par with Wang Ziwen's, as he boldly confronted the forces of evil, unflinching and composed, swiftly becoming a legend among the students. For 17 or 18-year-old girls, who would dream of having a prince who could descend from the clouds to claim them? Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded in the corridors of the first-year building, with throngs of students drawn to the spectacle. At Jun Haotian's classroom window, the moment classes ended, girls flocked to catch a glimpse of him. This age group was notably audacious, openly admiring the handsome youth and whispering among themselves. Yet, Jun Haotian remained oblivious, seated at his desk, his silver carving knife gliding gracefully. His tousled bangs obscured his mesmerizing eyes. Look, it's him, Jun Haotian. So handsome. Cooler than the legends say. He can carve too. How romantic." The chatter echoed throughout the floor, a symphony of admiration. However, not everyone was pleased. The discontent was palpable in Jin Mingjie and Lan Muxue. From the rooftop of the opposite teaching building, a figure in a striking red dress silently observed, her expression enigmatic, cold yet tinged with amusement. Her clear, spring-like eyes flickered momentarily. It seemed wherever Jun Haotian went, he became the center of attention. In his classroom, a boy hurriedly entered, clutching a stack of envelopes in violet, pink, and pale blue hues, and with a sycophantic grin approached Jun Haotian, saying, "Boss, this is the third wave already." Chapter 47. Open your eyes and see clearly. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Jun Deshao greeted the newcomer with a fleetingly wicked grin. Nodding to Xiaohu, "Thank you for your efforts. Boss, you flatter me. It is my honor to serve you." The young lad, Sun Xiaohu, a classmate of Jun Haotian, was not particularly tall but possessed remarkable cleverness. He idolized Jun Deshao's audacious demeanor from the previous day, and after witnessing the throngs of girls vying for Jun Haotian's attention, he eagerly acknowledged him as his boss, gladly accepting the task of delivering messages for him, all while relishing the opportunity to gaze upon the beautiful girls. "Boss, aren't you going to take a look?" Sun Xiaohu asked, somewhat confused. Jun Deshao chuckled softly, replying, "Why should I? Reading letters never reveals anything substantial." "Oh, truly profound, boss." Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, gazing out the window, murmuring to himself, "What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. There is no escaping it." His gaze sharpened suddenly. "Since there is no evading it, let us shatter it instead." "Humph. I have never feared anyone since the day I was born." The wailing of police sirens pierced the air, growing ever closer, casting a spell of astonishment and intrigue over the campus. However, some astute students began to piece together the unfolding situation. At Binhai International High School, hundreds of students began to meander through the campus during their lunch break, coalescing into a stream of bodies heading towards the school gate and the first-year teaching block. Typically, afternoons in high school were serene, but the sudden onset of sirens plunged the atmosphere into chaos. Ji Mingjie felt a jolt of anxiety, instinctively glancing at Jun Haotian. Yet, Jun Deshao appeared utterly unfazed, his head bowed, fingers deftly manipulating the exquisite snow jade wood, which sparkled like fine jade, as it danced in rhythm with his movements. Jun Deshao had cultivated a habit of engaging in artistic creation during his leisure, a pursuit both enjoyable and a means of personal growth. One could not deny that he was a prodigious talent in the realm of art, capable of finding tranquility regardless of the circumstances. This growth of mental fortitude and the flow of spiritual energy seemed to have become an instinctive aspect of his being. Without raising his head, Jun Deshao's enchanting eyes sparkled with amusement. "They're here." As he spoke, he released his grip, letting the unfinished piece crash onto the desk, carelessly disregarding the precious snow jade wood. "Babikyu, babikyu." Xiao Qiao excitedly emerged from Jun Haotian's collar, her small face bearing an expression of defiance. "Little one, let us go take a look." Jun Haotian smiled gently, his fingers beginning to dance once more. "Humph, babikyu, babikyu." Just as Jun Haotian stepped out of the classroom, Sun Xiaohu closely followed, asking, "Boss, what is happening?" Meanwhile, the confused girls began to shriek. Look, he's coming out. Surely, he has been moved by my genuine heart. See, he is looking at me. Spare me, with your dinosaur-like appearance. What did you say?" The clamor drowned the entire class. And at that moment, when no one, including Sun Xiaohu, was paying attention, Jun Deshao vanished before their very eyes. By the time others began to search frantically, he had already reached the end of the corridor, ascending the stairs. On the rooftop, Jun Deshao observed clearly as a police car entered the school grounds, with officials dispatched to negotiate. Leading the police was none other than Captain Zhang from yesterday. Zhang Renqiang understood that a practitioner was not to be trifled with. So he personally selected over 20 individuals, comprising nearly all elite members of the police force, either champions of combat sports or experts in taekwondo. Armed and ready, they disembarked from the vehicle, those in the know aware they were there to apprehend someone, while others might mistake it for a counter-terrorism drill. What a grand spectacle. This is what you have brought upon yourselves. Today, I shall engage you in a showdown and see whether you, a mere police captain, are mightier than I. Jun Deshao casually perched on the railing of the rooftop, letting the wind tousle his hair, awaiting the approach of the armed officers. At that moment, a voice floated from behind. "You seem unconcerned. If it were Phoenix encountering such a situation, would you worry?" Jun Haotian scoffed. "To an extraordinary being. Ordinary people are but insignificant ants. Is that truly how you perceive it?" Phoenix observed Jun Haotian's profile with interest, her expression subtly shifting. "Is it not?" Jun Deshao replied with a smile, his devilish grin appearing even more haunting from the side. At that moment, Zhang Renqiang's voice echoed, quickly, to the rooftop. "Surround it. Do not let him escape." Before long, a swarm of police officers had encircled the rooftop. Zhang Renqiang scrutinized the nonchalant Jun Haotian, who was casually enjoying the breeze, then glanced at the girl who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop, urging, "Miss, come here quickly. It's dangerous. Are you conducting a counter-terrorism operation?" Jun Deshao's cold laughter mocked. Zhang Renqiang had no time for banter, especially not with such a bitter jest. Cautiously, he approached Phoenix, casting furtive glances her way, wary that Jun Deshao might unwittingly take this beautiful girl as a hostage, leading to a troublesome situation. "Come here, miss, it's dangerous," Zhang Renqiang urged anxiously. While over 20 dark muzzles were trained on Jun Deshao, any slight movement from him would result in a lethal response. Phoenix smiled slightly. A beauty whose smile could captivate nations, mockingly addressing Zhang Renqiang, "I find you all far more dangerous." As she spoke, she moved a few steps closer to Jun Haotian, casually leaning against the rooftop railing. One perched on the railing, the other leaning back, one strikingly beautiful and otherworldly, the other cold and extraordinary. The gentle breeze weaving a captivating tableau. Zhang Renqiang, exasperated, gestured frantically, contemplating how to safely subdue the individuals on the opposite side without harming the hostage. "What do you plan to do?" Phoenix began to smile, engaging in light conversation with Jun Haotian. Jun Haotian remained unfazed, his devilish visage betraying no hint of fear, as if he found amusement in the situation. With a carefree demeanor, he lit a cigarette, nonchalantly quipping, "Just kill them all." To speak of murder so lightly. Aside from Jun Haotian, few could match his audacity. The police moved quietly, gradually tightening their encirclement around Jun Deshao and Phoenix. Suddenly, Phoenix playfully remarked, "You have saved me twice. Do you require my assistance this time?" "No need." "How stingy." Phoenix pouted, "I merely wish to join in the fun." "This fun is hardly enjoyable." Abruptly, Jun Haotian seemed to recall something. narrowing his eyes with a meaningful expression, however. You could present me with the credentials of the Phoenix Group as a talisman. Not a chance. Phoenix teased, as if in a playful disagreement. Perhaps due to the overwhelming aura of bloodshed from the battlefield, Jun Haotian had never contemplated leveraging his national security identity to intimidate the police. In his eyes, there was but one principle: those who obstruct me shall perish. Do you truly intend to kill all these officers? Though your family holds some power in Kyoto, such actions would lead to significant trouble. They would welcome the opportunity for me to stir up such trouble. Jun Haotian replied with a chilling smile. At this moment, it seemed that it was not Officer Zhang Renqiang leading the police to surround Jun Haotian, but rather Jun Haotian could effortlessly dispatch these individuals at any moment. What are you doing? Who has granted you the authority to act in this manner? A cold, stern voice suddenly pierced through the air, imbued with both authority and indignation. Following the sound, an elderly man appeared, his hair touched with silver, his countenance radiating fury. Behind him stood the school's administration, flanked by a throng of students. The elder strode up to Zhang Renqiang, his brows furrowed in disapproval. This is a school, not a den of robbers. How dare you point your firearms at my students? May I ask who you are? Zhang Renqiang inquired, perplexed. I am the principal of this institution, and I absolutely will not permit you to recklessly endanger my students. This is unequivocally unacceptable. With that, the elder positioned himself directly before the dark muzzle of the gun. Zhang Renqiang, feeling helpless, remarked, Principal, please listen to me. That individual is a dangerous suspect. We suspect him of poisoning a youth named Wang Ziwen, and we must apprehend him. The principal paused momentarily, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. Wang Ziwen, is he not the son of Director Wang Hui? How amusing. A mocking smile lingered at the corners of the principal's mouth. Principal, Wang Ziwen is also your student, Zhang Renqiang pointed out. Indeed, he is my student. I, Xingyun, treat all my students equally and will not regard him with any undue favor simply because he is the son of a director. Suspicion, evidence of poisoning. Does your police department possess any substantial proof? If you lack concrete evidence, do not even think of taking my student from the school. Not a single one of my students will be taken today, Principal Xingyun declared resolutely. Faced with such a tenacious principal, Jun, the young master, was left speechless, overwhelmed by gratitude. In an era where education increasingly resembles an industry, it is indeed rare to encounter a principal so dedicated to his duty. No wonder Binhai International School has achieved a status as one of the nation's premier educational institutions. The principal's staunch stance left Zhang Renqiang somewhat flustered. He had not anticipated encountering such a resolute elder today. Xingyun stood unwaveringly before the gun's barrel, embodying a spirit of defiance as if he were prepared to meet death. Just as Xingyun and Zhang Renqiang faced off, a cacophony erupted in the corridor. In the next instant, groups of students surged onto the rooftop. They clamored loudly, predominantly girls, with all the students from Jun Haotian's class rushing up in a fervent wave. The students of this new era exuded a unique vigor and technological awareness, making it evident that the policies of ignorance had no sway over them. Chapter 48, The 5 Great Goddesses Versus. The 4 beautiful teachers, the girls, each brandishing their smartphones and digital cameras, clamored excitedly, urging one another to capture the moment. Hurry and record this. Tomorrow, we'll expose how the police are oppressing us students to the world, from Binhai to the entire nation. Indeed, what prowess is it to bully students? Sun Xiaohu led the charge with a resounding shout. Under the leadership of Jin Mingjie and Shang Wanqiner, the entire group of girls echoed loudly, no arrest without evidence. Do not take away Jun Haotian. Some even shouted from the rooftop, oppose privilege. Overthrow Wang Hui. Oppose privilege. Overthrow Wang Hui. Zhang Renqiang took a deep breath, faced with the fervent crowd, and bitterly explained, Students, we are acting in accordance with the law, apprehending a suspect. Please do not allow yourselves to be manipulated by those with ulterior motives, standing against the government. Can you truly represent the government? The government always stands with the people. How could it possibly stand against them? It is you privileged parasites who oppose the people, tarnishing the nation's image. Su Xingyun scoffed. Surely, even a high school student understands this, officer. Unless you present irrefutable evidence today, our entire faculty and student body will not permit you to take anyone from our school. Phoenix squinted her eyes, a playful smile directed at Jun Haotian. What shall we do? It seems we have a bit of a predicament. Initially contemplating eliminating these nuisances, the thought of committing such an act before the principal and fellow students felt inappropriate. After a moment's pause, Jun Haotian sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall show mercy today and spare them this time. With that, Jun Haotian leapt from the balcony. A charmingly wicked smile spread across his face as he addressed Zhang Rinxiang. Captain Zhang, initially, none of you were to leave. But today, in light of my good mood, you may go. Young man, do not be too arrogant. Do you truly believe no one can rein you in? Zhang Rinxiang's temper flared, his anger evident. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, unperturbed, yet they gleamed with a profound light as he advanced towards Zhang Rinxiang, disdainfully declaring, "Those who can rein me in are certainly not you." Upon reaching Zhang Rinxiang, the latter suddenly struck, his fist aimed squarely at Jun Haotian's chest. "Watch out!" Phoenix cried out in alarm. Yet, Jun Haotian calmly extended his palm, effortlessly blocking Zhang Rinxiang's blow with a smirk. "You are outmatched." As tension filled the air and all attention turned towards Jun Haotian, he unexpectedly produced a red, gold-embossed identification document. "Open your eyes and behold." Initially, Jun Haotian had intended to eliminate them, luring Zhang Rinxiang and his team to the rooftop with deadly intent. However, with Su Xingyun and a host of students present, killing in front of so many felt ill-advised. Reluctantly, he revealed the special document bestowed upon him by Elder Yun, clearly stating, "Major Jun Haotian, National Security Group 6. Whether from the upper 3 groups or the lower 6, those within the domestic system were generally under military command. Thus, they all held military ranks. Do not underestimate a mere major." The reputation of National Security Group 6 made Zhang Rinxiang tremble, realizing, no wonder this young man is a cultivator. He is one of them. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Rinxiang's face. In his position, he understood how protective national security was of its own. Even the likes of Director Wang and their elders would hesitate to confront the formidable general of national security directly. "Put your weapons down. Are you seeking death?" Zhang Rinxiang exclaimed anxiously. He feared not for Jun Haotian's safety, but rather that this harbinger of death might unleash his wrath upon everyone present. Previously, he had been oblivious to Jun Haotian's underlying strength, but now it was clear. Group 6 had the authority to kill without consequence. "Captain," one officer hesitated. "What? Do you not heed my words? Are you plotting rebellion?" Zhang Rinxiang barked. "Yes." At nearly the same moment, over 20 officers holstered their weapons. Zhang Rinxiang took a step back and saluted Jun Haotian. "My apologies for the disturbance." Even Su Xingyan found Zhang Rinxiang's abrupt change in demeanor perplexing. Yet, as the principal, he recognized this matter fell within the purview of the system, so he refrained from probing further. "Stand down," Zhang Rinxiang commanded. Approaching Su Xingyan, he politely stated, "Principal Su, I apologize for the interruption." "Humph," Su Xingyan scoffed. "Captain Zhang, I trust you will not disclose this incident. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences." Jun Haotian interjected with a veiled threat as Zhang Rinxiang took his leave. Though Zhang Rinxiang disliked this feeling, he nodded coldly, "I am aware of my limits." As he reached the hallway, he addressed the still agitated students, "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. Please return to your classes. Didn't he expect you to be from Group 9? If you're not from our group, are you from the Dragon Group or the Blade Group?" Phoenix looked at Jun Haotian with curiosity, her beautiful smile captivating. "You have deceived everyone in Kyoto so profoundly." Jun Haotian shook his head, a bitter smile upon his lips. "I am from Group 6. Phoenix's expression turned to one of disbelief, as it was uncommon for a king-level expert to belong to anything but the upper 3 groups. It was rumored that National Security Group 6 possessed only one king-level expert, a mysterious figure known as Cold Heart. As this thought crossed her mind, she found herself entranced. Suddenly, her stunning face lit up again with a smile. "You are my little girlfriend now." Approaching were Jin Mingjia and Shang Wanxiner, the latter grabbing Jun Haotian's arm. "Brother Tian, are you all right? You scared me to death." "I'm fine, don't worry." He affectionately ruffled Shang Wanxiner's hair, his otherwise devilish face revealing a hint of warmth. Phoenix couldn't help but marvel at the softer side of him. Meanwhile, Zhang Rinxiang returned to the police station, the sound of a loud crash resonating from Wang Hui's office, followed by an angry roar. "Useless. I provided you with the most elite officers in the entire force, and you failed to bring him back. You." Wang Hui sat in his chair, his face dark with fury, while Zhang Rinxiang maintained a stoic expression, his lips twitching slightly. "Director Wang, I was left with no choice. That brat is not only a cultivator, but also a member of National Security Group 6. "What?" Wang Hui stood in shock, his expression shifting dramatically as he muttered. "National Security Group 6? So, that's why he behaves so audaciously." After a moment of silence, Wang Hui waved his hand at Zhang Rinxiang. "You may leave. I will handle this matter myself." "Understood, Director." As Zhang Rinxiang exited the office, he caught a glimpse through the door crack of Wang Hui already on the phone, swiftly dialing a number. Is this Black Demon? It's Ah Hui. I have a request. After a pause, Wang Hui cautiously added into the receiver, Jun Haotian. A reward of 500,000. Although the tranquil afternoon at the high school had been briefly disrupted by Zhang Rinqiang and his anti-terrorism elite, calmness and harmony soon returned to its original state. As the students dispersed, only Jun Deshao and Sun Xiaohu remained on the rooftop. Even Shangwan Xiner and Jin Mingjie had retreated for their afternoon rest. Clutching a white lunchbox, Sun Xiaohu exerted himself to ascend to the top floor, while Jun Deshao continued to sit nonchalantly at the corner of the balcony, smoking, with the breeze playfully tousling his bangs, exuding a unique charm. Boss, the lunch has arrived. A sumptuous feast of 3 meats and 3 vegetables. Sun Xiaohu exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Observing the perspiration glistening on Sun Xiaohu's forehead, Jun Haotian teasingly remarked, Xiaohu, your physique truly leaves much to be desired. Just a short run and you're drenched in sweat. Sun Xiaohu handed over the lunchbox, his expression one of melancholy. Boss, this is the 7th floor, you know. With a graceful leap from the railing, Jun Haotian smiled, inspecting the delightful array of dishes within the box and nodding approvingly. From now on, stick with me, and I shall train you rigorously. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Sun Xiaohu nodded fervently, his expression reflecting boundless gratitude. However, Jun Haotian remained oblivious to the fact that his jest would ultimately pave the way for Sun Xiaohu's future. In the realms of the time-space demon emperor's 6 paths of reincarnation, Sun Xiaohu would one day emerge as the leader of the Hell Path. But that is a tale for another time. Sun Xiaohu, clutching the lunchbox, gazed vacantly while dreaming of a day when he could be as impressive as Jun Haotian, momentarily lost in thought. What are you grinning about? Jun Haotian shot a disapproving glance at Sun Xiaohu. Sun Xiaohu absent-mindedly scratched his head, appearing rather dull-witted, but soon his eyes brightened, fixated upon the lawn below. Following his gaze, Jun Haotian noticed a girl seated on the grass, wearing large headphones, basking in the sunlight while holding an English book. Though only seen from the side, her innocent beauty clad in a school uniform rendered the sky itself pale in comparison. Remarkable. That's my first impression, Jun Deshao mused. Boss, look, look. It's Tang Xia. Sun Xiaohu exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as if he were lost in a dream. Tang Xia? Who is that? Jun Deshao inquired with a casual smile, his peach blossom-like eyes twinkling with mischief. She appears quite attractive. Quite attractive? Sun Xiaohu gazed at Jun Haotian in shock, as if he were an extraterrestrial. Boss, your standards seem excessively high. Tang Xia is recognized as one of the school's goddesses. The pure goddess, my absolute favorite. A goddess? Jun Deshao chuckled lightly. Having encountered countless women, he could hardly be called Navi. After all, he was known as the foremost scion in Kyoto. In my view, she is hardly distinguishable from Jin Mingjie or Shangwan Xiner. Chapter 49. The dark demon Sun Xiaohu suddenly broke into a mischievous smile and said, Boss, I didn't expect you to notice as well. Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Xiner are among the goddesses of our school, the subjects of many boys' daydreams. Where do all these goddesses come from? Jun Haotian shook his head helplessly. Binhai International School is not only the best educational institution in Binhai, but it is also a place renowned for its beautiful women. In the high school division, there are 5 major goddesses: the cute goddess Shangwan Xiner, the elegant goddess Jin Mingjie, the pure goddess Tang Yasi, the dreamy goddess Shui Yushuan, and the icy goddess Yu Ming. Sun Xiaohu continued enthusiastically. Besides these 5 goddesses, Binhai International also boasts 4 stunning female teachers: the English teacher Lan Lan, the music teacher Duing, the computer teacher Lei Wan, and the newly arrived Chinese teacher Feng Wang. These 4 are equally impressive, especially teacher Feng Wang, whose beauty is simply unparalleled, possessing a mature charm that eclipses even the goddesses. Isn't she only a few years older than us? Jun Haotian chuckled, seemingly recalling Feng Wang's exquisite face. In the dreaming pavilion, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Since returning home after school, Jin Mingjie's expression had been quite unusual, as if she were angry. Although Jun Haotian noticed, he brushed it off, thinking perhaps someone had irritated this young lady. I'll head to my room first. Let us order takeout for dinner, Jun Haotian said nonchalantly. As the heir of the Jun family, one of the 8 great families, he was accustomed to being the focus of attention. It was unusual for him to consider others' feelings. Stop. Jin Mingjie strode over to stand in front of Jun Haotian. Jie, is there something you need? He asked. You're doing great. But just a couple of days into school, and already so many rumors are circulating. Jin Mingjie exclaimed angrily, a palpable sense of indignation filling the air. Initially, Jun Haotian did not understand why this young lady was suddenly upset, but he soon realized it was likely due to the love letters from the girls earlier that day, which had unsettled her. He had thought she wouldn't care because of Zhang Renxiang, but evidently, she did. Embracing his delinquent charm, Jun Haotian shrugged and replied, "What can I say? Wherever I go, I am the center of attention. Is it surprising that girls are drawn to a dazzling figure like me?" Jean Mingjie glared at him, pouting as she commanded, "Hand over those love letters. Can I have a reason first?" Jun Haotian chuckled. Shangguan Shiner, standing by, smirked inwardly, thinking, "I didn't expect Jiejie to be so fierce. Go for it, Jiejie, I support you." Jean Mingjie urged, "You are my personal bodyguard. I don't want your romantic life to interfere with your work. Is that reason sufficient?" "That seems reasonable, but I only have a duty to protect you. As for my personal life, it appears you have no right to interrogate me." Seeing Jun Haotian's playful demeanor, Jean Mingjie felt both anger and embarrassment, thinking, "How can this thick-headed fool not realize that I'm upset? Will you hand them over or not?" Jean Mingjie began to threaten when her reasoning failed. "It's not that I don't want to give them to you. It's just that I've already given them to Sun Xiaohu to respond on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Jean Mingjie sighed in relief, yet still coldly declared, "You must not associate with those frivolous girls. I won't let them tarnish my and Shiner's reputation." Jun Haotian chuckled lightly, thinking, although she has a bit of a temper, she is rather endearing. No wonder she is one of the 5 goddesses of the school. Jean Mingjie, seeing Jun Haotian smiling silently, pressed further. "What about Lan Muxue and that girl from the rooftop? What is your relationship with them? You are not allowed to interact with them." Suddenly, Jun Haotian's expression turned cold. Though Jean Mingjie was charming, everyone has their limits, especially when it comes to the matters of the 8 great families. He replied in a chilling tone, "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, it will not bode well for you." Surprised by the sudden shift in Jun Haotian's demeanor, Jean Mingjie felt a rush of conviction that there was indeed a deeper connection between him, Lan Muxue, and Feng Wang. However, her temper could not be contained. She retorted loudly, "If you don't want me to ask, then I want tea. Who cares about you?" With that, Jean Mingjie stormed up to the 2nd floor. Shangguan Shiner shot Jun Haotian a reproachful glance and said, "Brother Tian, you went too far." Despite Jean Mingjie's anger, Jun Haotian remained unfazed, perceiving it merely as a young girl throwing a tantrum. In his view, this would blow over in time, and there was no need to placate her. His approach to women was resolute. Indulgence only leads to trouble. On the 2nd floor, Jean Mingjie pouted, murmuring, "What is so great about him?" "Humph, Jun Haotian, you're just a fickle-hearted fool." Shangguan Shiner entered with a playful smile, prompting Jean Mingjie to scold, "I'm in this state, and you're still laughing." Quickly covering her mouth, Shangguan Shiner replied, "I'm not laughing anymore." "Shiner, am I really that embarrassing?" Jean Mingjie asked, sitting on the edge of the bed, feeling quite dejected. "Embarrassing? Why would you think that?" Shangguan Shiner inquired, confused. Jean Mingjie pouted, "I know it's his freedom to make friends, but seeing him with other girls makes me furious. I don't understand why." Shangguan Shiner grinned mischievously, "Don't you see? You're jealous." "Jealous? How could I be jealous? I would never feel jealous over that scoundrel." "No way," Jean Mingjie insisted, although her conviction waned by the end. "Jiejie, just look at your current expression. There are only 2 possibilities. Either you're jealous, or you're simply bored." Jean Mingjie felt a pang of confusion, wondering, am I truly jealous? For that scoundrel? Why? As she pondered, Jean Mingjie recalled that night when the ominous figure approached, and that tall silhouette fiercely protected her. It seemed that was when an indelible shadow began to take root in her heart, one she had failed to notice until now. Tilting her head, she looked at Shangguan Shiner and asked curiously, "Shiner, aren't you even a little upset?" Shangguan Shiner smiled, "Not at all. I know Brother Tian would never leave me. Why should I be upset? Besides, we already live together, so what is there to worry about?" Perhaps Shangguan Shiner's thoughts were forever innocent. Even the phrase living together from her lips evoked no inappropriate connotations. However, one of Shangguan Shiner's comments only served to infuriate Jean Mingjie further, who thought, "That scoundrel Jun Haotian, with 2 stunning beauties at home, chooses to flirt around at school. He is blatantly ignoring us. This is intolerable, absolutely unacceptable." Unbeknownst to Jun Haotian, who was oblivious to the turmoil brewing above, he returned to his room and quietly sat at the edge of his bed. Reaching out, he retrieved a piece of wood carving and resumed his artistic endeavors. The ability to create space truly proved to be a remarkable gift, so incredibly convenient. Unbeknownst to him, the little creature seemed to emerge from the void, its head bobbing in confusion. Jun Haotian chuckled, "Little one, is it fun inside? Bye-bye, Chio, bye-bye, Chio." The creature nodded incessantly, appearing to revel in its experience, before its head vanished once more into the confines of the room. Dimensional space, indeed. Ever since Jun had ascended 6 levels, he began contemplating this technique. Now, equipped with a wealth of imagination, he had unlocked his own dimensional space. Although it measured merely 10 cubic units, it proved to be exceedingly convenient. Jun even managed to carry his prized BMW with him. As a master of both time and space abilities, Jun was still in the developmental phase of his techniques, unable to achieve the fusion of time and space. In terms of time, he had complete mastery over time suspension and the grand prophecy technique, while in spatial abilities, he had developed dimensional space, spatial displacement, and spatial rifts. Yet, the offensive power of these abilities remained limited. It would only be when he could truly merge the temporal and spatial systems that he would wield a genuinely formidable technique. Suddenly, a subtle smirk curled at the corners of Jun's mouth, infused with an air of inscrutable charm, as he murmured, "One of the greatest grievances for an artist is to be disturbed during their creative process. Ordinary artists may tolerate it, but alas, I am a violent artist." The once brightly lit room was abruptly shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, a chilling dagger appeared before him. Clad in black, the assailant moved with a speed that was not particularly swift, yet possessed an uncanny quality. With a cold huff, the icy dagger lunged towards Jun's neck, aiming for a swift kill. In the next moment, the assassin froze, for Jun Haotian's form was nowhere to be seen upon the bed. Glancing around in confusion, the assassin began to hesitate. At that instant, a mocking laughter echoed. "Are you looking for me?" Following the sound, the assassin found no trace of a figure, perplexed by the possibility that this youth might possess the ability to become invisible. Spatial mirage? This technique, a creation of Jun's own ingenuity, was designed to bewilder his adversaries. Built upon the foundation of spatial displacement, by continuously enhancing the speed and frequency of his spatial shifts, he accurately manifested around the assassin, producing a multitude of phantoms with his extraordinary velocity. In an instant, Jun's presence filled the room, appearing as 10, 20, even 30 figures. The speed of the phantoms became nearly indistinguishable to the eye. Chapter 50. Young Master Lianjin. The assassin's sharp gaze momentarily faltered. The chilling dagger was thrust out haphazardly. But at that moment, a pair of large hands seized the assassin's neck, and the enchanting eyes bore down on him as he demanded fiercely, "Who sent you?" W1 level. The assassin stammered, fear gripping him. He never anticipated that the Red Flower organization would undertake a mission of such magnitude. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Speak. Struggling desperately, the assassin found his efforts futile. Jun Haotian's grip was akin to iron, rendering even a breath a challenge. Just as Jun Haotian was about to extract information, the window was abruptly blown open by a gust of wind, and a shadowy figure appeared, a long sword aimed directly at Jun Haotian's back. With a cold snort, Jun Haotian retorted, "You seek death." Time seemed to freeze. The window slammed shut, and the body of the incoming assassin hung, suspended in midair. Both adversaries were immobilized. Jun Haotian pressed one hand against the throat of an assassin while striking another on the forehead. 2 streams of spiritual energy emanated from his palms, surging into the bodies of the 2 assassins, who had no opportunity to scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, the most terrifying spectacle unfolded as all 720 acupoints in their bodies detonated one by one. "Such a waste," Jun Haotian scoffed. Not far outside the Mengxin Pavilion, a figure cloaked in black chuckled mysteriously. "I never imagined the young master would grow to such an extent. The murderous aura surrounding him is terrifying. I can sense it even from this distance. One wonders how much bloodshed he has witnessed at such a young age. Inform the master, he will undoubtedly be pleased." Meanwhile, in the police chief's office late at night, Wang Hui received a phone call. The voice on the other end was grave. "Wang Hui, the operation has failed." "What? How is that possible?" Wang Hui exclaimed incredulously. "The organization dispatched 2 general-level assassins. If the operation had succeeded, they should have returned by now. Yet, there is not a single word from them, not even a signal. What shall we do?" Wang Hui pressed urgently. "You need to reinforce the Red Flower. The opponent is at least a peak general-level expert, or even stronger. The organization currently lacks such formidable power in Binhai and must delegate this task to peers." "Fine, money is no object, as long as we can eliminate him." Wang Hui replied with determination. "Rest assured, I, the Black Rakshasa, have a reputation to uphold. As long as you pay, we will assist you." The voice on the other end chuckled. 500,000 Red Flower. Consider it carefully. "No need for consideration. I will pay." Wang Hui responded without hesitation. In a charming seaside villa in Binhai, a girl in a light blue long dress was sipping tea, delicately nibbling on a piece of cake, her beauty captivating. She gazed into the distance, watching the tides rise and fall, seemingly lost in a delightful reverie. "Miss, there is a new commission." "Oh, who is the client?" the girl inquired, curiosity lighting her face. "It's the Black Rakshasa." "Ah, them." The girl chuckled softly, appearing to regard the Black Rakshasa as inconsequential. "Miss, would you like to review it?" "No need. You may proceed. Such trifles do not interest me. As long as the price is fair, the rest is of no concern." "Understood, miss." It was Sunday, a day of rest, and Lan Mushue contemplated whether to invite Jun Haotian out, her mind preoccupied, leaving her little room to concern herself with trivial matters. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her oversight had only exacerbated the misunderstandings between her and Jun Haotian. Would it be inappropriate for a girl to be so proactive? Lan Mushue pondered, her usually icy demeanor softened by a fleeting expression of youthful uncertainty. Whenever she thought of Jun Haotian, her face betrayed hints of hesitation, shyness, and excitement. However, Jun Haotian was oblivious to her turmoil, as his task today was to accompany the two young ladies on a shopping excursion, while also fulfilling a mission assigned by Jin Qiming. In the Pingfei commercial building, the two young maidens laughed and played, while Jun Haotian trailed behind, ensuring he neither drew too close nor lost sight of them, keeping them safely within his line of vision. "Jia, what do you think of this one?" Shangwan Xiner held up a pink student uniform, directing her question at Jean Mingjie. "Isn't it too gaudy?" Jean Mingjie replied. Shangwan Xiner pouted, suggesting, "Why not let Brother Tian take a look? Boys have a different perspective than us. Who would show it to him?" "Humph." Jean Mingjie Sire still lingered, her mood unyielding. "Oh, fine then." Shangwan Xiner huffed in disappointment, glancing back at Jun Haotian. At that moment, Jun Haotian was engrossed in examining the myriad of enticing products in the shop. His devilishly charming smile and handsome visage drew the attention of many young women. "Sir, what would you like to see? Our Zippo lighters are guaranteed authentic." A waitress eagerly promoted. Jun Haotian smiled slightly, his lips curling enticingly. "Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of your company?" The waitress blushed, whispering, "Sir." "I'm still on duty," with a casual grin. He selected a deep blue Zippo adorned with stones, saying, "I'll take this one." "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is the latest model, designed for elegant gentlemen." The waitress flattered. Holding the exquisite packaging, Jun Haotian leaned closer, whispering into the waitress's ear. "I'll treat you to coffee after your shift." Her face flushed crimson. She murmured softly, "All right. I'll be waiting," striding confidently out of the store. Jun Haotian chuckled inwardly, reveling in the boundless allure of his charm. However, when his gaze returned to Jean Mingjie, he noticed a young man standing beside her. The man appeared to be in his 20s, exuding a gentle demeanor, engaging Jean Mingjie in casual conversation, while Shangwan Xiner wore an unmistakable expression of displeasure, pouting her lips. Lian Jin was the heir of the Lin family in Binhai, a prominent family akin to the Jin family, yet unlike the latter. The Lin family was entrenched in the underworld. Previously, there had been considerable interaction between Lin and Jin Qiming, but as the pyramid group grew increasingly assertive, the Lin family's influence over Jin Qiming waned. Inside the Pingfei Mall, the young man beside Jean Mingjie was indeed Lian Jin. Jia. What a surprise to see you here. It's been years, hasn't it? You've blossomed into quite the young lady. How time changes us." Jean Mingjie appeared excited, responding, "Indeed. Ever since you went abroad for studies 2 years ago, we haven't seen each other." Lian Jin smiled softly. "Do you know why I've returned this time?" Jean Mingjie shook her head. "No. Is it a school break?" "Yes, but not entirely. I missed you. So I came back." Lian Jin's warm smile made Jean Mingjie's heart skip a beat. Years ago, when Jean Mingjie was still young, Lian Jin's grace and gentleness had profoundly impacted her, leading to an infatuation that had once captivated her beyond measure. Time, indeed, is a relentless force, akin to a butcher's knife. 2 years have elapsed, and Jean Mingjie has matured, gaining insight into the intertwined histories of the Lian and Jin families. Consequently, she has gradually begun to forget Lian Jin. However, Lian Jin now stands before her once more, rekindling memories of her youthful innocence. With such audacious words spoken in her presence, Jean Mingjie feels her youthful emotions stirred anew, her cheeks flushing as she responds, "Brother Lian, you truly have a way with words." Meanwhile, Shangwan Shiner pouts and remarks, "Brother Lian, do be mindful that there are others present." "How brazen." Lian Jin instinctively scratches his head, glancing at Shangwan Shiner as he apologizes. Shiner, my apologies. It's quite all right, Brother Lian. Pay her no mind. Jin Mingjie quickly defends him. Shangwan Shiner gazes at Jin Mingjie with bewilderment, thinking, could it be that Jie is truly reigniting old flames? This is all too sudden. I must intervene. With this thought, Shangwan Shiner unexpectedly lightens her step, her entire body tilting as she exclaims, ouch. Jin Mingjie swiftly supports Shangwan Shiner. Concern etched on her face. Shiner, what happened? Jie, I've twisted my ankle. Shangwan Shiner feigns pain. How careless of you. Jin Mingjie chides. Unbeknownst to Jin Mingjie, Shangwan Shiner is signaling to Jun Haotian from a distance. Being a remarkably astute individual, Jun Haotian strides forward, his enchanting visage marred by worry. Shiner, what's wrong? Are you all right? Brother Tian, I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. I never want to go shopping again. Could you take us home, please? Shangwan Shiner feigns a pout. Upon seeing Jun Haotian, Lian Jin instinctively senses a threat emanating from his exquisite features. Jie, who is he? Before Jin Mingjie can respond, Shangwan Shiner interjects. Brother Tian is Uncle Jin's personal bodyguard, here to look after Jie. She emphasizes the words look after and personal bodyguard. Lian Jin's expression darkens at this revelation, while Jin Mingjie casts a sharp glare at Shangwan Shiner. Shangwan Shiner, employing her talent for charm, clings to Jin Mingjie, feigning vulnerability. Jie, my ankle truly hurts. Can we go home? If Lian Jin were not present, Jun Haotian might have exclaimed in admiration, Shiner, you are a master of performance. Observing Shangwan Shiner's perspiring visage of agony, Jin Mingjie turns to Lian Jin with apologetic eyes. Brother Lian, I'm so sorry. Shiner appears to be in quite a serious state. We must return home first. Let us connect another day. Chapter 51. It turns out to be a well-connected individual. Lian Jin was not foolish. He could easily discern that Shangwan Shiner was merely feigning her condition. However, he chose not to expose her little ruse, as doing so would lack gentlemanly decorum. Instead, he offered a subtle smile and nodded, saying, very well. Do you require assistance in returning home? No, thank you. Jin Mingjie politely declined. Jin Mingjie and Jun Haotian each supported Shangwan Shiner as they exited the Pingfei shopping mall. Watching the trio gradually recede into the distance, Lian Jin could not help but let out a cold snort, his deep-set eyes narrowing as he thought, Jin Mingjie, you cannot escape my grasp. There is no woman Lian Jin, cannot pursue. With a wave of his hand, several men in black emerged from the shadows behind him. Young master, how may we serve you? Keep an eye on those three, and notify me immediately if anything unusual occurs. Also, investigate that young man's background. But he is merely a security guard. There is no need for concern, young master. Conduct the investigation as instructed and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Lian Jin's expression darkened. Understood. Young master. As Jun Haotian, Jin Mingjie, and Shangwan Shiner stepped out of the mall, Jin Mingjie promptly released her hold on Shangwan Shiner. Shiner, with a pitiful expression, exclaimed, Jie, how can you lack compassion? Jin Mingjie huffed, enough of the pretense. You are perfectly fine. Realizing her scheme had been unraveled, Shangwan Shiner dropped the act and stood before Jin Mingjie, lively and laughing. Why go through such lengths? Jin Mingjie asked, perplexed. Pouting, Shangwan Shiner replied, Jie, I am only looking out for you. Lian Jin is not a good person. I do not want you to sink deeper. Before she could finish, Jin Mingjie anxiously glanced at Jun Haotian and interrupted. I am aware. It is merely a reunion with an old friend. Jie, if you believe so, then that is for the best. Shangwan Shiner appeared relieved. It was then that Jun Haotian, who had been silent, suddenly recalled something, a mischievous smile curling his lips. So he's the Lian Gij Du Shanshan mentioned, he said, casting a flirtatious glance at Jin Mingjie. Jin Mingjie felt a surge of anxiety and quickly clarified. It is not as you imagine. Do not let your mind wander. Jun Haotian shrugged, offering a nonchalant smile that only heightened Jin Mingjie's unease. The scales of their budding relationship had evidently tilted, though she remained oblivious. Shangwan Shiner, amused, chimed in, where shall we go next? Jin Mingjie shot her a glare. Did you not say you wanted to go home and never shop again? Jie. Shangwan Shiner pouted, feigning innocence. When Jin Mingjie ignored her, Shiner turned to Jun Haotian, pleading, Brother Tian, will you take me to eat something delicious? I want something tasty. Little glutton. Jun Haotian playfully tapped her forehead, a gesture that did not sit well with Jin Mingjie. With a cold snort, Jin Mingjie declared, first, we will visit the jewelry store to buy a gift. Then we will indulge in your greasy snacks. Jie, that sounds terrifying. Now I am too scared to eat. Shangwan Shiner pouted in protest. Enough, little cutie, stop with the charm. Soon, Brother Tian will take you for a treat. How about barbecued meat? Yes, yes, Brother Tian is the best. Shangwan Shiner beamed with happiness. At that moment, on the top floor of Pingfei Tower, Lian Jin gazed down at the parking lot, sneering, escape. Do you truly believe you can? The myriad enterprises beneath the pyramid group were vast and intricate. Certainly, precious metals and jewels were symbols of the group's wealth. Within the pyramid jewelry store in Binhai, throngs of people flowed in and out daily. Here, not only mass-produced jewelry was available, but also bespoke designs by professional jewelers, offering a cutting-edge experience. As Jin Mingjie, Shangwan Shiner, and Jun Haotian stepped into the Binhai flagship store, a smiling hostess greeted them warmly. Welcome, esteemed customers. To the Pyramid Jewelry Binhai flagship store, we are eager to serve you. Dear sir and madam, what may we assist you with? Our flagship store offers everything you could desire. Jun Haotian, with a devilish smile, turned to Jin Mingjie. Although she was young, her attire and elegant demeanor commanded respect. Observant individuals could easily discern that she hailed from a wealthy family. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women invariably attracted attention, especially such strikingly charming individuals. Jin Mingjie nodded to the attendant, saying, We would like to browse for now. If we require assistance, we will seek you out. Of course, miss. How pretentious. Though the remark was muttered softly, it did not escape Jun Haotian's ears. He shot a glare at the service desk, but chose to remain silent, deeming it unworthy of his response. The Binhai Pyramid Jewelry flagship store was expansive, spanning 3 floors and nearly 2,000 square meters, adorned in opulence that exuded an air of grandeur. Jun Haotian, puzzled, turned to Jin Mingjie and whispered, Jie, since this is your family's establishment, why not simply request the best items? Why the need to browse? Shangwan Shiner giggled, Brother Tian, you do not understand. Selecting items oneself shows sincerity. Besides, Jie has excellent taste. Jin Mingjie smiled, seemingly looking down on Jun Haotian's ignorance regarding jewelry. Different people wearing accessories yield different effects. Naturally, I must select the most suitable piece for my future sister-in-law. Jun Haotian shook his head in resignation. As a sculptor, he might not be familiar with the jewelry trade, but he certainly understood materials and quality. Upon surveying the flagship store, he found little that piqued his interest. Gold was too mundane, platinum too frugal, and the craftsmanship of various jade and gemstone pieces was clearly lacking, leaving him unsatisfied. While Jin Mingjie scrutinized the jewelry, some onlookers perceived her actions as pretentious, particularly her disappointed shakes of the head, which irked several patrons. Suddenly, Jin Mingjie's gaze was captivated by a platinum necklace adorned with a brilliant aquamarine, its clarity shimmering with light. Even more astonishing, an amber gem was embedded within the crystal, casting a subtle glow that radiated mesmerizing hues. Please show me that one. Jin Mingjie pointed to the necklace. However, the attendant standing across from her remained unmoved, her plump figure somewhat unappealing, despite her age being similar to Jin Mingjie's. Her appearance was less than pleasant. Adorned with a large gold ring, a gold necklace, and gold bracelets, she epitomized the phrase dressed in gold and silver. The woman huffed dismissively, This is the work of a world-class designer, valued at $1 million. If you are not purchasing, please refrain from touching. What if you break it? I cannot afford that responsibility. Jin Mingjie's expression soured instantly, but Jun Haotian stepped forward with a smile, thinking, This little chubby girl is rather bold. He calmly inquired, What must one do to view it? The attendant, looking at Jun Haotian with derision, replied, A 50% deposit is required, pretty boy. Do you have that much money? Her words drew the attention of everyone in the quiet hall. Jin Mingjie has never faced any doubts regarding her financial status, especially not from the employees within her own household. Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Observing the 3 individuals rendered speechless by her inquiries, the woman felt a newfound sense of imbalance and vanity. Typically, women of a more imposing demeanor would feel a sense of inferiority upon encountering someone like Jin Mingjie, often revered as a goddess. It is this disparity that incited her irrational behavior. In general, only 3 types of women frequent the flagship store of the pyramid jewelry. First, the affluent matron. Second, the mistress. And third, the daughters of wealthy merchants. To the woman, the affluent matron represents an older woman, while the mistress is merely a buyer. It is only the daughters of the wealthy that evoke feelings of discontent and even jealousy. Moreover, in the presence of a prosperous businessman, the woman refrained from fully expressing her emotions. Upon finally encountering Jin Mingjie, whom she suspected of masquerading as a wealthy heiress. The woman could not resist the urge to mock her. What's wrong? Can't afford it? Why pretend to be affluent? You're wasting my time. Look at you all. A bunch of tattered goods pretending to be wealthy. It's truly embarrassing. The woman's arrogance swelled, her eyes gleaming with derision. However, her lack of discernment did not imply that others shared her ignorance. Numerous customers had gathered, quickly discerning the superficiality of the three individuals. They stood ready to witness the inevitable downfall of this oblivious sales attendant. Yet, the woman, seemingly invigorated by the attention, declared with a smug expression, "If you can't afford it, just step aside. This is a VIP counter, and we have many esteemed clients." Jun Haotian huffed in indignation, preparing to retrieve her card, but was halted by Shangwan Shiner. "Jia, engaging with a mad dog like her would only diminish your stature," Shiner advised. Jun Haotian, with a mischievous grin, playfully tapped Shangwan Shiner on the head. "Shiner, who taught you such words? How can you call someone a mad dog?" Initially, Shiner thought Jun Haotian was reprimanding her, her lips pouting in offense, until he continued, "Just look at her figure. She's clearly a mad pig." Instantly, Shiner's spirits lifted, her head nodding enthusiastically. "Indeed, Brother Tian is absolutely right." Jun Haotian's words struck a nerve with the woman, who began to rant in a frenzy. "What did you say? I see you all as nothing but pretentious, impoverished fools daring to disrupt our pyramid group. Security! Security!" As the altercation escalated, a middle-aged woman in uniform approached. "Dear customers, I am the lobby manager here. May I ask what the issue is? Have we failed to meet your expectations in any way?" "Michio, who do they think they are that you should stoop so low?" the woman retorted harshly. Michio shot the woman a sharp glance. "Do not cause a disturbance here. You are the one who instigated this. This is the third time this month. Our patience has its limits. Do you dare accuse me of causing trouble? Michio, do you believe I could have you dismissed with a single phone call?" The woman responded without restraint, her audacity unabated. Chapter 52. The Murderous Blade of Lian Jin Shin Chunhong. Others may fear you, but I, Michio, do not. As the manager appointed by the headquarters. What can you do to me? I tell you, you must apologize to my customer, or I shall escalate this matter to the headquarters. At that point, even boss Shin 1T be able to protect you. Hello, Michio, we shall see. Saying this, Shin Chunhong picked up the phone and immediately began to wail. "Uncle, it's Chunhong. Someone is bullying me. You must stand up for me." Jun Haotian and Jin Mingjia exchanged glances, their eyes filled with derision and disdain. Shangwan Shiner looked at Shin Chunhong's exaggerated display of emotion with contempt, saying, "So you are merely someone with connections. That explains your arrogance. In this era of nepotism, connections make all the difference, and lacking them can lead to significant consequences." Shangwan Shiner's words pierced Shin Chunhong deeply. After hanging up, Shin Chunhong shot a fierce glare at Jin Mingjia and Shangwan Shiner, then arrogantly directed her ire at Michio, declaring, "Just wait. My uncle will be here soon. And you'll be the one to be dismissed. Just a person with connections. I shall see what your so-called uncle is capable of." Shangwan Shiner scoffed. Michio, seething with anger, retorted, "I do not care about your relationship with Boss Shin. You have insulted my customer, and you must apologize. Otherwise, I will have you removed from here today." Shin Chunhong was taken aback that Michio would disregard her uncle's reputation so openly. Her expression soured immediately. "Who has the audacity to bully my niece?" A voice boomed from upstairs, carrying an air of authority. "Uncle, you have finally arrived. Uncle, you must help me. Michio wants to kick me out." Shin Chunhong immediately switched to a whiny tone. A middle-aged man descended from the upper floor, his rotund figure exuding a serious demeanor as he addressed Michio. "Manager me, what is going on here?" Michio, unafraid, responded, "Boss Shin. Shin Chunhong has repeatedly violated the group's employee management regulations and has insulted a customer. I am merely acting according to the group's policies." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before saying, "Manager me, could you let this matter slide for my sake?" Michio considered before replying, "I could choose not to report this incident, but Shin Chunhong must apologize to my customer. I refuse to apologize. Just by looking at them, it's obvious they are a bunch of pretentious paupers. Why would I apologize to them? It's humiliating." Shin Chunhong continued her defiance. Boss Shin glanced between Shin Chunhong and Michio, saying, "Manager me, do not go too far. Although you are appointed by the headquarters, I still have the final say here. If you wish to continue working here, do not tread on my bottom line." Using intimidation, Boss Shun appeared exceedingly arrogant, which explained his niece's audacious behavior. Jun Haotian mused. Seeing her uncle siding with her, Shun Chunhong regained her confidence, looking down at Mi Xiao with pride, saying, Mi Xiao, you worthless piece of trash, all you know is to oppose me. Humph, I will not let you off easily, you wretched creature. As long as I am here, I will ensure you are dismissed one day. At this point, Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Shiner could no longer tolerate the situation. Jin Mingjie stepped forward gracefully, addressing Boss Shun. Are you the owner of this establishment? The middle-aged man replied, Indeed, I am the owner here. He continued with an air of arrogance, Little girl, this is the Pyramid Group. I advise you not to cause trouble here. Our jewelry is designed by world-class designers. If you lack the funds, please leave. We do not serve the poor at the Pyramid Group. Yes, you bunch of paupers, get out. Stop pretending to be wealthy. Shun Chunhong chimed in, reveling in the moment. Jun Haotian interjected with a scoff. What a circus. Truly, in a vast forest, you encounter all kinds of birds. Mi Xiao trembled with indignation, retorting, Boss Shun, you are threatening a customer, and I will report this to headquarters. The middle-aged man dismissively stroked his chin, saying, Feel free to report. You should know my relationship with the head of the personnel department. His eyes glinted with a chilling light. Jin Mingjie, with a mocking smile, declared, Boss Shun, in half an hour, you will no longer be the owner of this jewelry flagship store. Oh, little girl, are you making a joke? This is no laughing matter. Boss Shun continued to smirk arrogantly, seemingly unconcerned by Jin Mingjie's words. However, Jun Haotian knew that this time, Miss Jin was genuinely furious and ready to clean house. The situation had escalated beyond control. It was a battle of wills between East and West. Clearly, Jin Mingjie was at odds with Boss Shun. In the Pyramid Group, the CEOs of these jewelry stores were referred to as owners. Yet they were still employees of the Pyramid Group, merely entitled to 10% of the store as profit. Jin Mingjie narrowed her eyes, retrieving her phone and dialing a number. A warm voice soon answered, Miss. Uncle Run, I am at the flagship jewelry store on Chang'an Road and have encountered some trouble. Could you come over? Okay, I will be there shortly. Uncle Ren replied promptly. And please bring the head of the personnel department with you. I wish to speak with him, Jin Mingjie stated calmly. Although Uncle Ren found this peculiar, he agreed, understood. At the Pyramid Group, on the 33rd floor. In Jin Qiming's office, he looked at Uncle Ren with confusion. Uncle Ren, has something happened to Mingjie? The young lady mentioned encountering some trouble at the Chang'an Road flagship store and asked me to bring the head of the personnel department. Uncle Ren responded, somewhat bewildered. Jin Qiming nodded. Thank you for your effort. Regardless of anything else, Mingjie's situation is of utmost importance. Uncle Ren nodded solemnly and exited the office. Meanwhile, Boss Shun at the flagship store sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The mention of Uncle Ren made him uneasy, for very few within the group were unaware of who Uncle Ren was. His influence in the group was second only to Chairman Jin Qiming. Even the major shareholders would likely not dare confront him. However, Shun Chunhong remained unfazed, scoffing, keep pretending. Boss Shun barked, silence. After his furious command, Shun Chunhong looked incredulously at her uncle. Boss Shun had already stepped forward to face Jin Mingjie, asking, Miss, may I know your surname? Jin Mingjie coolly replied, Jin. At once, Boss Shun appeared dizzy, while Mi Xiao, who had been despondent, felt a remarkable turnaround, a smile blooming on her face. Boss Shun attempted to speak again, his expression shifting through a spectrum of colors, showcasing an exquisite spectacle of emotions. Jun Haotian, observing this, mockingly remarked, Boss Shun, your changing expressions would make for a splendid performance. Boss Shun awkwardly chuckled, preparing to apologize or soften his tone, but Jin Mingjie did not grant him the opportunity. Instead, Shangwan Shiner, visibly displeased, interjected, Now you know fear, but it's too late. Humph. Boss Shun bitterly lamented, regretting his earlier arrogance, thinking, why am I so unfortunate today? Just when I was relishing a moment of superiority, I encounter a formidable opponent. Just as Boss Shun prepared to speak once more, the flagship store's doors swung open, and Uncle Ren arrived, accompanied by a cadre of individuals clad in black suits, resembling a formidable assembly. Ren Shu, exuding an air of authority, approached Jin Mingjie and respectfully addressed her. Mississippi observing Jun Haotian, who also nodded in acknowledgement, he continued, Master Jun. Jin Mingjie cast a glance at the individuals behind Ren Shu and declared, Who among you is the head of the Human Resources Department? Step forward. A middle-aged man, drenched in cold sweat, stepped forward and stammered, Miss, I am Liao Yang, the HR supervisor. Jin Mingjie nodded and pointed at Boss Shun, saying, Director Liao. This individual should have been introduced to the group by you. I shall grant you 10 minutes. I do not wish to see him within the company again. Furthermore, Manager Michio has demonstrated exceptional performance and commendable service. Henceforth, she will oversee the management of this flagship store. Thank you, miss. Thank you. The sudden joy overwhelmed Michio, leaving her in a state of euphoria. Conversely, where there is joy, there is sorrow. Boss Shun's countenance turned ashen, and he fell to his knees, pleading, Miss, ignorance is no excuse. Please forgive me just this once. Renshu cast a disdainful glance at Boss Shun and ordered, Security. Remove him. Shangwan Shiner chimed in with a huff. He truly lacks any dignity. Director Liao, you must intercede on my behalf. Boss Shun implored. But Director Liao dared not speak, feeling as though he were a clay figurine crossing a river, hardly able to save himself. However, Jin Mingjie did not pursue the matter further. She merely stated, I hope there will not be a next time. Yes, miss. The store was left with only a bewildered Shinshan Hong, who muttered, This cannot be. This cannot be. Witnessing the trash finally being cleared away, Shangwan Shiner cheered. Now it is finally peaceful. Humph, crazy pig, I never want to see her again. With that, she wrinkled her little nose, appearing exceptionally adorable. Renshu, smiling at Jin Mingjie, inquired, Miss, which item has caught your eye? I shall have them packaged immediately. Jin Mingjie pointed at the counter, saying, Pack this blue enchantress. I shall take a look at the others. Michio, quick on her feet, promptly instructed, What are you waiting for? Get to work. Jin Mingjie did not leave immediately with her purchase. Instead, she resumed her leisurely stroll around the store, seemingly in search of more enticing treasures, while Renshu quietly followed behind. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager at Pingfei Mall, two men in black stealthily entered. Lian Jin, with an indifferent expression, inquired, What news? As you anticipated, they did not return. Instead, they went to the jewelry store under the Pyramid Group. Oh, Lian Jin sneered and asked again, Have you gathered any information on that boy? The two subordinates began to show signs of distress, stating, We only know he is called Jun Haotian. Beyond that, we have uncovered nothing. Chapter 53. The negotiation expert Jun Haotian? Lian Jin silently pondered, a jolt of realization coursing through him. Could he be from the esteemed Jun family of Kyoto? This thought unsettled him. His two subordinates seemed to sense their master's unease and inquired, Young master, should we send someone to probe further? At that moment, Lian Jin's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile crept onto his face as he mused, What a coincidence. He swiftly answered the call, exclaiming, Shan, Brother Lian, I knew you were back and called right away. So have you missed me? Of course, how could I not miss you? Really? Then how about we go out tonight? I have plans this evening. Lian Jin feigned reluctance. With whom? The voice on the other end grew suspicious. Well, I happened to run into Jin Mingjie at the mall today and invited her to dinner, Lian Jin replied nonchalantly. Brother Lian. The caller's tone darkened, elongating the words. All right. How about I accompany you tomorrow? Lian Jin exclaimed dramatically. Oh no, Mingjie wants me to help her pick out some jewelry. With that, he hastily ended the call, disregarding the fury emanating from the other end. A smirk of satisfaction played on his lips as he thought, Du Shan, you naive girl. You've fallen for it again. His subordinates stared in disbelief, exchanging glances filled with astonishment at their master's cunning. Meanwhile, in the Du family villa, Du Shan was furiously banging her fist on the table, visibly irritable. After what felt like an eternity, she finally picked up the phone and dialed a number, saying, Brother Black Panther? It's Shan. At the same time, in a Qinggang den, Black Panther was whispering to a man in his 30s. The man suddenly wore a mischievous smile, saying, In that case, have Qingwashi go. But, young master. Black Panther hesitated. The man squinted, grinning. Just do as I say. Leave the rest to me. Miss Jean was indeed a force to be reckoned with, a true warrior among women. Spending an entire afternoon selecting jewelry. Initially, Uncle Rin and young Master Jun accompanied her, but at some point, they had vanished, leaving the unfortunate Shangwan Xiner to accompany her. Shangwan, a lover of delicacies, was preoccupied with thoughts of food but couldn't dampen Jin Mingjie's enthusiasm. In the reception room, young Master Jun poured tea from a purple clay teapot for Uncle Rin, who appeared pleasantly surprised, cradling the teapot with both hands. Although young Master Jun was now a bodyguard, he was, after all, a scion of the illustrious Jun family, a lineage of immense status among the 8 great families. To think young Master Jun also understands the art of tea. Uncle Rin complimented, albeit modestly. Jun Haotian touched the corner of his mouth and smiled. Uncle Rin, no need for formalities between us. Just call me Haotian. I prefer it over titles like young Master or Master Jun. They don't sit well with me. Uncle Rin paused, Realizing that Jun Haotian's self-reference and his devilish smile had altered, were it not for his stunning appearance, one might mistake him for an ordinary person. Uncle Ren found himself puzzled. Sensing Uncle Ren's confusion, Jun Haotian chuckled. Uncle Ren, we are of the same kind. There is no need for pretense. This is the tacit understanding and respect shared among those with abilities. Uncle Ren nodded with a faint smile. In that case, Haotian, I shall not hold back. After taking a sip of tea, he praised, this is splendid. The tea's essence is nearly infused into the brew, the aroma rich. Spending time with old man Yun has imparted some of this knowledge. Jun Haotian laughed self-deprecatingly. Just as they shared a light moment, their expressions suddenly shifted, brows furrowing in unison. Uncle Ren spoke first. These rascals are too brazen. How dare they? Observing Uncle Ren's demeanor, Jun Haotian felt curiosity pique, even questioning if Uncle Ren possessed abilities akin to his own. Uncle Ren, are you a time manipulator? Jun Haotian inquired. Uncle Ren smiled faintly. You've seen through me. However, my innate ability awakened with only a score of 20, which limits my potential for further development. So, you are more than just a manipulator? Jun Haotian's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Uncle Ren nodded. They are coming. Yet Jun Haotian remained unperturbed. It's fine. They are likely targeting Mingjia. With me here, none shall leave today. You are quite confident? Uncle Ren paused before laughing. Indeed, for a king-level expert like you, they pose no threat. At that moment, a loud crash erupted, followed by a flurry of gunfire and the sound of shattering glass, accompanied by panicked screams. Ah, help! Help! 5 masked assailants brandishing firearms stormed into the jewelry store, the leader stammering, rob, 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 men to the left, women to the right, and freaks in the middle. In the lounge, Jun Haotian held his teacup, smiling. It seems they are trying to cover something up? That is hardly amusing, Uncle Ren replied with a wry smile. Everyone, cover your heads and crouch. The command was followed by another round of machine gun fire. Generally, robbers would not fire a second shot after the first, fearing police response, and they typically moved swiftly to escape after grabbing their loot. However, this group was different. Though they smashed the jewelry store's glass, their pace in looting was conspicuously slow. The stuttering leader scanned the area as if searching for someone. Before long, his gaze landed on Jin Mingjia and Shangwan Xiner. Hurry, hurry, the leader urged. Moving towards Jin Mingjia, his machine gun in hand, clad in black stockings, yet a gleeful smile adorned his face. Today is my lucky day, encountering such beauty. Pointing the gun at Jin Mingjia, he ordered, You, lift your head. Shangwan Xiner immediately stepped in front of Jin Mingjia, declaring, What do you want? I warn you, keep your distance, otherwise, you'll regret it. Oh, the little girl has some spice. I like that, said the stuttering leader, reaching out to provoke Shangwan Xiner. After all, the employer had instructed that these 2 girls would not escape his clutches today. Just then, a piercing siren pierced the air, seemingly anticipated by the leader, who swiftly shoved Shangwan Xiner aside and seized Jin Mingjia, aiming the gun at the back of her head. Sorry, little girl. He then commanded. Brothers, hurry up. At that moment, the entire floor had been ransacked, and Jin Mingjia cursed Jun Haotian in her mind, the only thought of salvation being him. In the lounge, Jun Haotian continued sipping tea, appearing oblivious to the chaos outside. Uncle Ren urged, Haotian, aren't you going to check outside? Jun Haotian squinted his eyes, exuding an air of nonchalance as he remarked, Such theatrics do not interest me, and besides, committing murder in public is certainly ill-advised. Uncle Ren let out a perplexed grunt before nodding. He was undoubtedly aware of Jun Haotian's intentions, which were to apprehend the mastermind behind the scenes in one fell swoop, necessitating a temporary restraint. However, Uncle Ren could not help but worry for the safety of the 2 young ladies, Jin Mingjia and Shangwan Xiner. As the shrill sound of police sirens and hurried footsteps filled the air, the area was swiftly encircled by law enforcement. Then, a woman's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. We are the Binhai SWAT team. Those inside, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat, the Binhai SWAT team demands that you lay down your arms and surrender at once. Boss, what do we do? We're surrounded by the police. The stuttering leader pondered, inwardly questioning how the SWAT team had arrived. Just as he was lost in thought, a gunshot rang out with a loud bang, and one of the robbers collapsed to the ground. The stuttering man suddenly found his voice, shouting, Sniper! Brothers, hide quickly, damn it! The 4 men moved with remarkable speed and displayed an extraordinary level of skill. One seized a hostage and took cover beneath the counter. Poor Jin Mingjia remained pinned down by the stuttering leader, who threatened, Little girl, don't move. If you do, I'll blow your head off. Hearing this, those inside immediately complied, shouting their surrender. The lead robber sneered, pulling a small grenade from his pocket and exclaiming, "To hell with you." A projectile arced through the air, followed by a tremendous explosion that sent dust swirling. The stuttering leader seethed, How dare you betray me? I will ensure you pay dearly for this." While it was not unusual for a robber to be armed, the presence of grenades within their ranks suggested that this group was no ordinary band of thieves. Their motives had become increasingly elusive. Outside the flagship store of the Pyramid Group, 3 SWAT vehicles lay in tatters, and several injured officers were sprawled on the ground. The commanding officer of the SWAT team, dressed in full uniform, furrowed his brows in distress, realizing, damn it, these individuals are not mere robbers, they are terrorists. Today marked the first day of Liu Yanran's promotion to captain of the SWAT team, and little did she know that fate would present her with such a formidable challenge. Chapter 54. Are you still human? At the age of 24, Officer Liu Yanran, born into a prestigious police family, had garnered the title of Miss Police 3 times due to her captivating beauty. However, driven by an indomitable spirit, she aspired to be more than just a pretty face. Thus, she joined the Special Police Force, determined to prove her capabilities. It was evident that her appointment as the captain of the Special Police at such a young age was facilitated by her family background. Liu Yanran understood that if she failed to manage the situation today, she would forever bear the burden of scorn. "Captain, what should we do now?" Liu Yanran narrowed her phoenix-like eyes and inquired, "Has the negotiation expert arrived?" "Still on the way." "Damn it. Tell him if he doesn't arrive in 10 minutes, he should never come again." Liu Yanran exclaimed vehemently, "Hurry and find another negotiation expert, now?" At that moment, a devilishly charming smile appeared before Liu Yanran, accompanied by a voice that asked, "I wonder if I have the honor of being your negotiation expert?" Liu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the boy's smile. Handsome, almost ethereal. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her expression turning to one of alarm. "Where did you come from?" The boy pointed to the flagship store across the street. "From there?" Liu Yanran's panic escalated. "How is that possible? How could you possibly come out from there? There is nothing impossible in this world." The boy replied with a mysterious smile, the corners of his mouth twisting with mischief. As Liu Yanran observed this enigmatic boy, an unusual sensation washed over her. Something she could not quite articulate. "Young man, how old are you?" "Not important. What matters is that I can help you resolve the situation inside." The boy's devilish grin reemerged. "This place is dangerous. You should leave." A special police officer shouted in a fit of agitation. However, the boy suddenly appeared before him, wearing a ghostly smile as he remarked, "A special police officer must maintain composure at all times. Your lack of calmness suggests you may not be fit for this role. Did you get in through the back door?" "You." Liu Yanran felt perplexed by this boy, and after a moment's contemplation, she commanded, "Makeup artist, prepare for makeup immediately. Snipers, provide cover for the negotiation expert to enter." "Captain," someone questioned. Liu Yanran replied coldly, "This matter is decided. I will bear all consequences. Execute the orders." "Understood, Captain." The boy, with his long bangs brushed aside, narrowed his enchanting eyes and thought to himself, "I never expected that I possessed the potential to play the role of a negotiation expert." Dressed in a sharp suit with a black-framed pair of glasses and a briefcase in hand, he exuded an air of refined elegance that required little embellishment to resemble a true negotiation expert. The beauty of the police force found herself transfixed by his presence. "How do I look?" the boy asked teasingly. Liu Yanran nodded, still somewhat dazed, replying, "Good." After a brief pause, Liu Yanran finally gathered her thoughts. "Although I don't know who you are, the hostages inside depend on you. Rest assured, with me around, there will be no issues." The boy replied with a slight smile, turning as if stepping onto the battlefield. As she watched him walk away, Liu Yanran felt a pang in her heart and cautioned, "Be careful yourself." The boy waved his hand but did not look back, his figure strikingly graceful. The smoke continued to linger at the entrance of the jewelry store, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air. Liu Yanran signaled, "Snipers, provide cover." Simultaneously, 3 sniper rifles encircled the boy's back, ready to unleash their firepower. From the midst of the smoke, a shadow emerged, drawing closer. "Who goes there? Don't move." These robbers were evidently seasoned, aware that under circumstances involving hostages, the police would never dare to charge in recklessly, thus refraining from firing their weapons. They were waiting for the negotiation expert. The boy promptly raised his hands and declared, "Don't be anxious. I am the negotiation expert." Familiar voices and faces, unrecognizable even if turned to ash, but for Shangwan Shiner and Jin Mingjia, this person was undoubtedly familiar, as they were used as human shields, They immediately recognized the boy's face, though the robbers, hiding behind the hostages, could not see the silent exchange of glances between him and Jin Mingjie and Shang Wanxiner. Upon seeing the boy, Jin Mingjie inexplicably felt a surge of relief. It seemed that as long as he was present, her sense of security soared. Yet, she could not help but curse inwardly. What on earth is this wicked brat playing at, pretending to be a negotiation expert? Stay right there. Don't come any closer. One of the robbers warned. The boy halted and proclaimed, I am the negotiation expert. However, I am not the type who indulges in pointless chatter. Letting you release the hostages is simply impossible, and I am not interested in discussing your requests. Just state your terms. You are the most unconventional negotiation expert I have ever encountered. However, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Very well, I want you to prepare a helicopter outside within 30 minutes. After we board, release the hostages immediately on the rooftop. But the police cannot follow us onto the rooftop. Is that all? The boy replied, tilting his head with a smile. Shang Wanxiner wondered if his mind had gone awry, as he was seemingly helping the robbers to negotiate better terms. I can assure you that I won't harm the hostages, but don't provoke me, otherwise. I cannot guarantee what I might do, the robber warned. Outside, Lu Yanran listened intently to the exchange, feeling utterly speechless. She thought, how can this guy lack even the most basic common sense? Even if he's not a real negotiation expert, he should at least have seen it on television. For the first time in her life, Lu Yanran began to doubt her judgment. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to fall silent. Then came the voice, kid, don't attempt any tricks. If you dare to approach, I will kill the hostages, including your life. Gazing at the gun aimed at Jin Mingjie's head, the boy smiled ruefully, shaking his head. A mocking tone escaped his lips, laced with a languid drawl. Are you sure you can still move now? He took steps toward the robber, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the stillness, complemented by his ethereal visage, creating an eerie atmosphere. The robber opened his mouth, but time seemed to freeze, leaving everyone motionless. Jin Mingjie felt an inexplicable calm wash over her as she watched the boy approach. A sense of safety she had never known before enveloping her. In the lounge, Uncle Ren watched in awe, exclaiming, time manipulation, a powerful ability to halt time. How terrifying. Little did he know that what the boy was employing was not merely the suspension of time, but the suspension of space as well, a perfect amalgamation of time and space. This extraordinary skill allowed him to intersect time and space, creating a powerful union. At that moment, only the robbers and the space within a 3-meter radius around them experienced a halt in time. The suspension of space required little mental energy to control, making it a trivial task for the boy. Who sent you? The boy's voice was dark, his inquiry pointed. At that very moment, Jun Deshao's fingers made contact with the robber's shoulder, unleashing a formidable force that sent the assailant hurtling through the air, blood spurting forth like a broken kite. Once the leader of the robbers was incapacitated, Jun Haotian released the temporal stasis in this spatial realm. Jin Mingjie immediately collapsed into Jun Deshao's embrace, lamenting, you scoundrel. You terrified me, you terrified me. Woo-woo. With a wicked smile, Jun Deshao reassured her, fear not. With me around, every problem shall be effortlessly resolved. Promise me you won't leave me, don't scare me, please. Jin Mingjie pleaded, her tear-streaked face a portrait of sorrow. All right, Jun Deshao replied with a gentle nod. Taking Jin Mingjie's small hand, Jun Haotian gradually crouched down to gaze at the coughing, bloodied robber leader. The latter stared at him in disbelief, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his sinister gaze still menacing. You are not a negotiation expert. Who exactly are you? Do you realize now the futility of your situation? Reveal the mastermind behind this, and I may spare your life. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Kill me if you must. The robber retorted defiantly. Jun Deshao narrowed his eyes, his elongated gaze sharpening with intensity. Do you think I lack the courage? I shall eliminate all of you today, humph. Rising to his feet, he lightly patted Jin Mingjie's arm. Jijia, go to the lounge. Uncle Ren is inside. With him protecting you, you will be safe. No, I want to. Go now, be obedient. Wait for me over there. A sudden smile broke across Jun Haotian's face, unexpectedly softening his expression. Very well, I will wait for you. Just as Jin Mingjie turned away, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, a bullet arcing directly toward her forehead, seeking death, with the thunderous sound of the sniper rifle echoing. Jun Haotian's fury erupted as he swiftly moved, appearing like a specter, blocking Jin Mingjie in an instant. His palm shot out, and in the next moment, searing pain radiated from his hand. Outside the jewelry store, in the special police encampment, Lu Yanran had been anxiously pacing, but upon hearing the gunfire, she snapped to attention. shouting, "Who fired? Who authorized you to shoot?" Moments later, her radio crackled to life. "Captain, Captain, the shot came from sniper position 3. They spotted movement." "Damn it." Lu Yinren abruptly hung up the radio and declared fiercely, "From this moment on, no one is permitted to fire without my command. Those who defy this order will face severe punishment." As she spoke, Lu Yinren cautiously glanced into the jewelry store, relieved to see that the situation remained calm. Drops of blood dripped from Jun Haotian's palm, producing a rhythmic patter. Chapter 55, The Vase? "Ah, you are injured. Are you all right?" Jean Mingjia exclaimed anxiously, grasping Jun Haotian's hand. However, the young master shook his head and replied with a faint smile, "It's nothing." As he spoke, Jun Haotian's gaze became increasingly sharp. Initially, he intended to interrogate the mastermind behind the scenes, but now, these thugs had completely provoked his ire. His bloodied hand lightly patted Jean Mingjia's arm, leaving traces of crimson on her skin. In the next moment, before Jean Mingjia could react, Jun Haotian's body tore through the fabric of space, appearing before the other 3 robbers. The suspension of time rendered the robbers incapable of any response, leaving them entirely at the mercy of Jun Haotian. With a flick of his fingertip, he unleashed a tremendous force, devoid of any spiritual energy. In the same instant, 3 resounding crashes echoed as the robbers were sent flying, their fate mirroring that of their leader. With a cold snort, Jun Haotian declared, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall leave your fate to the special police." As he spoke, he took Jean Mingjia by one hand and Shangwan Shiner by the other, vanishing within the jewelry store. In the next moment, the 3 arrived in the lounge, where Uncle Ren was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Jun Haotian, he exclaimed with delight, "Haotian, have you resolved the situation?" Jun Haotian nodded with a slight smile, while Jean Mingjia, filled with concern, urged, "Uncle Ren, please help Haotian. He is injured." Observing the droplets of blood, Jean Mingjia began to cry out in distress. Shangwan Shiner, too, screamed, "Brother Tian, what happened? Don't scare me." Jun Haotian shook his head, assuring them, "It's nothing, just some minor injuries." "Haotian, let me see." Uncle Ren grasped Jun Haotian's hand, revealing a glaringly red wound, where a metal bullet from a sniper rifle had embedded itself in his palm. Uncle Ren gasped, "Haotian, you truly are a marvel." Despite the lethal force of a sniper rifle from 500 meters away, Jun Haotian had managed to block the bullet with his hand, resulting in merely superficial wounds. The bullet had penetrated less than 1/10 of the way into his palm. Suddenly, Jun Haotian clenched his fist, releasing a surge of energy from his hand, as metal fragments gently fell to the ground. When he opened his palm again, Uncle Ren, Jean Mingjia, and Shangwan Shiner were left in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of astonishment and fear. Jean Mingjia stammered, "How is this possible? Are you even human?" The term dumbfounded failed to encapsulate Jean Mingjia's shock. Even Uncle Ren, a fellow time manipulator, gazed at Jun Haotian with disbelief. Shangwan Shiner, with an innocent expression, asked, "Brother Tian, can you perform magic?" Indeed, Jun Haotian's hand could only be described as performing magic. The wound from the bullet was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The crimson blood quickly transformed into fresh skin, and the distinct lines of his palm became increasingly apparent. In a mere 30 seconds, the mark left by the bullet had vanished as if it had never existed. Even Jun Haotian felt a sense of astonishment and wonder. He sensed the spiritual energy within him surging wildly, flowing into his palm. Yet he could not comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. He could only speculate that it was related to the divine energy of a battle god. However, Uncle Ren's words jolted Jun Haotian, instilling a new thought within him. Time manipulation. This is the power of potent time abilities, the future, the flow of time. Jean Mingjia and Shangwan Shiner could not fathom the implications, but Jun Haotian was left speechless, eventually inquiring, "Uncle Ren, do you understand what is happening?" Uncle Ren nodded, smiling as he replied, "Though I do not possess mastery over this technique, I have heard of it. This is a pivotal moment for the development of time abilities. Once you master this technique, it signifies your ability to control time-related powers with destructive potential." Pausing for emphasis, Uncle Ren looked at Jun Haotian meaningfully and continued, "Haotian, Master Yun must have told you that time manipulation is divided into the past, present, and future. Among them, the Great Prophecy technique allows one to foresee the future, while the flow of time accelerates the passage of time." Accelerating time? Jun Haotian gazed at his palm, filled with dread. If time manipulation indeed possessed such formidable techniques, it would be overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying. Shifting his tone, Uncle Ren added seriously, "However, Haotian, time is equivalent. If you use this flow of time to heal wounds, the lifespan of your hand will lose significance as time passes. When you grow old, the body functions that have utilized the flow of time will age far more rapidly than those that have not. This is akin to consuming your life force for the sake of healing. Unless absolutely necessary, do not employ it. So that is how it is. Jun Haotian nodded, recalling Yun Tianji's assertion that perfection is an illusion, and this principle holds true for abilities as well. Suddenly, a smile graced Jun Haotian's face as he mischievously asked, "Uncle Ren, can this power be applied to others?" Uncle Ren sighed in resignation, shaking his head. It is possible, but still must adhere to the law of time equivalence. Time manipulation essentially exchanges time for time. If you use this ability on others, not only will it deplete their bodily functions, but it will also cost you a portion of your own lifespan. Jun Haotian felt a pang of disappointment. Is there truly no way to circumvent this? There is no way, no solution. Uncle Ren replied helplessly. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, adding, "You might inquire with Master Yun. Perhaps he will possess the knowledge." Jun Haotian silently nodded. Meanwhile, Jean Mingjie glanced outside with urgency, exclaiming, "What is happening out there? How do we resolve the situation? How unfortunate. It was just supposed to be a jewelry purchase. How could such a thing occur? It's simply terrifying." Shang Wanxiner pouted, her small fists clenched in frustration. "Perhaps it is merely a coincidence," Jean Mingjie said uncertainly, lacking confidence. Jun Haotian and Uncle Ren exchanged glances, their eyes sharpening as they spoke in unison. It is unlikely to be this simple. Outside the Pyramid Group jewelry store, the special police were growing increasingly bewildered. Lu Yinran anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, her unease evident. What on earth is happening inside? The observation team, after a prolonged wait, finally responded, "Captain, there is no sound from within. The situation remains unclear. It is possible that the negotiator has met with misfortune. He cannot be in danger. He should be safe." Lu Yinran trembled nervously, an unshakable worry gnawing at her heart. It seemed the hostages inside had either fainted from fear or were too dazed to realize that the robbers had already met their demise. They had been rescued. Yet everyone shivered in silence, reluctant to take a step forward, which contributed to the special police's confusion about the situation. Continue calling inside. After 3 minutes. If there is no response, deploy tear gas and commence an assault. Lu Yinran commanded resolutely. "Understood, Captain." Just then, a silver Rolls-Royce sped toward them from a distance, moving at great speed. Without hesitation, Lu Yinran shouted, "Stop that car." 2 special police officers rushed forward, but the Rolls-Royce came to a halt without forcing its way through. From the vehicle emerged a sharply dressed middle-aged man, furrowing his brow as he declared, "Put down your weapons. I am Jean Shiming." Jean Shiming had arrived, compelled by either Jean Mingjie or the significance of the Pyramid Group's jewelry store. Upon hearing the name Jean Shiming, Lu Yinran immediately declared, "Let him in." With determined steps, she moved to greet him. At that moment, Jean Shiming appeared as an imposing figure, and the wrath he harbored was beyond Lu Yinran's imagination. "Uncle Jean." Lu Yinran managed a strained smile. "Yinran, it is you. I never expected your family would truly allow you to join the SWAT team." Jean Shiming responded with a calm smile, exuding an air of confidence and composure, seemingly unperturbed by the crisis within the jewelry store. This distinction exemplified the difference between nouveau riche and true wealth. Lu Yinran offered a wry smile. "I apologize, Uncle Jean. We have overlooked the situation here. How could this be your fault? What is the current status?" Jean Shiming inquired with a hint of seriousness. "The situation remains unclear," Lu Yinran replied, her head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. "Oh." Jean Shiming nodded, his mind undoubtedly calculating various possibilities. After all, he had single-handedly transformed the Pyramid Empire into one of the Fortune 500 companies, acquiring many enemies along the way. "Captain, 3 minutes have elapsed." Lu Yinran smiled apologetically at Jean Shiming, announcing, "Prepare the tear gas. We are moving in." "Wait." A mischievous chuckle rang out, light yet enchanting, an irresistible charm emanating from it. Unbeknownst to them, Jun Haotian had already leaned against the door of a Rolls-Royce, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a black suit, holding a cigarette, his head tilted. His tall figure appeared elongated in the twilight. With an elegant stride, he approached Lu Yinran and said, "Beautiful officer, I have fulfilled my promise. How shall you express your gratitude?" "How did you get out?" Lu Yinran exclaimed, her shock giving way to relief. Seeing Jun Haotian, Jean Shiming felt reassured, teasingly observing his attire. "Haotian, are you playing a role?" Jun Haotian smirked. "I had no choice. I played the part of a negotiation expert." Suddenly, he turned to Lu Yinran. Beauty, you haven't mentioned how you plan to thank me yet. After a pause, he suggested, would I be fortunate enough to share a dinner with you? Jean Shiming, sidelined by Jun Haotian, felt exasperated, thinking to himself, this fellow truly embodies Master Yun's words. A life filled with romance. In Benhai, the enchanting night enveloped the city, the intoxicating moonlight casting a spell. Along the Bund, crowds bustled, with affectionate couples, sweet spouses, and close friends visible everywhere. Behind the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a pair of captivating eyes sparkled with playful intrigue. Dressed in a tailored suit, Jun Haotian's slender figure appeared impeccably refined, accentuated by his handsome visage, undeniably alluring. Indeed, the young man reclined languidly on a comfortable bench, epitomizing the essence of a British gentleman. Chapter 56. An affair. It was evident that Jun Haotian was waiting for someone, yet he was not incessantly glancing at his wristwatch. Instead, his keen gaze was fixed upon the enchanting night outside. In his hand, he idly toyed with a piece of snow jade wood, letting the silver carving knife fall with a casual grace. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up, as if mocking yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. After what seemed an eternity, a graceful figure finally appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Jun Haotian's elongated eyes narrowed, adorned with a charming smile that sparkled like stars. Her long hair cascaded down, seemingly styled with intention. A touch of delicate makeup adorned her features, which, though attractive, appeared somewhat peculiar. She wore a loose-fitting casual dress and crystal high heels that swayed with each step. This late-arriving lady, while lacking the aura of gallantry, possessed an air of femininity. Although this femininity seemed somewhat ill-suited, a policewoman remained a policewoman, still strikingly beautiful despite the mismatch. Apologies for my tardiness. Lu Yanran smiled as she took a seat. Jun Haotian chuckled self-deprecatingly. I thought I was stood up. Lu Yanran beamed at Jun Haotian. I assure you, I am a woman of my word. You assisted me greatly. How could I possibly let you down? Jun Haotian waved his hand dismissively. Let us not exaggerate. I did nothing. All the credit belongs to you. Earlier that afternoon, when Lu Yanran rushed into the jewelry store, she found the robbers already sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated. This scene profoundly shook her, igniting her curiosity about the remarkable young man who had accomplished such a feat. I still can't fathom how you managed that. Lu Yanran pondered for a long moment. What did I do? Jun Haotian feigned ignorance. Excuse me, sir, may I take your order? A respectful waiter interrupted their conversation. Jun Haotian gestured, ladies first. Allow this lady to peruse the menu. Very well, sir. The waiter handed the menu to Lu Yanran. With a smile, Lu Yanran shook her head. I have never dined on Western cuisine. I am a devoted aficionado of Chinese food. You order for us. Jun Haotian nodded, not glancing at the menu. 1 black pepper steak, 1 crispy bone steak, 2 portions of foie gras, 1 serving of caviar, and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. After a moment's thought, he added, and to conclude our meal, a cup of brown sugar macchiato and a double mocha. Certainly, sir. How would you like your steak cooked? Medium. Understood. At that moment, Lu Yanran shot a glance at Jun Haotian and quietly inquired, do you have it well done? I dislike blood in my meat. Instantly, the expressions of both Jun Haotian and the waiter soured. The waiter's face contorted in dismay. Jun Haotian hurriedly interjected, this lady's steak should be medium well. The waiter nodded, though his gaze at Lu Yanran now bore a hint of disdain, and as he departed, he muttered, such a beautiful girl, yet a mere vase. What a pity. Lu Yanran was nearly incensed enough to stand, her face a flurry of colors, while Jun Haotian simply chuckled, shaking his head. What is so amusing? What is there to laugh about? Lu Yanran retorted, displeased. Jun Haotian shook his head, observing the waiter's retreating figure, and sighed, Miss, you should educate yourself on Western dining etiquette. No one would order a well-done steak in such an establishment. If you were in France or England, the chef would promptly eject a customer like you. Why? Lu Yanran asked, perplexed. Because they would consider you ignorant of the culinary arts. Lu Yanran pouted, her expression stiffening. Realizing how embarrassing. It seems I must indeed broaden my knowledge in this area. Jun Haotian regarded her with curiosity. Why would a charming girl like you choose to become a police officer? It baffles me. Lu Yanran huffed. I do not rely on my looks for a living. Shrugging. Jun Haotian feigned a look of resignation. Lu Yanran, intrigued, queried, what is it that you do? You seem quite familiar with Uncle Jean. I am a bodyguard. Jun Haotian replied with a smile, sipping his borscht. A bodyguard? Impossible. Lu Yanran dismissed his claim, unable to fathom a bodyguard with such prowess. Why not? You're barely 17 or 18. How could you possibly be a bodyguard? Lu Yanran replied dismissively. Jun Haotian gazed intently into Lu Yanran's eyes until she felt a bit shy, then smiled. I am indeed a bodyguard, specifically the personal bodyguard of Miss Jean. Are you pursuing Jean Mingjie? Lu Yanran exclaimed in surprise, laughing, and teasingly added, aren't you worried about upsetting her by dining with me? Jun Haotian shrugged. Her feelings are of no concern to me. My duty is merely to ensure her safety. Jun Haotian's words left Lu Yanran bewildered. Aren't you trying to win her over? That is merely your assumption. I have not claimed such a thing. Jun Haotian grinned playfully. You're quite the dishonest child. Lu Yanran teased. Suddenly, Jun Haotian leaned in, his enchanting gaze drawing closer to Lu Yanran, causing her cheeks to flush. What are you doing? She stammered. Jun Haotian chuckled. Wouldn't you be heartbroken if I pursued Jean Mingjie? Lu Yanran burst into laughter. You little brat. Why on earth would I be upset about whom you pursue? Is that so? Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, their depths resembling an unfathomable ocean. Yet, the glimmer within seemed to peer into her very soul, stirring an inexplicable unease within Lu Yanran. Observing him, Lu Yanran deftly shifted the topic. By the way, when will you be free to visit the police station and help me record a statement? That's your affair. It bears no relation to me. But cooperating with the police is a civic duty. Lu Yanran exclaimed, growing anxious. Jun Haotian sipped his black tea lightly, shaking his head. I can assist you with other matters, but I shall pass on this one. I simply do not wish to. Lu Yanran pouted, frustrated, sitting upright before flopping back onto the sofa. Just then, a mocking laugh rang out. Oh, I thought I was mistaken. Is this not our Captain Lu? Since when did the captain indulge in such frivolity? TSK, what a handsome young man. Captain Lu, is this your new beau? Who would have thought our Captain Lu had a taste for this? Look at how you're dressed, quite youthful. Jun Haotian looked up to see a heavily made-up woman with a sultry demeanor, swaying her hips, accompanied by a familiar figure, a refined gentleman whose gentle demeanor could only belong to Lian Jin. Yuan, do not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, even with President Du's protection, I shall charge you with defamation. Lu Yanran rose abruptly, her authority radiating. Yuan continued to sway, a playful smile dancing on her lips. What's the matter? Old maid? Are you angry? Captain Lu, aren't you afraid of scaring your little boyfriend? Oh, your little boyfriend doesn't he know you are a special police officer, does he? A renowned tigress of the special police force, no less. With a playful tone, Yuan approached Jun Haotian, smiling. Handsome boy, you must think carefully. Marrying a special police officer is quite a demanding endeavor. Giggle. Jun Shao, however, paid no heed to such a woman. His gaze fell directly upon Lian Jin, a hint of mockery dancing in the corners of his lips as he remarked, Lian Gongzi, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Lian Jin stepped forward, replying, I too did not foresee running into Jun Shao here. To meet twice in a single day is truly serendipity. While Lian Jin might not have perceived any impropriety in his words, Jun Shao was an astutely sensitive individual. Given their previous brief encounter, Lian Jin could not possibly know his surname or family background. It was only through thorough investigation that he could assert such certainty regarding the Jun family name. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, it seems Lian Gongzi has done quite a bit of homework on me. The words sent a shiver down Lian Jin's spine. He had not anticipated that a boy of merely 17 or 18 could be so perceptive. Especially with Jun Shao's enchanting eyes, the chilling silence in his gaze felt as if he were staring at a corpse. Jun Shao is jesting. Lian Jin's sister asked curiously, Brother Jun, do you know each other? Lian Jin replied with a resigned smile. We have met once before. He then turned his inquisitive gaze back to Jun Haotian, and without pretense, he inquired, Jun Shao hails from Kyoto. May I inquire about your connection to the esteemed Jun family of Kyoto? With a feigned pride, Jun Shao replied with a light smile, Jun Tianzhan is my grandfather. Lian Jin felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Had it not been for Yuan and steadying him, he might have staggered back. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. The Jun family of Kyoto was not a lineage that the Lian family of Benhai could contend with. Gazing at Jun Haotian, Lian Jin's expression deepened, and after a moment, he managed to smile again, saying, Then I shall certainly pay a visit to old Master Jun one day. I hope that Brother Haotian might facilitate an introduction. Of course, a talent like Brother Lian, I am certain my grandfather would take a liking to. Thank you very much. I shall not interrupt you two further, Lian Jin remarked, almost fleeing as he pulled Yuan away. Observing Lian Jin's retreating figure, Jun Shao scoffed lightly, unaware of his own insignificance. Lu Yanran regarded Jun Haotian with curiosity. You two are quite nauseating, calling each other brother, as if I couldn't stomach it. Merely pleasantries. Jun Haotian replied, shaking his head. Both lowered their heads simultaneously, and suddenly, Lu Yanran inquired with intrigue, "Are you truly a member of the Kyoto Jun family?" Chapter 57. Battle with the Nine Tails. Jun Haotian spread his hands, declaring, "This young master needs no pretense." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yanran's eyes flickered with curiosity as she cautiously inquired, "Do you know Jun Haotian?" Jun Haotian's gaze shot up, responding, "He is my second brother." Instantly, Lu Yanran's face flushed crimson, as if a memory had resurfaced, and the light in her eyes dimmed with a hint of sorrow. Jun Haotian smiled faintly, a mischievous grin curving his lips, thinking to himself, there is definitely something more here. Inside the sleek black BMW X5, Captain Lu Yanran squirmed uncomfortably, her heart racing with anxiety, while Jun Haotian maintained his charming demeanor, purposefully asking, "Uncomfortable?" Lu Yanran gently shook her head, biting her lower lip, and finally mustered the courage to ask, "Is Haotian, is he well?" Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, contemplating, "Indeed, there is something amiss." Lu Yanran, feeling uneasy, retorted, "What is that expression? We are not what you think." Leaning back in his seat with a knowing smile, Jun Haotian opened the window, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff, recalling his gentle second brother. He softly remarked, "Shouldn't you have informed me of your relationship with him before inquiring?" Lu Yanran faltered, at a loss for words. Tilting his head, Jun Haotian observed her with keen interest. Lu Yanran, her cheeks flushed, sighed in disappointment. "Forget it. Let us just pretend I was daydreaming." "Ah, you may not wish to hear it, but I am eager to share. Haotian is already married, with a daughter who is 2 years old." Flicking the ash from his cigarette, Jun Haotian continued nonchalantly, "His wife is from Kyoto." Before he could finish, Lu Yanran interjected angrily, "Enough." Her voice trembled as she covered her face with her hands, her throat tightening. Why tell me?" Jun Haotian smiled gently. "I simply do not want you to foolishly wait for an impossible future. Better to endure short pain than prolonged suffering." After a lengthy bout of sobbing, Lu Yanran looked up, glaring at Jun Haotian. "Who told you I was waiting for him? Is it not so?" Jun Haotian smirked, his smile radiant. Drive me home." Lu Yanran huffed, though her sadness was palpable. The news of Jun Haotian's marriage felt like a devastating blow to her. As the car began to move, Jun Haotian jested, "If you feel like crying, just let it out. I can offer you a free shoulder." It was uncertain whether Jun Haotian's words had struck a chord or if the special police captain could no longer suppress her emotions. But she leaned onto his shoulder and began to weep, her feelings erupting like a volcano. How could he get married? How could he? "He promised me, he promised." Jun Haotian sighed helplessly. "Officer Lu, please accept your grief. In families like ours, marriage is seldom a matter of personal choice." "You know nothing, do you?" Lu Yanran retorted, raising her eyes with hope. Jun Haotian shook his head bitterly. "Even if you know, what difference does it make? You can never change the outcome. So why suffer?" "No, I must know. I have the right to know." Jun Haotian lowered his gaze and pondered. "I can give you his number. You can hear it from him. As for anything else, I am unable to assist you." "All right, give me his number quickly." Lu Yanran was speaking when she noticed Jun Haotian's expression darkening, his deep black pupils suddenly shimmering with a menacing light, appearing almost inhuman. "What monstrous creature is this? Phoenix, you foolish girl, do not act rashly." Jun Haotian silently prayed. With a sharp turn, the black BMW sped forth at an unprecedented velocity, carving a dark arc through the streets. Many vehicles halted, drivers shouting in outrage, "You little brat, seeking death." Yet Jun Haotian remained unfazed. His eyes narrowed as he accelerated further. Lu Yanran's body jolted in the car due to inertia, her anger flaring. "Are you mad? Driving this fast?" "Silence. If you wish to live, do not speak." Jun Haotian's voice turned cold, a tone Lu Yanran had never witnessed before. However, Lu Yanran fell silent, obediently sitting in the car, though she pouted and muttered, "Why so fierce?" Observing Jun Haotian's serious demeanor reminded Lu Yanran of someone, stirring deep-seated memories. He resembled Haotian, even in his moments of anger. The destination of the black BMW was none other than Binhai International High School. At that moment, on the school's playground, two ethereal figures floated in the air. Two girls, one clad in a fiery red gown, her hair dancing in the wind, her expression cold, the other, equally striking, donned in a white fur coat, her hair cascading, her enchanting eyes radiating light. Most terrifyingly, several massive white tails swayed behind her, licking her furry palms as she seductively exclaimed, "Little girl, you've been by my side for over half a year. Have you fallen for your sister?" The phoenix replied icily. You wretched creature, I have pursued you from the North Sea to here, only to find you daring to commit such heinous acts. You possess great audacity. Leave this student's body at once, or I shall obliterate you. Little girl, I have always indulged you. Do not presume I fear you. The woman toyed with her white tails, her tongue flicking out alluringly. From last year, you have slain over 300 humans, committing such atrocious crimes. And you still show no remorse. What of it? Do humans not slaughter our fox clan? An eye for an eye, this is the cycle of karma. What does it matter if I consume a few humans? You are merely quibbling. Enough of this idle chatter, let us see what you are truly made of. The woman began to laugh wickedly. In that instant, her alluring smile was met with 5 white tails, darting towards the phoenix like steel wires, seemingly capable of piercing her flesh. The phoenix scoffed, a speck of dust may still shine, flame dance. With a whoosh, flames erupted around the phoenix, colliding with the white tails, producing a series of sizzling sounds. Not bad at all, little sister. The woman cooed. Submit. The phoenix retorted, Phoenix, dance of fire. In an instant, a raging inferno engulfed the ground, encircling the woman in a tenfold ambush. Yet the woman continued to smile seductively, little sister. You are still too tender to play with fire. A long howl echoed through the sky, and in the next moment, the phoenix froze, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. The nine-tailed fox, you are indeed the nine-tailed fox. As a member of the Phoenix team, Phoenix had been tracking this creature for quite some time, and it could be said that her arrival at the coastal area was solely to subdue this beast. Although various signs indicated that it was a fox spirit, Phoenix never anticipated it would turn out to be a nine-tailed fox. Free from its human vessel, the terrifying form of the nine-tailed fox was fully revealed. Towering over 20 meters, engulfed in crimson flames. Its 5 tails lashed and flickered through the air, and its enchanting eyes sparkled with an otherworldly luminescence, a clear emerald hue. Its cavernous maw opened wide, oozing a viscous liquid from the corners, and its fiery claws were sharp enough to rend the very fabric of space. The flames of Phoenix's powers were rendered almost entirely ineffective beneath the fiery manifestation of the nine-tailed fox. With a primal roar, the immense paw of the nine-tailed fox came crashing down towards Phoenix. On the flame-scorched ground lay a body. Still and lifeless, this was the woman who had just been the host for the nine-tailed fox. She had likely succumbed to her fate, devoid of any signs of life. Confronted with such overwhelming power, Phoenix harbored no intention of facing it head-on, for she understood that to do so would be a certain death sentence. Continuously evading the creature, despite the fact that the nine-tailed fox had not yet entered its ultimate form, it remained a beast of imperial caliber, still beyond Phoenix's current capabilities. As she leaped and dodged, Phoenix surveyed the crimson-clad nine-tailed fox and resolved, since you are a fire-type beast, allow me to demonstrate my ice abilities. In midair, Phoenix paused. Her hands pressed together as she coldly declared, freeze the world. In an instant, the entire campus was enveloped in a blanket of ice and snow, the sound of crackling resonating from the nine-tailed fox. With a pained howl, the nine-tailed fox writhed in agony. Within moments, the once fiery creature had transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. As Phoenix beheld the nine-tailed fox finally encased in ice, she let out a sigh of relief. Her weary form gently descending to the ground. Clapping her hands, she murmured, thank goodness, I managed to subdue this beast. Taking out her phone, Phoenix dialed a number and said, Team Leader. However, before she could finish her sentence, a loud crack echoed through the air, followed by a thunderous explosion as the 20-meter-high ice sculpture of the nine-tailed fox shattered, sending shards of frost flying through the atmosphere with immense force. Be careful, came a hurried voice. Phoenix barely had time to react, feeling a figure rush to her side, shielding her from the sharp ice shards. No. Phoenix's heart sank as she recognized the figure, letting out a desperate scream, her voice raw with anguish, a sound of utter despair. Yet, it was too late. With a sickening thud, an ice shard pierced the back of her protector, and Phoenix felt the warmth of blood seeping from the wound, mixing with her own trembling hands pressed against his back. Chapter 58. The ancient blood pact. At the same moment, the crimson nine-tailed fox vanished, transforming into a creature of purest white. It shook its head vigorously and directed a furious roar towards a distant figure. Its massive form charged forward relentlessly. In the far distance, in a sleek black BMW, Lu Yanran was frozen in shock, her voice trembling with fear. What is this? Could there truly be monsters in this world? Spatial displacement. Jun Haotian's voice was considerably weakened, yet he still summoned the strength to bring the phoenix's body to his side. You. The phoenix's voice quivered, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. However, Jun Haotian gazed coldly at her, commanding, "Stay here and do not move. I will handle that monster." "But you are injured." The phoenix clutched Jun Haotian's hand tightly, the blood staining her fingers a painful sight to behold. "Listen to me." Jun Haotian's hand tenderly caressed the phoenix's head, his tone imperious. "I do not tolerate disobedient women." No sooner had he spoken than Jun Deshao's enchanting gaze locked onto the oncoming nine-tailed fox, a long-buried thirst for blood igniting in his eyes. He dashed forward, unyielding, towards the beast. "Haotian." The phoenix's voice was a pained whisper, her throat hoarse with an indescribable sorrow. It was a heartache, a sense of inexplicable loss, a visceral anguish. On tiptoe, the phoenix's exquisite face glistened with a mixture of sweat and tears, her enchanting eyes filled with unspoken worry. A profound sense of concern mingled with overwhelming emotion. Her blood-stained hands clasped tightly together. She prayed fervently, "Haotian, you must not come to harm. You cannot. I will not allow it." With a body pierced by an icy blade, blood flowed incessantly from his back, marking the first time Jun Deshao had truly tasted injury since his rise. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of the creature before him, the fury and bloodlust in his eyes instinctively urged him to slay the monster. In an instant, his diminutive form surged towards the nine-tailed fox, tearing through space with an explosive spark. "Embrace death," Jun Haotian roared, leaping high into the air, his colossal fist powered by an overwhelming force aimed directly at the fox's face. Spiritual energy coalesced around Jun Haotian, this strike harnessing the power of 3 of his energy channels. It was a formidable blow, one that even made the nine-tailed fox tremble. However, the beast, fueled by primal rage, showed no sign of restraint. Its paw descended with crushing force, and with a resounding impact, their 2 robust bodies collided. A thunderous crash echoed as the nine-tailed fox was unexpectedly forced back several paces, leaving deep imprints on the ground beneath it. Yet, Jun Deshao did not share in this fortune. His body was sent hurtling away. In a rapid descent, he crashed into the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. "Haotian." The phoenix's hoarse voice rang out once more as she rushed forward. Though the power of the war goddess image could forge a formidable physique, Jun Deshao had only opened 3 of his energy channels, rendering him incomparable to the might of the powerful beast. Embracing Jun Haotian, the phoenix wept, "Haotian, are you all right? Do not die, please. I still have so much to say to you. You cannot leave me." Gently, he reached out to brush away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his voice trembling. "Foolish girl, I am fine. You must leave here quickly. It is dangerous." The phoenix shook her head violently, crying, "No, listen to me. I am unharmed." Jun Haotian forced a smile, sitting up despite the pain, his spiritual energy swirling within him. After that powerful blow, although he had sustained serious injuries, his internal energy began to surge uncontrollably. Golden light flickered around him, and he could faintly see the 5th petal of the golden lotus blooming on his forehead. Tilting her head, the nine-tailed fox observed Jun Haotian on the ground, seemingly contemplating something, yet also appearing bewildered. As time passed, this bizarre ability and the flow of spiritual energy enabled Jun Deshao to revive himself at the cost of his life force, fully restored. The wound on his back began to heal, and with a slight movement of his fingers, he forced himself to stand, his complexion still pale. Looking up at the nine-tailed fox, he roared, "Monster, come again." The phoenix gazed at Jun Haotian in terror, wrapping her arms around him from behind, shaking her head weakly. "Haotian, no. We must go. We need to leave." Jun Deshao slowly turned to her and said, "If we leave, what will happen to the school? What will happen to the people of Binhai?" The phoenix shook her head frantically, weeping, "I do not care. I do not care. I just want you to be safe." "Foolish girl." Jun Haotian affectionately stroked the phoenix's hair, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. Yet he still forcibly broke free from her grasp, his gaze defiantly fixed on the distant nine-tailed fox. The fire of battle reignited within him as he tore through space once more. "Haotian, come back. Come back." The phoenix pleaded desperately, nearly collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Yet, Jun Deshao's silhouette appeared resolute. With a triumphant roar, the nine-tailed fox charged forward in excitement. "Spatial rift," Jun Deshao shouted. And in that instant, the ground beneath the fox began to tremble, the very fabric of the vast space warping around it. With a mighty stomp, the fox's enormous paw left a deep impression on the ground, its gaping maw unleashing a vibrant crimson flame. As the flames surged towards him, Jun Haotian's clothes ignited. Yet he pressed on, charging towards the nine-tailed fox. Time suspension. In a mere moment, Time seemed to freeze around the nine-tailed fox. For just a second, Jun Haotian's hand struck the creature's forehead with force. However, he had greatly overestimated his power and the effect of his time manipulation on the nine-tailed fox. Just as his palm pressed firmly against the fox's head, the colossal beast surged forward with renewed vigor, sending Jun Haotian flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. The nine-tailed fox shook its head in irritation, panting heavily. Time passed, and once again, Jun Haotian rose from the ground, ready to charge forward, embodying the unwavering courage of a warrior. With a resounding crash, Jun Haotian was once more sent flying, yet the nine-tailed fox was baffled, questioning whether the figure before it was truly human, as its strength only seemed to grow with each clash. Human, you are indeed powerful, but you are no match for me. It would be wise to refrain from meddling. That is impossible. Jun Haotian gritted his teeth defiantly. His once jet-black hair now bore strands of silver, a testament to the toll taken by the passage of time. Struggling to maintain his footing, Jun Haotian stood tall, narrowing his eyes as a mysterious glint appeared in his enchanting gaze. Pressing his hands together, he declared, "Time flows. This time." Jun Haotian did not seek to heal himself, but aimed to employ the passage of time against the nine-tailed fox. The phoenix was stunned, fear etched across her face. "No, Haotian, you must not. This undoubtedly represents a terrifying and self-destructive mode of assault, one that even the nine-tailed fox began to fear." It roared, "Human, have you lost your mind?" It felt as though Jun Haotian's body was gradually weakening, while the nine-tailed fox sensed its own vitality waning at an alarming rate. "Human, you seek death." With a furious cry, the nine-tailed fox charged towards Jun Haotian. It understood that if it did not eliminate him now, its life would wither away in the endless passage of time, ultimately leading to its demise. Its crimson hand descended upon Jun Haotian, yearning to rend the human form asunder. However, the phoenix resolutely positioned itself before Jun Haotian, invoking a fire-based ability, Phoenix of the Nine Heavens, Dance of Fire. A colossal fire phoenix soared from the palm of the phoenix, spiraling into the air. The nine-tailed fox scoffed. "So it is the bloodline of the phoenix that walks among mortals. No wonder. You shall perish together." With a thunderous roar, its claws shattered the swirling fire phoenix in the sky, hurtling towards the phoenix and Jun Haotian. Not far off, a pair of eyes gazed helplessly at Jun Haotian. Sighing deeply, young Haotian, is the ability to manipulate the passage of time so easily wielded? After a pause, the voice continued with curiosity. Ultimately, they are destined to converge. An inevitability that cannot be hindered. As the nine-tailed fox's hand was about to descend, a cry from Qiao Qiao shattered the atmosphere of dread. "Bye-bye, Qiao. Bye-bye, Qiao." With two furious cries, Qiao Qiao leaped from Jun Haotian's embrace, its fierce gaze fixed upon the nine-tailed fox, causing it to tremble in fear. The formidable claws seemed to freeze in the air. The pristine white orb sprang down from Jun Haotian, and even the phoenix felt an overwhelming curiosity, yet concern prevailed. Qiao Qiao hopped before the nine-tailed fox, flailing its claws. Its originally round form suddenly appeared to inflate, growing larger against the wind. The phoenix stood in stunned disbelief. And soon, a majestic tiger emerged between the nine-tailed fox and the phoenix, its pale blue wings flapping gracefully. The roar of the white tiger resonated powerfully, instilling terror in the nine-tailed fox, which began to retreat under the oppressive aura. Qiao Qiao advanced step by step, despite the stark disparity in their sizes. The nine-tailed fox dared not resist. Its feeble form shrank instantly, transforming into a small white fox, while Qiao Qiao showed no signs of mercy. The majesty of the king could not be infringed upon, its tiger eyes wide open, fixed on the trembling little white fox curled upon the ground. The tiger's paw playfully prodded. Though gentle, it was evident that this served as a lesson. It continually tapped the little white fox's head, which emitted a pitiful zzz in response. Chapter 59. Reasonable, reasonable. The little fox, with its pristine white fur, seemed to plead, its claws raised in a gesture of submission. The sounds of roars and chirps filled the air, though the exact words exchanged between the two remained a mystery. However, the small fox nodded repeatedly, a look of grievance adorning its face, as if compelled to obey some unseen command. Witnessing this peculiar scene, even the esteemed Jun Haotian found himself bewildered, caught in a blend of confusion and absurdity. After delivering a stern lesson to the little white fox, Qiao Qiao shrank back down to its adorable form, beaming with pride as it gestured animatedly at Jun Haotian. "Bibi Qiao, Bibi Qiao." It appeared to be showcasing its newfound prowess, endearing to the utmost degree. "What on earth is happening?" Jun Haotian inquired, turning to Feng Huang for clarity. I have no idea, Feng Huang replied, shaking her head in perplexity. The little creature, Chiao, scampered back onto Jun Haotian's shoulder, giggling mischievously. Meanwhile, the small white fox cautiously approached Jun Xiao, its tiny paws tugging pitifully at the hem of his trousers. After a brief flurry of chirps, the little fox stood upright, its paws pressed together in a motion reminiscent of an ancient ritual. Before long, a radiant blue light erupted into the sky, its brilliance interlaced with a hint of crimson. Unfathomable symbols began to align themselves in an orderly fashion against the backdrop of the heavens. Jun Haotian, momentarily entranced, muttered, "What is this?" Before he could finish, a white figure appeared beside him, declaring, "Haotian, what are you waiting for? This is the master-servant contract of the demon beasts. You must accept it quickly, or this fox will perish." Chiao, evidently anxious, waved its tiny paws in agitation, imploring, "Bibi Chiao. Old Yun, what must I do?" Jun Tianji interjected with a huff. "Close your eyes and accept the contract," Yun Tianji instructed firmly. Jun Haotian promptly obeyed, his mind imprinting the blood-red characters that represented an ancient blood pact, symbolizing eternal loyalty. A brilliant light struck the little white fox, causing it to leap into the air, its expression a tumult of pain and ecstasy. "What is happening to it?" Jun Haotian asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. "It is evolving, guided by the blood pact," Yun Tianji remarked, observing Jun Haotian with curiosity. "Your bloodline is indeed extraordinary. It can lead a nine-tailed fox to evolution." As the snow-white fur swirled around them and 5 elegant tails twirled in the air, a new tail gradually emerged, transforming the creature into a 6-tailed fox. With jubilant chirps, the little fox descended gracefully, scampering to Jun Xiao's feet, affectionately rubbing against his legs, exuding pure delight. In the coastal Shanty district, as the sun rose anew, a soft sigh from Jun Xiao shattered the morning stillness. He slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, only to discover himself entirely unclothed. Immersed in old Yun's large wooden tub filled with steaming water that exuded a rich herbal aroma. Not far off, the little white fox lounged lazily on the bed, its tail swishing contentedly, its half-closed eyes radiating cuteness. With a bitter smile, Jun Xiao murmured, "I never anticipated returning here." Just as he attempted to rise from the tub, he was struck by astonishment at the sight before him. A breathtaking figure clad in a flowing red gown lay with her head resting on the tub's edge. Lost in slumber, her alabaster arms draped languidly, while cascading locks of hair obscured her exquisite features, yet she remained stunningly beautiful. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, and her delicate hand tightly clutched a translucent snow jade carving. A tender smile graced Jun Xiao's face as he gently brushed his finger, imbued with the scent of herbs, across Feng Huang's cheek, tenderly tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Tilting his head, he chuckled softly at Feng Huang, recalling her selfless act of shielding him, whispering, "You silly girl, truly foolish." Whether it was the touch of Jun Haotian's finger that stirred Feng Huang's emotions, or the gentle tone of his voice that awakened her senses, she stirred slightly and suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze lazy yet captivating. "Haotian, you're awake," Feng Huang exclaimed, springing to her feet in excitement. However, her lovely face soon flushed with a sudden shyness, as the realization of her position engulfed her. Covering her eyes with her hands, she stammered, I'll step outside to wait for you." With that, she turned and hurried out, her heart racing like a startled deer. Her thoughts consumed by images of Jun Xiao's perfect physique, 6 well-defined abs, an enviable figure. With a soft exhale, she reprimanded herself, "Feng Huang, what are you thinking? How shameless." Unbeknownst to her, Yun Tianji had already appeared beside Feng Huang. "Has the young master awakened?" he inquired, his tone light. Feng Huang lowered her gaze, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, and replied shyly, "Yes. Are you truly not planning to stay?" Yun Tianji asked with a curious smile. Feng Huang felt a wave of sadness wash over her, confessing, "I wish to stay, but I am uncertain how to face my family, and I still do not comprehend my own heart." Yun Tianji nodded sagely, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as if he foresaw the unfolding events. "That may be for the best. However, you will return. Master, you are the seer. Do you not know the fate of Haotian and me?" Feng Huang hesitated, fiddling nervously with her clothing. Yun Tianji chuckled softly, "My dear girl, you must understand your role within your family. The future between you and Haotian was never meant to be, and you are destined for peril." Feng Huang staggered back, her face etched with fear. "Do not be alarmed. Perhaps it is merely that Jun Haotian's fate is too formidable, or perhaps as a time manipulator, he possesses knowledge beyond the ordinary. Therefore, you will not perish. As long as he wills it, you shall live. Yun Tianji reassured her, stroking his bamboo staff. What can Haotian and I have? Yun Tianji turned to her, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. That depends on your heart. Fate may be predetermined, yet the choices remain yours. Follow your heart, and perhaps one day, when you tire of wandering, you will return to seek your own answers. After a long silence, Feng Huang nodded earnestly. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I believe I have made my decision. At some unknown moment, Jun Xiao had meandered into the courtyard of the Shanty district, beneath the grapevine trellis. His captivating gaze was fixed on the cerulean sky, the curve of his lips suggesting a myriad of emotions, self-mockery, reluctance, and resignation. Haotian. Feng Huang rushed forward, steadying Jun Xiao with concern etched across her stunning features. Did you just hear everything I discussed with Master Yin? Jun Xiao weakly waved his hand, his smile enchanting yet tinged with sorrow. I have begun to despise being a time manipulator. Knowing everything is not always a blessing, is it? Haotian. Feng Huang's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes once more. Yun Tianji smiled gently, quietly departing, his white figure appearing to ponder something in the sunlight. As he softly murmured, Are you well? Time has granted the youth the gift of solitary reflection, allowing them to reminisce about their cherished memories. Thus, we encounter Yun Tianji. A pair of sparkling eyes, with mesmerizing pupils, gazed deeply into one another. Phoenix and Jun Haotian stand so close that they can hear the rhythmic beating of each other's hearts. Ultimately, it is Phoenix who breaks the silence. I am a member of the Phoenix group, and my mission in Bit-Hai was to capture the demon fox. Now that my task is complete, I must take my leave. Jun Haotian silently nods, yet words elude him. With a gentle shake of the snow jade wood in her hand, Phoenix pleads, May I keep this? Yes, let it serve as a memento, Jun Haotian replies resolutely. As long as the snow jade wood remains in your possession, I will surely find you. Phoenix murmurs, lowering her gaze with a sigh. If only I were not born into the Phoenix family. Jun Haotian turns away, a bitter smile crossing his lips. In this world, there are no ifs or hypotheses. This is fate, an inescapable destiny. As he speaks, Phoenix's delicate form presses closely against his back, her graceful silhouette melding with his strong frame. The sensation of heartbeats and heartaches flows between their two hearts. Turning to face her, Jun Haotian gazes into Phoenix's exquisite visage, her tear-brimmed starry eyes shimmering with emotion. He leans down, his warm lips brushing softly against her forehead, gentle enough to induce a sweet intoxication. Phoenix rises on her toes, tenderly reciprocating with a kiss of her own. They embrace, lost in the moment for what feels like an eternity. Haotian, I must go? Phoenix's voice trembles, her arms, akin to lotus roots entwined around his neck, reluctantly release their hold. Her sparkling eyes linger on him, seemingly awaiting a plea for her to stay. Fool, as long as you wish for me to remain. Even in death, I shall always be by your side. Go, I will be here, waiting for you. With a heavy heart, she turns away, her fiery silhouette fading into the distance, head bowed and stifling sobs, suppressing the emotions threatening to erupt, never looking back. Thus, her enchanting figure vanishes from Jun Haotian's sight. With a soft sigh, the young master, Jun, smiles bitterly, shaking his head. Ah, fate, how absurd, and yet how helpless it is. Reflecting on the brief time he spent with Phoenix, he recalls how he saved her life thrice. Their journey together has been tumultuous and filled with trials, perhaps. When this young master grows old, these moments will resonate as a melancholic melody. Will you truly let her go? You know that with just a word, she would undoubtedly stay. Yun Tianji appears beside Jun Haotian, a smile gracing his features. What good would it do to keep her? Jun Haotian replies with a resigned smile, then speaks with profound meaning. In truth, whether it be an object or a person, only by granting them freedom can one ascertain if they truly belong to you. Only those who can return willingly to your side are genuinely yours. Chapter 60. Unraveling the Passage of Time. Quite reasonable indeed. Yun Tianji squinted his eyes and chuckled, though the mockery in his words was palpably evident, directed at Jun Haotian's self-deception. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the entire courtyard, the beautiful evening glow enveloped the peculiar duo of master and disciple, Jun Haotian and Yun Tianji, seated across from one another, cradling their teacups. Yun Tianji glanced down at the playful white fox frolicking on the stone table and remarked, Haotian, my boy, after sitting for so long, Don't you have any questions? Yes, an abundance of questions. Yet, I find myself at a loss for where to begin, Jun Haotian replied, pinching his brow in frustration, his fingers pressing against his temples. Yun Tianji laughed heartily. No rush. You may inquire at your leisure. I have ample time today to assist you. With a swift motion, Jun Haotian extended his hand, and the white fox obediently leaped into his palm, chirping adorably, displaying none of the ferocity one would expect from a fearsome nine-tailed fox. Pointing at the little creature, Jun Haotian inquired, "What exactly is it?" "A fox, of course," Yun Tianji teased. "Needless to say, I am well aware of that." Jun Haotian shot a disgruntled glance at Yun Tianji, clearly unimpressed by the response. Yun Tianji chuckled mischievously. "Ah, the heartbroken are truly fearsome. Even their tempers are so foul." "Old man, you." Jun Haotian erupted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Yun Tianji. Unfazed, Yun Tianji maintained his composure. All right, young man. Why such a fiery temper?" Slowly rising to his feet, Yun Tianji seemed to ponder. "Haotian, do you know that there are two major supernatural organizations in this world? One is the Alliance of Supernaturalists, and the other is the Coalition of Supernatural Forces. What does this have to do with this creature?" Jun Haotian asked, perplexed. These two supernatural systems were originally unified long ago, but they have since developed significant ideological conflicts. The Alliance of Supernaturalists believes that pure attribute superhumans are the descendants of ancient deities, their powers innate and incapable of evolution or development. However, the Coalition of Supernatural Forces holds a contrasting view, considering pure attribute superhumans as symbols of human evolution, striving to explain the emergence of such powers through science, even hoping to popularize the process of supernatural evolution scientifically. Pausing for a moment, Yun Tianji continued, "In truth, superhumans are inherently extraordinary, compared to the theory of superhuman evolution. I am more inclined to believe that superhumans are inheritors of the bloodline of ancient deities. Moreover, these supernatural beasts can corroborate this notion. In ancient times, there were countless mysteries unknown to us. If there existed humans with innate divine powers, it stands to reason that there were also animals endowed with such powers. It is said that these beings existed billions of years ago, long before humanity emerged. However, as humanity has developed, their habitats have been encroached upon. If pure attribute superhumans are anomalies among humans, then these supernatural beasts are anomalies within the animal kingdom. They possess formidable strength, innate and unparalleled. And this fox is?" Jun Haotian pressed on. "This fox is a nine-tailed fox, which ranks among the pinnacle of supernatural beasts. In the realm of supernatural powers, the nine-tailed fox, the howling moonwolf, the 10,000-year serpent, and the extreme north Kuei-Nyo are classified as imperial-level beasts. Once they reach their peak, they can contend with 2 or 3 imperial-level masters simultaneously." "And what about Xiao, that white tiger? What is its rank?" Jun Haotian asked urgently. At this moment, Jun Haotian felt his heart racing. After all, Xiao could easily subdue an imperial-level beast, raising the stakes regarding its own classification. Yun Tianji smiled faintly and shook his head. "It is not a beast." "Not a beast? Then what is it?" Jun Haotian queried. "It is a divine beast." Yun Tianji enunciated each word with conviction. "A divine beast?" Jun Haotian exclaimed, nearly rising from his seat. Yun Tianji nodded, gazing earnestly at Jun Haotian. "Haotian, my boy, there exists a distinction between good and evil among humans. And the same applies to beasts. In the ancient times of chaos, long before humanity's existence, powerful extraordinary beasts roamed the earth. Their proliferation occurred prior to that of humans. However, these formidable beasts exhibited varying temperaments. Some were gentle, while others were ferocious and violent. Consequently, some were recorded in human texts as supernatural beasts, while others were revered as auspicious divine beasts. Thus, the difference between divine beasts and supernatural beasts is merely a subjective interpretation by humans. Jun Haotian began to feel disheartened. Yun Tianji smiled gently, caressing his green bamboo staff. "Indeed, you may consider it so. However, this is merely the perspective of ordinary folk. Superhumans possess their own views on whether a creature is a supernatural beast or a divine beast. Beasts are classified into ranks, with imperial level being the highest. Yet, only those who can transcend the imperial level are deemed divine beasts among superhumans." "Transcend the imperial level?" Jun Haotian echoed, curiosity piqued. Yun Tianji nodded, smiling indeed. "In the ancient chaos, the 4 divine beasts symbolized the 4 continents: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Few divine beasts are of equal standing. The Qilin and the golden crow are among them, while the others scarcely compare. Jun Haotian, ever the astute one, lifted his head, hesitating slightly before speaking. So, Qiuqiu is a white tiger? Ah, it seems you are not entirely befuddled. Indeed, that little creature is a white tiger. If the tiger is the king of beasts, then the white tiger is the king of extraordinary beasts. My heavens, I've struck it rich. A white tiger. I can't believe it. Jun Haotian exclaimed, his excitement overwhelming his words. Gently placing his teacup down, Yun Tianji shot Jun Haotian a disapproving glance. Haotian, do not rejoice too soon. That little fellow has yet to reach the maturity of an adult white tiger. At best, it is merely a juvenile. Placing both hands on the stone table, Jun Haotian pressed eagerly. Then how can it advance? That depends on you. Yun Tianji raised an eyebrow, gently stroking the snowy little fox beside him. Both this nine-tailed fox and the white tiger Qiuqiu have forged an ancient blood pact with you. Their fortunes are tied to yours. Only when you grow stronger will they gain strength as well. Oh, I see. Yun Tianji's words seemed to reignite Jun Haotian's fervor for self-improvement, as evident from the ecstatic expression on his face. With a curious tilt of his head, Yun Tianji gazed at Jun Haotian and asked, are you not the least bit curious about why you were able to gain the allegiance of such powerful, extraordinary beasts? Do you not wonder how you could forge an ancient blood pact? Feeling somewhat lost, Jun Haotian scratched his head, replying, isn't it the case that all pure attribute superhumans can possess extraordinary beasts? Yun Tianji shot Jun Haotian a sharp glare. Ignorance is terrifying. In today's society, where humans congregate, do you think extraordinary beasts are as common as cabbages? For a superhuman to have such an extraordinary beast, just one royal-level beast equates to an additional formidable combatant and a life saved, not to mention imperial-level and divine beasts. Beasts have their dignity. If you cannot earn their recognition, they would rather perish than forge a blood pact with you. Continuously scratching his head, Jun Haotian chuckled sheepishly. Old man Yun, stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me why. Because you are a saint breaker. Yun Tianji huffed, visibly displeased. Circling Jun Haotian twice, Yun Tianji's eyes even glimmered with a hint of jealousy. I have never envied anyone before, but Haotian, your innate talent is indeed enviable. You possess 2 of the 5 sacred attributes, and not only that, you are also a sanctified attribute breaker. This is nothing short of extraordinary in the annals of supernatural abilities. Do you realize that your emergence has shattered historical records? Leaning casually against the stone table, Jun Haotian said with a smug smile, of course, I am a genius. After a brief pause, he suddenly became curious and asked, by the way, who in the history of supernatural abilities has been remarkable enough to be surpassed by me? Yun Tianji, accustomed to Jun Haotian's self-satisfied demeanor, rolled his eyes and replied with a huff, you know him. You will encounter him in the future. He is a peculiar figure in the realm of supernatural abilities, possessing 3 distinct powers along with a sacred attribute ability. However, your record has eclipsed his. While he had a combination of 3 abilities, you, my peculiar friend, possess 3 sacred attribute abilities. I can only wonder how high you will eventually soar. So, does that mean only a sanctified attribute breaker can possess a mythical beast? Yun Tianji shook his head, saying, I have told you before, all breakers lack offensive capabilities. Their power is solely to nullify the abilities of others. Of course, I remember. Jun Haotian replied, looking at Yun Tianji with a hint of confusion. Fate is invariably fair. Breakers, as an ancient bloodline, may find themselves defenseless against physical attacks. Yet they possess their own strengths. They have the ability to tame mythical beasts to counter physical assaults, and among all supernatural beings, only breakers can forge ancient blood contracts. Additionally, the bloodline of a breaker naturally fosters an innate affinity with mythical beasts. Jun Haotian nodded thoughtfully, smiling as he said, I find myself increasingly enamored with the profession of a breaker. Having 2 powerful mythical beasts is simply exhilarating. You are quite the anomaly. Yun Tianji retorted, unable to suppress his jealousy. You possess an advantage that surpasses even regular breakers and sanctified attribute breakers. You are a spatial ability user. You can create parallel spaces to accommodate your mythical beasts, which they cannot do. Thus, if their mythical beasts are of considerable size, they would be unable to summon them for battle at will. Wow, what an unexpected boon! Jun Haotian exclaimed, thoroughly delighted. All right, young Haotian, do you have any lingering questions? Yun Tianji gently stroked his green bamboo staff, sitting down again, seemingly parched as he sipped his tea, smiling at Jun Haotian. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Haotian hesitated, wanting to inquire about any unique traits of his companion, Qiuqiu, but ultimately decided against it. realizing that the journey of exploration was one he must undertake himself. Suddenly, a more pressing concern crossed his mind, and a look of tension washed over his face. Is there a solution to the passage of time? I have utilized a significant amount of time dilation against the nine-tailed fox, and I truly fear the prospect of aging prematurely and entering a state of death. Chapter 61. The mischief of the proud snow. Isn't it too late for you to realize this now? One must consider the consequences of their actions. Jun Haotian admonished. Well, circumstances compelled me. Jun Haotian responded with a wry smile. Jun Haotian rose once more, his yin-yang robe billowing in the wind, and chuckled lightly, for a time manipulator. The passage of time is certainly reversible, past, future. He fixed his gaze on Jun Haotian and asked, Do you understand, young Haotian? The astute Jun Haotian, fully perceptive, suddenly stood up with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, Indeed. This means that if one masters the past, they can reclaim lost time. How did I not think of this? Jun Haotian nodded approvingly. Not too foolish after all. Of course. Who am I? I'm a genius. Jun Haotian beamed with pride. However, you need not fret about this issue. You currently hold an ancient contract with two mythical beasts, which ties your life to theirs. They are ancient creatures, having lived for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. This fleeting time cannot diminish your existence. Really? Is that possible? Jun Haotian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, realizing the unexpected benefit of taming two mythical beasts. With a cheeky grin, he looked at Jun Haotian and said, Does this mean I could live for hundreds of thousands of years? Don't be naive. Hundreds of thousands? If you happen to reach the emperor level without any mishaps, being able to live for a few hundred years would be a blessing. Why? Jun Haotian inquired eagerly. Jun Haotian tapped his bamboo staff on the ground twice and replied with a smile, The ancient blood contract is reciprocal. Their lifespan naturally influences yours. However, you are ultimately human, not a beast. How could you possibly share an equal lifespan with them? That is sheer folly. Jun Haotian felt momentarily disheartened, but soon regained his composure, stating, A few hundred years is still quite remarkable. I never anticipated this advantage from taming two mythical beasts. Observing Jun Haotian's excitement, Jun Haotian inwardly scoffed. Compared to your extraordinary physique, this is hardly noteworthy. The dark golden inner energy you possess is overwhelmingly potent and astonishing, effortlessly mending the traces left by time. And that golden lotus, what on earth is it? As Jun Haotian contemplated while Jun Haotian reveled in his thoughts, both men suddenly froze, turning to gaze outside the makeshift dwelling. They exchanged a knowing smile, signaling an unspoken understanding. Looks like someone has arrived, Jun Haotian remarked, narrowing his eyes in amusement. It is Lung Xian and Lung Aoshua. Indeed. Just as Jun Haotian finished speaking, a white Buick came to a halt beyond the courtyard, from which Lung Xian emerged, his handsome yet aloof visage visible. Lung Aoshua followed closely behind, and the expressions on their faces revealed that something significant had transpired. The two hurriedly entered the courtyard. But upon seeing Jun Haotian and Jun Haotian, Lung Xian paused momentarily. Lung Aoshua rushed straight to Jun Haotian, exclaiming, Jun Haotian, how can you be so leisurely enjoying tea here? Do you have any idea we've been searching for you all day? Your phone was off. Do you treat it as an ornament? Jun Haotian, unfazed, chuckled. Aoshua, my dear, no need to be so agitated. Let's discuss this calmly. With an indignant huff, Lung Aoshua retorted, calmly? Are you unaware that lives are at stake? You are utterly derelict in your duties. Jun Haotian turned his gaze to the silent Lung Xian, inquiring, Lung Xian, what exactly has happened? Master Jun, there are two matters. First, last night, the third group in Kyoto sent word that a demon beast appeared at Beihai International School, requesting our assistance. However, upon our arrival, it seemed the battle had already concluded. And now a member of the phone group is missing. The second matter is that the Ghost King has made a move. Jun Haotian and Jun Haotian exchanged glances, the latter playfully teasing a small white fox perched on the edge of the table. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Haotian said, You need not concern yourselves with the demon beast. Focus on dealing with the Ghost King. With your current strength, the three of you should manage just fine against a king-level opponent. Why? Lung Aoshua pouted, displeased. Confronting the Ghost King lacks the thrill of facing a demon beast, and I have yet to see what a demon beast even looks like. Lung Xian, puzzled, added, Master, could you provide an explanation? Jun Haotian tilted his head, his gaze landing on a pristine white object on the table, and smiled, because the matter has already been resolved. Pausing for effect, he suddenly rose and said cheerfully, Well then, I leave the Ghost King to you young ones. Discuss amongst yourselves. This old man is no longer involved. Jun Haotian grumbled. What an irresponsible old man. What is the current situation? Jun Haotian gently caressed his teacup, looking to Lung Xian for answers. With a resigned shrug, Lung Xian replied. While Lung Aoshua interjected with a huff, Jun Haotian, is it too late for you to show concern? Several victims have already appeared, and no one in Binhai dares to marry anymore. It's only when the child is starving that you think to feed it. Facing Lung Aoshua's sarcasm, Jun Haotian raised his hands defensively, the small white fox adorably chirping on his arm, seemingly enjoying the attention. He remarked playfully, I thought that peculiar being, neither ghost nor human, would not show up after sustaining such severe injuries. I never imagined my estimation was so flawed. The Ghost King is injured? Lung Aoshua gasped, her expression one of shock. After all, a king-level expert would not easily fall to injury, and in Binhai, apart from the Thunder King, there was likely no one capable of wounding the Ghost King. Even Lung Xian, a fellow king-level warrior, would probably lack the means to confront the Ghost King alone. After a moment of hesitation, Lung Xian's icy demeanor showed little surprise as she murmured, the Ghost King is injured. No wonder he has taken such reckless risks. Jun Haotian, unable to comprehend, looked at Lung Xian and said, if he is injured, he should be more cautious. Lung Aoshua pouted. I truly do not understand how you became an ability user. You seem utterly clueless. Just don't drag us down. I refuse to let my reputation be tarnished by a novice like you. Lung Xian smiled faintly and explained, among warriors, there exists a peculiar technique known as yin-yang replenishment, often employed by flower thieves. As a ghost cultivator, the Ghost King is naturally a master of this method. Jun Haotian nodded vigorously, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. So that's how it is. I understand now. What kind of expression is that? It's utterly repulsive. Do men always think about such things? Lung Aoshua complained. Beauty, this is a fundamental aspect of human nature. One cannot dismiss such matters as sordid. After all, without passion, how can there be intimacy? Jun Haotian retorted, turning to Lung Xian. You must agree, right? As a man, you should understand. To his surprise, Lung Xian's typically frosty demeanor appeared flustered. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. Suddenly, Lung Aoshua stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Jun Haotian. Warning, I warn you not to corrupt my brother. He is a pure-hearted young man. If you lead him astray, I will kill you. Jun Haotian shrugged, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. Such matters are a human instinct. How can it be deemed corrupt? Are you suggesting that when your brother marries, he should avoid such experiences? Or, my dear lady, will you expect your husband to become a monk after your marriage? As Jun Dasha feigned a sigh, he remarked, encountering a frigid girl, it seems your future husband is truly pitiable. Merely an object of observation, yet utterly useless. What is the point? Cold Aoshua, overwhelmed with indignation, retorted with a pale complexion, you can perish. Cold Xian immediately rose, urging, Aoshua, do not act rashly. However, it was too late. A dark aura enveloped Cold Aoshua as she unleashed dark star radiance. Cold Xian's heart sank, yet Jun Dasha remained unfazed, reclining leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. His smile only deepened, and at the moment the black luminescence brushed against him, a radiant white light erupted from his being, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, the darkness was devoured, vanishing without a trace. Cold Xian, now visibly shaken, stammered, as Saint Breaker? In contrast, Jun Dasha, feigning ignorance, mischievously draped an arm around Cold Xian's shoulders, grinning, Cold brother, you seem like an innocent little virgin. How about I take you out for some fun tonight? At the dynamic bar, under the neon glow, his elongated figure swayed rhythmically to the pulsating music, exuding an intoxicating allure. With mechanical and cosmic dance moves illuminated by the soft, dim lights, Jun Dasha undeniably became the center of attention on the dance floor. Surrounding him was a throng of men and women, caught up in the exuberance of the moment, their cheers and screams echoing throughout the venue. In a quiet booth not far away, a flicker of a smile crossed Cold Xian's previously aloof visage. Even Cold Aoshua's gaze began to focus on Jun Dasha's mesmerizing movements. This fellow dances rather well. Cold Xian and Cold Aoshua, typically the epitome of obedient youth, found themselves reluctantly thrust into the bar scene by Jun Dasha, ostensibly to foster camaraderie. Initially, they were wholly unaccustomed to such debauchery. Xiaoshua, what do you think of Haotian? Cold Xian suddenly inquired. Cold Aoshua's face contorted in distaste. That guy is so self-important, a narcissistic cad. He is the worst kind of person. Cold Xian chuckled mischievously, guzzling down beer. Is he truly so dreadful? Absolutely. He is the most insufferable individual I have ever encountered. No one could be worse. Cold Aoshua exclaimed vehemently while sipping her drink. Momentarily lost in thought, observing Jun Haotian's dazzling dance, Cold Xian turned seriously to his sister. Is he truly worse than Yang Tianyu? Brother Cold Aoshua's demeanor shifted, becoming uneasy. Why even mention that waste? Cold Xian leaned closer to Cold Aoshua, saying with a knowing smile, Xiu, sometimes, just because we do not mention something does not mean it does not exist. The Yang and Cold family share a long-standing friendship. If you wish to sever ties with Yang Tianyu, it is an impossible endeavor, unless Chapter 62. The Five Elements Group, what do you mean, unless? Cold Aoshua spoke with a hint of tension. Cold Xian cast a knowing glance towards the center of the dance floor. The Jun family is at the helm of the 8 great families, possessing formidable power that cannot be overlooked. Especially the elder of the Jun family, Jun Tianzhan, is an extraordinarily remarkable figure. Confused, Cold Aoshua looked at Cold Xian. Brother, why are you mentioning the Jun family? Shue, you are intelligent enough to grasp my meaning, Cold Xian replied, narrowing his eyes with a significant expression. Yet, Cold Aoshua's thoughts drifted to Jun Haotian, her face suddenly flushing as she compared him to Yang Tianyu. Soon, she realized that on the scales of comparison, Jun Haotian undoubtedly bore more weight. Perhaps this arrogant fellow isn't so bad after all, she mused. In the center of the dance floor, a captivating woman was closely pressed against Jun Haotian, twisting her body seductively. Hey, handsome, may I have the pleasure of your company? Of course. It is an honor to meet a beauty such as yourself. As the music swelled, the woman pressed even closer to Jun Haotian, her intoxicating fragrance enveloping him as she whispered in his ear, how about joining me tonight? Room 308 at the Holiday Hotel. Don't forget to find me. Such an honor. Jun Haotian chuckled, playfully nibbling on the woman's ear, his devilish smile growing more mischievous. From their booth, Cold Aoshua watched Jun Haotian with a frosty demeanor, turning to Cold Xian. What on earth is that guy doing? Cold Xian shrugged and replied with a smile. There are many lonely women in bars. How shameless. Cold Aoshua huffed in displeasure, her delicate nose wrinkling in distaste. Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept onto her face, her bright eyes sparkling as a white light began to radiate from them. Cold Xian observed without intervening, feeling as though he were watching a play unfold. Shaking his head in resignation, he regarded his little sister, who at that moment resembled a mischievous sprite. In the next instant, the crowd in the dance floor appeared bewitched, their expressions dazed. A beam of pure white light descended from the ceiling, illuminating the enchanting woman. In that moment, her black slip dress seemed to vanish under the radiant glow. Oblivious, she remained lost in Jun Haotian's embrace, reveling in his warmth. However, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Oh! Excited screams echoed as the music halted. Throngs of onlookers surged toward the woman, eager to feast their eyes. Some even hoping to take liberties. Feeling the shift in energy, the woman sensed something was amiss as fingers grazed her curvaceous form, causing her to frown. Yet her body's instinctual response was undeniable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she instinctively glanced down at her exposed figure and screamed, "Ah! Turn off the lights, quickly!" Covering her exposed chest with her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shouted. Yet her cries were soon drowned by the roars of the crowd. Jun Haotian tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the woman. "Miss, it appears you are rather unfortunate. Your attire has failed you." Pausing for effect, he continued, "A small suggestion. In such situations, it is more practical to cover your face rather than your body." The woman froze momentarily before hastily covering her face and shoving Jun Haotian away, fleeing in haste. However, wherever she went, the glaring light followed her. With a resigned shake of his head and a wry smile, Jun Haotian returned to the booth, unfazed by the chaos as the crowd chased after the woman. Cold Aoshua pouted, reveling in schadenfreude. What a hussy, she deserves it. Jun Haotian, leaning on the armrest of the sofa with a glass in hand, regarded Cold Aoshua. "Miss Aoshua, that seems rather excessive. Mind your own business. I enjoy teasing others. Is that a crime? Are you feeling sorry for her?" Cold Aoshua retorted, her expression icy. Jun Haotian settled into a seat, smiling at Cold Xian, who shrugged apologetically. "Apologies, Haotian, for interrupting your romantic encounter. Aoshua can be rather childish. Why are you apologizing to this arrogant man?" Cold Aoshua exclaimed, downing her beer in frustration. In a dim corner of the bar, for men and a woman lounged lazily. The leading man chuckled. What a mischievous little one. The girl laughed, seemingly unfazed by the earlier antics. Boss Jean, that was quite the display of light abilities. Wu Miao, you have a keen eye. Another man chimed in. The girl's expression turned icy. Tuya, no one asked for your opinion. Boss, should we go check it out? They might be on our team. It could be beneficial to meet them beforehand. The man smiled slightly. Let us follow them tonight, and see if they are indeed on our team. I did not expect to encounter a light ability user in Binhai. It seems this trip will not be dull. As Cold Xin and Cold Ao, Shui grew increasingly familiar with Jun Haotian. It became evident that drinking was indeed a quick way to bridge connections. Jun Haotian lounged on the sofa, his gaze drifting to the slightly tipsy Cold Ao Shui, who shot him a glare. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Perhaps it was her first time drinking. But Cold Ao Shui was beginning to feel the effects, her dreamy eyes appearing particularly enchanting. Jun Haotian smirked and shook his head. I never imagined you could be so beautiful. Cold Ao Shui, far from angered, responded boldly. At least you have some taste. At that moment, Cold Xin added fuel to the fire. Haotian, what do you think of my sister? Very good, quite beautiful. Jun Haotian replied with a satisfied burp. Would you be interested in becoming my brother-in-law? Cold Xin quipped playfully. Jun Haotian was taken aback by the sudden question, then chuckled. That depends on what Miss Ao Shui thinks. As he spoke, his devilish gaze drifted toward Cold Ao Shui. With a dismissive wave, Cold Ao Shui, clearly tipsy, huffed. Jun Haotian, are you a man or not? If you like me, then say so. Why beat around the bush? Jun Haotian rubbed his nose. Feeling slightly awkward, I certainly do not wish to become a monk. Instantly, Cold Ao Shui's face flushed crimson, and she scolded him. You lecher. I knew you were no good, only thinking about those things. As she spoke, she seemed to clarify. Just so you know, I am not cold-hearted. If you miss out, it will be your loss. Even Cold Xin was taken aback by his usually dignified sister's brazen demeanor while intoxicated, internally exclaiming, I can never let Ao Shui drink again. Jun Haotian, meanwhile, was covering his face, laughing uncontrollably. Yet, to Cold Ao Shui, his laughter felt tinged with melancholy. What are you laughing at? I am perfectly normal, she declared, puffing her chest in a show of defiance. All right, you are normal, I concede. Jun Haotian replied, exasperated. Now that is more like it. Come, let us continue drinking. Cold Ao Shui raised the bottle of wine. Yet both Jun Deshao and Cold Xion's hands firmly grasped the bottle, preventing her from indulging further. Cold Xion shook her head feebly and remarked, Xiao Shui, you are intoxicated. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. How could I possibly be drunk? With a forceful shove, she pushed aside Jun Deshao and Cold Xion, resuming her drinking while singing merrily. What is wrong with her? Jun Haotian squinted at Cold Xion, inquiring. Perhaps she is in high spirits, or perhaps not. Cold Xion replied with a slight smile, clinking her bottle against Jun Haotian's. Jun Deshao shook his head, scoffing. Your brother is quite incompetent. Perhaps. Cold Xin lowered her gaze, then suddenly smiled. But today is indeed a joyful occasion. It marks the official establishment of our group. Yes, our group is officially formed. And we must celebrate. Cold Ao Shui, who had already grown limp, suddenly sprang up with fervor, raising her bottle. We need to give our group a name. What shall it be? Staggering, she touched her head and exclaimed, I've got it. Let's call ourselves Ao Shui Tian Xian. What do you think? Before Cold Xion and Jun Haotian could voice their opinions, Cold Ao Shui forcefully placed the bottle on the table, hands on her hips, declaring, it is decided. As she spoke, she suddenly felt herself swaying and collapsed onto the sofa. She truly was intoxicated. Jun Deshao continued to hold his bottle, blowing gently across its surface. Cold Xion let out a resigned laugh. Suddenly, Jun Deshao's gaze inadvertently drifted to a booth shrouded in darkness, lost in thought. Perhaps those in the dim booth had noticed Jun Haotian's attention. The leader met his gaze and remarked, such a piercing look. Jean Lauda, what troubles you? Jean Lauda shook his head, narrowing his eyes, and after a long pause, stated, it seems we have been discovered. That little fellow possesses quite an impressive aura. He appears to be the strongest among the three. You are exaggerating, Jean Lauda. One of the five, a man clad in fiery red attire with matching hair, remarked nonchalantly, well, I am not concerned. I came to the club to meet beautiful ladies. If you wish to keep an eye on those three, do so. But I am off to pursue my own interests. Huiyan, the woman named Shui Miao scolded. What about it? Huiyan gestured playfully, leaning close to Shui Miao's fair cheek. Miao Miao, how about you accompany me tonight? Get lost. Shui Miao yelled in anger. Huiyin chuckled mischievously, gesturing to Jean Lauda. Boss, I shall be quite the dandy tonight. I may not return until late. Farewell. While saying this, Huiyin adjusted his hair. Wearing a self-satisfied grin, I still look rather handsome. Ladies, here I come. Chapter 63. Is he still a man? With a resigned sigh, Big Brother Jean remarked. This guy is still so out of touch. Humph, a lustful fool. He'll one day perish in the embrace of a woman. Shui Miao cursed vehemently, her expression brimming with indignation. However, the other three paid her no mind, instead regarding her with a mix of pity and teasing. What's with the looks? Shui Miao glared at them one by one. Tuya, with an earnest demeanor, said, Miao Miao, why not stick with me? That fellow Huiyin is not worth a lifetime commitment. Go to hell. Shui Miao waved her hand, causing the beer on the table to surge from the bottle and splatter onto Tuya's face. He lowered his head, looking defeated. Meanwhile, this spectacle caught the attention of Lung Xian and Jun Haotian, both of whom were momentarily stunned. A water element ability user. They exclaimed in unison. Do you know their background? Jun, the young master, asked Lung Xian, who shook her head in response. I don't know, but they might be from the Dragon Group. Setting down her bottle, Lung Xian reflected, in the Dragon Group, practitioners and ability users are on equal footing, and among the new generation of ability users. The Five Elements Group is revered. The Five Elements Group? Jun pondered. Indeed, that is their name and their powers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Their codenames are Jin Xian, Mu San, Shui Miao, Huiyin, and Tuya. After a moment of contemplation, Jun burst into exaggerated laughter. Who came up with such nicknames? They're incredibly clever. Who would have thought the five elements could be referred to this way? Lung Xian chuckled, glancing at Jun with a smirk. Of course. Those codenames were given by the head of the Dragon Group, the only general, Jun Wuming. Jun fell silent, rubbing his nose. All right, I retract my earlier statement. His gaze drifted back to the dark booth. I didn't expect them to be subordinates of my uncle. What could they be doing in Binhai? Lung Xian shrugged with a smile. I don't know, but I suspect we will find out soon. Draped in a graceful azure gown, her hair cascading like jade over her delicate shoulders, the woman approached, her crystal heels clicking elegantly on the floor. With a margarita in hand, she drew nearer to Lung Xian and Jun Haotian's booth. Boss, what is Shui Miao trying to do? Tuya asked innocently. Jin Xian patted Tuya's shoulder with a faint smile. She's just been triggered. A heartbroken girl often struggles to comprehend her feelings. Indeed, Shui Miao was in turmoil. A woman in love can become quite wild when hurt. Her watery gaze was fixed intently on Jun Haotian and Lung Xian, her jade-like arm resting against her chin as if lost in thought. Both of them are rather handsome, at least more so than that arrogant Huiyin. Which one should I choose? Or perhaps both? This innocent girl, once unleashed, could be more formidable than a seductress. Without a trace of shyness, Shui Miao mused. If I am to indulge, why not just this once? Why should men have all the fun? Yet, her gaze sent shivers down Lung Xian's spine, while Jun, the young master, brazenly responded, what a captivating beauty. Lung Xian interjected, she is certainly at the pinnacle of beauty. Do you dare pursue her? In Lung Xian's eyes, Jun was still the inexperienced young master, as no genius could break through the pinnacle of their realm in just a few days. With a devilish grin, Jun tilted his head confidently. Then let's give it a try. My charm is universally appealing. Lung Xian, don't blame me for not looking out for you. Today, I shall demonstrate my skills in wooing women. Take notes. As Shui Miao watched with keen interest, Jun suddenly stood, his tall frame and elegant stride making his way to her side. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she smiled silently, though her smile held a hint of allure. With a snap of his fingers, Jun called out, Waiter, a glass of whiskey for this beautiful lady. He gazed at Shui Miao for a long moment before speaking in a warm tone. Miss, you are truly stunning. Being complimented brings joy to any woman. Yet Shui Miao found it perplexing that this charming young man would offer her a drink and a compliment before turning away to return to his booth. Miss, your whiskey. Shui Miao suddenly beamed, placing her margarita down as she gracefully approached Jun, swaying her form. May I sit here? Of course, it would be my honor. In her flowing blue gown, which trailed elegantly on the carpet, she raised her glass with a smile. Thank you for the whiskey, young man. I truly appreciate it. Enjoy it. Sometimes, solitude can be a beautiful scenery. Solitude. Young man, are you lonely? Shui Miao teased, leaning closer to Jun, almost nestling into his embrace. Leaving Lung Xian in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Jun nodded slowly, his smile as enchanting as a flower. lonely, yet unafraid of solitude. "Oh, you are quite the intriguing person," Shui Miao remarked. "Don't men come to bars seeking excitement?" Jun shook his head gently. "A remarkable man can find excitement anywhere. Bars are merely for drinking, wouldn't you agree?" Shui Miao hesitated momentarily before adopting a flirtatious demeanor, her delicate hand resting on Jun's shoulder as she softly said, "Don't you wish to embark on a romantic escapade with me?" "Not at all," Jun replied with a smile. Shui Miao felt bewildered, questioning, "Why not? Am I not beautiful? Or is my figure lacking?" Women are indeed peculiar creatures. If you harbor any improper intentions, you are deemed a rogue. Conversely, if you hold no such thoughts, it is even more terrifying, as their pride may suffer a grievous blow, leaving them feeling invisible. Such beings are truly illogical. You are beautiful, and your figure is splendid. However, I prefer not to be a shield for anyone. Your beauty is best admired from afar, and I have no desire to pay a bloody price." As he spoke, Jun glanced toward the dark booth, where the large Tuya's gaze burned with fury. Instinctively, Shui Miao turned to look, causing Tuya to quickly avert his eyes. "Don't mind him. Let us drink to our heart's content." Shui Miao raised her glass. "Cheers. Cheers." Thus, Shui Miao and Jun became acquainted, yet curiously, neither inquired about the other's name, as if an unspoken understanding existed between them. "Young man, where do you find fortune?" Shui Miao casually asked. Jun chuckled. "You jest." "Dear lady, I am merely a student." "A student?" Shui Miao blinked in surprise, then playfully stuck out her tongue. "How sinful, truly sinful. Is there a sin in being a student?" "It is not the student who is sinful, but rather the thoughts that just crossed my mind. I shall punish myself with a drink," Shui Miao declared, downing a bottle of beer in quick succession. In the dimly lit booth, Tuya expressed his irritation, saying, "Boss Jean, should we go check on Shui Miao? What if something happens to her? What if those two pretty boys get her drunk?" Jean Xian glanced at Tuya with disinterest, while Mu Sun wore an oddly amused expression, replying, "Tuya, your concern is misplaced. Who in this world could possibly intoxicate our princess, Shui Miao? Do you think her water manipulation abilities are a joke? I am more worried for those young gentlemen." Tuya scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I suppose that's true. One frog opens its mouth, 2 eyes for legs. 2 frogs, 2 mouths, for eyes, 18 legs." Jun Deshao laughed heartily, declaring, "Beauty, you've lost again. Drink up." Shui Miao, looking displeased, retorted, "Drink? Who's afraid?" She tilted her head back and downed another bottle of wine in one go, wiping the remnants from her lips, which glistened enticingly. With a defiant look, Shui Miao demanded, "Bring it on." "All right." Jun Deshao smiled slightly. 2 frogs, 2 mouths, for eyes, 8 legs. 3 frogs, 3 mouths. Suddenly, Shui Miao paused, her expression blank as she touched her head. "How many eyes do 3 frogs have?" While speaking, she began counting on her fingers, her body starting to sway. With delicate fingers pressed against her forehead, she soon began to vomit. "Miss, you seem to be intoxicated." Jun Deshao observed her antics with amusement. However, Shui Miao insisted, "I'm not drunk, I'm not. Let us do it again." As she gestured, Shui Miao leaned against Jun Deshao, and with another sound of retching, she expelled the contents of her stomach all over his clothing. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the mess, wrapping her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "I feel so terrible. I feel awful. Will you take me home? I want to go home." Jun Deshao exchanged glances with Lung Xian, pondering, is this a hint? Goodness, this woman would be a waste if she didn't pursue acting. In truth, Shui Miao was not genuinely inebriated. As Mu Sun had stated, water manipulators can control all forms of water, including alcoholic beverages, making it impossible for her to become drunk. Her actions were merely a test of Jun Deshao's reaction. Observing her vomit staining Jun Deshao's attire, yet witnessing his lack of disgust, elevated her admiration for him. Leaning against this young man's embrace felt particularly comforting, prompting her to unconsciously desire to lean in closer. However, her testing was far from over. She wanted to see how he would respond if she truly were intoxicated. She also wished to ascertain whether men were indeed creatures governed by their baser instincts. With her pristine hands playfully draping around Jun Haotian's neck, her slightly flushed visage appeared even more enchanting. Her glistening lips moved softly against his ear as she whispered, "Hey, handsome, will you take me home? Tonight. I'm all yours, just for you." Chapter 64. So you were jealous, huh? What a mischievous fairy, Jun Haotian thought to himself, gently lifting Shui Miao. The young Master Jun smiled and asked, "Beautiful lady, where is your home?" My home is." Shui Miao pretended to speak hesitantly. Yet deep down she felt a twinge of disappointment, sighing, so it turns out men really are creatures of their lower halves. With a smile, Jun Haotian embraced Shui Miao and began to walk. However, he did not head toward the bar's entrance but rather steered toward a booth shrouded in darkness. Jin Xian, Tuya, and Mu Sun grew curious about the young man's intentions. Soon, Jun Haotian approached the sofa, gently placing Shui Miao down, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and gracing her with a rare, sunny smile. You must be this young lady's companions, right? She has had a bit too much to drink. Could you please see her home? Jin Xian, Tuya, and Mu Sun were taken aback, with Jin Xian feeling utterly perplexed, wondering if the young man might be gay. After all, a stunning beauty like Princess Miao was right before him, yet he showed no interest. Tuya inwardly lamented. What a waste. It's not every day Miao Miao flirts with a man, and he doesn't even cherish the opportunity. Meanwhile, Shui Miao, her eyes closed and lashes resting on her cheeks, was astonished. What? You're just leaving? Are you even a man? Jun Haotian gently crouched down, his tender fingers brushing aside Shui Miao's bangs as he softly said, Beautiful lady, you are truly lovely. Farewell. Just as he stood up, Shui Miao grasped his wrist, dazedly pleading, Don't go, don't leave me. At that moment, Jin Xian and the others could hardly contain their laughter, while Mu Sen's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Thinking, I never imagined the proud Princess Miao had such a side. It seems the blow from Hoi Yin was quite significant. Slowly releasing Shui Miao's hand, Jun Haotian chuckled playfully, Beautiful lady, perhaps we shall meet again. If you were sober today, I might not have been able to resist taking you away, but alas, you are inebriated. What a pity. With that, he walked away without a trace of reluctance. Once Jun Haotian had departed, laughter erupted from the booth, light-hearted mockery echoing. Jin Xian quipped, Miao Miao, stop pretending. He's already far gone. Shui Miao opened her eyes, lay on the sofa, and pouted, striking it with frustration. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? I'm utterly humiliated. Pouting, she fixed her gaze on Jun Haotian's retreating figure, muttering, Is he even a man? Carrying the heavily intoxicated Lung Aoshue, Jun Haotian and Lung Xian slowly exited the bar. Looking down at Aoshue's sleeping face, he let out a faint smile. Lung Xian, noticing the small detail, remarked, So, how about that? My sister is quite the rare beauty. Indeed, a rare beauty. It's just a pity, Jun Haotian murmured to himself. After seeing Lang Xian and Lang Aoshue off, he returned to his car, lighting a cigarette as if waiting for something. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Jin Xian and his group emerged from the bar. Though Shui Miao had changed into a different outfit, her pale blue dress still radiated beauty under the dim lights. Jin Xian teased, Miao Miao, you don't really fancy that young man, do you? An old cow eating tinder grass. Musen chimed in with his own jest. Tuya, however, appeared glum and discontent, expressing, Miao Miao. You two aren't a good match. He's still a student. Mind your business. Shui Miao shot back sharply. I always thought Princess Miao liked Hoi Yin. I didn't expect her to be interested in this type too. I wonder what kind of stir this will cause in the group. You dare? If you tell anyone about today, I'll freeze you all in place. Humph. Shui Miao playfully stomped her foot. As she spoke, her eyes scanned the surroundings until she spotted a luxurious black BMW. There it is. Miao Miao, are you really going to pursue him? Tuya asked again with a frown. Shui Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, To dare ignore my charm. I certainly won't let him off easily. I will catch him first, and then have my fun. Pausing, she suddenly smiled and murmured, But such a composed man is rare these days. Perhaps dating him wouldn't be bad at all. At least he seems more reliable than that lecher Hoi Yin. The black BMW soon disappeared into the darkness. But it was moving slowly, clearly indicating that Jun Haotian was intentionally allowing them to follow. Before long, the car entered the luxurious Dreaming Pavilion in Spring River Garden. Shui Miao and her companions trailed to the Dreaming Pavilion, gazing at the opulent villa, and she exclaimed, Wow, what a beautiful villa. I can't believe he is a tall, rich, and handsome man too. How much must it cost to own such a stunning villa in this prime area? Miao Miao, when did you start valuing wealth? Of course, what girl wouldn't prefer someone with taste rather than a poor wretch? Shui Miao pouted, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she murmured, Spring River Garden, I'll remember this. I will definitely come back for you. At that moment, the four men in the car felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. The Dreaming Pavilion remained brightly lit, and Jun Haotian casually walked inside. In the living room, Jin Mingjia and Shangwan Xian were seated. You're all here? Why are you still awake at this hour? Jun Haotian teased as he headed toward his room. Jun Haotian, stop right there. Jin Mingjie nearly shouted in anger. Jun Haotian tilted his head, still smiling nonchalantly. What's the matter, Jiejie? Shangwan Xian'er, hiding behind Jin Mingjie, made a gesture that clearly indicated Jiejie is angry. Good luck, Brother Tian. Having disappeared for an entire day and night, it's no wonder Jin Mingjie was furious. Originally, she and Shangwan Xian'er were quite worried, but Jun Haotian's alcohol-laden return raised some unsettling thoughts. At that moment, Jin Mingjie was so furious she felt ready to explode. She stepped forward, grabbing Jun Haotian. Where on earth have you been all day? Jun Haotian shrugged and smiled. Jiejie, don't be so tense. I merely went out for drinks with friends. Friends? That beautiful police officer, I presume? Jin Mingjie retorted nonchalantly. Even if you went out for drinks, it shouldn't take an entire day and night. Honestly, what did you do? Naturally, Jin Shiming had informed Jin Mingjie about Jun Haotian's date with Lu Yanran, hinting that she should act quickly to avoid being outpaced. Shangwan Xian'er giggled from the side, softly asking, Brother Tian, how was the uniform temptation? Wasn't it thrilling? Xian'er. Jin Mingjie extended her voice, glaring disapprovingly at Shangwan Xian'er. Shangwan Xian'er stuck out her tongue. I was just curious. Curiosity is forbidden, Xian'er. You've been corrupted by this guy. From now on, no more of these ridiculous thoughts. Jin Mingjie warned. All right. I want to think about it. Shangwan Xian'er pouted, feigning great grievance. It seemed that no matter how much Jun Haotian tried to explain himself, he would remain in hot water. Do you really have any grievances? Jin Mingjie scoffed. You are nothing but a lecherous wolf, egotistical and arrogant. This young master feels more wrong than doughy. Please do not tarnish my innocence. Jun Haotian raised his head, wearing an expression of utmost sanctity. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Quickly reveal what you have been up to all day. Jin Mingjie inquired with an air of an interrogator. Young Master Jun casually found a spot to sit down, still wearing a playful grin, and replied, Confess for leniency. Spend your days in prison. Resist for severity, and return home for the new year. Do you think this young master is inexperienced? He casually picked up a wine bottle, and Jin Mingjie pointed at him fiercely, demanding, Will you confess or not? Seeing the young lady's temper flaring, Jun Haotian resorted to sheer stubbornness. Confess what? Brother Tian, I think you should just give in to Jiejie. Shangwan Xian'er chimed in with an ill-timed chuckle. Silence. Jin Mingjie was on the verge of losing her composure. Anyone would find such a friend intolerable. Shangwan Xian'er stuck out her tongue again. Jin Mingjie leaned closer to Jun Haotian, her expression serious. Are you going to speak or not? Young Master Jun spread his hands helplessly. Jiejie, what exactly do you want me to say? What stage have you and that uniform reached? Jin Mingjie huffed. Do you believe me if I say nothing happened? Jun Haotian's eyes narrowed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jin Mingjie scoffed. You won't get away with it today. Just be honest. Outside the dream Xinjian, in the distant darkness, two figures were quietly observing. Suddenly, one of them laughed. Right, Guardian? Do you think they might? Ian, can't you see? They are a pair of happy adversaries. I wonder how the master will react to this scene. The woman named Ian nodded with a smile. Should we act tonight? Yes, send your treasure out. We can stoke the flames. I like this. It's quite an evil plan, splendid indeed. Pausing for a moment, Ian licked her lips and smiled seductively. So handsome. Those two golden-haired girls are truly fortunate. Don't set your sights on him. Be careful or the master will flay your skin, the right guardian warned. Ian stuck out her tongue playfully and sighed in disappointment. The night grew increasingly murky, yet the dream Xinjian remained brightly lit. Under the relentless interrogation of Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Xian'er, young Master Jun finally grew annoyed, a mocking smile escaping his lips. Miss Jin, how long do you intend to cause a ruckus? Ruckus? I am not causing any disturbance. It's clearly your fault. Jin Mingjie retorted angrily. Jun Haotian's expression darkened. He thought to himself, this young master has been accommodating, and you truly take advantage of it. It seems I have been too lenient. With this in mind, Jun Haotian stood up from his chair and strode towards his room without looking back. Jun Haotian, stop right there. I haven't finished speaking. Jin Mingjie shouted. Chapter 65. Unable to endure, is there anything else you wish to command? Miss? I must clarify that I would appreciate it if you refrained from prying into my personal life. I am employed by Mr. Jin solely to ensure your safety. And you are currently quite secure. The tone of young Master Jun had noticeably grown colder. You. What makes you so exceptional? Go ahead and die wherever you please. I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. Miss Jin Mingjie retorted, pouting, with tears glistening in her eyes. Jin Mingjie hastily ascended the stairs, while Shangguan Xer gazed at Jun Haotian in bewilderment, saying, "Brother Tian, Jia is just jealous. Can't you console her? You truly do not understand girls." "Jealous?" Young Master Jun chuckled ambiguously. "Xer, do not jest. If Miss were to feel jealousy, it certainly would not be directed at me. She ought to be envious of that Li Gu instead." With that, young Master Jun shook his head and walked directly toward his room. Observing Jun Haotian's retreating figure, Shangguan Xer suddenly broke into laughter, biting her finger as she thought, "Brother Tian, it seems you too are feeling jealous." Giggling, she dashed up to the loft. Meanwhile, in Jin Mengjia's chamber, the young lady lay atop her bed, continuously cursing, "Damn Jun Haotian, that foolish Jun Haotian, utterly clueless and incomprehensible. What a big idiot. What a lecher. Hee, Jia. Shangguan Xer sauntered in, hands behind her back, swaying playfully. Jin Mingjie shot a glance at Shangguan Xer, exclaiming indignantly, "Xer, do you not think that scoundrel is being excessively unreasonable? We were genuinely concerned for him all night, and yet he still dares to show us a long face. What a heartless rogue. Jia, are you feeling jealous?" Shangguan Xer fluttered her eyelashes, smiling. "How could that be? Absolutely impossible. I would never feel jealous of that scoundrel." Jin Mingjie promptly denied. "Oh, you and Brother Tian are quite alike, both unwilling to admit your jealousy." Shangguan Xer shook her head, exasperated. Jin Mingjie seemed suddenly curious, asking, "That scoundrel, how could he possibly feel jealous?" He. Shangguan Xer laughed again and beckoned to Jin Mingjie. Jin Mingjie leaned in closer, and the two girls began to whisper secrets. However, Jin Mingjie's expression soon shifted to one of astonishment. "Li Gu, how is this possible?" Shangguan Xer pouted, asserting, "It is absolutely possible. Jia, think about it. Even if Brother Tian were a flirt, he never actively pursued any girl. Ever since that afternoon when he saw Li Gu." Jin Mingjie still could not believe it, exclaiming, "Are you saying that annoying fellow disappeared for an entire day and night because he was jealous?" "That must be the case. It is highly likely." Shangguan Xer nodded seriously. The traces of tears had vanished from Jin Mingjie's face, replaced with a smile. Her cheeks flushed as she mused. "So this fellow isn't entirely foolish after all?" "Jia, what is the matter?" Shangguan Xer asked, propping her chin in her hands as she gazed at Jin Mingjie. Jin Mingjie quickly shook her head. "It is nothing." Yet her expression soon grew somber again. "Even if he is feeling jealous, he should not give me that attitude. If he does not apologize, he can forget about my forgiveness." Meanwhile, Jun Haotian had entered a meditative state downstairs. However, at that moment, visions of indulgence flooded his mind, with himself, Jin Mingjie, and Shangguan Xer as the central figures in this absurd revelry. Startled by his own thoughts, young Master Jun quickly opened his eyes, panting heavily as he shook his head. "Jun Haotian, do not entertain such thoughts. You must not indulge in these notions. They are but two young girls. Such thoughts are utterly disgraceful." Just as young Master Jun managed to calm his mind, a terrified scream echoed from above, disrupting his tranquility. Recognizing Jin Mingjie's voice, he swiftly moved and tore through the space to reach the loft. In the room, a massive python was baring its fangs at the window. While Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Xer huddled on the bed, young Master Jun urgently inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Jin Mingjie trembled, too frightened to speak, while Shangguan Xer pointed at the window, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, it is terrifying, truly terrifying." Following her gesture, even Jun Haotian was taken aback, thinking, "Goodness, what sort of creature is that?" By the window, a colossal python slithered, its girth measuring 1/2 meter and stretching over 10 meters in length. Its triangular, flattened head boasted golden-hued scales, while its enormous fangs gaped open, revealing crimson fangs. What kind of snake is this? Could it be a beast? Jun Haotian pondered as he shielded Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Xer behind him. The python easily shattered the window with its scaled body, akin to a tank. As it slithered inside, coiling on the floor, its massive head gazing at Jun Haotian, Shangguan Xer, and Jin Mingjie with hesitation. Ultimately, the python's gaze settled on Qi Long, as if it respected the warning from Qi Long and dared not advance further. At that moment, young Master Jun suddenly extended his hand, ripping open a black hole in the fabric of space. Two snowy figures leaped out, Chio and the nine-tailed fox, landing on young Master Jun's shoulders. Upon seeing the nine-tailed fox, the python shuddered slightly and began to retreat slowly. This only reinforced Jun Haotian's belief that the colossal creature before him was undoubtedly a beast. In the shadows, Xinyu gazed at Ain, perplexed. What is the situation? Ain shook her head helplessly. It appears I underestimated him. He has at least one powerful beast by his side, and my little Jean dares not approach. Lowering her head, Ain continued. It seems we cannot employ a frontal assault. We must resort to ambush tactics instead. The golden line snake is a top-tier serpent, at least a king-level beast. What might be lurking beside him? I do not know, but once my little Jean returns, we shall find out. Ain replied with a smile. Very well. We shall cancel the plan for now. We must ascertain the situation. If he is accompanied by an emperor-level beast, I believe our master would be even more exhilarated than if the plan had succeeded. Shinyu chuckled. Ain shot a glare at Shinyu, retorting, do you think emperor-level beasts are as common as cabbages? The massive golden python continued to coil near the window, deterred by the combined presence of Chochio, the nine-tailed fox, and Shi Long, who exuded a formidable aura. It repeatedly flicked its crimson tongue, displaying a noticeably cautious demeanor. Suddenly, as if receiving a signal from its master, the golden python began to retreat slowly, its massive body writhing as it attempted to exit the room. Having witnessed the might of beasts, young Master Jun dared not strike without knowing the python's rank. Although Chochio was a divine beast, it remained an infant, relying solely on the aura of a divine creature against a peak king-level beast. The nine-tailed fox, despite having grown 6 tails, would not necessarily withstand the golden python either. As the golden python began to withdraw, the occupants of the room exhaled in relief, particularly Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Xiner, who were nearly brought to tears by the horrifying creature, remained in a state of shock. Are you both all right? Young Master Jun gently brushed Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Xiner's shoulders. We're fine, they replied, though their expressions remained vacant, their emotions still in turmoil. Regardless of who encounters such a monster, the initial reaction is invariably one of fright. Babikyu. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Jun Dasha exhaled a sigh of relief, Chochio and the nine-tailed fox once again began to call out in alarm. Jun Dasha immediately sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a beam of golden light surged through the window with astonishing speed, resembling a golden rainbow. However, this time, the golden entity was considerably smaller, akin to a slender serpent. The light flickered and darted, targeting Jun Haotian before hurtling directly towards Shangwan Xiner. Jun Haotian promptly shouted, time and space, halt. Yet, in such a rapid state of motion, Jun Dasha's senses were incapable of tracking the trajectory of the serpent. By the time he rushed forward, it was too late. The golden serpent had already latched onto Shangwan Xiner's chest, sinking its venomous fangs deep into her delicate bosom. Instantly, Shangwan Xiner felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, akin to an electric current, rendering her limbs weak and limp. The golden serpent, undeterred, leaped again, this time towards Jin Mingjie. However, Jun Dasha had already positioned himself in its path. The serpent collided forcefully with his abdomen, sliding downwards. And a wave of intense pain accompanied by a numbing sensation surged throughout his body. You seek death. Jun Dasha's eyes turned blood red as he seized the golden serpent. In the shadowy confines of the neighborhood, not far away, Shinyu observed Ain with a smirk. I never imagined you to be so cunning. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. This is the element of surprise. They believed themselves to be safe, and I struck when they were unprepared. Peaks of ecstasy do not follow consecutively. Ain replied, her voice laced with pride. Aren't you concerned that your golden serpent might not withstand this? Shinyu chuckled. Ain, caressing the massive golden python beside her, remarked, though it is not the true form of Shao Jin, any attempt to harm it will invoke Shao Jin's retaliation. It is not so simple. As Ain spoke, the golden python suddenly trembled, contorting into a straight line, soaring into the sky with a deafening roar. Moments later, the colossal golden serpent crashed to the ground, visibly shrinking at an alarming rate until it transformed into a diminutive earthworm, writhing incessantly. Panic seized Ain. This is impossible. What is happening? Shinyu inquired, perplexed. Shao Jin has been drained. This is inconceivable. What kind of inner strength is this? Such bizarre occurrences cannot exist in this world. Ain staggered back, her eyes betraying her fear. The notion of humans siphoning the strength of magical beasts is utterly unfathomable in the annals of supernatural history, even in ancient times. Few possess the prowess to harness the power of magical creatures for their own use. It is no wonder that Ain found herself so unnerved. Unfortunately for the golden serpent, it encountered Jun Dasha, who bore the war god's emblem, marking its misfortune. Chapter 66. Battle. Divine Beast. The pinnacle of the royal grade golden line serpent, a creature of terrifying power, was utterly drained by Jun Haotian. Glaring at the now viscous pool of blood that was once the golden-lined serpent, Jun Haotian let out a cold snort. His enchanting eyes transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Despite having siphoned the life from this beast, its two fangs remained embedded in Jun Haotian's dragon root, causing him a dull, persistent pain. At that moment, Jin Mingjia's complexion had turned as pale as a ghost. She gently patted Jun Haotian's back, exclaiming, "You wicked man, are you all right? Don't frighten me." Jun Haotian immediately pushed Jin Mingjia away, roaring, "Run! Hurry! I can no longer restrain myself. Cursed be this accursed beast, what has caused my body to boil over?" Jun Haotian inwardly lamented. So hot, so hot. Brother Tian, where are you? Quickly help Xiner. She cannot endure this any longer. As she spoke, Shangwan Xner's entranced face was drenched in fragrant sweat, her small hands beginning to frantically unfasten her garment. "Xiner, what has happened to you? She can't be in peril, can she? Wicked man, speak up," Jin Mingjia urged, shaking Jun Haotian's body incessantly. Jun Haotian's condition was already dire. Although he could suppress the burgeoning beastly desire under the pressure of spiritual energy, facing such a scenario, even a typical youth would struggle to maintain control. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Jin Mingjia's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She gasped in horror and quickly turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Yet, the atmosphere and the sounds still permeated her senses, causing her to unwittingly feel a wave of heat wash over her. "Ah!" Jun Haotian roared in fury. Although his consciousness was clouded, he halted at the entrance, his gaze filled with a mixture of rage and reluctant compassion, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. It was a temptation that no young and vigorous body could withstand. Moreover, Jun Haotian had just drained the life force of a royal-grade golden-lined serpent. His entire being felt as though it were ablaze with discomfort. This furious roar shattered what little self-control he had left. Boom, boom, boom. Footprints appeared on the floor as Jun Haotian strode towards the dazed and desire-laden Shangwan Xiner. "What are you doing?" Jin Mingjia, watching Jun Haotian return, began to panic. "Xiner, wake up. Please, wake up." Jin Mingjia's hoarse cries had little effect on Shangwan Xiner. Despite her usual cute demeanor, when stirred by passion, she became extraordinarily fervent. Before Jun Haotian could reach her, her serpentine waist entwined around him. "Everyone, please calm down. Do not act recklessly," Jin Mingjia cried out in desperation. The bewitching gaze of Jun Haotian glowed with crimson intensity as he pressed Shangwan Xiner down, the cacophony of frantic cries resonating through the air. Ian, feeling somewhat glum, remarked, "My poor little Jin." Casting an annoyed glance at Xinyu, Ian said, "When we return, I must have the master devise a plan for me. The master possesses boundless power, and in serving him, you shall not be slighted. Perhaps he could grant you an imperial-level beast." "No, I desire my little Jin." Very well, let it be as you wish." Ian chuckled mischievously, enticing, "Shall we try something tonight?" Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking his head, "Perhaps not." "Humph. You unromantic man." Ian shot a fierce glare at Xinyu. The sounds from the loft grew increasingly intense, showing no signs of abating. These 3 hours were undoubtedly the most excruciating for Jin Mingjia. Xinyu and Ian, observing from outside, exchanged fearful glances, realizing the breaker of laws has awakened. In the distant coastal shanty town, Yun Tianji gazed at the white light surging through the sky, smiling. "That little girl has awakened. The cycle of fate for you, Haotian, begins here." After a pause, he jested, "However, the manner of this awakening is truly absurd. What a rarity." A soft white light enveloped the entire Mingxin pavilion, reluctant to dissipate. Shortly after this illumination descended, a chorus of furious roars began to rise in response. The white light intertwined with a blazing crimson glow, creating a dazzling spectacle. Roar, roar, roar. Concealed outside the Mingxin pavilion, Xinyu and Ian stood frozen, particularly Ian, whose voice trembled as she exclaimed, "Divine beast. The fire Qilin." No wonder little Jin was forced back. Xinyu gazed at the blood-red contract in the sky, cautiously stating, "Are you certain it is the fire Qilin?" "Indeed, it cannot be mistaken. It is the fire Qilin." Within the room, Jin Mingjia had become catatonic. First encountering the golden python, followed by Shangwan Xer emanating white light, and finally, even Qi Lung began to roar. Moreover, Qi Lung's form swelled, sharp horns protruding, its fiery red body gleaming. Its eyes sparkled like copper bells. With the head of a dragon, antlers of a deer, lion's eyes, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, and serpent scales, It radiated an awe-inspiring majesty. Qi Long glared fiercely at Jun Haotian, steadily advancing towards him, the scarlet flames making the entire room blistering hot. At this moment, Jun Deshao had yet to fully regain his senses, remaining in a state of impending mania, his blood-red eyes locking onto Qi Long's. Before Jun Haotian's exposed body stood two white figures that obstructed Qi Long. Qiao and Jiu Wei, two silhouettes surged with the wind. Roar, roar. The two figures unleashed furious roars, the white tiger with pale blue patterns and a pair of wings, alongside the massive humanoid fox, forming a formidable trio, each unwilling to yield. From the shadows, Shen Yu's gaze filled with dread, two divine beasts, one imperial-level beast. Heavens, truly, the world has gone mad. Meanwhile, Jin Mingjie was directly petrified by the horror of the situation. Jun Deshao, with a physique akin to a demonic deity, glimmered with graceful curves, his blood-red eyes exuding an ominous aura as he stood before Qi Long. At that moment, Qi Long spoke. Human, you have insulted the great Qilin's master. You must perish. Roar. Qiao and Jiu Wei charged forward, but soon realized the peculiar nature of the situation. Jun Haotian's body was swifter than theirs, radiating a golden glow as it began to swell indefinitely. Everyone stepped back. Protect Xiner, I shall handle this. Chapter 67. Innocent purity. Although Jun Haotian's consciousness had not fully awakened, it was gradually beginning to recover. He understood that this was the moment for Shangwan Shiner to awaken and that he must not allow any disturbances. Fight, Qiliang. Jun Haotian declared with unwavering confidence. Receive my attack. A pair of claws, blazing like flames, descended with ferocity. Jun Haotian did not evade. Instead, he raised his hands and braced himself against the strike of the Qilin divine beast. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire Mingxin pavilion trembled. To confront a divine beast with a human body was a feat only Jun Haotian could attempt. The force of the fire Qilin strike was enough to reduce an adult to mere pulp, yet Jun Haotian withstood it, albeit with some effort. As he held firm against the sharp claws of the fire Qilin, Jun Haotian felt a sensation akin to toxic flames igniting on his arms, a piercing pain coursing through him. Golden light began to coalesce in his palms, as a golden lotus flower was forced from his body, shielding his spirit platform, filling him with a refreshing clarity that permeated his entire being. His once blood-red eyes gradually transformed into a deeper shade of black, yet they grew increasingly luminous and clear, even startling the fire Qilin. Roar. Qilin True Fire. A burst of flame erupted from Qiliang's mouth, charging straight at Jun Haotian. The golden lotus released a shimmering golden powder, intertwining with a milky white light. The dark golden hue merged with the milky white, forming a formidable shield that repelled Qiliang's assault. At that moment, Jun Haotian's body was enveloped in a radiant glow, and the golden lotus began to swell, its petals multiplying from 4 to 5, then 6, and finally halting at 7. The overwhelming sacred aura compelled Qiliang to retreat a couple of steps, murmuring, Chaos Golden Lotus. How could this be? This is the Chaos Golden Lotus. Suddenly, Qiliang's bell-like eyes widened in shock as he roared, Who goes there? From the darkness, Shen Yu exclaimed, Not good. The Qilin has discovered me. We must flee. Ain urged anxiously. Why fear a mere juvenile Qilin? Shen Yu remained unfazed, his gaze steady, arms outstretched, declaring, Divine Void. In an instant, Shen Yu and Ain vanished from sight. Moments later, a resounding roar echoed as Qiliang's colossal form erupted into flames, roaring fiercely and surveying his surroundings. On the upper floor, Jun Haotian had his eyes tightly shut, a dense and turbid aura swirling within him, ultimately forced into the divine apertures of his body. The energies from the 3 vital points, Shen Ting, Tai Yang, and Bai Hui, simultaneously surged forth, intertwining completely. Under the suppression of the golden lotus overhead, the dense and turbid aura was rendered incapable of any resistance. Gradually, it transformed into a dark golden hue as the robust energy expanded significantly. As the power of the golden line snake was gradually consumed and assimilated, the golden lotus silently returned to Jun Haotian's spirit platform. Once tranquil, the energy surged forth from Jun Haotian's 3 vital points, splitting into 2 streams, charging toward his Qingming and Ermin apertures. Could it be that he was about to break through both apertures simultaneously? Jun Haotian's heart swelled with joy. However, before he could fully revel in the excitement, he felt dizzy, the golden light enveloping him as he traversed into another realm. Welcome to the battlefield of war gods. Young man, you truly astonish me. In such a brief time, you have arrived once more at the battlefield of war gods. and even opened 2 major apertures. Bai Qi's voice resonated with a hint of excitement, accompanied by the clashing of weapons and the sounds of cavalry. 5 formations stood in perfect order, but terrifyingly. They were not composed of 500, but 5,000 armored cavalry. When the sun of the following day bathed the Mingxin pavilion and illuminated the face of the golden young lady, everything seemed to have returned to its original tranquility. In the exquisite kitchen, the aroma of Dutch steak mingled with the rich scent of British tea, wafting throughout the pavilion. Jijia, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Today is Monday, we have class. Shangguan Xiner's voice remained sweet and adorable as she pulled back Jean Mingjia's covers. Get up, get up. Jean Mingjie murmured, slowly opening her eyes. Before she could utter a word, Shangguan Xiner looked at her with a puzzled expression. Jie, what's wrong? Don't you remember what happened yesterday? Don't worry, I'll tell Daddy and have him seek justice for you. Shangguan Xiner seemed even more confused. Jie, what are you talking about? What justice? Jean Mingjie hesitated, her anxiety growing. Xiner, have you forgotten what happened last night? Xiner, you truly don't remember? Last night, in the room, a golden snake appeared and bit both you and that scoundrel. What happened then? Shangguan Xiner did not understand, pressing for clarity. How could you not know? I'm serious. Xiner, do you really not remember? Later, Qiliang became terrifying. Shangguan Xiner waved her hand, and the crimson figure leapt into her embrace. Jijia, are you talking about this? Qiliang is still so adorable. How could it be scary? Gasped. Jean Mingjie rubbed her eyes vigorously, gazing at Qiliang as if in a dream. After a long moment of daze, the golden young lady touched her head. Could it be that I was truly dreaming? Instinctively glancing back at the window that should have been shattered by the golden snake, she found it intact, and the overturned furniture neatly arranged, just as it had been before she slept. Daddy installed many surveillance cameras here. If what happened last night was real, he would surely have noticed. Could it be I really was dreaming? Jean Mingjie pondered repeatedly. Yet if it were a dream, why did it feel so real? She found herself in a quandary, utterly perplexed. Downstairs, Jun Haotian was playing with the white tiger, Qiu. Upon seeing Shangguan Xiner descend, he smiled slightly. So, how is it? Shangguan Xiner quickly made an okay gesture. With me, Shangguan Xiner, on the job, it'll be settled immediately. Don't worry, Jie will not suspect anything. Saying this, Shangguan Xiner suddenly lowered her gaze and planted a kiss on Jun Haotian's lips, giggling. Last night, I didn't know what it felt like. I must make up for it. Jun Haotian's face immediately darkened, inwardly thinking, this is hardly the behavior of a girl who just broke through. What transpired in the Mingxin pavilion was not a dream but a tangible reality, albeit one that Jun Haotian found difficult to articulate. Initially, he believed that facing Shangguan Xiner would be the most challenging, yet he was mistaken. It was Jean Mingjie he truly struggled to confront. When Jun Haotian returned from the battlefield of war gods, weary and battered, both Jin Qiming and Yun Tianji had already arrived at the Mingxin pavilion. As a wayward young master, Jun Haotian naturally understood how deeply such matters could wound a young girl, thus his sole intention was to find Shangguan Xiner. However, it seemed he had underestimated the resilience of this young girl. When Jun Haotian entered the living room, he was perplexed to discover Yun Tianshi engaged in conversation with Shangguan Xiner. The little darling was energetically waving her fists, her face alight with excitement. Upon noticing Jun Haotian descending from the stairs, the now transformed little dog, Qi Long, barked cautiously. However, after receiving a light slap from Shangguan Xiner, Qi Long whimpered pitifully, lowering his head in submission. In a few swift strides, Shangguan Xiner rushed to Jun Haotian and embraced him tightly. Brother Tian, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Xiner, are you all right? Jun Haotian hesitated, feeling that Shangguan Xiner should have been inclined to slap him instead. Shangguan Xiner widened her eyes. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? As she spoke, Jun Haotian's face turned crimson. Before he could finish his sentence, Shangguan Xiner suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her sweet lips pressing against the corner of his mouth. After a long, lingering kiss, she giggled and said, just now, Brother Tian was so strong. Xiner is very satisfied, very satisfied. Chapter 68, Du Shanshan. Stop playing. Jin Haotian gazed foolishly at Shangguan Xiner and inquired, Xiner, are you not angry? Fool. Yun Tianji suddenly scoffed, mocking, I really wonder if you, the most notorious dandy of the capital, have even the slightest common sense. It seems the old man must teach you how to interact with the opposite sex. What are you saying, old man? Jin Deshao retorted angrily. Yun Tianji squinted and remarked, you truly lack a sense of humor. Rest assured, Sheener, Jun Haotian said earnestly. Looking at Shangwan Sheener, her smile blossomed even more radiantly, seemingly destined to last until the end of time. This scene was warm and joyous, yet Jin Shiming, watching from the side, sighed helplessly and shook his head, saying, Haotian really? Gah? Jin Deshao exclaimed in shock. Uncle Jin, you seem very disappointed. A little. Jin Shiming sighed. At that moment, Rinshu suddenly chuckled mischievously. Haotian, how is your health? Rinshu nodded, feigning contemplation. Why not take Jie back with you now? That's actually a good idea. Jin Shiming laughed. Even Shangwan Sheener chirped in excitement. Yes, yes. I agree. Jun Haotian looked at Shangwan Sheener with a mix of helplessness and melancholy. Sheener, would you really be willing? Not even a hint of jealousy? Why be jealous? This way, the three of us can always be together forever. Jun Haotian felt speechless. Your innocence is truly worrisome. Humph. I am simply pure and innocent. Dealing with one Shangwan Sheener was already challenging. Adding Jin Xiaojia would surely turn things chaotic. Such foolishness was something Jin Deshao would never entertain. After making one mistake, how could he repeat it? At least at this moment, Jin Deshao still believed it was a mistake. Seeing Jun Haotian's troubled expression, Jin Shiming quickly interjected. All right, Haotian, Uncle Jin has been through this. Such matters cannot be forced. Let everything unfold naturally. In truth, you need not worry too much about Sheener. After all, you saved her. If not for your timely intervention against the golden lion snake's venom, she might have already been a corpse. Golden lion snake? Are you referring to that golden python? Indeed. Jin Shiming nodded solemnly. I never expected Yun Tianji cleared his throat at the right moment, interrupting Jin Shiming's thoughts, and with a mischievous grin, he looked at Jun Haotian, young Haotian. I am increasingly puzzled by the cultivation method you practice. Not only have you reached such heights without any meridians, but you also managed to drain a king-level beast? Old man, don't try to pry answers from me. I won't tell you. All right. But if you ever find yourself consumed by desire, don't come seeking me for help. Yun Tianji chuckled wickedly. What do you mean by that? Rin Shu chimed in. Haotian, the golden lion snake is the most lascivious beast in existence. You have drained it. And as your cultivation rises, the effects will deepen. What? How could this be? Jin Deshao nearly jumped in shock. Yun Tianji grinned. Don't worry. You've already refined the golden lion snake. It won't harm your body, merely intensifying your desires. Moreover, it will enhance your performance in bed, making you irresistible to all women. Shangwan Sheener pouted. Master Yun, you are disrespectful. Yun Tianji chuckled at Shangwan Sheener. The old man speaks only the truth. But in the end, it is you, little girl, who will enjoy the benefits. What are you saying? I won't listen to you. Shangwan Sheener's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned and ran away. Yun Tianji squinted again, scrutinizing Jin Haotian with seriousness. Young Haotian, it seems you've broken through again. Of course, I am a genius. Jin Haotian declared proudly. What is your ability index? Surely you haven't reached the king level yet? Yun Tianji looked at Jin Haotian in astonishment. Jin Haotian closed his eyes momentarily, beginning introspection. Initially, his ability index had surged 6 levels after a blow from the Ghost King, jumping from 9-star general to 5-star commander, with an increase of 50,000. His martial arts prowess had reached the pinnacle of commander level. Such figures were indeed terrifying. Suddenly, Jin Deshao opened his eyes, declaring, the ability index is 89,600. Yun Tianji took a deep breath, then patted his chest, saying, fortunately, you haven't frightened the old man. If you had reached the king level, you would have broken the record again. However, Jin Haotian felt somewhat disappointed, for after his last encounter in the War God battlefield, where he had slain 500 iron cavalrymen, he had reaped substantial rewards. Why then did his progress seem so minimal after defeating 5,000 cavalrymen this time? If Yun Tianji knew that Jin Haotian was dissatisfied with a 30,000-point increase in ability index, he would surely be astounded. Yet, Jin Haotian forgot one crucial point. He was no longer merely an ability user. He also held the identity of a martial artist. And his martial arts cultivation had far surpassed his abilities. Haotian, has Jie not yet awakened? Jin Shiming suddenly asked. How do you intend to explain this to her? After pondering, Jin Haotian replied, what transpired between Sheener and me before her, coupled with witnessing so many exotic beasts overnight, is not beneficial for Jie. After all, she is not part of this world. What do you mean? Yun Tianji inquired with a smile. I think it would be best to keep this from Jie for now. Let us treat it as a dream. Jin Shiming contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, his voice slightly hoarse. Very well, let it be a benevolent lie. In a modest estate on the outskirts of Luoyang, An elderly man dressed in white paced anxiously in the living room. Sitting impatiently nearby were two middle-aged men. After watching their father pace for a long time, one finally spoke. "Father, what on earth has happened? Why do you appear so flustered?" The old man snorted, irritated. "Humph. What else could it be but your precious daughter?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled. "What about Sheener?" The old man sat down heavily, his piercing gaze narrowing. "She has awakened. Her bloodline has awakened." "Really?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in excitement. "Wonderful. Our Shangguan family has produced a breaker of laws. Fantastic." "Wonderful? Nonsense." The old man replied coldly. "Do you remember the circumstances surrounding the awakening of the Shangguan women's bloodlines? Do you recall our ancestors' teachings? What shall we do then?" The old man's face darkened further. "You think this secret can remain concealed from the Lin family? Once they discover Sheener is incomplete, our Shangguan family will be doomed." Sighing, the middle-aged man hesitated before finally saying, "Father, what if we call off the engagement?" "Call off the engagement?" The old man scoffed mockingly. "Do you think our Shangguan family can withstand the Lin family's wrath? What can we do then?" The middle-aged man grew anxious. "Send Fenger to the coast, no matter what. Ensure that man disappears from this world forever. Perhaps only then can we prevent future chaos." "Very well, I shall inform the wind," sighed the middle-aged man. The elder, with a pained expression, pressed his fingers to his brow and said, "Let us leave matters as they are for now, but it is imperative to keep this under wraps. Should the Lin family learn of this, even if I must swallow my pride and plead with the old ghost Lin, I doubt he would be overly harsh with our family. However, one thing is certain, that man must perish." The middle-aged man nodded solemnly, saying, "I understand, father. I shall handle this matter with care." Indeed, the elder let out a long, weary sigh. "Furthermore, ensure that Xiner returns promptly. She cannot remain in Binhai any longer. Who knows what trouble she might stir there? Rest assured, father, I will have Xiao Feng bring her back. If that proves insufficient, take the Imperial Guards along. The Binhai region is rife with hidden dangers. We cannot allow Xiao Feng to come to harm." The elder reiterated earnestly. The two middle-aged men nodded in unison and gradually retreated from the parlor. However, soon they were startled by the sound of shattering dishes from within the room, followed by the elder's furious roar. "This is outrageous. Simply outrageous." At Binhai International High School, young Master Jun once again indulged in the leisurely life of a student. As for the events of the previous night, though the young lady was filled with doubt, she found herself unable to confirm anything. Ultimately, she could only dismiss it as a dreadful nightmare. Yet each time she recalled that dream, it felt hauntingly real, leaving her with a lingering blush even now. On the top floor of the teaching building, Jun Haotian leaned languidly against the railing, while Sun Xiaohu, perched beside him, munched on a lunchbox, his gaze sweeping across the playground. "What are you looking at, Xiaohu?" Jun Haotian inquired with curiosity. Sun Xiaohu chuckled and replied, "Boss, haven't you noticed? Tang Yasi comes here every day to read. It's truly a feast for the eyes." Chapter 69. The schemes of Lian Jin. The girl seated on the lawn caught Jun Haotian's eye, her refreshing and elegant demeanor once stirring a flicker of emotion within the young master. Though she was hailed as one of the goddesses of the school alongside Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Sheener, Tang Yasi exuded a charm distinctly her own. Such a lovesick fool. Jun Haotian teased Sun Xiaohu. Sun Xiaohu, however, dismissed the remark, asserting, "How can I be lovesick when I have the privilege of seeing my goddess every day? It is a blessing." Jun Haotian shook his head in exasperation and suddenly inquired, "What does Tang Yasi's family do?" Sun Xiaohu's expression shifted in alarm. "Boss, you're not actually interested in Tang Yasi, are you? I'm merely asking out of curiosity. Look at how flustered you are." Jun Haotian scoffed. "Please, boss. There are so many girls who adore you. Just don't steal Tang Yasi from me. She is the only goddess in my heart." Sun Xiaohu replied, his face a mask of despair. Jun Haotian rolled his eyes. "If you truly like her, why not confess?" Sun Xiaohu lowered his head, seemingly filled with self-doubt. "Boss, you know how I am, lacking in height and appearance. How could Tang Yasi ever notice me?" With a firm pat on Sun Xiaohu's shoulder, Jun Haotian encouraged, "You must have confidence. If you lack self-belief, who would ever take notice of you?" "Boss, stop teasing me." As Jun Haotian lit a cigarette and gazed at Sun Xiaohu with a smirk, the hallway erupted with raucous sounds, as if something extraordinary was unfolding. There were even screams. A mischievous smile crept across Jun Haotian's face. He seemed to anticipate the spectacle. Sun Xiaohu, bewildered, turned to the entrance of the hallway, where a figure soon emerged before his eyes. Clad in a lily-colored gown, her long hair cascading like a dark waterfall down her back. Her makeup was now refreshingly simple and graceful, complemented by a pair of high heels. While she may not rival the likes of Jin Mingjie or Tang Yasi in beauty, the girl standing before Sun Xiaohu was nonetheless a striking beauty. Holding a bouquet of flowers, she gracefully approached Jun Haotian. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly confessed, "Haotian, I like you. May I be your girlfriend?" Jun Haotian smirked, casting a dismissive glance at the girl. "Du Shanshan, stop playing games." "But I mean it," she exclaimed, her urgency palpable. This girl was none other than the notorious Du Shanshan. In a dramatic transformation, she had shed her usual rebellious attire for the appearance of a demure schoolgirl, professing her feelings to Jun Haotian. The news of her confession swiftly spread throughout Binhai International School. Many had gathered on the rooftop, eager to witness the boy who could capture the heart of the spirited Du Shanshan. In a flowing white dress, Du Shanshan fluttered her starry eyes and insisted, "Haotian, believe me, I genuinely like you. I want to be your girlfriend." Jun Haotian tilted his head, amused. "Have you lost your mind? Or did you sustain a concussion last time you were beaten? How could you possibly like me?" With gritted teeth, Du Shanshan fervently nodded. "I like you without any reason." As she bowed her head, a wicked thought crossed her mind. "Jun Haotian, enjoy your confidence while it lasts. One day, I will have you begging at my feet." Jun Haotian smiled slightly. "Please, I have no time for your games. Why not seek out your brother Lien?" Suddenly, a devilish grin crossed Jun Haotian's face as he recalled something. "By the way, isn't Du Yuanyuan a relative of yours? Don't say I didn't warn you. I personally witnessed your brother Lien dining intimately with Du Yuanyuan." Du Shanshan's expression changed dramatically, and she shouted, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I don't lie," Jun Haotian replied with a sly smile. As he spoke, Jun Haotian casually leaped over the railing, brushing past Du Shanshan with nonchalance. Sun Xiaohu stood in stunned silence for a moment before exclaiming, "Boss, wait for me." Upon reaching the staircase's corner, Jun Haotian cast a pitying glance back at Du Shanshan and said, "From now on, don't play these games in my presence. It's futile. I will never be interested in a girl like you." Du Shanshan whirled around, throwing the flowers she held to the ground, and shouted, "Jun Haotian, remember this, I will not let you off easily. One day, I will make you submit to me." "Take your time," Jun Haotian retorted as he walked away. Just a few steps later, he caught sight of an exquisite face adorned in a light blue gown, her complexion pale, and her trembling fingers subtly raised. Lan Mushiwe looked at Jun Haotian and huffed, "It seems you truly have a way with the ladies." With that, she turned sharply and stormed off. Upon seeing Lan Mushiwe, a flash of understanding crossed Jun Haotian's mind. A series of images flickered in his thoughts, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he mused. "What do my romantic entanglements have to do with you, Xiao Xue? Boss, you're incredibly handsome. You even dared to reject Du Shanshan's confession," Sun Xiaohu chimed in. Catching up to him, Jun Haotian glanced at Sun Xiaohu, puffing with pride. "Of course, I'm handsome. Do you even need to mention it?" At that moment, the classroom buzzed with the news of Du Shanshan's confession. Jin Mingjie, listening intently, grew increasingly dismayed and turned to Shangwan Shiner. "Shiner, that lecherous guy is becoming more outrageous. I can't believe he has gotten involved with Du Shanshan. I think Brother Tian is simply stunning," Shangwan Shiner exclaimed, leaning on the table with excitement. "Huh?" Shangwan Shiner giggled at Jin Mingjie. "Jiedre, haven't you always had a feud with Du Shanshan? Just think. If Brother Tian takes her in, you could be the main wife, and she the secondary. You could have your way with her." Shangwan Shiner's thoughts were not only adorable, but also refreshingly audacious. When Jun Haotian returned to class, his enchanting gaze immediately sought out Shangwan Shiner, for their bond had transcended mere friendship. He wished to avoid any awkwardness stemming from the Du Shanshan incident. However, Shangwan Shiner's reaction was entirely unexpected. She flashed Jun Haotian a thumbs up and beamed at him. As soon as he resumed his seat, Jun Haotian received a brief text from Shangwan Shiner, "Brother Tian, go for it. Make Du Shanshan your concubine." Concubine, concubine. Jun Haotian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation while reading the message. He noticed Lan Mushiwe beside him, who let out a playful huff, her eyes narrowing as she pointedly stepped on his foot with her high heels. At that moment, Lan Mushiwe was seething with displeasure. After all, someone had openly declared their feelings for her fiancé, an affront she could not tolerate. Thus, she decided to give Jun Haotian a minor lesson. A sly smile crept across Jun Haotian's lips as he remained still. Soon, a loud crack echoed through the air. Lan Mushiwe instinctively looked down, bewildered to find that her heel had shattered, as if it had struck a stone, despite Jun Haotian not having moved an inch. The Lan family, while one of the 8 prominent clans, does not embody the essence of true practitioners. They tread the path of assassination. Although the head of the Lan family is a master of the T-King level, he is nevertheless an assassin of imperial caliber. Thus, Lan Mushua's kick bore minimal internal energy. In contrast, young Master Jun had recently opened 2 acupoints, and under the influence of the war god diagram, his martial prowess had transcended the king level, rendering his physical strength unparalleled. Yet, young Master Jun remained unyielding, as if the atmosphere were tranquil, devoid of any ripples. This stirred a sense of frustration in Lan Mushua, who muttered, "What is your relationship with that girl named Du Shanshan?" Only then did Jun Haotian slowly lift his gaze, perplexed, and inquire, "Classmate Lan, are you speaking to me?" Of course, who else would I be addressing? Lan Mushua almost felt as if her lungs would burst from indignation. Jun Haotian suddenly chuckled mischievously and remarked, "What does my relationship with her concern you, classmate Lan?" At a loss for words, Lan Mushua found herself momentarily speechless. She longed to declare to Jun Haotian that she was his fiancée, yet the words eluded her. With a fierce glare directed at him, she thought, "You think you're clever, huh? I will make you fall for me without you even realizing it. Then, I shall cast you aside, avenging your escape from our engagement." Jun Haotian merely smiled faintly, disregarding her. However, he soon heard the sound of a car horn, which faded into the distance. Through the window, he discerned that the occupant of the car was none other than Du Shanshan. This young lady stormed out of the school gate, seething with fury. "Ah, Du Shanshan. Do not say I did not look after you. Who told you to feast your eyes on another while still nibbling from my plate?" Young Master Jun chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Not far away, Jin Mingjie observed Jun Haotian's wicked grin with discontent, whispering to Shangwan Shiner, "So what if a girl confessed to you? Is it necessary to be so smug?" Shangwan Shiner giggled, "Jia, are you feeling jealous?" In a coastal estate, a sapphire Bentley sped through the entrance. Flanking the grand gate, 2 rows of individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses stood in respectful attention, none daring to impede the vehicle's passage. As the car zoomed past, the expressions of the 2 men in black darkened. What has happened to the second young lady? Surely someone has bullied her at school. Nonsense. In Benhai, who would dare to offend our Qingtong's second young lady? Indeed, Du Shanshan, in a fit of anger, returned to her family's main hall. The men in black promptly bowed in deference to her second young lady. Upon entering, Du Shanshan began to shout, "Du Yuan. Come out here. Get out here this instant." Impudence. A commanding voice suddenly echoed. Although the speaker had their back to Du Shanshan, she immediately fell silent. Chapter 70. Completing homework in a spacious living room of 300 square meters, at the center sat a set of Bengal tiger-striped sofas. In the middle of this arrangement, an elderly gentleman in his 60s sat upright, his eyes slightly opened, exuding an authoritative presence without anger. He was none other than Du Shanshan's father, Du Chunfeng, the head of the Benhai Qing gang. Flanking Du Chunfeng were 2 young men of similar age. One was Lian Jin, while the other was Du Chuanfeng's eldest son. Du Zhe, observing his youngest sister, Du Zhe suddenly stood up, looked her up and down, and chuckled, "Shanshan, what's going on with you? Have you transformed? The little tomboy has become a lady." "Brother." Du Shanshan playfully pouted at Du Zhe's teasing. "Oh dear, you're actually embarrassed. Did you intentionally dress up like this because you knew your brother was coming today?" As he spoke, Du Zhe exchanged knowing glances with Lian Jin, adding, "Lian Jin, what do you think? Isn't my sister looking quite good?" With a gentle smile, Lian Jin replied, "Shanshan has always been beautiful." Du Shanshan exchanged a shy glance with Lian Jin, her face flushing. "Where?" "Not at all." Du Chunfeng coldly interjected, "All right, my daughter. I have matters to discuss with Lian Jin. You may head upstairs now." "Oh, then, father, brother Lian, I'll go upstairs." Du Shanshan's voice trailed off. And with her appearance, one could hardly tell she was once a tomboy. She resembled a refined young lady instead. This transformation certainly made her quite alluring, prompting Lian Jin to steal a few more glances. Du Chunfeng, maintaining his calm demeanor, asked, "Lian Jin, how is that matter progressing?" With a resigned sigh, Lian Jin replied, "Uncle, I am incompetent. I have yet to win over that young lady from the Jin family." "Why not?" Du Zhe inquired, puzzled. "Lian Jin, wasn't that young lady always interested in you? It should have been a natural progression." Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Lian Jin stated, "That was years ago. No feeling can withstand the test of time. Moreover, Jin Mingjie is no longer that infatuated girl. She knows far more than I had imagined." "Haha, my dear nephew. If you can win her heart, that would indeed be splendid. If not, do not forget what we are capable of." Without evidence? I doubt Jin Qiming would dare to act rashly, Du Chunfeng remarked. Du Zhe added with a sinister smile, once we make it happen, what can Jin Qiming? That old fox do? Lian Jin forced a smile, thinking, if you knew who Jin Qiming hired as a bodyguard for his precious daughter, you would think differently. However, maintaining his composure, Lian Jin said, I believe it best if I refrain from taking the lead in this matter. I would prefer. A man speaks clearly. Without hesitation, Du Chunfeng interjected. Lian Jin quickly responded, this plan must be executed flawlessly, thus I require your assistance. Uncle, what strategy do you have in mind? Du Chunfeng queried. With a calm smile, Lian Jin seemed confident, I hope Uncle and Brother Du Zhe can lend me a hand. My plan is as follows. I wish for Brother Du Zhe to lead the Qin gang brothers to capture the Jin girl. Then, once the incident has stirred the city, I will step in. I believe it will make winning over Jin Mingjie considerably easier, and Jin Qiming, for the sake of his reputation, would not dare to interfere. Du Chunfeng's expression grew momentarily cold before he erupted into hearty laughter. Lian Jin, anxious, asked, what do you think, Uncle? Du Chunfeng nodded slowly, his gaze sharpened. Lian Jin, if Jin Mingjie is not a maiden of purity, will you care? A true man does not concern himself with trivialities. If it is merely the Jin group, then as for women, I can have as many as I desire in the future. Lian Jin confidently declared. Indeed, indeed. My nephew is certainly a person of great ambition. I have not misjudged you. Du Chunfeng replied. Does that mean you agree? Lian Jin asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. However, Du Chunfeng shook his head. Nephew, if the Qin gang offends Jin Qiming, what benefits will we reap? With a smile masking his inner thoughts, Lian Jin internally scoffed at the old fox. Yet, he had prepared for this. Raising 4 fingers, he proposed, 40%. I can transfer 40% of the pyramid group's wealth to the Qin gang. Du Chunfeng shook his head again, 50%. After a moment's contemplation, Lian Jin replied, deal. After some casual conversation, Lian Jin stood to leave, saying, I shall take my leave now and await good news from you, Uncle and Brother Du Zhe. I'll see you off. Du Zhe immediately rose to accompany him. The two left the Du family's living room together. Shortly after, Du Zhe returned. At this moment, Du Chunfeng remained seated on the sofa, spinning 2 silver balls in his hands, a peculiar smile on his lips. Casting a glance at Du Zhe, he asked, what do you think of Lian Jin's proposal? Du Zhe scoffed derisively. What is that Lian Jin thinking? He is nothing but a fool. Not a fool. Du Chunfeng chuckled. He simply harbors grand ambitions, yet is foolishly naive. He expects the Qin gang to risk everything while he reaps the benefits. Such a good deal does not exist. Du Zhe then grinned mischievously. Yet Jin Mingjie is indeed a tempting prize. Not only is she beautiful, but her family wealth is substantial. To tarnish her reputation and then leverage that to exert pressure is, I must admit, quite a cunning idea. Du Chunfeng chuckled but shook his head, as if he regarded Lian Jin merely as an inexperienced child. Father, what should we do? Du Zhe inquired. Du Chunfeng looked at his son and said, soon. The Qin gang will be under your command. What is your opinion? Du Zhe grinned with a sinister edge, since Lian Jin's thoughts are so grand. Why not turn the tables on him? Capture Jin Mingjie, and then. Du Chunfeng nodded. Very well, you shall handle this matter, but ensure it is done flawlessly, leaving no room for error. I want to see the entire pyramid group and Lian group as the end result. Rest assured, I am confident. Du Zhe assured. Du Chunfeng smiled again. Keep a close watch on Shan Shan. Do not let her get too close to Lian Jin. I know what to do. Du Zhe lit a cigarette, his eyes growing resolute. Whenever Du Chunfeng saw such determination in his son's gaze, a smile would inevitably appear. For he knew that a boy with such resolve would not fail, absolutely not. As night fell, draping the world in a dazzling array of lights and indulgence, Jun Haotian had grown accustomed to the nightlife of Binhai after 2 years. The languid, comforting atmosphere, though somewhat lacking in ambition, was undeniably pleasurable. The Dreamshinga, still ablaze with lights amidst the darkness, found Jin Mingjie seated unhappily on the living room sofa, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction as she glared at Jun Haotian. What is your relationship with that Du Shanshan? What happened between you two? Miss, you have asked this question 6 times tonight. Jun Haotian replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Indeed, Jie, you have asked this question many times. Shangwan Xiner chimed in, seemingly unfazed as she watched television. Shangwan Xiner, whose side are you on? The young lady demanded angrily. Quickly covering her mouth, Shangwan Xiner giggled. I am neutral. I'm just watching television. Don't mind me. Please continue. Jin Mingjie huffed, resuming her interrogation. So, will you tell me or not? I have reiterated numerous times that my private life is of no concern to you. The young master Jun Haotian's temper flared, and he spoke curtly. Once again, that same phrase. Jin Mingjie, filled with anger and injustice, felt tears welling up. Her eyes already reddening as she choked out. As your employer, I must ascertain whether this will affect your work. Rest assured, it will not impede this young master's duties. Jun Haotian replied coolly, then strode towards his room. At this moment, Jin Mingjie trembled with indignation. Humph. First it was Lu Yanran, then Lan Muxue. And now it's Du Shanshan. Do you think anyone cares about you? She glared at Shangwan Shiner, expressing her displeasure. All you do is watch television. Shangwan Shiner responded helplessly with a smile. Jie, what else can I do if I don't watch TV? You won't let me speak. Who said you couldn't talk? Jin Mingjie turned her head away, not wanting Shangwan Shiner to see her current state. However, Shangwan Shiner leaned in closer and said, Jie, I really feel that you don't need to be like this. If you like Tian Gage, just tell him directly. Even if you are jealous, he should be made aware. If you don't like Tian Gage, then you are just being unreasonable. Shiner, what are you saying? Do you think even you perceive me as being unreasonable? I'm merely speaking the truth. You. Inside the room, young Master Jun sat cross-legged, a dark golden glow swirling around him. Ever since he had drained the golden-lined snake, Jun Haotian had been unable to fully assimilate his powers, leaving him with an unsatisfactory feeling of unutilized strength. Moreover, as his supernatural abilities grew stronger, his mental fortitude lagged behind, necessitating more time for cultivation. Squeak, squeak. A faint sound interrupted Jun Haotian's thoughts. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a content little creature nestled upon him. The snow-white nine-tailed fox nuzzled against him, licking its lips in satisfaction, with traces of blood still lingering at the corners of its mouth. Jun Haotian's fingers gently stroked the creature's fur. Ever since his ascension, the white tiger Qiu had entered seclusion, remaining dormant in his dual space. Now, only the nine-tailed fox accompanied him. Although he never anticipated that this little creature would assume such a bloody role in Qiu's absence. As he ran his fingers through the fox's white fur, a mischievous smile played on his lips, his expression exuding charm. Young Master Jun remarked, Little one, are you well fed? Humph, those October assassins are truly bothersome. Today marks the third wave. Lan Muxue, you are testing my patience. A bit of a temper can be tolerated, but if this continues without end, it will become intolerable. Chapter 71. The culinary street of Lujiazui. As young Master Jun was murmuring to himself, the door suddenly creaked open, revealing a small head peeking in. Dressed in a white, sheer nightgown and sporting thick-soled flip-flops, she was quite the sight. Quietly, she closed the door behind her, her adorable face slightly flushed, appearing even more enchanting under the moonlight. Exiner, Jun Haotian whispered, his voice low yet tinged with surprise. Hush, Brother Tian, I sneaked out to avoid Jie. Shangwan Exiner giggled. You little rascal. It's so late, and you're still awake? Jun Haotian chuckled. Young Master Jun felt his cheeks warm at Shangwan Xiner's antics. Yay. Brother Tian can blush too. How adorable. You need to catch up on your homework from yesterday. She playfully poked his nose, as if to encourage him. At that moment, even the nine-tailed fox in the room covered its eyes, though its sparkling black eyes continued to dart through its delicate paws. Unbeknownst to young Master Jun, on this tranquil morning, little Lan Muxue was experiencing great turmoil. On the balcony of her seaside villa, sipping a cup of rich red tea, she could not suppress the panic rising within her. This dread stemmed from a dream, a terrifying nightmare. Last night, Miss Lan Muxue had dreamt of a group pursuing Jun Haotian, and no matter how desperately she screamed, she could not alter his fate, which culminated in him lying in a pool of blood. Reflecting on it now, she remained shaken to her core. Perhaps this was the manifestation of one's thoughts during the day haunting them at night. She reassured herself. He won't come to harm. He won't. Lan Muxue murmured. Suddenly, she waved her hand decisively, commanding, Take me to school. However, the middle-aged man standing behind her hesitated, saying Mississippi. Noticing his reluctance, Lan Muxue quickly inquired, Is something wrong? With a resigned nod, the man replied, Miss. It's about the task. The Black Rakshasa's mission has failed. The October Guard has struck thrice, and all three have vanished without a trace. They must have already perished. Lan Muxue let out a sigh of relief, truly fearful that her nightmare would manifest into reality. Yet soon, confusion set in. This was impossible. The October Guard was formidable. How could they fail 3 times in succession? However, with a furrowed brow, she abruptly commanded, Bring me the mission dossier. Yes, miss. The middle-aged man gestured, and someone promptly handed him a folder, which he respectfully presented to Lan Muxua. Please review, miss. Opening the dossier, her gaze immediately fell on the target individual, but upon seeing those three characters, her pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly standing, her complexion turned ashen and icy. Miss, what's wrong? With a sharp thud, Lan Muxua slammed the folder onto the table, declaring firmly, immediately cease the mission. But there's no room for discussion. This matter is non-negotiable. After a brief pause, she reiterated, issue a command. No one is to take on this task, or they'll be opposing the Lan family. The middle-aged man, somewhat perplexed, nodded in compliance. Understood. Miss, I shall proceed at once. Wait, Lan Muxua added. Inform the Black Rakshasa that if they dare to undertake this mission again, they should prepare for annihilation. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the man. Standing on the balcony, she gazed out at the vast sea, her fury unabated, her cold eyes narrowing as she muttered, I would never harm my own man. Yet you dare to touch him, Wang Hui. You seek death. In the living room of Mengxin Pavilion, Shangguan Xiner and Jin Mingjie were engaged in conversation at the dining table. At that moment, young Master Jun emerged from his room, and Shangguan Xiner immediately flashed a sweet smile at him. Good morning, Brother Tian. Surprised that the lively girl was still so energetic after a night of fun. Jun Haotian hesitated before returning her smile. Xiner, good morning. He then plopped down beside her, prompting a faint huff from the young lady, seemingly expressing her displeasure. Yet, oblivious to this, Jun Haotian continued to tease the nine-tailed fox perched on his shoulder, while the fox on the ground snorted disdainfully. Its snowy fur was as soft as silk, and his fingers glided over it with a delightful sensation. Little Snow, come here. Shangguan Xiner beckoned, wiggling her fingers. Jun Haotian, puzzled, asked Xiner, who is Little Snow? With a giggle, Shangguan Xiner pointed at the nine-tailed fox on his shoulder. That one. It's snowy white. So I named it Little Snow. Immediately, both Jin Mingjie and Jun Haotian were left speechless. Jin Mingjie shot a glance at Jun Haotian. You woke up late today? Leaving us hungry. We're still famished. Figure something out. Looking at Jin Mingjie, Jun Haotian chuckled wryly. Miss, your father hired me to ensure your safety. Not to be your chef. Jin Mingjie, still irked by yesterday's events, sought an outlet for her frustration, but found Jun Haotian as stubborn as a rock. She thought to herself, that insufferable Jun Haotian. Doesn't he know how to indulge a girl? Seeing Jin Mingjie sulking, Jun Haotian smiled helplessly. Let us go. Where to? With a mysterious smile, young Master Jun replied, I'm taking you out for a meal. Yay. Shangguan Xina was the first to leap up, her stomach already growling after a night of excitement. The three exited Mengxin Pavilion, stepping into a sleek black BMW. With a blue city sprite trailing behind, Jin Mingjie's new ride. Since her previous Beetle was rendered unusable, she had acquired this compact vehicle from Jin Shiming, which suited her perfectly. However, today it was not Jin Mingjie at the wheel, but Shangguan Xiner, who had long coveted this car and finally seized her chance. Xiner, drive slowly, Jin Mingjie admonished. Yet, as if still riding the adrenaline from last night, Shangguan Xiner sped ahead, closely tailing Jun Haotian's car. Jin Mingjie glared at the BMW, muttering, that scoundrel, he's not much of a man. He's just competing with a girl. Shangguan Xiner pouted, looking at Jin Mingjie. Jie, you could find out if Brother Tian is a man by trying. In truth, she yearned to inform Jin Mingjie that Brother Tian was as manly as they come. Fiercely strong. Taken aback, Jin Mingjie retorted, Xiner, what are you thinking? Girls shouldn't have such thoughts. Oh, Shangguan Xiner exclaimed, then mischievously grinned. But I'm merely speaking the truth. If you don't try, it'll be your loss. Xiner. Jin Mingjie elongated her tone. All right. I want to say anything more. Shangguan Xiner pouted, yet a sweet smile lingered on her face. The Azure City sprite trailed closely behind Jun Haotian's black BMW. Glancing at the vehicle ahead, Jin Mingjie wondered aloud, Xia, where is he taking us? Shangguan Xiner chuckled and shrugged, saying, I don't know either, but who cares? As long as there's delicious food. Jin Mingjie found Shangguan Xiner's attitude rather exasperating and retorted, Xia, do you really trust that scoundrel so easily? Just be careful, or you might end up being sold off while foolishly counting his money. With a serious tone, Jin Mingjie continued, you must be more vigilant in the future, otherwise, you could easily find yourself at a disadvantage. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be so easily deceived, but Brother Tian is an exception. He would never trick me. Shangguan Xiner replied confidently. Chapter 72. You are quite arrogant, Jin Mingjie hesitated, pondering, what kind of enchanting potion did that scoundrel give Sheener? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but recall the events of that fateful night. Her heart sinking. Surely, Sheener hasn't fallen under his spell. Observing Shangwan Sheener's increasingly sweet smile, Jin Mingjie's ominous premonitions intensified. Instinctively, her gaze wandered over Shangwan Sheener. Shangwan Sheener quickly sensed something amiss and asked curiously, Jia, what are you looking at? Jin Mingjie scrutinized Shangwan Sheener and replied, Sheener, don't you realize something is off about you? What could possibly be wrong with me? Shangwan Sheener replied, puzzled. Humph. Jin Mingjie scoffed, my figure is perfectly standard. Unlike yours, which resembles that of a cow. As she spoke, Jin Mingjie raised 2 fingers to mimic horns. You're just envious and jealous. Shangwan Sheener teased, pouting and laughing. Who would envy you? Jin Mingjie retorted, scoffing. Though they appeared to be bickering, this was merely the nature of their friendship. Playful banter only strengthened their bond. After all, neither of them took it to heart. However, Shangwan Sheener's comment did prompt Jin Mingjie to scrutinize her own figure. Her heart conflicted. Does that scoundrel prefer Sheener over me because I am lacking? As she pondered, Jin Mingjie shook her head vigorously, her expression turning indignant. Soon, 2 vehicles arrived at the back of Binhai International High School, an area belonging to Lujiazui, known for its famous snack street, due to its proximity to the school. Wow. I never knew there was such an exciting place here, Jia. It seems we've never been here before. Shangwan Sheener exclaimed, taking a deep breath. It smells so good. Jin Mingjie was momentarily taken aback. The young lady had always dined at home and was unaware that such a hidden gem existed behind their school. Licking her lips, she murmured, that's definitely the aroma of crab roe pan-fried buns. At that moment, Jun Deshao appeared at the car door. A charming smile gracing his face as he squinted and said, all right, let us get out. Today we shall indulge in the most authentic Binhai breakfast. Tangji Shinjian is renowned as the most prestigious and oldest establishment on Lujiazui South Food Street. The quaint decor of the shop bore the marks of age, with the characters Tang, Ji showing signs of wear. Yet, these 2 characters testified to a history that had unfolded over decades. The modest shop was clean and tidy, with vintage tables and chairs that seemed to have witnessed the passage of time. In the kitchen, an elderly woman was bustling about, beads of sweat on her brow. Yet her face radiated a genuine smile, a reflection of her inner joy. Beside her, a girl in school uniform was also hard at work, chiding, Grandma. How many times must I tell you? Why won't you listen? Uncle and Dad aren't lacking in money to support you. Why must you insist on running the shop? Despite her complaints, the girl worked diligently. The elderly woman, looking at her only granddaughter, smiled warmly and said, Yasi. It's almost time. Hurry to school. I'll finish this round before I go. The girl replied, skillfully kneading the dough while grumbling. Your stubbornness is worse than a bull's. The elderly woman wiped the sweat from her forehead, her wrinkled face slightly furrowing. Yet a hint of happiness sparkled in her eyes as she said, Yasi, it's not that Grandma is stubborn. This shop has existed since the Republic era. It holds the essence of your great-grandfather and grandfather's life's work. I don't want Tang Ji to fade into oblivion. If only those boys at home could inherit this craft. At my age, are you still sulking with Uncle and the others? It's not sulking. It's about proving that this shop has lasted 70 years, with its own memories and history. The elderly woman spoke, tears glistening in her eyes as if recalling something. The girl sighed softly, falling silent. In truth, the significance of a time-honored establishment lies not merely in its flavors, but in the indelible memories it embodies. The familiar sensations it evokes, and the cherished recollections of each patron. Grandma Tang, 1 bowl of savory soy milk and a basket of pan-fried buns, just like always. All right, the elderly woman replied with confidence. With deft hands, the girl emerged carrying a bowl of soy milk and a basket of pan-fried buns. Just as Jun Haotian and his companions arrived for breakfast, Shangwan Sheener glanced around and noticed, it seems like all the seats are taken. Should we go to another place? Let us stay here. This is the best place on the street. Shangwan Sheener declared, brimming with confidence. How do you know? Jin Mingjie questioned skeptically, eyeing Shangwan Sheener. Shangwan Sheener proudly replied, pointing to her nose, my nose isn't, just for show. As a girl passed by them, Jun Haotian's expression momentarily froze. His mind racing. Tang Yasi, what is she doing here? Brother Tian, what should we eat? Shangwan Sheener inquired. Jun Haotian slowly smiled, saying, whatever Sheener likes, we shall have. Yay. I want a bowl of sweet soy milk, some side dishes, and 2 baskets of crab roe pan-fried buns. Shangguan Shiner exclaimed joyfully. Jun Haotian affectionately patted her head and smiled. All right. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Jun Haotian's ears, unmistakably belonging to a regular patron. Grandma, I'm here. Same as always. Jun Haotian turned abruptly, and the newcomer looked equally surprised. A smile spread across Jun Haotian's face as he thought, is this what they call the early bird catches the worm? Boss. The newcomer exclaimed, recognizing Jun Haotian. The familiar figure was none other than Sun Xiaohu. Jun Haotian smiled at him and said, you rascal, taking advantage of the situation. With that, he gave Sun Xiaohu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Sun Xiaohu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and chuckled, boss, please don't tease me. Suddenly, Sun Xiaohu sensed something was off and glanced up at Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Shiner, who stood quietly beside Jun Haotian, causing him to feel a wave of nervousness. After all, encountering 3 goddesses at once would make anyone anxious, and he stammered, boss, this is Jin and Shangguan. Are you all together? Indeed. No. Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Shiner responded simultaneously, yet their answers were entirely contradictory. Clearly, Shangguan Shiner was unbothered by Sun Xiaohu, knowing her relationship with Jun Haotian, while Jin Mingjie was deeply concerned. This Sun Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. Jun Deshao, however, remained unfazed, casually saying, Xiaohu, don't mind them, just consider this a chance encounter. Jin Mingjie retorted, it is indeed a chance encounter. Observing the two bicker and glancing at Shangguan Shiner's mischievous grin, even Sun Xiaohu, though dim-witted, could sense the awkwardness and chuckled sheepishly. I understand. Jin Mingjie shot Sun Xiaohu a fierce glare. What do you understand? Jun Haotian quickly interjected, Xiaohu, are you a regular here? Sun Xiaohu, stealing a glance at Tang Yasi, who was busy nearby, nodded shyly. Since starting school, I come here every day. At that moment, the elderly woman emerged from the kitchen. Beaming as she looked at Sun Xiaohu, Xiaohu, welcome. Today, you have arrived quite late. Grandma has saved your favorite seafood dumplings for you. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, make your way to class without delay. Thank you, Grandma. At this moment, the number of patrons in Tang's kitchen began to dwindle, and the 4 of them found a seat and settled down. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, observing Tang Yasi as she walked away towards the school, her figure gradually fading from view. However, this gaze did not sit well with Jin Mingjie, who instinctively huffed, be careful your eyes don't pop out. At the same time, Sun Xiaohu was also watching Tang Yasi's receding silhouette, mistakenly believing Jin Mingjie was referring to him, and he chuckled awkwardly. This provided a slight reprieve from the awkwardness for Jun Haotian. Xiaohu, do you really have feelings for Tang Yasi? Jun Haotian teased. Sun Xiaohu quickly gestured for silence, saying, boss, keep your voice down. Aye. Jun Haotian took a sip of soy milk and bit into a dumpling, the rich broth instantly filling his mouth. And he smiled gently, what is there to be embarrassed about in liking someone? But I am not worthy of her. Sun Xiaohu lamented. Jin Mingjie interjected with a scoff. At least you have some self-awareness. Girls like Jin Mingjie, endowed with natural beauty, often carry an air of pride. Listening to her words, Sun Xiaohu lowered his head in contemplation, lost in thought. Just then, Tang Yasi rushed back, breathless. Grandma, it's bad. They are coming again. Who are they? Both Sun Xiaohu and Jun Haotian exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of who could cause such alarm in Tang Yasi. As they observed her panting for breath, Grandma Tang hurriedly wiped the sweat from Tang Yasi's forehead, reassuring her, Yasi, do not fear. I've been here for decades. Surely I am not afraid of them. But Grandma. Tang Yasi remained anxious, for those individuals did not appear benevolent. In the midst of their conversation, a group entered from outside, clad in black suits and sunglasses. Leading them was a rotund middle-aged man, whose smile darkened ominously, his sinister gaze suggesting a dubious character. All of you clear out. This is the Qin gang's territory. The thugs began to shout. The patrons exchanged furtive glances and discreetly exited. In an instant, Tang's kitchen fell into silence. For the name of the Qin gang had been notorious for many years, everyone recalling the legends of Huang Jinrong and Du Yuesheng from days gone by. Chapter 73. This fellow is quite the pretender. The middle-aged man approached the old lady with a cheerful demeanor, saying, And Tang, have you given it some thought? The old lady glared at him, retorting, What is there to consider? Let me tell you, my Tang Ji has stood here for over 70 years, unaffected by wind or rain, and I will absolutely not move. And Tang, why make things difficult for yourself? Don't let money be the issue. Our young master has stated that if you relinquish this land, we can compensate you threefold. What do you say? The middle-aged man replied with a grin. Impossible. The old lady firmly declined. The expression on the middle-aged man's face began to sour, and his henchman kicked over a table, rudely threatening, "Old hag. Don't overestimate your worth. Watch your old bones." The old lady snorted, "Put away your thuggish tactics. Decades ago, even Du Yueshin came to me personally, and I was not afraid of him. So why would I fear you little rascals now?" After her disdainful snort, Jun Haotian suddenly sensed something was amiss. This old lady was no ordinary person. The powerful aura surrounding her was not something a common individual possessed. At that moment, curiosity ignited within him, and his playful demeanor grew increasingly serious. Well, old hag, you're getting a bit haughty after just a few words. Let me see if I want to cleave you in two," the middle-aged man exclaimed. He then halted his subordinate, admonishing, "What are you doing? Did you forget how I taught you? Even in our line of work, one must remain courteous. Resorting to violence is foolish. We should wield the blade of the law." Yes, Master Lu." The subordinates promptly stepped aside, trembling. Master Lu smiled faintly, casually finding a seat and propping his leg up. "Aunt Tang, let me be frank with you. This area has already been approved for government planning. Even if you refuse to move, it will be of no consequence. When the demolition team arrives, you'll find yourself in a predicament. You shameless scoundrels." Tang Yasi shouted in fury. Master Lu chuckled wickedly. "Oh, what a lovely young lady. However, I must disagree with your statement. We are conducting our affairs according to the rules, reasonably and lawfully. How can you call us shameless?" Suddenly, Master Lu recalled something and added, "By the way, Aunt Tang, it seems your 3 sons are doing quite well, with one even being a government official." The old lady's eyes widened in alarm. "What are you planning?" Master Lu grinned maliciously. "I have no intentions, but you must understand that political strife is ruthless. Who's to say your son won't end up in the prosecutor's office due to corruption? It's quite uncertain. Wouldn't you agree? You are quite arrogant." Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes, lighting a cigarette and gazing at Master Lu with an expression akin to observing a corpse. Master Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected to encounter someone in Beihai who wasn't afraid of the Qing Gang's name. He remained silent. But one of his henchmen glared at Jun Haotian, saying, "Kid, this doesn't concern you. Scram, or I'll make sure you leave horizontally." Jun Haotian smirked nonchalantly. "Is that so? You really don't know how to stay alive." At this moment, the old lady grew anxious. "Xiaohu, take your classmates and leave here at once." She then cast a meaningful glance at Tang Yasi, saying, "Yasi, go to class, dear." Son Xiaohu, trembling in fear, nodded instinctively, "Oh." However, Jun Haotian showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he continued to regard Master Lu with a mocking smile. Master Lu chuckled, "Kid, it seems you truly fear nothing." On the side, Shangguan Shiner almost burst into laughter upon hearing Master Lu's words, thinking, "I wonder who is truly fearless. Brother Tian taking care of you is but a matter of moments." However, Jin Mingjie, unwilling to cause trouble, stood up and said, "Shiner, let us go." Shangguan Shiner, dissatisfied, replied, "Jie, I still want to see the commotion. Why must we leave so soon?" Jin Mingjie's expression darkened. Shangguan Shiner, helpless, glanced at Jun Haotian. He waved his hand, saying, "Just go to class with Jie. The scene below is too bloody and violent for girls to witness." "Oh." Shangguan Shiner nodded, reluctantly following Jin Mingjie out. Yet, within Jin Mingjie, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed. "Shiner, you little traitor. I told you to leave, but you hesitated. That rogue says a word, and you obediently comply. It infuriates me." As Jin Mingjie and Shangguan Shiner departed, the sounds of several trucks approached the street. Master Lu snapped his fingers, and his subordinates respectfully offered him fine cigars and a light. The rich aroma wafted through the air as Master Lu remarked, "The main players have arrived." Sun Xiao, who trembled nervously, asking Jun Haotian, "Boss, who exactly is coming?" Jun Haotian remained unfazed, sarcastically responding, "Xiaohu, it seems you need some education. Those arriving are undoubtedly the most elite secret forces from our nation, along with the city management team and the demolition task force." "Damn," Sun Xiaohu cursed. Soon, a group of individuals clad in city management uniforms rushed in, seemingly ignoring Master Lu entirely, and directly addressed the old lady, "Old woman, we've notified you 3 times already. Why haven't you moved out?" The old lady huffed, "Why should I move out?" The city officials arrogantly declared, "Your establishment is affecting the city's appearance. You must vacate, otherwise we will enforce the law." Jun Haotian shook his head. "What nonsense about enforcement? This is clearly a case of collusion and violent coercion." "You little brat, what did you say?" One city official stepped forward, ready to grab Jun Haotian. However, Jun Haotian swiftly dodged, pretending to take out his phone, evading the official's grasp. "You brat," the official cursed angrily. By then, Jun Haotian had already dialed a number. And a bright voice soon responded, "This is Lu Yinran." "Captain Lu, long time no see." Jun Haotian replied with a grin. "Captain Lu Yinran." Having solidified her position as the special police team leader after the jewelry heist incident, was no longer doubted by anyone, thanks in part to Jun Haotian. Yet, she had often wondered if that night's events had been a dream. The horrifying images lingered in her mind, particularly Jun Haotian's heroic silhouette. That night, she had no recollection of how she returned home. She had always considered it a nightmare. Today, upon receiving Jun Haotian's call, although he maintained a teasing tone, it instinctively sent chills down her spine, reminding her of that nightmarish experience. You're Jun Haotian," Lu Yinran stammered. Your injuries are healed?" "Long healed. Thank you for your concern, Captain Lu," Jun Haotian replied with a smile. "Is there something you need? I've encountered a bit of trouble. Could you assist me?" I'm in a meeting right now." "Oh, then I'll just call my brother. I heard Jun Haotian isn't been high these days. I'll go find him instead." "Wait, what did you say? Haotian isn't been high? Clarify," Lu Yinran urged. Jun Haotian continued to jest. "It's not something that can be explained in a few words over the phone." "Where are you?" Lu Yinran promptly inquired. "Oh, I'm at the Tangji Xinjian restaurant in Lujiazui. You'd best bring a few more people." The young master found himself encircled. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, one could only speculate on the actions he might take. Without further ado, he hastily terminated the call. The urban management officers, observing Jun Haotian's abrupt disconnection, exchanged sinister smiles, taunting, "Little brat, has the performance concluded?" "Not yet." Jun, tilting his head with a dark grin, exuded an ominous aura. In an instant, his legs shot out with an impeccable precision, despite his seated position, demonstrating an extraordinary quality. The officers barely registered the movement before they felt a searing pain in their abdomens, their bodies propelled into the air. Although he did not channel internal energy into the kick, Jun, a seasoned warrior from the battlefield, possessed a physical prowess that was nothing short of astonishing. The strike rendered one officer incapable of gathering energy in his dantian, a fate far worse than death for a practitioner. For an ordinary man, it was nearly as dire. He would never again lead a normal life. Sun Xiaohu gazed at Jun Haotian, his eyes widening in shock. "Boss, that was incredibly fierce." Tang Yasi, watching from the side, had Jun's profile etched in her memory, a moment of breathtaking allure flickering in her eyes before quickly fading. "Little brat, you seek death." The captain of the urban management team commanded, "Brothers, seize him and incapacitate him." Jun Haotian sighed inwardly, mocking the absurdity of their rhetoric. Such a heavy air of the underworld. No wonder they say urban management officers are merely thugs in uniforms. For officers restrained Jun, two gripping his arms while the others seized his wrists. Luya's subordinates contemplated intervening but were halted by his command. Together, the officers exerted their strength. For any ordinary person, such pressure would have rendered their arms useless. Yet, Jun maintained his wicked smile. "Little brat, if you keep laughing, you'll soon find a reason to do so." Jun scoffed. "Oh, is that so?" In an instant, his gaze sharpened, and his arms, having taken countless lives, spun like iron in the air without his body shifting. The four officers, holding him down, found themselves spiraling through the air. "Boss, this is incredible!" Sun Xiaohu exclaimed in terror. "Want to learn? This is called the Iron Arm." Jun teased. He executed 2.5 somersaults forward, twisting 3.5 times before landing gracefully. Jun Haotian chuckled as he observed the unfortunate officers, who now lay prone, their backsides hitting the ground with a thud. Although not from a great height, they fell from at least 2 meters. Looking down at the fallen officers, Jun Haotian remarked with a playful smile, "What a perfect performance. You'd be wasting your talents if you didn't compete in the Olympics in Britain." Chapter 74. The Duel of Magic. The remaining city management officers began to retreat slowly, hesitant to approach Jun Haotian any further. However, Mr. Lu stood up and approached Jun Haotian, saying, "Sir, we were rash in our words earlier, and I apologize for that. I hope you will refrain from intervening in this matter. Even if it costs us a favor, we shall owe you one." It must be said that Mr. Lu was indeed a notable figure, a young man possessing such audacity, and more importantly, remaining composed even after confronting the city management officers, surely had some backing. It is always preferable to have such a person as an ally rather than an adversary. "No," Jun Haotian replied after sipping his soybean milk to moisten his throat. "Why?" Mr. Lu could not comprehend this, considering the Green Gang held considerable influence in Binhai. Even Jean Chiming had to show them respect. Jun Haotian chuckled. The reason is quite simple. I have finally found a place to enjoy breakfast, and you intend to demolish it. Where am I to have my breakfast then? Mr. Liu was taken aback by such an absurd reason, but he quickly smiled and said, "That's easily resolved. We only require this plot of land. We can compensate the old lady with a larger and more luxurious establishment. How does that sound?" Jun Haotian shook his head again. Still not acceptable. This place is close to the school, and I do not have the time to deter. Kid, you are pushing your luck. If you wish to court death, we shall grant you that. Jun Haotian narrowed his eyes and coldly scoffed. What are you? Dare to speak to me in such a manner? Even Jean does not dare to address me so. Not to mention, your young lady, Du Shanshan, remained silent after I dealt with her. Who do you think you are? In the next moment, Jun Haotian stood up and walked over deliberately. The men in black immediately became alert, yet they seemed to be immobilized, unable to move. And even Mr. Liu began to sweat profusely. Jun Haotian approached Mr. Liu, smirking. Save your efforts. Your external martial arts skills are insufficient to contend with my strength. You. At that moment, Mr. Liu truly felt a chill in his heart, realizing he had encountered someone formidable. Mr. Liu was a practitioner of external martial arts, but by the standards of the ability world, he was merely a novice, while Jun Haotian was on an entirely different level. Jun Haotian then approached one of the small henchmen who had just spoken, and with a resounding slap, the man's face was instantly twisted, and 2 bloodied teeth flew from his mouth. Mind your words in the future. Today I am in a good mood. Otherwise, you would not return, Jun Haotian warned. At that moment, 2 car horns sounded from outside, and Jun Haotian clapped his hands, saying, "Finally, they're here. The special police are so slow." In the next instant, Jun Haotian performed an act that left even Sun Xiaohu feeling immensely embarrassed, causing both Tang Ape and Tang Yasi to stare in disbelief. The once imposing Jun Haotian suddenly covered his head with his hands, fleeing in panic while shouting, "Oh no. The underworld is killing people." Mr. Liu, drenched in cold sweat, thought to himself, this guy is such a show-off. Who is killing whom? Jun Haotian's performance was indeed extraordinary, at least in the eyes of everyone at Tang's establishment. As Jun Haotian fled, the members of the Green Gang began to stir. However, the fear in Mr. Liu's heart could not be extinguished in his eyes. Jun Haotian must have employed some kind of sorcery. Yet, Tang Ape saw clearly and seemed to be muttering something under her breath. Outside the Tang establishment, Lu Yanran, accompanied by several special police officers, approached. Upon seeing Lu Yanran, Jun Haotian rushed to her, as if she were a long-lost relative, grabbing her and exclaiming, "Captain Liu, you finally arrived. They are killing people. The underworld is killing people." At this moment, the members of the Green Gang also emerged from the Tang establishment. Lu Yanran and Mr. Liu were familiar faces, but both were now curiously observing Jun Haotian, simultaneously thinking, "Keep acting. Let us see how far you can go." It wasn't long before Lu Yanran inquired, "What exactly happened?" Mr. Liu quickly stepped forward, fearing that Jun Haotian might distort the truth, and even more so, that the young master's performance might be excessive, leaving him with a nauseous urge. "Captain Liu, I did not expect you to come. It's been a few days. And you look even more beautiful. Lu Changhong, have you stirred up trouble again?" Lu Yanran coldly regarded Mr. Liu, speaking bluntly. Lu Changhong quickly waved his hands. "This is a misunderstanding, Captain Liu." Jun Haotian timidly hid behind Lu Yanran, poking his head out and wrinkling his nose. "What misunderstanding? You nearly killed me. In this great nation of law, how can there be such unrestrained villains like you? You are going too far." Lu Changhong's face turned ashen, thinking, this kid is utterly deranged. "Captain Liu, let me explain. The situation is as follows." Lu Changhong rambled on, of course omitting any mention of the Green Gang's actions, instead portraying the matter from a developer's perspective, citing legal grounds. Lu Yanran turned to Jun Haotian and asked, "Is that how it happened?" Jun Haotian feigned a pout, saying, "What developer? They're merely bandits. Look at them. They have no development permits. And those city management officers didn't present any enforcement credentials. Who knows who they are? They barged in, smashing tables and destroying property, like a gang of robbers." Lu Changhong was momentarily speechless, thinking, where did this guy come from? How can he spout such nonsense? I've never heard of city management needing enforcement credentials. However, Lu Yanran clearly held no fondness for the Green Gang, waving her hand and ordering, "Take them all back. We will investigate slowly." Lu Changhong's expression shifted. "Captain Liu, I fear you lack that authority. You are from the special police. This matter is a civil dispute. Even if you wish to intervene, it should be the police's responsibility. Lu Yinren coldly laughed. Oh, is that so? I do not see it that way. What I see is a gang chasing after ordinary citizens. You have already engaged in violent crime, which falls under our special police jurisdiction. Lu Changhong was furious. Captain Lu, how can you distort the truth? Did I? Lu Yinren replied dismissively. Lu Changhong, feeling helpless, took out his phone, saying, in that case, I request to call my boss. Go ahead. Lu Changhong promptly dialed the number. On the other end, a lazy voice responded. Old Lu, is the matter resolved? Have you brought back that girl, Tang Yasi? I'm sorry, young master. There's been a bit of a situation. Though it was a phone call, Jun Haotian's keen hearing picked up every word. And he thought, so these guys are not just interested in the liquor trade. With that thought, Jun Haotian snorted coldly and pulled out his phone. Lu Yinren, quick on her feet, asked, what are you doing? Jun Haotian, brimming with confidence, replied, what else? I'm looking for someone. Are they the only ones allowed to search? If it's a game of rules, I'll play it better. Young Master Du Zhe had once caught sight of Tang Yasi and was utterly captivated. He immediately embarked on a fervent pursuit, but unfortunately, Tang Yasi showed no interest, even expressing her disdain for such a young master's antics. Whenever she spotted Du Zhe, she would take a detour, which ignited a fury within him. However, as a young master of the Green Gang, Du Zhe was not easily thwarted. Somehow, he managed to uncover Tang Yasi's family background. Initially, Du Zhe was quite vexed, for Tang Yasi's relatives, whether her uncles or her father, were formidable figures. While they might not be as prominent as Jin Qiming, they certainly held some stature in Binhai, making them difficult to deal with. Through relentless perseverance, Du Zhe finally uncovered the Tang Ji Sheng Jin restaurant. Thus, the young master Du Zhe resolved to launch his initiative from this point. After navigating countless connections, he successfully secured the development rights to this parcel of land. Just as victory seemed imminent, an unexpected complication arose. In the opulent suite of Yunlai Bar, Du Zhe cradled a stunning beauty in one arm while he grasped his phone with the other, dialing a number. Soon, a commanding voice resonated from the other end. This is Wu Jiaming. Du Zhe responded with a cheerful tone. Director Wu? This is Du Zhe. The voice on the other end softened quickly. Xiao Zhe, what is the matter? Director Wu, I've encountered a slight issue with my development project in Lijiazui. Du Zhe recounted the situation. After a brief silence, the voice expressed disbelief. How is this possible? The special police have no authority to do that? After a moment's pause, the voice escalated. Xiao Zhe, wait a moment. I will contact the political and legal committee to inquire about this. All right. Thank you, Director Wu. Du Zhe replied with a shadowy smile, though his tone remained fervent. Wu Jiaming chuckled lightly. Xiao Zhe, there is no need to be so formal. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to reach out. I will do my utmost to assist. Meanwhile, as Du Zhe was on the phone with Wu Jiaming, Jun Deshao also placed a call. In Binhai, the individuals with whom Jun Deshao could engage meaningfully were either Jin Qiming or the old man Yun. However, this time, he chose not to contact either of them. Instead, he directly reached out to Long Xin. It was well known that the family capable of nurturing a master like Lang Xin was certainly not a minor clan. Jun Haotian, you finally remembered me. I thought you were dead. Lang Xin seemed somewhat excited. Jun Deshao laughed heartily. That is not something I would expect you, Lang Xin, to say. What is going on? Feigning mystery, Lang Xin paused, and then said, I must tell you, since Ao Xue returned from the bar last time, she has been quite distracted, always clutching her phone. From my observations, you might have a chance. Hurry up and make an effort. It may not be long before I can call you brother-in-law. Jun Deshao offered a bittersweet smile. Let us not rush into familial titles just yet. Your brother-in-law is currently in a predicament, so please lend a hand. Listening to Jun Haotian's troubles, Lang Xin chuckled ruefully. You always find yourself in trouble. After a pause, his tone turned serious. Rest assured, even the secretary in Binhai must give me some regard. I will handle this matter for you. Great. I look forward to your good news. Jun Haotian replied with a smile. After hanging up, Lu Yinren softly remarked, your friend certainly has a grandiloquent manner. Jun Haotian paid no heed to Lu Yinren, but locked eyes with Lu Changhong, the two seemingly at odds. However, within, Jun Deshao felt an overwhelming sense of pride and excitement, for it had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge him, especially in the realm of political maneuvering. In Kyoto, those who dared to vie with Jun Deshao often faced dire consequences. Although he was once deemed uneducated, he wielded an alarming prowess in navigating these rules, bolstered by the formidable strength of the Jun family, leaving no one in Kyoto willing to provoke him. Chapter 75. He did not attend class. Lu Changhong now exuded an air of invincibility. while Jun Haotian appeared self-satisfied and utterly unperturbed. The one filled with anxiety was Lu Yanran, who was anxiously awaiting a phone call. Are you truly this confident? To stave off her rising tension, Lu Yanran could only engage in casual conversation with Jun Haotian. Jun Haotian, with an air of nonchalance, lit a cigarette, embodying a flamboyant demeanor as he remarked, "Trust me, it seems you've forgotten my surname. What is your surname?" "Jun, of course." The moment the words left her lips, Lu Yanran felt an unexpected surge of confidence. The Jun family was not numerous in this nation, and the young man before her hailed from the same clan as Haotian, suggesting he possessed formidable connections in the capital. Reassured, Lu Yanran began to relax. However, just as she let her guard down, her phone rang. Upon seeing the number, Lu Yanran felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This was not a work-related call. It was a personal one from a number she recognized, the mobile of the Binhai Political and Legal Committee. "Uncle Son." "Yes, Yanran, where are you?" "I'm at Lujiazui addressing some matters." Lu Yanran replied hastily. "Wrap up the team immediately. Your unauthorized mobilization of the special police is as if it never occurred." "But," Lu Yanran protested, feeling discontent. "There's no but about it. This is an order." Reluctantly, she conceded, "All right." Seeing Lu Yanran's dejected expression, Lu Changhong could barely contain his glee, proclaiming, "Captain Lu, may we take our leave now?" Lu Yanran was incensed, shooting a furious glare at Jun Haotian. "This is all your fault. Didn't you say you had a plan?" Jun Haotian ignored her, narrowing his eyes at the smug Lu Changhong, and declared, "I believe you won't be leaving just yet." Lu Changhong snorted in disdain, thinking Jun Haotian was about to resort to violence, and shouted, "Do not overstep your bounds. Do you think you are the only practitioner in Binhai?" Jun Haotian merely smiled and shook his head. "I have no interest in dealing with you lowly minions. Rest assured, someone will take care of you." "What do you mean?" Lu Changhong asked, perplexed. "You will understand soon enough," Jun Haotian replied confidently. At that moment, Lu Yanran's phone rang again. Instinctively glancing at the screen, she felt a wave of shock and disbelief. As a member of a long line of police officers, she had connections with Binhai's elite, but she never anticipated that the caller would possess such high stature. She instinctively glanced at Jun Haotian, who appeared unfazed, urging her, "Answer the phone." Summoning her courage, Lu Yanran picked up the call. "Hello, I am Lu Yanran, captain of the Binhai Special Police Team 2. Captain Lu, we are from the Municipal Party Committee office. I am Secretary Chi Chin. We have just received instructions from the secretary. He has learned you are handling a case involving organized crime. He stated that you should proceed without any burden, apprehend those who should be apprehended, interrogate whoever needs to be interrogated. No one, no power, is a match for the law. The secretary holds you in high regard and hopes you will act impartially." "Yes, I will certainly carry out the secretary's instructions." Lu Yanran felt invigorated and commanded, "Arrest all these members of the organized crime syndicate." Lu Changhong's expression was nothing short of spectacular, utterly blindsided by the sudden turn of events. In a fit of anger, he protested, "You cannot do this." Though Lu Changhong was reluctant and resentful, he lacked the courage to resist in the face of a group of special police. After all, Lu Yanran had firmly stated that he was associated with organized crime, and if he violently opposed the law, it was uncertain what actions Lu Yanran might take. "Lu Yanran, just wait. Our young master won't let you off easily," Lu Changhong threatened as he was led into the police car. To an ordinary person, this threat from the Qing gang might have prompted immediate flight, for no one desires to be hunted by a criminal organization. However, Lu Yanran was no ordinary individual. She firmly believed that righteousness would triumph over evil. At this moment, Sun Xiaohu, who had been anxiously standing by, finally relaxed and said to Tang Yasi, "Those scoundrels truly deserve this. Evil begets evil." To Sun Xiaohu's comment, Tang Yasi merely offered a faint smile. At this juncture, her curiosity about Jun Haotian was piqued. She wondered how he could possess such immense power, capable of mobilizing the special police with a single phone call. Jun Haotian gestured victoriously to Tang Ape and Tang Yasi, grinning. "Well, the criminals have finally received their just desserts. My mission is accomplished, and it's time for me to attend class." Lu Yanran observed Jun Haotian's relaxed demeanor and retorted, "You're coming back with me." "Me?" Jun Haotian feigned surprise. "I am a good citizen, upholding justice. You are currently a person of interest in this case and must accompany me to provide a statement." Lu Yanran's tone was icy, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. Noticing her expression, Jun Haotian seemed to remember something and, with a playful grin, leaned closer to her, whispering, "Actually, I was just teasing you." Jun Haotian is not in Binhai. Instantly, Lu Yinran's exhilaration was doused like cold water. Jun Haotian could almost hear the grinding of her teeth, as if she would gladly bite him to death if it were lawful. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yinran coldly retorted, "Who cares whether he has come to Binhai? I am merely performing my duty. You must come with me." "Seriously?" Jun Deshao grumbled, his irritation evident. Lu Yin paid no mind to his displeasure, swiftly cuffing him and securing one end of the silver handcuffs to his wrist. The other end firmly clasped to her own arm. Jun Haotian, with a teasing glint in his eye, remarked, "Lu Demei, even if you have a fondness for me, you need not make it so obvious. Is this what they call a lifelong bond?" Lu Yinran, on the verge of exploding with rage, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who likes you? If you don't like me, why are you cuffing me? Do you fear I might escape?" As he spoke, Jun Deshao lowered his gaze, his devilishly handsome face drawing closer to Lu Yin and S. His captivating eyes glimmered with an enchanting light, momentarily stunning Lu Yin into silence. "Haotian," Jun Haotian smirked, leaning in to whisper near her ear, "Yan Ran, I like you." "Haotian," Lu Yin murmured softly once more. Everyone watched the two with incredulity, especially the special police, who were utterly flabbergasted, thinking, "What is happening here? The boss lady has been charmed by a mere youth? Does this imply our special police team is lacking in capability?" At that moment, Jun Deshao was filled with triumph, nearly bursting into laughter, thinking to himself, "Who would have thought my allure remains as potent as ever? My captivating gaze still holds its power." His captivating gaze was a skill that had earned him fame in the capital, reputed for leaving no woman untouched. Initially, this technique was a survival tactic during his days of weakness, a form of hypnosis. Yet now, with his awakened bloodline and surging mental prowess, the effectiveness of his captivating gaze had vastly increased. Lu Yinran found herself utterly entranced by Jun Haotian's tender gaze, rendered virtually defenseless against his charm. Within the realm of psychics, mental abilities are regarded as a mysterious force, second only to the 5 sacred elemental powers. Each psychic possesses a mental fortitude far superior to that of an ordinary individual, rendering them incapable of resisting the explosive force of mental energy. However, it is rare for a psychic to wield the formidable control that Jun Xiao does. Furthermore, Jun Xiao's striking resemblance to Jun Haotian enables him to effortlessly captivate Lu Yinran. "Haotian, you have come to see me. I always knew you would return," Lu Yinran murmured, her lovely eyes now devoid of life. Yet, at that moment, the only presence before her was the empty air, with Jun Xiao having already distanced himself by over 100 meters. With a snap of his fingers, Jun Haotian turned back, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Beautiful Yinran, we shall meet again." The mere sound of his snap jolted Lu Yinran from her reverie. And as she watched Jun Haotian retreating, she became acutely aware of her recent display of emotion. In a fit of desperation, she cried out, "Jun Haotian, come back. I will not let you escape." As she prepared to pursue him, Captain Lu noticed something amiss. Her arm felt as though it were being pulled by an unseen force. Glancing down, her anger flared as she discovered that a silver bracelet had ensnared her to the police vehicle's handle. The handcuffs that had originally bound Jun Haotian were now crumpled into a mass of metal, tightly gripping the car's handle. "Captain, are you all right?" Lu Yinran, nearly beside herself with rage, exclaimed, "Where is the key?" "Here, Captain." The officers respectfully presented the key. However, Captain Lu's wrath was not to be trifled with. With a disdainful huff, she yanked her arm forcefully, and a startling crash reverberated as she tore the police vehicle's handle clean off. "Jun Haotian, remember this. I will not let you go." At that moment, her phone rang again. Annoyed, Lu Yinran answered, "Hello, this is Lu Yinran. This is the Special Police Headquarters. Captain Lu. The commander requests your immediate return for a meeting. There has been an incident." "Understood. I shall return at once." Lu Yin hastily ended the call and waved her hand. "Brothers, regroup." "Captain, what about the urban management officials?" Lu Yinran scoffed. "Send 2 to the hospital. The rest return with me. The headquarters has issued a gathering order. Hurry." "Yes, Captain." Several special police vehicles swiftly assembled, embarking on a journey at a pace unfathomable to the average person, creating a white streak on the road that no traffic officer dared to impede. At Binhai International School, Jin Mingjie and Shangwan Shiner sat quietly in class, though Jin Mingjie's gaze frequently drifted toward the vacant space where Jun Haotian usually sat. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Could that scoundrel have taken a liking to Tang Yasi? Otherwise, why would he be so eager to steal the spotlight? With a cold huff, Jin Mingjie thought to herself, "That bounder has no discernment whatsoever. It truly infuriates me." Chapter 76. the withering peach blossom at this moment. There was indeed someone who was worried about Jun Haotian, and that was naturally Lan Mushua. Upon noticing Jun Haotian's absence from class, Lan Mushua initially feared that her assassination attempt had left him injured. Her countenance darkened with foreboding. She thought to herself, he hasn't come to class? If anything has happened to him, He Luosha and Wang Hui, you shall await your demise. The Binhai Special Police Team differs from regular police forces. They primarily handle cases involving organized crime and violent incidents, in addition to counter-terrorism operations. As the nation's largest economic hub, Binhai's Special Police Unit is renowned for its formidable strength and ruthlessness. At this very moment, within the headquarters of the Special Police, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the conference room, clad in a dark blue-black Special Police uniform. The insignia on his shoulders indicated his position as a leader within the unit. The Special Police exist in a realm between armed police and regular police, yet they remain firmly within the law enforcement category. The sharp angles of his gaunt face and his piercing gaze intimidated those around him. In the conference room, 5 men, all of whom exuded a sense of competence, awaited his address. Soon, the doors swung open, and a strikingly poised young woman entered, the illustrious Lu Yanran. Beneath her beautiful facade lay a demeanor that was slightly aloof. Reporting in, team leader Lu Yanran of the 2nd Division, she announced. The middle-aged man acknowledged her with a nod, stating, "We have been waiting for you." Although his tone bore no hint of reprimand, Lu Yanran sensed her superior's dissatisfaction. Taking a heavy breath, she found her seat. Once all attendees were present, the middle-aged man cleared his throat and addressed the group. "Everyone, I have summoned all 3 special police teams here because, as you must be aware, a crisis has arisen." No one dared to interrupt him. A tacit understanding of silence prevailed. He soon activated the projector, revealing a series of photographs. To their astonishment, each image depicted wedding ceremonies. "You may find this perplexing, difficult to comprehend," he continued after a pause. "Believe me, I share your confusion regarding how this situation has unfolded." With a wave of his hand, he gestured to one of his subordinates, Qian Feng. "Please enlighten everyone on the details." "Yes, Commander," replied a slightly portly man from the front row, rising to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, the matter is as follows. Recently, Binhai has witnessed several baffling cases of missing persons, all linked to weddings. Each time, the individual who vanished was a bride, and the disappearances occurred during their own ceremonies. Notably, several of the missing brides are prominent figures in Binhai society. Hence, we must proceed with utmost caution." Lu Yanran inquired, "Do we have any leads at present?" The middle-aged man leaned on the table, scanning the room. "The most alarming aspect of this situation is that we possess no leads whatsoever. The perpetrators have abducted the brides from their weddings. Yet not a single witness has seen them. However, it is certain that these cases are the work of a singular individual." After a heavy sigh, he added, "This incident has escalated to the point where it has drawn the attention of the party secretary, who has issued a strict directive. We must solve this case within a week." Every attendee felt a chill run down their spines. The notion of unraveling such a mysterious case in merely a week seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet they understood the urgency behind the secretary's demand, for it was not long before his daughter's wedding would take place. At that moment, a young officer entered the room, whispering something in the middle-aged man's ear. He paused momentarily, then said, "Understood. I will step out now." With a wave of his hand, he instructed, "Qian Feng, you will preside over this meeting. I expect a viable plan upon my return." With that, he hurriedly exited the room, and the atmosphere shifted. Qian Feng stood beside the projector, holding a slender wooden stick, pointing at the images of the women. "This young lady is the daughter of the chairman of Liandong Group. This one is the artistic director of Tianbo Group. And this." As he continued his introductions, the others in the room broke into a cold sweat, realizing why the secretary was so invested in this case. The brides who had gone missing belonged to high society. The implication was clear. If even these elite weddings could be so easily infiltrated, the level of threat posed by the perpetrator was formidable. The conference room fell into a heavy silence once more. In the reception area of the Special Police Department, a young man and woman stood together. The man, with a cold demeanor, surveyed the surroundings, while the woman nervously clutched her phone, her lips pursed. Before long, the middle-aged man returned. Upon catching sight of the 2 young figures, he hesitated, pondering, could these young individuals truly be the experts the secretary referred to? They appeared to be of school age. Sensing the approach of the middle-aged man, the young man turned around. "Are you Commander Wu Dashu of the Special Police?" The tone of this query irked Wu Dashu, a powerful figure second only to the political and legal committee of Binhai. He replied, "Are you two the ones sent by the secretary?" The young man nodded. "We are fully responsible for this case and expect your cooperation." The moment those words left his lips, Wudashu felt his anger ignite. As a figure of authority in Benhai, he could tolerate the young man's lack of respect. However, he could not abide their presumption of superiority, which seemed to belittle the capabilities of the special police. Wudashu snorted dismissively. "You two. I do not know who you are. This is a criminal case, and it falls squarely within the purview of the special police. If you possess any intelligence to share, we welcome it. But if you are here to cause trouble, know that we will not be easily intimidated. This matter is beyond your control." The young man replied coldly. Wudashu's temper flared. "You too. Out of respect for the secretary, I will not make it difficult for you. However, the special police do not welcome your presence. Please leave. Whether welcomed or not, this matter does not fall within your jurisdiction. I am now ordering you to cooperate with our operations. Otherwise, should anything go awry, we will not be held accountable." Order? To Wudashu, this was an unmistakably offensive term. Yet, it was precisely this that provoked him to laughter. By what right do you command the special police? Is it merely due to your connection with the secretary? The young woman finally lost her patience. "Brother, stop wasting your breath on him." The young man nodded, producing a red identification card from his pocket. "We are from the National Security Agency. I am Ling Xian, the leader of the Aoshued Tianqing team from Division 6. The mere mention of national security struck Wudashu like a hammer to the heart. As he accepted the crimson identification, his face paled. Ling Xian, a lieutenant colonel. In this nation, anyone with military ties wielded power beyond the reach of mere political figures. Wudashu's fingers trembled as panic set in. He was well aware of the significance of involving Division 6 in such a case. It was known colloquially as the Special Enforcement Team. "This case involves..." Wudashu began, but Ling Xian immediately interrupted. "Do not ask, do not speak. It is best for you to remain ignorant of matters at that level." With a resigned nod, Wudashu inquired, "How can we assist you?" Inside the special police team's chamber, Cold Heart, Cold Ao Shui, and Wudashu sat in silence. Although Wudashu was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that this matter likely exceeded the jurisdiction of the special police. Various indications suggested that their adversary was far from an ordinary individual. After a prolonged silence, Cold Heart finally spoke. "We have essentially identified a direction regarding these cases and know who the perpetrator is. After all, this individual is quite renowned within our circle." Wudashu asked, "What should we do next?" "While we know the identity of the culprit and are aware that he is hiding in Benhai, we cannot ascertain his exact location at this time." Pausing momentarily, Cold Heart continued, "I need you to cooperate in staging a performance." "A performance?" Wudashu queried, perplexed. "Indeed, the special police will create a diversion and remain inactive." Wudashu began to grasp Cold Heart's intent. The idea was to allow the criminal to lower his guard. Cold Heart nodded, affirming, "Precisely. Only then will he reveal himself, allowing us to strike decisively." "But," Wudashu hesitated, "the secretary has ordered us to resolve the case within a week. Moreover, I will personally discuss this with the secretary. You need not concern yourself with it. Your only task is to mobilize the entire special police force during the secretary's daughter's wedding, sealing off Benhai to prevent the criminal from escaping. We will handle the subsequent matters." Wudashu gasped in horror. "You intend to use the secretary's daughter as bait? That is absolutely unacceptable." Cold Heart's gaze turned icy as she replied, "This is a national security plan. Your compliance is mandatory, and you have no right to oppose it." After a long silence, Wudashu finally nodded. "Very well, I will not protest, but I must report this to the secretary. This is your affair. I am indifferent. My duty is to apprehend or eliminate the criminal," Cold Heart stated nonchalantly. She had already informed the top official in Benhai, who, though displeased, was left with no alternative. Wudashu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young national security official would disregard the secretary's authority. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Is there anything else the special police can assist with?" Cold Heart's face suddenly broke into a peculiar smile. "I would like to meet with Captain Liu Yanran of the Special Police's second team. There are matters I need to discuss with her." "Yanran?" Wudashu hesitated. "May I know the reason?" "Why her?" Cold Heart narrowed her eyes. "This is a personal matter, unrelated to work." Wudashu felt an odd sensation, pondering whether this youth shared an unusual connection with Yanran. The thought of them being romantically involved flashed through his mind. Chapter 77. What is your surname, young man? With a faint smile, Wudashu regarded Ling Xian with an expression akin to that of a father assessing a son-in-law. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Very well. I understand. I shall not pry into the affairs of the youth. I will go fetch Yanran. With that, Wudashu rose and departed. Cold Aoshue, puzzled, turned to Cold Xian and inquired, Brother, who is this Lu Yanran? Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you were secretly dating someone? Grasping Cold Xian's arm, she appeared overwhelmed with excitement. Quickly tell me, quickly. Cold Xian, observing his sister's confusion, thought to himself, my naive sister. This is all for your sake. That rascal Jun Haotian is simply too charming. I must see what this special police flower is truly like and perhaps assist that young man in dispelling some of his romantic entanglements. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Special Police Brigade, a heated debate was unfolding. Qian Feng stood before Lu Yanran, offering her an approving glance. I concur with Yanran's viewpoint. We can use a bait-and-trap strategy to lure the criminal out, and at that moment, we can apprehend him in one fell swoop. I disagree. That is far too perilous. A dissenting voice arose from the audience. Moreover, the criminal may not be a fool. Would he truly show up knowing it is the wedding of the special police chief? Lu Yanran replied helplessly. This is the most direct and straightforward approach. Given the vastness of Binhai, searching for a perpetrator without any distinguishing traits is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. A week's time is far too brief. Indeed, thus far, this is our most promising method, Qian Feng affirmed. I still find it excessively risky. Just then, the door of the conference room swung open, and Wu Dashu entered, addressing Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran, could you step outside for a moment? Lu Yanran, taken aback but compliant, stood and followed Wu Dashu out. Captain, is there an issue? She inquired. Wu Dashu scrutinized Lu Yanran carefully, pausing before he spoke. Yanran, your uncle has watched you grow up. I hope you will not keep anything from me. What is it, Uncle Wu? Lu Yanran felt a sense of bewilderment, as if she were facing an enigma. Wu Dashu gazed into her eyes and continued. Tell me, do you have any acquaintances in Kyoto? Lu Yanran's heart raced, and she stammered. Uncle Wu. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Wu Dashu was momentarily taken aback by her reaction, sensing that she must know the two national security personnel, or else she would not appear so anxious. With a chuckle, he added, You see, Uncle knows you were discreetly transferred to Kyoto for training for a period. I just wanted to see if you were familiar with any notable individuals from there. I don't know anyone. Lu Yanran hastily denied, though her agitated demeanor betrayed her. Uncle Wu, is it my father who sent you to inquire about this? Wu Dashu shook his head. Not at all. 2 guests from Kyoto wish to meet you. Which prompted my question. Guests from Kyoto? Could it be him? Lu Yanran felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. In truth, Wu Dashu had unwittingly created a misunderstanding. Being a special police officer in Binhai, he was not well versed in the national security system. And the brazen demeanor of Cold Xian and Cold Aoshue led him to believe they were indeed from Kyoto. With a gentle smile, Wu Dashu encouraged. You should go see them. Don't keep your friends waiting. They are in the reception area. Ah, Lu Yanran feigned a calm response, nodding as she made her way towards the reception area. However, upon reaching the corner, she dashed excitedly towards the restroom. Wu Dashu chuckled to himself, thinking, this girl is trying to play coy with me. What is there to be shy about? A boyfriend is just a boyfriend. As he pondered, Wu Dashu pulled out his phone to call his old friend, Old Lu. I have some exciting news. Your daughter is in a relationship. Where is he from? Oh, you must know. He's from Kyoto, and he's a... At this point, Wu Dashu lowered his voice. He's from National Security. Lu Yanran was taken aback by Wu Dashu's blunder. Inside the restroom, she stood before the mirror, meticulously adjusting her makeup while encouraging herself. Lu Yanran, believe in yourself. You are the best. Haotian still loves you. Once she transformed into her most radiant self, Lu Yanran stepped out of the restroom, her demeanor exuding grace. Upon exiting, she declared, Haotian, I shall present myself to you in my most beautiful form. Suddenly, an image of Jun Haotian's playful smile flashed in her mind. And she couldn't help but chuckle. That little rascal wasn't lying. Haotian truly has come. Step by step, it felt as though traversing from the restroom to the reception area consumed all of Lu Yanran's energy. The exhilaration made her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. The door to the reception area swung open, but Lu Yanran froze. Realizing that the figure before her was not the man she had longed for, the silhouette was distinctly different. Furthermore, a young woman stood beside him. Excuse me. May I help you? Lu Yanran asked, disappointment tinging her voice. Cold Xian turned around, momentarily taken aback by Lu Yanran's beauty, thinking, what a stunning girl. It's no wonder that Jun Haotian has taken a liking to her. Cold Aoshue, however, appeared quite thrilled, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as she looked at Cold Xian. as if to say, brother, you really are something. You've managed to win over such a beautiful girl. Cold Xian shot Cold Aoshue a disapproving glance before addressing Lu Yanran. Are you the special police chief, Lu Yanran? That's me. May I ask what brings you two here? Lu Yanran replied, her curiosity piqued. Cold Xian scrutinized Lu Yanran once more and stated, Wu Dashu should have informed you of our identities. If not, allow me to introduce ourselves. We are from National Security, here specifically to resolve the case of the missing bride, and we hope for your cooperation. Lu Yanran, having spent time in Kyoto and having a special connection with Jun Haotian, felt a sense of solemn respect upon hearing the words national security. What can I do to assist you? She inquired earnestly. Cold Xian cleared his throat awkwardly. The daughter of the Binhai secretary is to be married soon, and the case of the missing bride remains unresolved. We hope you can assist us. As a special police officer, it is my duty to apprehend wrongdoers. What do you require of me? She responded resolutely. We plan to lure the criminal to the secretary's daughter's wedding, where we can capture him. However, the secretary appears somewhat apprehensive, so we need someone to impersonate his daughter as the bride. It seems you are the only female officer in the special police team, so we need your cooperation. Lu Yanran nodded. I understand. Please consider this carefully. The criminal is not an ordinary individual. He is exceptionally formidable. If you are concerned for your safety, we will fully understand. No, I am more than willing to cooperate, Lu Yanran declared with determination. Yet Cold Xian failed to notice the resolute glint in her eyes. Cold Xian nodded. Very well, please leave your contact information. We will return to strategize the details and inform you of your role. Lu Yanran contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. At that moment, a coarse voice echoed from afar, exclaiming, Old Wu, come out here. Are you trying to pull another fast one on me? Where is my son-in-law? If you dare deceive me, I will make you pay dearly. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yanran wished she could instantly find a crack in the floor to hide in. She was all too familiar with this voice. It belonged to her father. Lu Yanran's face flushed crimson, while Lang Xian was somewhat baffled. For not everyone possessed the audacity to brazenly demand their son-in-law from the special police force. Lu Yanran hailed from a family of law enforcement. Her father had only one daughter, and the family vehemently opposed her joining the police force. After all, it was deemed inappropriate for a young woman. Moreover, even if she refrained from entering the police, with her father's influence, a comfortable civil service position was inevitable. However, what the elder Lu did not anticipate was that his daughter, though born a girl, harbored the heart of a warrior. At the tender age of 18, Lu Yanran secretly applied to the Kyoto Police Academy, where she earned the admiration of the academy's officials during her 4 years there, even being discreetly dispatched for 6 months of intensive training at a clandestine location. Initially, Lu Yanran aspired to establish her roots in Kyoto, but her father vehemently opposed this. Ultimately, under his formidable influence, she was reassigned back to Binhai. Nevertheless, due to her mysterious training in Kyoto and the recommendation from the academy's chief, she returned to become the vice captain of the criminal investigation team. As Lu Yanran approached the threshold of becoming a single woman of advanced age, being the daughter of a formidable special police officer, her father grew increasingly anxious about her future prospects for marriage. In a society dominated by men, what man would not hesitate to marry a woman who had served as a special police officer? What man would not mind facing domestic violence from his wife with no recourse? Thus, Lu Yanran's marriage became a source of deep concern for the elderly couple. This time, upon hearing from Wu Dashu that his daughter had found a boyfriend in the Kyoto National Security, Lu Yanran's father was unable to contain his emotions and rushed to the special police force with excitement and anticipation. Wu Dashu, understanding his old friend's temperament, chose to remain hidden in the conference room, citing an important case as the reason for not meeting Lu Yanran's father. This drove Lu Yanran's father to a state of agitation, prompting him to shout in frustration, Wu Dashu, if you don't come out, I'll come knocking on your door in the middle of the night. This is infuriating, absolutely infuriating. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony erupted outside, clearly indicating that Lu Yanran's father was kicking things in exasperation. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Yanran turned apologetically to Lang Xian and said, Excuse me, I need to handle a personal matter. Not a problem, go ahead. We must take our leave as well, replied Lang Xian. As Lu Yanran, Lang Xian, and Lang Aoshue stepped outside, they collided directly with Lu Yanran's father. Lu Yanran nearly leaped in surprise and exclaimed, Dad, what are you doing here? Chapter 78. A tragic incident. Upon lifting his gaze, Lu Yanran's father did not first see his daughter, but rather Lang Xian. One cannot deny that Lung Xian was indeed a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an undeniable charm. The inherent aloofness he radiated only added to his cool elegance. Completely bypassing Lu Yinran, this assertive middle-aged man grasped Lung Xian's hand and inquired, "Young man, what is your surname?" Caught off guard, Lung Xian hesitated momentarily before responding. "My surname is Lung." Lung. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a warm smile. "Ah, young Lung, you must be a friend of our Yinran. I am Yinran's father, Lu Qingshu." The sudden and dramatic appearance of Lu Qingshu caught Lung Xian completely off guard, leaving him defenseless. After a brief pause, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yinran, wickedly pondering, how could such a beautiful girl have such a burly father? Could it be that he is not her biological parent? At that moment, Lu Yinran's face flushed crimson. She was acutely aware that her father's classic roar of disapproval regarding potential suitors had not gone unheard by Lung Xian. It was evident that Lung Xian's attention was not drawn to her beauty, but rather to the uncomfortable situation at hand. With a mild chuckle, Lung Xian greeted, "Good day, uncle." Such a polite young man. Lu Qingshu nodded in satisfaction, then continued with his inquiries. "Young Lung, may I ask your age and where you are from?" Aghast, Lung Xian found himself momentarily speechless, thinking, is this an interrogation? Lu Yinran hurriedly interjected, pulling her father aside. "Dad, it's merely a professional relationship." "It's not what you think." Lu Qingshu shot a stern look at his daughter, declaring, "No need for explanations. Explanations are merely veils, and veils are tails." After a brief pause, he softened his tone and asked, "If it's just a working relationship now, what about the future?" At this moment, the tension on Lung Xian's face was evident, as he mused. Is there truly such a formidable father in the world? This is quite overwhelming. As the crowd began to swell, Lu Yinran, now exasperated, insisted, "Dad, I still have work to do. You should return home. We can discuss this later." "No. We must clarify this here and now." Lu Qingshu's stubbornness was unyielding. "Yinran, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to consider a relationship." Suddenly, Lu Qingshu turned to Lung Xian with a smile. "Young Lung, tell me honestly, are you pursuing our Yinran?" "It's perfectly fine. Young people should have some ambition." "I understand." With a resigned gesture, Lung Xian replied, "Uncle, you are mistaken. My relationship with Captain Lu is purely professional. Please do not read too much into it." Lu Qingshu raised an eyebrow. "Young Lung, one must not lie in front of elders. What sort of man is afraid to acknowledge his own woman?" After rummaging through his pocket for a moment, Lu Qingshu's demeanor softened again. "I happen to have 2 movie tickets here. Young Lung, take Yinran out to the cinema tonight. You can't work all the time. Young people need their personal space. Consider tonight a break. Enjoy yourselves." Slapping the tickets into Lung Xian's hands, Lu Qingshu mischievously added, "Feelings can be nurtured over time. Wouldn't you agree, young Lung?" Taken aback by the tickets, Lung Xian was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lung Xiue stood nearby, chuckling, while Lu Qingshu appeared optimistic about Lung Xian, cheerfully encouraging him, "Young Lung, go forth and battle like a man." Lung Xian could only shake his head in disbelief. Pondering, is this an unspoken approval of something more? A glance at Lu Qingshu's playful grin only solidified his suspicions. Lu Qingshu then gave Lung Xian a resolute look and whispered conspiratorially to Lu Yinran, "Dear girl, this young man seems promising. He aligns well with your father's tastes. Ensure you make the most of tonight, movies, concerts, candlelit dinners, and let the sparks fly. Your father is eagerly awaiting a grandchild." With that, Lu Qingshu raised an eyebrow, feeling quite self-satisfied, reflecting, "Thank goodness for my foresight in bringing those tickets. Today's youth are truly shy. They are like candles that need a spark to shine." However, Lu Yinran's face was already betraying her discomfort, her lips twitching as she internally raged, "It's easy for you to say. Do you think having children is as simple as laying eggs?" Following Lu Qingshu's ruckus, the entire SWAT team began to buzz with excitement. Lu Yinran's cheeks burned, resembling a freshly boiled crab. Despite being the captain of the SWAT team, she was still a young woman. Ultimately, in her flustered state, she grasped Lung Xian's hand and dashed outside. Lu Qingshu watched with amusement, calling after her, "Remember to keep it romantic." He mused. No one knows a daughter better than her father. She thinks she can fool me? With that flustered expression, I am not convinced that their relationship is merely professional. At that moment, Wu Dashu emerged from the crowd, clapping Lu Qingshu on the shoulder with a grin. "Old Lu, congratulations." Lu Qingshu shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "What, old man, are you not hiding anymore?" At the entrance of the SWAT team, Lu Yinran finally came to a halt after a frantic sprint. Lung Xian, tilting his head with a faint smile, regarded Lu Yinran, who had apprehensively released his hand. I'm sorry, No need to apologize. Lung Xian replied. Today's events must have amused you. Lu Yinran fidgeted for a moment before regaining her composure, declaring, we shall discuss the details of this mission later. Indeed. Lung Xian jested, raising the tickets. What shall we do with these movie tickets? Lu Yinran was momentarily speechless, then glanced at Lang Aoxue, teasingly suggesting. But you already have a girlfriend. Wouldn't it be perfect for you two to go together? Upon hearing this, Lang Aoxue mistakenly thought Lu Yin and was jealous and hastily clarified, we are not in a romantic relationship. We are siblings. Please don't misunderstand. Though Lu Yin was quite attractive, Lang Xian remained unfazed, not one to be easily captivated by beauty. With a faint smile, he replied, it was merely a jest. We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave. Understood. Lu Yinran nodded, watching as Lang Xian and Lang Aoxue walked away. Her heart feeling a twinge of melancholy as she mused. He hasn't come. He still hasn't come. Could it be that he is indeed married? With that thought lingering, Lu Yinran slowly retrieved her phone from her pocket, dialing a number, only to hear 2 beeps before the call was abruptly disconnected. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, you little rascal, you big liar, how dare you not answer my call? As they distanced themselves, Lang Xian turned to Lang Aoxue with a smile, so, what shall we do with these movie tickets? Of course, we shall watch a movie. I haven't been to the cinema in ages, Lang Aoxue exclaimed. Snatching the tickets from Lang Xian's hand, her eyes lighting up. Wow, they are VIP couple seats. Excitedly shaking Lang Xian's arm, she implored, brother, let us go watch a movie today. With a resigned sigh, Lang Xian replied, but you mentioned they are couple tickets. How can the 2 of us go? Oh, right? We are not a couple. Lang Aoxue's enthusiasm waned, but she quickly perked up again, suggesting, how about we pretend to be a couple just this once? I assure you, I do not have such a penchant. Cold Heart muttered under his breath, and suddenly he chuckled. However, dear brother, I can offer you a piece of advice. What advice? He feigned mystery. You could call that young lad Haotian and invite him to accompany you to the movies. Isn't that a fine idea? Haven't you been waiting for his call? The girl should not be too bashful, be straightforward. Cold Proud Snow's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she playfully retorted, brother, what are you talking about? If you tease me again, I shall ignore you from now on. Cold Heart smiled faintly, observing his sister's shy yet somewhat excited demeanor. He thought to himself, I apologize, Uncle Lu. I shall borrow these 2 tickets for a noble cause. At precisely 1 o'clock, when the sun shone its brightest during the day, it also marked the lunchtime at Binhai International High School. At that moment, a police car sped down the street, its white exterior racing towards the school like a whirlwind. In the first-year classroom, the young Master Jun was resting his head on the desk. His enchanting eyes slightly squinted in apparent enjoyment. However, if one truly believed that he was asleep, they would be gravely mistaken. He was, in fact, further enhancing and exploring the trajectory of his spiritual energy. Beside him, a pair of furious eyes were fixed upon him. Lan Muxue was nearly at her wit's end, thinking, that scoundrel Jun Haotian, with a stunning beauty beside him, and yet he cannot even be bothered to wake up. Does he think that speaking to her for a moment would be the end of the world? Just as Jun was in the midst of his tranquil slumber, a figure entered the classroom and approached him. This was a handsome youth, tall and striking, yet Lan Muxue was certain that he was not one of her classmates. The boy gazed at Lan Muxue, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and declared, Classmate Lan, my name is Fu Mingyi. I have admired you for a long time. Please allow me to protect you and be your boyfriend. At that moment, the previously quiet classroom erupted into commotion. Many students, roused from their midday slumber, especially the girls, gasped in excitement. Ah, Fu Mingyi, the prince of football. Look, he's confessing to Lan Muxue. What is so impressive? He has merely a pretty face. Some girls began to feign indifference. Lan Muxue regarded Fu Mingyi with a cold expression and replied, I'm sorry, but I already have a fiancé. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Her words struck Fu Mingyi like a thunderclap, but they detonated like a depth charge within the classroom. A fiancé? How could Lan Muxue, appearing no older than 16 or 17, possibly have a fiancé? It seemed absurd. Nevertheless, most of the boys began to slump in despair, lamenting, my goddess, how could you so readily give yourself away? Chapter 79. The legendary love-hate relationship. Fu Mingyi was momentarily taken aback, yet he was unwilling to believe Lan Muxue's words. However, unable to expose the pretense, he could only smile and inquire, what a pity. Might I have the pleasure of meeting the luckiest man in the world? Lan Muxue replied with a gentle smile. Of course you can. As she spoke, she sweetly leaned against the shoulder of the slumbering Jun Haotian, declaring, he is my fiancé. Fu Mingyi was momentarily stunned, gazing at the peaceful face before him. He thought to himself, he is somewhat decent looking, but in comparison to myself, he pales drastically. Lan Muxue, if you seek a shield, at least choose a more suitable one. Finding a man devoid of charm like this is a sheer failure. Are you certain he's your fiancé? Fu Mingyi questioned skeptically. Lan Muxue laughed, of course. How could I not recognize my own man? At that moment, Jin Mingjie and Shang Wanxiner entered from outside. Jin Mingjie immediately spotted Jun Haotian and noticed Lan Muxue sweetly resting on his shoulder. With a faint huff, she turned to leave, while Shang Wanxiner hurriedly called out, Jie Jie, Jie Jie. For Jun, the young master, this was a tragic and unexpected event. A disaster of epic proportions. On the playground, Jin Mingjie ran breathlessly, finally stopping beneath a large tree. Shang Wanxiner chased closely behind, calling out, Jie Jie, wait for me. Panting heavily, she stood before Jin Mingjie and shot a glare at her own ample bosom, thinking, having a large chest is such a burden. Running is particularly exhausting. In that moment, Jin Mingjie fiercely struck the tree with her fists, venting her frustration. You scoundrel, Jun Haotian, you big bad egg. Blind and foolish big bad egg. Shang Wanxiner cautiously approached Jin Mingjie from behind, whispering, Jie Jie, what's wrong? Ignoring Shang Wanxiner, Jin Mingjie continued to vent her anger, mentally cursing Jun Haotian's ancestors. With a teasing smile, Shang Wanxiner remarked, Jie Jie, are you jealous? Of course not. Jin Mingjie abruptly turned, causing Shang Wanxiner to jump in surprise. I would never be jealous of that scoundrel. Jin Mingjie's reaction only confirmed Shang Wanxiner's suspicions, prompting her to giggle. What are you laughing at, Xinair? Jin Mingjie asked, visibly annoyed. Shang Wanxiner shook her head. I'm laughing at someone who is being hypocritical. You. Even you bully me. Jin Mingjie pouted. In a rare moment of seriousness, Shang Wanxiner asked, Jie Jie, tell me honestly, do you like Brother Tian? Jin Mingjie hesitated, stammering, I don't know. At this moment, Jin Mingjie felt utterly confused. Shang Wanxiner tilted her head and asked again, then why are you angry? I get angry when I see him being close with other women. I don't know why I feel this way. Why have I changed? Jin Mingjie murmured. Lost in thought. Just then, a police car appeared at the school, and a uniformed woman hurriedly exited. She was strikingly beautiful, not in the youthful sense, but with a commanding presence that left Shang Wanxiner momentarily stunned. How cool. The woman scanned the area and quickly approached Jin Mingjie and Shang Wanxiner. It was none other than Lu Yanran. Although her acquaintance with Jin Mingjie was not deep, they were familiar with each other through Jin Qiming and Lu Qingxiu. Jie Jie, Xinair, you're here. Lu Yanran greeted. Yanran Jie. Shang Wanxiner sweetly responded. Jin Mingjie looked at Lu Yanran, puzzled. Yanran Jie, what brings you to school? Is something wrong? Lu Yanran shook her head, smiling vaguely. I'm here to find someone. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, by the way, you know Jun Haotian, right? Can you help me call him out? This. Lu Yanran urged. I need to ask him something. Seeing Lu Yanran's urgent demeanor, Shang Wanxiner mischievously thought. Brother Tian is incredibly formidable, even taming a fierce woman like Lu Yanran, who has come to the school looking for him. How delightful. Unaware of Shang Wanxiner's thoughts, Lu Yanran appeared genuinely anxious. Meanwhile, Jin Mingjie was furious at Jun Haotian for flirting with Lan Muxue, and now Lu Yanran's arrival only heightened her ire. Sorry, but I'm not close with that scoundrel. You might as well call him directly. Jin Mingjie replied curtly. Lu Yanran hesitated but had no choice but to pull out her phone. Inside the first-year classroom, Jun Haotian was enjoying a deep slumber when suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Without lifting his head, he grasped the annoying hand forcefully and muttered, Don't disturb my beautiful dream. Get lost. Fu Mingyi had intended to speak with Jun Haotian to confirm whether he truly was Lan Muxue's fiancé, but he was utterly disregarded. Jun Haotian didn't even bother to look up. Let go. Let go. Fu Mingyi shouted in pain as he struggled to free his hand. He attempted to swat Jun Haotian's hand away with all his might. Just as he swung his hand down, Jun Haotian suddenly relaxed his grip, causing Fu Mingyi to stumble backward, crashing into a nearby desk with a loud thud. Ouch! Fu Mingyi yelped in pain. At that moment, Lan Muxue smirked, relishing the moment. Didn't I tell you not to provoke my fiancé? He is quite formidable, unlike someone like you, a mere showpiece. The term showpiece struck a chord deep within Fu Mingyi, who struggled to rise, watching Lan Muxue gaze at Jun Haotian with admiration his anger igniting further. Get up, you brat. Jun Haotian, however, had no intention of paying Fu Mingyi any mind, turning his head to continue sleeping as laughter erupted from the classroom. Lan Muxue covered her mouth, giggling. For someone who prides himself as a hero, facing humiliation before a beautiful woman is a bitter pill to swallow. Fu Mingyi, long hailed as the prince of football and the dreamboat of countless girls, was infuriated to be overlooked twice by this unknown character. In a fit of rage, he seized a stationary box and hurled it at Jun Haotian's head. Lan Muxue gasped, thinking, "You fool, wake up already." A sharp object gleamed ominously in her hand, clearly indicating her rising wrath. If that stationary box were to strike Jun Haotian, the consequence would undoubtedly provoke Lan Muxue's fury. Yet, just as she revealed her murderous intent, a hand suddenly pressed down on the blade in her grip, nearly causing her to gasp in shock. The hand belonged to none other than Jun Haotian himself. With a swift motion, he disarmed Lan Muxue, rendering the weapon in her hand non-existent, showcasing a skill that was indeed perplexing. As the stationary box hurtled toward Jun Dashao's head, his phone suddenly rang. With a swift crouch and a mere sidestep, he narrowly evaded the oncoming projectile, which soared out the window at an astonishing speed. Jun Dashao appeared unfazed as he answered the call. "Hello? Jun Haotian, you rascal. Hurry up and get to the playground." The voice of Lu Yinran echoed from the other end. While Lu Yinran sounded anxious, Jun Dashao remained nonchalant. "What's the matter, Captain Lu? Missing me already? Get down here this instant. I have something to ask you," Lu Yinran exclaimed, her frustration palpable. All right. This young master is on his way." With that, Jun Haotian rose, not even casting a glance at Fu Mingyi as he departed. Fu Mingyi, seething with anger, shouted, "You brat, come back here." Upon reaching the door, Jun Haotian abruptly turned to face Lan Muxue and quipped, "Don't be too violent. It's not good." Although it seemed directed at Fu Mingyi, only Jun Dashao and Lan Muxue grasped the nuance. Lan Muxue watched Jun Haotian's retreating figure in bewilderment, pondering, how does he manage that? The feeling of being disregarded was foreign to Fu Mingyi, who was on the verge of losing his composure. His thoughts dark and vengeful, regardless of whether you are Lan Muxue's fiancé, I, Fu Mingyi, will make you pay. Just wait. With a light step, Jun Dashao arrived at the playground, where Lu Yinran, Jin Mingjie, and Shangguan Shiner were engaged in conversation. However, upon noticing Jun Haotian's arrival, Jin Mingjie promptly turned and walked away, with Shangguan Shiner reluctantly following suit. Jun Dashao, confused, scratched his head, wondering what had upset the silly girl this time. During the tranquil afternoon break, only Jun Dashao and Lu Yinran remained on the playground. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Yinran, how is it that after just a few hours apart, you miss me so much that you chase me to school? If you like me, just say it. Perhaps I might grant you that opportunity." "Jun Haotian, I have no time for your games," Lu Yinran replied, her expression icy. "Then why did you seek me out?" Jun Dashao tilted his head, producing a cigarette from his pocket. Lu Yinran raised 2 fingers, declaring, "2 questions. You may ask, but I may not answer." Jun Haotian chuckled, finding amusement in teasing an irate beauty. Without regard for his amusement, Lu Yinran proceeded directly, "First, do you know someone named Lang Xian?" Jun Haotian lifted his gaze, igniting the cigarette in his hand. At that moment, he regarded Lu Yinran with newfound respect, surprised that she had traced this lead so quickly. Unbeknownst to him, it was all a serendipitous turn of events. He had no intention of denying it, simply nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, I know him. What's it to you?" Chapter 80. The purpose of the Demon King. Lu Yinran inhaled sharply, realizing, "I should have foreseen this. That day's events were no mere dream, but reality. This young man is, astonishingly, affiliated with that organization. So, are you and Lang Xian part of the same group?" Lu Yinran pressed again. Jun Dashao raised his brows and replied with a smile. "Is this the second question?" "No, this is a continuation of the first," Lu Yinran countered. "Then I regret to inform you, I cannot disclose that information." With a cold snort, Lu Yinran retorted, "Aren't you afraid I'll have you arrested? Do you believe you possess that authority?" Jun Haotian replied with a hint of derision. Yet Lu Yinran chuckled, nodding as she said, "I understand." Jun Dashao shared a knowing smile. "I have said nothing, revealed nothing. Everything is your own comprehension, entirely unrelated to me." Lu Yinran nodded once more, biting her lip in contemplation before saying, "The second question isn't quite a question, but rather a request. Speak. I am quite intrigued by a beautiful lady's request." After a lengthy silence, Lu Yinran lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Please help me contact Haotian. Just tell him I'm getting married." "Getting married?" Jun Haotian's expression instantly soured. "Is that true?" "Yes." Lu Yinran affirmed, biting her lip fiercely, nodding emphatically. Jun Deshao's gaze turned icy. I'm afraid that's impossible. As he turned to leave, Lu Yinran grasped his arm, sobbing, even if I beg you, please, I just want to know if he still cares about me. Jun Haotian turned back, smirking coldly. What if he does? What if he doesn't? What can you do about it? I don't care, I don't care. Lu Yinran cried, seemingly on the verge of madness, desperate to voice the grievances she had borne for years. This scene was witnessed by Jin Mingjie not far away, who scoffed coldly. Those two, they truly have something going on. Meanwhile, Shangguan Xian'er observed Lu Yinran's continuous tears and pleas, contemplating. This is incredible. Could this be the legendary tragic romance? In the realm of love, there exists a form of affection so profound that it transcends the understanding of love itself, and another that results in a loss of dignity. Clearly, Jin Mingjie belongs to the former, while Lu Yinran embodies the latter. However, from the perspective of Jun Deshao, who values dignity above all, Lu Yinran's display appears as weakness, as shame. With a dismissive shove, Jun Haotian released Lu Yinran's arm, narrowing his enchanting eyes. At that moment, those beguiling eyes, capable of bewitching, seemed remarkably profound and piercing. Producing a mirror from seemingly nowhere, Jun Deshao unceremoniously held it before Lu Yinran. Lu Yinran, look at yourself. Do you still recognize who you are? You love him. Does he know? Does he know of your suffering for him? No. Don't show me. Lu Yinran desperately pushed the mirror away. You lack the courage to even face yourself. Is this still love? Is your life, your love, so trivial that it hinges on a single answer? Jun Haotian's words grew increasingly confrontational. No, that is not true. Lu Yinran vehemently shook her head in denial. Yet when a person's beliefs are utterly shattered, that is when they are truly at their weakest. Jun Haotian scoffed. Look at yourself. You appear no better than a cheap trinket. Where is your character? Where is your dignity? I happen to have Jun Haotian's number. Is it true that with just one word from him, you would abandon your marriage? Would you consider the pain of your fiancé, who also suffers? Your love is not only cheap, but selfish. I am not. That is not true. Lu Yinran sobbed, trying to explain. Jun Haotian coldly interjected. What a deluded woman. Here, take my phone, he said, tossing his phone in front of Lu Yinran. You seek an answer. I will grant you that. His number is here. Call him. Call him now. Trembling, Lu Yinran picked up the phone, tears streaming down her face as she glimpsed Hao Chun's name, though it seemed so distant and fragile. Are you afraid? Jun Haotian taunted. I Jun Haotian's cold laughter echoed. Since you lack the courage, allow me to assist you. Jun Haotian is not married. He is merely engaged to a prominent family in Kyoto. With a sudden release, Lu Yinran dropped the phone, which clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Upon hearing this revelation, she felt no thrill or excitement, only a numbing despair. Why? Lu Yinran suddenly stood, gripping Jun Haotian's body, shaking him frantically. Why? Tell me why he hasn't contacted me despite not being married? Jun Haotian chuckled coldly. That answer is for you to seek from him. Sobbing, tears flowed freely as Lu Yinran instinctively leaned against Jun Haotian's shoulder, murmuring, Why? Knowing the answer yet unable to accept it, Jun Haotian sighed. Oh woman, you are merely deceiving yourself. After a pause, he continued, Now I present you with two choices. First, strive for your own happiness and go to Kyoto to find him. Second, forget all of this. Lu Yinran's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Jun Haotian offered a resigned smile. A pitiful woman, a cheap love. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Yinran murmured, her voice growing weaker. Even a strong woman like Lu Yinran could not resolve her emotional turmoil alone. Such matters can only be addressed by oneself. No one else could assist her. Thus, Jun Deshao could only leave the decision to Lu Yinran. As Lu Yinran wrestled with her emotional dilemma, explosive news arrived from the special police team. In the conference room of the special police unit, Wu Dashu was fuming, pointing at the officers before him. You are nothing but a bunch of incompetent fools. I tasked you with solving this case in a week, and this is your report? The officer's expressions mirrored his displeasure, not long after Lu Yinran had departed. A shocking announcement emerged. The kidnapped brides had been found. However, they were not alive, but rather lifeless bodies, evidently having suffered inhumane torture and violence. Had these brides been ordinary individuals, Wu Dashu might not have reacted so strongly, but these brides were the armée de la armée of the coastal elite. The repercussions of such a case becoming public would be catastrophic. You have 3 days, Wu Dashu declared, raising 3 fingers. If you fail to uncover any leads by then, prepare to retire alongside me. Captain, is 3 days too hasty? Qian Feng interjected. Hasty? Wu Dashu retorted with a cold smile. If you find 3 days too rushed, then let us make it 2. Instantly, a hush fell over the room. They understood Wu Dashu's temperament all too well. If provoked further, he might not last even 2 days. Watching Wu Dashu storm away in anger, the special police officers exchanged bitter smiles, feeling helpless. As the special police scoured the city in pursuit of criminals, within a luxurious seaside villa in the heart of Binhai City, a mysterious figure draped in a black cloak held a glass of pristine brandy. His hoarse voice resonated with excitement amidst the unsettling scene in the living room, where several corpses lay sprawled across the floor. Their alabaster skin, exposed to the air, was temptingly alluring, yet devoid of warmth. The atmosphere was thick with a decadent scent mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The villa door swung open, and a youth, strikingly beautiful and reminiscent of a woman, entered, surveying the chaotic scene on the ground. TSK, Ghost King, might you exercise some restraint? This is my territory. I do not wish to witness such bloodshed within my villa. It is far too sordid. The Ghost King chuckled, his voice dripping with derision. You delicate flower. When did you become so petty? I am not petty. I merely detest the presence of the dead. Huyen Zhu Luo retorted. The Ghost King narrowed his eyes. A hint of coldness in his gaze. Understood. I shall be more mindful next time. Huyen Zhu Luo, visibly displeased, slumped onto the sofa, nonchalantly kicking aside a corpse at his feet, and coldly regarded the Ghost King. Old ghost, speak plainly. Why has the leader sent you to Binhai? I refuse to believe he dispatched you solely for amusement. You have been prying into this matter for days. Do you not tire of it? The Ghost King scoffed. Huyen Zhu Luo, unyielding, replied, Binhai is my domain, and I am entitled to know. If you refuse to divulge, do not blame me for my lack of cooperation. The Ghost King paused, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Fine, you shall know soon enough. I will tell you. He hesitated, then posed a question. Huyen Zhu Luo, during your extended stay in Binhai, have you not noticed anything amiss? Amiss? Huyen Zhu Luo replied, perplexed. The food is good. The living conditions are excellent. What could possibly be wrong? The Ghost King snorted. I am not referring to the comforts of life, but rather to the people. People? Huyen Zhu Luo's confusion deepened. Even the leader, far across the Atlantic, has sensed it. How is it that you, residing in Binhai, remain oblivious? The Ghost King teased. Have you not realized that a force has begun to infiltrate Binhai for 2 years now? Initially bewildered by the Ghost King's words, Huyen Zhu Luo's expression shifted to one of seriousness mixed with surprise upon hearing of this infiltration. How could this be? Why have I been unaware until now? How would I know? The Ghost King stood, pouring himself another glass of brandy. Huyen Zhu Luo narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly standing up, exclaiming, Indeed, that explains why I have sensed a series of misfortunes over the past 2 years, particularly concerning that old monster. Chapter 81. The Cinema Proposal. The Ghost King chuckled softly, remarking, How astute of you to finally realize. However, I must commend your audacity. Yun Tianji has lived for several centuries, yet you dare to provoke him. Even the leader would hesitate to challenge him lightly. Hu Yenjua Luo snorted. That old wretch is constantly opposing me. Were it not for him, I would have long since taken over the pyramid group. Enough, the Ghost King replied dismissively. Being defeated by Yun Tianji is not a disgrace. The fact that he did not kill you is already a concession to the leader's reputation. Hu Yenjua Luo simmered in silent frustration before abruptly rising from the sofa. Do you think this newfound power could be something that old monster trained in secret? Absolutely not. The Ghost King shook his head with conviction. Yun Tianji has always operated alone. He likely possesses no hidden forces, for he is the most terrifying power in this world. Then who could this mysterious force be? Hu Yenjua Luo asked, perplexed. The Ghost King cackled. Consider this. Besides Yun Tianji and the alliance of abilities, who else would dare confront us directly? Hu Yenjua Luo hesitated, stepping back in fear. Could it be him? That's impossible. The Ghost King smiled, producing a plaque from his possession. Hu Yenjua Luo stared in astonishment. How did you come by this? It is a privilege bestowed by the leader, allowing me to mobilize any force within the organization, except for those at the emperor level. Hu Yenjua Luo seemed to grasp something, nodding slowly. Could it be that man is truly still alive? The leader has mobilized such formidable power for a test. The Ghost King sighed. I too wish he were dead. But 10 years ago, he fought fiercely against the so-called strongest light emperor, the Pope of the Vatican, and the outcome remains unknown. That old fellow endured for 5 years. Didn't he succumb to his injuries? Hu Yenjua Luo mocked. The Ghost King nodded, sighing again. Indeed. If that man managed to escape unscathed beneath the Pope's 3 divine artifacts, it would be utterly terrifying. Indeed, if that were the case, who else in this world, aside from Yun Tianji, could subdue him? Moreover, Yun Tianji has grown old, while that man is still in his prime. His stance has always been peculiarly elusive. The Ghost King expressed a sense of futility. Thus, the leader has granted me the authority to summon the 8 kings, wishing to ascertain whether that man still lives. Do you have a plan? Hu Yinjue Luo inquired. Sort of. The Ghost King replied with a mischievous grin, suddenly tossing a photograph onto the tea table. Do you recognize him? The photograph depicted a young man with slender fingers and captivating eyes, none other than young Master Jun. Hu Yinjue Luo glanced at the photo, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After a moment's thought, he remarked, he seems to be the bodyguard of Jin Qiming's daughter, a member of the Jun family. Confused, Hu Yinjue Luo asked, what does he have to do with this mission? The Ghost King sneered. According to my information, this lad arrived in Binhai 2 years ago, coinciding with the emergence of that mysterious power. Moreover, he has maintained a close relationship with Yun Tianji. At 17 or 18, he is already a king-level expert. And most importantly, he bears the surname Jun. While these clues might seem insignificant when scattered, when linked together, they become truly alarming. Hu Yinjue Luo gasped. Are you suggesting he is related to that man? Not certain yet, but the connection is undoubtedly significant. To transform a youth with latent bloodlines into a king-level expert in such a short time, aside from Fengdu the Great, I can think of no one else. What do you intend to do? The Ghost King chuckled again. Clearly, none of this can be mere coincidence, so I plan to start with this lad. Let's see if we can force that man to reveal himself. Hu Yinjue Luo hesitated momentarily before finally deciding. All right, I shall accompany you on this reckless venture. However, I only represent myself. I cannot speak for the others. The Ghost King laughed. Rest assured, they will comply. Besides, it has been years since we gathered. I have missed them. Are you truly going to deploy the full strength of the 8 kings? Is that necessary? Hu Yinjue Luo questioned, uncertain. Whether it is necessary, I cannot say, but I think it would be nice to reunite. Assad and Barrow are already en route, and I have informed the others as well. Hu Yinjue Luo nodded solemnly. I understand. This time, the leader has made a decisive resolution. Naturally, that man's stance is peculiar. If we can seize a hold on him, the leader would be most pleased. The Ghost King grinned mischievously. Hu Yinjue Luo slowly rose, pouring himself a drink. That indeed sounds like a splendid idea. The two shared a wicked laugh, each plotting their own schemes. Suddenly, Hu Yinjue Luo glanced at the corpse on the floor, cautioning, Old ghost, be careful. The entire city of Binhai is sealed off, waiting to capture you. The Ghost King mocked, huh? Do those police really pose a threat? Not the police, but the special forces. Hu Yinjue Luo clarified. The Ghost King paused, tilting his head in inquiry. Is there a difference? Hu Yinjue Luo pondered for a moment. For us, perhaps not much of a difference. In the European Fengdu city, a middle-aged man still donned a casual white tracksuit, his smile as pure as freshly fallen snow. Behind him stood his Wu, respectfully. Sipping on a rich milk tea, the middle-aged man chuckled to himself. My lord, what brings you such joy? I am indeed pleased. Shinyu and Ain have executed their tasks splendidly, the middle-aged man replied blandly. Ayu chuckled. Ain sacrificed a golden-threaded snake for this mission. She is currently quite vexed. The middle-aged man scoffed. It's merely a golden-threaded snake. Tell Ain that I permit her a visit to the Haotian Tower, where she may choose any exotic beast she desires. Yes, my lord, I shall convey this delightful news to Ain. Ayu smiled and gradually withdrew. The garden was left with only the middle-aged man, who continued to smile cheerfully, addressing the brightest spot in the sunlight. Should I thank those fools from the Alliance of Abilities? They seem to have sensed something. I expected to wait several more years. The sunlight shimmered, rippling slightly. And a voice emerged. My lord's calculations are flawless. Those wastes from the Alliance of Abilities could never match your prowess. 10 years have passed without any activity. My body feels as if it is rusting. The middle-aged man remarked, shrugging his shoulders. My lord is jesting. You are in the prime of your life. How could you rust? The middle-aged man chuckled. You certainly know how to flatter. You have worked hard these years as my shadow. Haha. The voice chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have grown accustomed to it. I no longer remember who I am. Fear not. My words remain binding. Once I emerge, you shall be free. The middle-aged man assured. Let it be. I have become accustomed to this life and have no desire for change. Besides, this is rather pleasant. The voice replied somewhat disheartened. The middle-aged man inquired with surprise, Did you not wish to defeat me and reclaim your freedom? How has a decade altered your intentions? A decade? How many decades does one truly have in life? 10 years is ample time for a person's habits to transform. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and suddenly proposed. How about this? Once I have departed, you shall guard that little fellow. Observing an unassuming individual ascend to greatness step by step should prove to be quite a delightful spectacle, wouldn't it? Is the master truly so confident? With an air of unwavering self-assurance, the middle-aged man chuckled. Of course. One need only consider whose lineage it is. Have you not longed to surpass me? Although you may find this impossible, I firmly believe that little one will undoubtedly succeed. When your new master triumphs over your old one, it will be a splendid affair. After a moment of silence, the voice resonated once more. Indeed, that is an intriguing proposition. To serve two formidable figures throughout my life and witness their gradual rise to prominence would be an honor. Surely my name shall be etched in the annals of the supernatural realm. Absolutely. The middle-aged man waved his hand. You may leave now. I wish to reflect in solitude. In the next instant, the garden fell into silence, with only the middle-aged man perusing the documents in his hand, smiling as he mused. Zixio Luo. I truly hope you will summon those two old fellows. Otherwise, this game will lack excitement. As he closed the documents, he gazed contemplatively at the sky. Fengdu City. O Fengdu City, all proclaim you as a paradise on earth. Yet, in my eyes, you are merely a gilded cage. However, you cannot confine me. Nor can anyone in this world. Lowering his gaze, the middle-aged man sighed heavily. Shaoli, rest assured, I shall not lose this grand gamble. He will certainly inherit my will and ascend to the pinnacle of this world, forging a new myth. With an air of confidence, the middle-aged man suddenly fell silent again. Sighing, Shaoli, the magnificent vision that resides in a man's heart is something you shall never comprehend, nor will you ever. At the Coastal Golden Eagle Cinema, a popular romantic drama was currently screening, leaving almost no empty seats in the theater. In the dimness, couples nestled closely together, whispering sweet nothings and sharing popcorn while tearing up at the touching scenes. In the couples section of the cinema, moments of emotion were never in short supply. Yet, for young Master Jun, this was an exceedingly dull affair. He believed that only the bored would indulge in such romantic films. In the front row of the VIP couple seats, Jun Haotian cast an innocent glance at the aloof Shui. He thought to himself, what has gotten into this girl today? She actually invited me to watch a movie, which is utterly out of character for her. In the darkness, sensing Jun Haotian's gaze, Shui hastily exclaimed, what kind of look is that? Jun, with a teasing smile, replied, beautiful Shui, let us be honest. What is the situation today? What situation? Shui replied, a wave of anxiety washing over her, fearing that Jun Haotian might discern something. She stammered, don't overthink it. I simply haven't watched a movie in a long time, so I thought I'd find someone to accompany me. Chapter 82. The young lady is in trouble. Oh. Jun Haotian said with a smile, so that's how it is. But surely you don't need to buy a couple's ticket. Are you harboring feelings for me? Well, Lung Aoshua hesitated before responding. This ticket was actually a gift from someone else. Lung Xian. Jun Haotian immediately thought of Lung Xian. Lung Aoshua's face flushed crimson. But fortunately, the dim lighting of the cinema concealed her embarrassment. In that moment, she could only munch on popcorn to alleviate her anxiety. After a lengthy 2-hour film, it finally concluded. Jun Haotian was nearly dozing off, yet Lang Aoshua seemed still immersed in the emotional narrative. As the credits rolled, an odd occurrence transpired. The lights in the cinema did not illuminate as expected. While the audience looked around in confusion, the screen flickered back to life. Images appeared like slides, showcasing blooming roses, with sweet photographs of a couple at the center. The audience, initially prepared to leave, paused, quietly settling back into their seats, eagerly awaiting a moment of sweetness. Human nature is often filled with anticipation, especially after a romantic film, where one might envision themselves as the protagonist in love. In the darkness, a man in the front row suddenly stood, holding a large bouquet of roses, and knelt before the woman. My dear, today marks 300 days since we met. In 300 days of my blissful life, I want to say that knowing you is the happiest thing in my life. The girl was momentarily at a loss for words, covering her mouth with her hands as she began to sob quietly. The audience erupted in cheers. Proposal, proposal, proposal. Long Aoshua gazed enviously at the couple, exclaiming, how touching. It's truly moving, isn't it, Jun Haotian? However, when she turned to look at Jun Haotian, he wore a cold smile, his piercing gaze fixed on the couple performing the proposal. The man instinctively glanced at Jun Haotian, and upon their eyes meeting, he hurriedly recoiled. The cheers for the proposal continued unabated. The man smiled slightly, reaching into his pocket, leading everyone to believe he was retrieving an engagement ring. Yet, Jun Haotian quickly discerned that it was not a ring, but rather the dark muzzle of a gun. The audience seated behind remained oblivious to the imminent danger, still anticipating a romantic surprise. However, their blissful dreams shattered as they realized the unfolding nightmare. The dark barrel of the gun swung towards Jun Haotian, and flames erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hurtled toward him. In an instant, chaos erupted in the cinema. Though unseen, the audience could hear the gunfire, a sound rarely experienced in this country. Yet they were not entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation. As the shots rang out, the cinema descended into pandemonium. To Jun Haotian's surprise, Long Aoshua's reaction was astonishingly swift. It was the first time he witnessed her in action. Her cold, piercing eyes commanded, "Darkness descends." A cloak of black light enveloped Jun Haotian, shielding him as if wrapped in a protective cocoon. Yet relying solely on others for protection felt unsettling. Almost simultaneously, Jun Haotian moved, his speed transcending human limits. He tore through space, the resulting turbulence redirecting the bullets destined for him into another dimension. In the next moment, Jun Haotian stood before the man, grasping the gun's muzzle with a cold smirk. Quite the proposal, isn't it? Too bad this eye has sent the dark night. With a gentle yet forceful grip, he bent the barrel, transforming the deadly weapon into a pile of scrap metal. How? How is this possible? You're a cultivator? The man stammered, trembling. Jun Haotian snorted disdainfully. Now, who sent you? Perhaps I might spare your life. Haotian, be careful. A shrill voice pierced the air. It was Lang Aoshui. But before her warning could finish, Jun Haotian sensed a chill behind him. The assailant was none other than the woman, who had been seated, lost in her romantic reverie, waiting to be proposed to. Quick as a flash, she struck, and Jun Haotian felt a surge of internal energy emanating from her. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the presence of internal energy indicated she was indeed a cultivator. Without turning around, Jun Haotian coldly commanded, "Stop." The dagger poised at his neck froze midair. The man, who had been apprehended, initially smirked, thinking, "You think she'll just stop? She isn't foolish, prepare to die." Yet now, his smirk twisted into a grimace of disbelief. How is this possible? Is he using sorcery? Indeed. Jun Haotian possessed formidable powers. Once he employed his time manipulation ability, it became a terrifying force. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so astutely aware of the assassin's movements. Tell me one last time, who sent you? Jun Haotian pressed. The man gritted his teeth defiantly. I want to tell you. Jun Haotian scoffed, in that case. Your existence is of no use. With that, he pointed directly at the man's acupoint. A dark golden light erupted within the man's body. And he screamed in a frenzy. What have you done to me? Ignoring his cries, Jun Haotian turned to the terrified woman, a smile gracing his lips. My dear, I am quite compassionate. If you tell the truth, I may let you go. Witnessing her partner writhing on the ground, his acupoints exploding one after another, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. I'll tell you. Please, spare me. Speak. Jun Haotian commanded coldly. It's the Qing gang. The leader of the Qing gang hired us to kill you. The Qing gang? Duze? Jun Haotian's expression darkened, and he struck the woman's forehead. She flew back, crashing against the movie screen, blood splattering as she fell. In her final moments, she glared at Jun Haotian, accusing, You lie. The sudden revelation of the Qing gang left Jun Haotian bewildered. If he were to consider any past grievances, it would likely relate to the incident at Tang's dumpling shop. He couldn't fathom why the Qing gang would dispatch assassins over such a trivial matter. It simply defied logic. Throughout this ordeal, Jun Haotian seemed to have overlooked a crucial figure, Wang Hui. At that very moment, Wang Hui lounged in a police station chair, humming a tune while holding a teapot. Evidently in high spirits. Ever since Wang Ziwen's injury, he had not felt such joy. As he savored the oolong tea atop the cave, Wang Hui darkly contemplated. You wretched boy, this time you shall not escape. Just as he was relishing his moment, a phone call interrupted him. The ringing did not come from his office phone, but rather his personal mobile. Upon seeing the number displayed, excitement surged through Wang Hui as he answered, Xiaoze, how are things progressing? On the other end, there was a prolonged silence, instilling within Wang Hui a sense of foreboding. He pressed, Xiaoze, what is the situation? After a lengthy pause, Duze's voice finally emerged. Uncle Wang, I have done all I could, but to no avail. The two individuals I dispatched have gone dark. What? How can this be? Wang Hui exclaimed incredulously. Aren't they the most exceptional assassins of the Qing gang? I am also in the dark regarding the specifics. I await reports from my subordinates. Duze replied, frustration evident in his tone. After ending the call, Wang Hui's spirits plummeted, as if pierced by a chilling arrow. since receiving word from the Black Rakshasa. An ominous dread had settled within him. Yet, he refused to yield. The thought of his only son facing an inhumane fate was a burden he could not bear. Nevertheless, the warning from the Black Rakshasa echoed in his mind, prompting him to exercise caution once more. After much contemplation, Wang Hui, in a fit of rage, hurled the teapot to the ground, steam bursting forth like flowers upon impact. He growled, "I refuse to believe that I, Wang Hui, cannot handle such a trivial matter." With renewed determination, he picked up the phone and dialed the Black Rakshasa. The call was quickly answered. "Who is this?" "It's me, Xiao Hui." The voice on the other end turned icy. "Wang Hui, stop calling. It's not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that I am utterly powerless. The foremost family in the assassin world has issued a bounty. No one is permitted to undertake this mission, or the consequences will be dire." "Brother, that is your nephew. Can you truly be so heartless?" Wang Hui could no longer contain himself. There was a moment of hesitation from the other side, as if deep in thought. After a while, the voice replied, "Very well, Xiao Hui. Given that this is the first time you have called me brother in many years, I cannot disregard my nephew's life. There are those in Binhai who would dare to take on this task, but their fees are exorbitant. I care not how much it costs." Wang Hui responded, hope igniting within him. The voice on the other end fell silent again. "Here's the deal. I will reach out to that organization. Although I have had dealings with them in the past, I cannot ascertain whether those connections still hold weight. It will all depend on fate. However, I warn you, do not, under any circumstances, offend them, for the repercussions extend beyond just your life and mine." "I understand. I understand. I will exercise discretion," Wang Hui declared eagerly. Contemplating the fear exhibited by his renowned brother in the assassin world only reinforced the notion that this organization was likely more formidable than he had anticipated. As night descended upon Binhai, the streets remained a cacophony of bustling traffic and throngs of people. The neon lights flickered incessantly, dazzling the eye, while Jun, the young master, wore a sly smile, thinking, "This is Binhai. Unlike Kyoto, unlike New York, it is simply Binhai." Chapter 83. Such bold words at this moment. The person accompanying the young master Jun was none other than Lang Aoshue. They walked side by side along the bustling seaside street, attracting countless glances, truly an enviable couple. Suddenly, Lang Aoshue turned her head in confusion and looked at Jun Haotian, saying, "You just..." Her words trailed off as she hesitated, still haunted by the unexpected incident that had occurred in the theater. "Beautiful Aoshue, what do you wish to say?" Jun Haotian asked with a charming smile, his eyes narrowing mischievously. Lang Aoshue paused and asked, "Was this your first time killing someone?" Jun Haotian chuckled suddenly, shaking his head. As the most notorious young master of Kyoto, he was acutely aware of its brutality. In Kyoto, if you do not kill others, they will come after you. Thus, even as a seemingly useless young master, he was far from merciful. In truth, Jun Haotian should be grateful for his experiences in youth, for without them, he would not have become the person he was today. Lacking superpowers, he had to rely solely on his wits for self-preservation, navigating a world rife with deceit. To survive, one must be strong. Therefore, after taking a life, there was no trace of panic in Jun Haotian. Such occurrences had become commonplace for him. He possessed a heart colder than anyone else's. All along, he had lived behind a mask, and when that mask was torn away, he resembled a bloodthirsty wolf, where offense and defense had become instinctual. "You." Lang Aoshue hesitated again, asking, "When was your first kill?" Jun Haotian smiled faintly, mocking, "I don't know. I can no longer remember." They continued walking side by side, conversing casually as time slipped away. Yet, the more Lang Aoshue observed Jun Haotian, the more she felt the enigmatic aura surrounding him. "You are no longer just handsome, are you?" Lang Aoshue suddenly remarked. It was no wonder she thought this. Jun Haotian's extraordinary control and powerful time-stopping ability had completely stunned her. Jun Haotian shook his head with a smile, replying, "No, I am still handsome. I've merely leveled up." Lang Aoshue nodded, and they exchanged a smile. Just then, both of their phones rang simultaneously. They shared an awkward moment before exchanging apologies and hurriedly answering their calls. Naturally, Lang Aoshue's call was from Lang Xian. "Little sister, how's the date going? Is everything smooth?" Lang Aoshue blushed and replied, "Brother, what are you talking about?" All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I know you're shy. Is Haotian with you? You two come to Qingfeng Tea House. I need to discuss something with you and check on your progress." Lang Xian. Lang Aoshue protested, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you." Relax, I know." Lang Xian playfully responded, inciting further annoyance in Lang Aoshue. Meanwhile, Jun Haotian received a call from the young lady, and with a sigh, he answered. An urgent voice came through, You scoundrel, come back quickly. Something has happened. What happened? Jun Haotian asked, momentarily taken aback. However, the caller had already hung up, causing a tightness in his chest. Urgently bidding farewell to Long Aoshue, Jun Haotian swiftly vanished into the night. Beneath the beautiful night sky, only Long Aoshue remained, lost in thought, muttering, spatial abilities are indeed strange. Jun Haotian had no time for frivolity. If old Yun discovered that he had allowed Jin Mingjie to come to harm due to his date, he would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, having lived under the same roof as Jin Mingjie and Shengwan Shiner for so long, he had developed feelings for them. Jun Haotian regarded the two young girls as family and wished for their safety. At that moment, in the Dreaming Heart Pavilion, Jin Mingjie sat on the sofa with the sulking Shengwan Shiner. A stranger, a young man appearing to be in his mid-20s, stood between them. Though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was formidable, and his dark eyes glinted with dissatisfaction as he looked at Shengwan Shiner. Shiner, the old man has issued an order. You shouldn't sulk. It's futile. The young man finally spoke, with a few others standing behind him echoing, Miss, the young master is right. The old man is furious about your situation. Please come back with us. Shengwan Shiner pouted defiantly. No, I don't want to go back. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm living just fine here. So why should I return? As she spoke, she hugged the young man's arm, pleading, Brother, tell Grandpa I don't want to go back. Please, Shiner, stop being foolish. The young man admonished. Haven't you caused enough trouble already? You've tarnished the Shengwan family's reputation. You only know how to bully me. You don't care about me anymore. Shengwan Shiner feigned anger, tears welling in her eyes. With a helpless sigh, the young man replied, Shiner, this isn't about caring. I'm considering our family's honor. What honor? Am I really that embarrassing? I don't care. I want to stay in Binhai. Shengwan Shiner protested despondently. The young man shook his head in resignation, then suddenly smiled. Actually, if you wish to remain in Binhai, that's not impossible. Really? That's wonderful. Shengwan Shiner exclaimed excitedly. Before she could finish, the young man interrupted. However, it comes with conditions. What conditions? As long as Grandpa lets me stay, I'll agree to anything. Shengwan Shiner readily replied. Is that so?